Supreme Pupillary Master, Peerless Eldest Miss Chapter 698 to Chapter 868. Just thinking about it made Old Master Luo feel too selfish to open his mouth. But if he didn't say it, was he just going to watch her be with someone else? Old Master Luo's face turned blue in an instant. He circled around Empress Dowager Xianxia for a while, looking at the woman again and again, but he couldn't open his mouth. Enough. Empress Dowager Xianxia was annoyed when she saw him like this. After this reunion, this man had changed too much from before. Who was he trying to show this abandoned look to? Who was the one who was hurt deeply back then? If this man had cared a little more about her before, valued her a little more, she wouldn't have been forced to such a point by his brothers. Thinking of this, Empress Dowager Xianxia was depressed and couldn't help but lift her leg to kick him. Get out of my way. Seeing him like an abandoned puppy, she was annoyed. Empress Dowager Xianxia glanced at Luo Qingtong next to her, her gaze indescribably complicated. This time, it was you who did it? Empress Dowager Xianxia had just learned from the general what happened in the palace when she was not there. She didn't expect Ning Wang's mind to be so vicious. What he used on her was not an aphrodisiac at all, but an extremely violent aphrodisiac. Hearing the general say that Ning Wang reaped what he sowed, Empress Dowager Xianxia understood this point at once. In this way, it was her granddaughter who saved her. If she hadn't brought Luo Tong here, she was afraid that under her forced poisoning, her mind would have completely disappeared and she would have fallen into an unbearable situation like Ning Wang. Not to mention, she also solved all the future troubles for her and removed Ning Wang, who was the biggest threat to her. Such a girl was her granddaughter. Was she the daughter of the little child she thought had died? Ah? What's the matter? Is it about the aphrodisiac? Old Master Luo still didn't understand the situation. Hearing this, he thought that Xianxia still wanted to settle accounts with Luo Qingtong, so he suddenly said nervously. Xianxia, don't blame Qingtong. She also did it for our good. Grandpa Luo originally wanted to say it for my own good, but after thinking about it, he still added the word us. In fact, he also felt that his granddaughter was lying to him when she told him that she couldn't cure the poison in Xianxia's body. It was all for the sake of creating opportunities for him, but he didn't dare to say this in front of Xianxia. Shut up. When Empress Dowager Xianxia heard him talk about the love poison and how it was for their own good, her face flushed red. She gritted her teeth and glared at him coldly. This has nothing to do with you. Get out of my way. Yes, Old Master Luo curled into a ball. His tall and handsome body silently shrank to the side. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched as she watched from the side. Grandpa, is it really okay for you to be so afraid of Grandma? She was thinking when she suddenly heard Empress Dowager Xianxia's voice. This time, it's all thanks to you. Empress Dowager Xianxia's lips moved. Luo Qingtong felt that she seemed to want to ask something, but in the end, she didn't ask. She only said to Luo Qingtong, you also heard the news just now. Now is an eventful time in Great Chu. It's not convenient for me to keep you here. You. Elder Luo's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. What did Xianxia mean? She wanted to send them away. No, to be precise, she wanted to send him away. Old Master Luo's nerves were very thick. But this time, he suddenly seemed to have been enlightened and immediately understood what Empress Dowager Xianxia meant. You want to send me away and never see me again. Isn't that right? Empress Dowager Xianxia didn't answer him, but said, I am Empress Dowager Xianxia of Great Chu, it is impossible between us. She couldn't give up Great Chu and leave with him. After so many years of yearning, how could Empress Dowager Xianxia not see that old man Luo had been circling around her in annoyance and depression? What did he mean by that look of hesitation on his face? But because she knew, she couldn't agree. It was even more impossible to leave with him. She was indebted to the Emperor of Great Chu. She swore that she would protect the Great Chu sacred dynasty on his behalf until his bloodline grew to the point where he could succeed the throne. She would not leave the Great Chu sacred dynasty. Impossible, my ass. Old Master Luo was furious. The words that he didn't dare to say just now came out in a fit of anger. You are my woman. We just slept together. Your name is still engraved on the memorial tablet in our Luo family's ancestral temple. If you want to leave, you have to leave with me. Impossible. Empress Dowager Xianxia shook off his hand and looked at him with a determined expression. When I was seriously injured and fell off the cliff, it was the Emperor of Great Chu who saved me. All these years, it was also him who took me in when I had a dead heart and lived in the Great Chu Palace. He provided me with resources to increase my strength. If it weren't for him, I would have died. Luo Tong, you wouldn't have the chance to see me today. So, you don't have to say any more. I won't leave with you. The Great Chu Sacred Dynasty is now my second home. It will also be the battlefield for me to overcome all obstacles in the future. No matter what happens, I won't leave here. Empress Dowager Xianxia said and left. You can go. From now on, pretend that we have never met. She gritted her teeth. She shouldn't have let her feelings go in the first place. She still had the entire Chu Sacred Dynasty to shoulder, and it was impossible for her to do as she pleased. Old Master Luo was so anxious that he wanted to rush out, but Luo Qingtong pulled him back. Grandpa, let's go. No. Old Master Luo would never agree. Qingtong, you don't know your grandmother's personality. Since she said something like that, once we leave this place, she will really pretend that she never saw us. They will completely forget about us. Old Master Luo couldn't finish his sentence. He thought that after the misunderstanding was cleared up, he and Xianxia would be able to return to the past, but he didn't expect that such a thing would happen again. It was all that damned Ning Wang's fault. With that in mind, Old Master Luo was about to rush out when Luo Qingtong stopped him. Since you know Grandma is like this, it's useless to chase after her like this. And Luo Qingtong blinked her eyes and looked at him. Grandpa, the pill I gave you has a time limit. Grandpa Luo froze at her words. Luo Qingtong's words poked at Grandfather Luo's Achilles heel, especially the last sentence. How could he turn back into that old man again? Thinking of Xianxia's beauty, then thinking of his sunset days, Old Master Luo's lips moved. In the end, he didn't say anything and his entire spirit collapsed. Let's go. If he could maintain his current appearance, he could hold on a little longer, but I'm not worthy of her. Grandfather Luo said with a dispirited face. He was useless. If only he hadn't died because of Xianxia's death and neglected his cultivation. In this way, the gap between him and Xianxia wouldn't be so big that he didn't have the face to stand by her side and tell all those who coveted her that this was his woman, so big that he couldn't stop the Empress Dowager's marriage from happening and couldn't share her worries. Otherwise, why would he have to separate from her? He was useless. Let's go. Old Master Luo walked out in silence. Luo Qingtong pulled him and said with a smile, Grandfather, don't be sad. We're just leaving temporarily. Believe me, we'll definitely give Grandmother a big surprise. Leave, it was just a temporary measure. Luo Qingtong had already thought about what to do. When the time came, everyone would be surprised. What a joke, she was Luo Qingtong's grandmother, how could she marry someone else? Ning Wang wanted to scheme against Empress Dowager Xianxia, but he had to see if she agreed or not. Speaking of which, she might have to thank him for his crazy actions. Otherwise, how could her grandfather have such a good opportunity to be together with Empress Dowager Xianxia openly? Qingtong, don't comfort Grandfather. Grandfather Luo waved his hand weakly. Grandfather isn't in the mood to joke with you. Leaving Xianxia made Grandfather Luo's whole heart feel like it was hollowed out. Luo Qingtong's words couldn't make him happy. It wasn't that he doubted his granddaughter's ability, but he was like this, AI. Forget it. Old Master Luo shook his head with a bitter smile and followed Luo Qingtong out with his head down. Luo Qingtong looked at him and raised her eyebrows. She didn't continue to speak. Grandpa would know when the time came. She, evil eye, would never lie. The two of them left the inner hall together. Outside, there were already people arranged by Xianxia waiting for them. Looking at the group of people, Grandfather Luo's smile became even more bitter. It seemed that Xianxia would not feel at ease until she saw them leave. Let's go. He looked at the group of people and his lips moved. In the end, he only said these two words. Because the woman he loved deeply would not listen to what he wanted to say. Shua. When they left the Chu Palace, Luo Qingtong took Grandfather Luo out of the Chu sacred capital and came to the foot of a barren mountain in the suburbs. She raised her hand and summoned the spirit ship. Grandfather, let's go. Grandfather Luo responded in a low voice and followed her into the spirit ship with a dazed expression. Before entering, Luo Qingtong looked meaningfully in the direction they came from. There, a faintly discernible figure had been following them closely. Looking at the figure in the distance, Luo Qingtong's smile was evil and charming. In the next second, her mind moved. In an instant, the entire huge spirit ship swept up. Bang! While Luo Qingtong was heading to the main city of the Black Field, in a magnificent mansion in a city far away from the holy land of the Empire of Qin, Feng Wan's figure appeared in a sorry state, and then fell heavily to the ground. Your Highness! Seeing this scene, the people who were left behind in the mansion immediately rushed over and hurriedly tried to help her up. But she slapped them away with her sleeve. Get lost. Don't touch me. Feng Wan was angry and hateful. She had never suffered such a great humiliation. When she thought of those poisoned private guards pouncing on her with greedy eyes, she felt a wave of disgust. As a result, she couldn't stand the touch of her subordinates. Now, she only wanted to ruthlessly rub off the layer of skin on her body. Feng Wan did not forget that she was still touched by those disgusting people even though she tried her best to avoid them. It was the person who hid behind the scenes and planned all this. This could not be the work of Empress Dowager Xianxia of the Great Chu. It was that person. That person who broke the trap she lured Prince Ning to do and returned all the poison and schemes to her, that expert in refining medicine hidden in the Great Chu Palace. Who was it? She had never heard that the Great Chu imperial family had raised such an expert. If there was such a person, Prince Ning would not have been so unguarded. Who was it that ruined her plans? Feng Wan thought for a while and gritted her teeth. Your Highness, the group of people who were fiercely pushed away knelt beside Feng Wan, trembling with fear. Your Highness, we did not protect you well. Your Highness, are you hurt? The leading powerhouse cautioned cautiously. In fact, they were all ordered to do things by Feng Wan. The latter only felt that victory was in his hands this time, and thinking of his identity as a divine heavenly doctor, he only brought Ting Qin with him. Who would have thought that in the end, she would fall so badly? Even she almost died in Prince Ning's mansion. If she had not sacrificed Ting Qin, she would not have been able to get out this time. After all, if the person who set the trap was sure that she was in Prince Ning's mansion, how could he not take any action? Thinking of this, Feng Wan's face turned ugly. Ever since she had revealed her innate talent, she had never suffered such a huge loss again, not to mention that she had previously boasted to Ning Wan that no one would be able to detoxify the aphrodisiac that she had refined. In the end, his face was slapped swollen in the blink of an eye. Investigate. Feng Wan's voice seemed to contain invisible coldness and resentment. Find out which alchemist is hiding behind Empress Dowager Xianxia of Great Chu this time. I want to see who dares to go against me. The other party's poison arts were top-notch and extremely stunning. Feng Wan admitted his inferiority. If the other party was willing to submit to her and become a dog crawling at her feet, she was willing to spare the other party's life. Otherwise, that person could only wait to die. Ruining her plans was simply unforgivable. Feng Wan's voice was extremely gloomy and cold. The people kneeling below were shocked when they heard it, and immediately responded in unison. How long had it been since the graceful and noble Her Highness had been so angry? Thinking of the news that they had inquired about in Great Chu's sacred capital, everyone's heart suddenly quivered. They did not dare to think deeply about what Her Highness had encountered in this process. Prince Ning, aphrodisiac. Ting Qin who did not return. In addition to Her Highness's intense reaction to their touch just now, everyone felt that they seemed to have spied on an extremely terrifying truth. Swoosh! When the leader received the message, he was instantly overjoyed. Your Highness! Our chance is here. What chance? Feng Wan looked at him coldly. Her mind was still stuck on the previous failure and she was in a very bad mood. Her plan against Great Chu had failed. She did not know how long she would have to wait to unify the eastern region. Damn it, it was obvious that Great Chu's sacred dynasty was the best place to start. The late emperor had passed away and the weak one had succeeded the throne. As long as Empress Dowager Xianxia of Great Chu who was blocking the way was taken care of, the rest would be logical, but at this juncture, someone had ruined it, and if she wanted to attack the other two dynasties, the Empire of Qin was too powerful. The emperor was in his prime and there was no way to attack. Furthermore, Great Qi wasn't a neighbor of Great Yong. Even if Great Qi were to create chaos in Great Yong, it wouldn't have anything to do with Great Yong. Perhaps Great Qin would even take advantage of this situation. At that time, she would not be able to control Great Yong and seize the four dynasties. It would be good if she was not annexed by the Empire of Qin after Great Qi was annexed. At that time, the Empire of Qin would be the one to unify the world. Then, she would really become someone else's wedding dress. Therefore, Great Qi could not be touched. And the Empire of Qin could not be touched for the time being. The only one who could be touched was Great Chu, but the plan had failed and King Ning had been abolished. She had almost lost the only chance to touch Great Chu. Just as Feng Yuan was thinking and feeling depressed, the leader's voice sounded excitedly. Your Highness, Great Chu is in chaos. We really have a chance again. Swoosh. Feng Yuan suddenly looked up and stared at him. Great Chu is in chaos? Is this true? When did this happen? King Ning's plot had been exposed, which was equivalent to being abolished. Under such circumstances, who could still mess up Great Chu? Feng Yuan's heart was full of disbelief. It's King Ning. The strong man said excitedly. Your Highness, just as you returned, the spies in the holy capital of Great Chu sent news. Prince Ning has announced to the public that the late Emperor of Great Chu allowed Empress Dowager Xianxia to marry someone else, and announced to the public that he is willing to support Empress Dowager Xianxia of Great Chu in finding a husband to rule Great Chu together with someone else to fulfill the late emperor's wish. Now, the entire Great Chu is in chaos. Ning Wang is really going all out this time. Who knows how many ambitious schemers have responded to his words. You know, marrying Empress Dowager Xianxia is equivalent to getting the entire Great Chu sacred dynasty. After all, she is the regent Empress Dowager who is in charge of the Great Chu. As long as you marry her, you will be able to interfere in the political affairs of Great Chu. At that time, even if Empress Dowager Xianxia and the other officials stop us, they won't be able to stop us. Your Highness, don't you just lack an opportunity to do so openly? Now, King Ning has delivered it to us. Your Highness, you don't have to worry that the failure of the previous plan will affect our plan to seize Great Chu. The leader of the group said with a smile on his face. A smile slowly bloomed on Feng Yuan's face. The cold and gloomy appearance from before was suddenly swept away. That's right. Her expression was calm and graceful as she leaned on the imperial consort's chair behind her. This is indeed a great opportunity for us. And it's even better than ours. Helping Prince Ning deal with Empress Dowager Xianxia, then controlling Prince Ning and slowly plotting to take over Great Chu, how could it be better than becoming the husband of Great Chu's Empress Dowager and directly taking over Great Chu? I didn't expect that this failure would actually help us a lot. Prince Ning's desperate move was well done. Very well. Feng Yuan's eyes were calm, and she smiled proudly. Send an order back to the country immediately. Let Father order 7th Imperial Uncle to take over this matter and come to Great Chu's sacred capital. She wanted to see how Empress Dowager Xianxia and the person behind her would stop her overt plot this time. She was determined to take over Great Chu. No one could stop her. From Great Chu, the 4 dynasties of the eastern region would be in her bag. She would prove that she, Feng Yuan, was the only person in the world who was worthy of that man. Swoosh. Just as Feng Yuan was feeling proud in her heart, outside the main city of the Black Field of the Great Chu sacred dynasty, Luo Qingtong's spirit boat approached the surging road to the underworld. Consistent with the rumors, the road to the underworld outside the main city of the Black Field was overflowing with a terrible aura that was enough to kill experts below the martial emperor level. Luo Qingtong looked at the surging road to the underworld and raised her eyebrows, thinking about whether to use the ring that Xianxia gave her. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared outside her spirit boat. The next second, a token was thrown out by the other party, which swept into the main city of the Black Field ahead. Open the 9 gates. That person's voice coldly passed into the main city of the Black Field. The guardian of the Black Field's main city. Receiving the token that rushed over, in an instant, the entire main city of the Great Chu sacred dynasty's Black Field was in an uproar. It's the guardian of the main city. Open the 9 gates? Could it be that the Lord has come? Voices rang out from the city lord's mansion. In an instant, many figures suddenly rose from the city lord's mansion of the main city. Open the 9 gates. Quick! Welcome the High Lord. Everyone, welcome him. Activate the 4 directions beacon command. Swish. Swish. As everyone's voices rang out, in the next second, streaks of incomparably dazzling light suddenly soared from all directions of the Blackfield main city. It caused the entire city, which was as large as the sacred capital of Great Chu, to instantly shake. Oh my God, what happened? Everyone in the main city of Blackfield stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Suddenly, someone reacted and shouted, "Blackfield Ming Zun! Open all 9 gates. Everyone in the Blackfield is coming out. It's Ming Zun from the Blackfield. That Supreme from the Blackfield is here." Rumble. As if responding to that person's words, the entire Blackfield began to shake violently. One after another, the tightly shut doors suddenly opened. Such extravagance, such grandeur. In an instant, even those who were still uncertain stood up fiercely at this moment. Ming Zun from the Blackfield, it really was the Supreme of the Dark Region who had come. In an instant, waves of cheers rang out in the main city of Blackfield like a tsunami. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched as she looked at the main city of Blackfield that was boiling like water dripping into a pot of oil. She instantly felt a headache coming on. This was a huge blunder. There's no need to make such a big show. Her lips twitched as she looked at the Supreme from the Blackfield floating outside the spirit ship. The High Lord has ordered that you will be treated the same as him. It doesn't matter if we aren't here, but if we are, you will not be slighted. When the Blackfield powerhouse heard her voice, he tilted his head slightly and looked in her direction. He bowed respectfully and said, "Evil Doctor, don't worry. It's okay to let those people misunderstand. There is a shielding array above the Blackfield's main city. Evil Doctor, you can enter the city without any scruples." In the eyes of the Blackfield powerhouse, it didn't matter if others misunderstood or not. What mattered was that Luo Qingtong could not be slighted in the slightest. Let the future mistress of the Blackfield walk into the city. Since he was here, he naturally couldn't let Luo Qingtong be slighted like this. Luo Qingtong looked at him, speechless for a while. Fine, since it was that man's order, then she would enter the city. Fortunately, her reputation as Evil Dr. Ghost Eye wasn't weak. She was worthy of being welcomed by everyone when she opened the 9 gates. Thus, under everyone's gaze, Luo Qingtong's spirit ship drove directly into the Blackfield's main city. The people in the Blackfield's main city Lord's mansion only realized that it wasn't their High Lord after Luo Qingtong brought Grandfather Luo down from the ship. It was their future mistress, Evil Dr. Ghost Eye, who was extremely popular in the Blackfield and even in the Truespill continent. Evil Doctor. In the Blackfield's main city Lord's mansion, a group of people respectfully bowed to Luo Qingtong and Grandfather Luo who had just disembarked from the ship. Luo Qingtong nodded and followed them into the room prepared for her. Then, she waved them away. After everyone left, Old Master Luo, who had been dumbfounded and had even forgotten his soul, suddenly jumped up. He rushed to the door and closed it. Then, he pulled Luo Qingtong and asked in a low voice, "Qingtong, what's going on? Why is your status in the Blackfield so high?" Old Master Luo was really frightened. He knew that his precious granddaughter was very capable and talented. She was also the respected Evil Dr. Ghost Eyes of the Blackfield. However, when all 9 gates were opened and everyone welcomed him, the entire Blackfield main city was shaken. This was a treatment that only underworld venerables could enjoy. Thinking of the man who had single-handedly created the Blackfield and was regarded as a god, Grandpa Luo's heart was filled with anxiety. "Qingtong, that Blackfield Ming Zun, don't tell me he's thinking about you?" When he thought about the inheritance that his granddaughter had obtained from the 9 Magi Mountain and the powerful abilities that she had displayed, he was instantly filled with worry. His granddaughter's abilities were really too tempting. What if underworld venerables from the Blackfield came for her abilities and wanted to control her? His precious granddaughter usually looked quite smart. Why was she so stupid now? She brought him to the Blackfield just like that. Wasn't this giving others a chance to discover her identity? What if that underworld venerables from the Blackfield were just pretending to care about his granddaughter so that she would let down her guard? What should he do? Thinking of this, Grandpa Luo instantly became anxious. Pfft. Hearing Grandpa Luo's words, Luo Qingtong almost spat out her saliva. Little Pig, who was in her sleeve, was also jumping around happily. "Grandpa Luo, you guessed it right this time. That man is thinking about your granddaughter. It's just another idea." Cough cough, Luo Qingtong coughed violently for a while, and then said to Grandfather Luo, "Grandpa, don't worry, it's okay, cough cough, that, the Blackfields Ming Zun is a good person." When Luo Qingtong said this, she couldn't help but feel guilty. There was no other way. Yi Qianxian's character was really not a good person at all. Even when they had first met, that man had been merciless to her. Little Pig was also in her sleeve, rolling its eyes at her. Grandfather Luo obviously didn't believe it. At this time, he didn't care about the things that hurt him and Yan Shi. He immediately grabbed Luo Qingtong and asked, "Really? You can't lie to Grandpa this time." This precious granddaughter of his had always shouldered everything by herself. Grandfather Luo didn't want her to deliberately say this because she was afraid that he would be worried. Cough cough, it's true, it's true. Grandpa, you're tired, go rest. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she hurriedly pushed old Master Luo into his room. After sending Grandfather Luo away, Luo Qingtong concentrated on what she was going to do next. She brought Grandfather Luo to the Blackfields main city, first, to find the medicinal herb that could perfectly refine the rejuvenation pill. Second, to strengthen Grandfather Luo's strength. She said that she would give Empress Dowager Xianxia a surprise, so she would definitely do it. What's more, letting Grandpa become her husband openly must be something that Grandpa and Grandma were looking forward to. Luo Qingtong didn't mind letting the two of them be romantic, fulfilling Grandpa's dream of being a hero saving the beauty. Presumably, when Empress Dowager Xianxia saw Grandpa come down from the sky and marry her, all the resentment and unwillingness from before would all disappear, right? Luo Qingtong could see that Empress Dowager Xianxia actually still had resentment in her heart. Even if she already knew that what happened back then was a complete misunderstanding, but if it weren't for Grandpa's negligence, so many things wouldn't have happened at all. What's more, the matter of her cheap father and mother, if Empress Dowager Xianxia knew about this, it would be terrible. Therefore, when Luo Qingtong asked them to leave, she simply left with Luo Qingtong. It was to delay the exposure of this matter, otherwise, the relationship between the two of them that had just eased up would inevitably fall to the freezing point again. A mother's desire to protect her child was very strong. Empress Dowager Xianxia wouldn't care about old man Luo's difficulties. She would definitely think that he didn't take good care of his son. In short, this was a bad debt. Only when all the knots in their hearts had been untied would they have the chance to be relieved. Luo Qingtong thought so and instantly felt that she was worried about her grandfather. He was China's best granddaughter. As she thought about it, she summoned the people from the city lord's office of the Blackfield main city and asked them to announce that she was looking for a certain medicinal ingredient. They also stated that the other party could raise any conditions as long as the Blackfield could fulfill them. In addition, Luo Qingtong asked the people in the main city of the Blackfield to help her find everything that had the aura of the Saint Realm. To put it simply, it was a saint artifact. It would be best if it was a broken saint artifact. Luo Qingtong had an experiment to do. If she could succeed, it would be very beneficial to her own strength. "Woman, don't tell me you want to do that?" Little Pig's eyes widened as he listened to her instructions. He vaguely realized what Luo Qingtong wanted to do. Oh my god, this woman wouldn't really be that crazy, right? While Luo Qingtong was instructing the people of the Blackfield to find something for her, Feng Yuan also received news from her subordinates. Underworld Venerable is in Great Chu's Blackfield main city? In a city near Great Chu's holy capital, Feng Yuan, who was waiting for people from Great Yong, looked at the news in her hands and couldn't help but feel her heart sway. Underworld Venerable of the Blackfield, thinking of that valiant and handsome man, Feng Yuan's heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. She really liked him. But Underworld Venerable of the Blackfield didn't care about anyone who approached him. As the first princess of Great Yong, she had used the name of Great Yong's holy dynasty to seek an audience with him several times, but she had never succeeded. Underworld Venerable of the Blackfield was unpredictable and unpredictable. No one knew where he would suddenly appear. Generally, by the time they knew, he would have already left. Feng Yuan had tried to track him down before, but every time she heard the news, he had already left. This time, he seemed to be staying in the Blackfield main city for a while. Feng Yuan looked at the news in her hands. It was the news from the Blackfield's main city's city lord's mansion. Suddenly, her heart stirred. This should be something that Underworld Venerable needed. Otherwise, why would the city lord's mansion not buy it earlier or later? But when Underworld Venerable of the Blackfield arrived, Feng Yuan looked at the medicinal herbs written on it. Heavenly Water Jade Heart Lotus, she just happened to have one in her hands. It was very likely that it was the only one in True Spill continent. This was because this Heavenly Water Jade Heart Lotus was so precious that it wasn't a treasure that could appear in True Spill continent. Its spiritual energy was so abundant that it was even above those treasures that appeared in the world. Feng Yuan had also obtained it because of that lucky chance, and because of that lucky chance, she knew some of the secrets hidden in True Spill continent. At the same time, she began to believe that she was the destined daughter of this world. Underworld Venerable, needs this thing? Feng Yuan tapped her 10 fingers, her willowy eyebrows furrowed. It was said that this celestial aqua jade heart lotus had the miraculous effect of retaining one's youthfulness forever. Feng Yuan kept it in his hands because he was preparing to use it, but now, the Blackfield Underworld Supremacy was looking for this thing. This was a rare opportunity for her to meet him. With that thought in mind, Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. He directly took out the Heavenly Water Jade Heart Lotus from his Sumeru spiritual artifact and wrapped it in an exquisite jade box. Then, he walked out of the room. To Great Chu Blackfield's main city. She didn't believe that she wouldn't be recognized by Ming Zun in the Blackfield with her ability and strength. If evil Dr. Gui Tong could use his identity as a doctor to attract him, he could do the same, wearing the disguise of a heavenly medical sage. Feng Yuan's eyes hidden behind the white jade mask were cold. She would prove to the Blackfield Ming Zun that evil Dr. Ghost Eye was not his only choice, he was not inferior to the other party, there was even a chance that he would win. Ming Zun valued and cherished evil Dr. Ghost Eye. She would snatch it all away. Yes. All of his subordinates responded and followed beside Feng Yuan. Of course, only a few of them openly followed behind Feng Yuan. As for the others, they were all hidden in the shadows, protecting Feng Yuan's safety. After nearly being plotted against, Feng Yuan had become much more cautious. He no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. Shua. Blackfield's main city. After Luo Qingtong left the matter to the city lord's mansion's people, she flashed into the 9-story exquisite pagoda. In the space of the 9-story exquisite pagoda's first floor, Snowball's body was curled up into a ball. It was wrapped in a dense white light as it floated in the sky above the first floor of the 9-story exquisite pagoda. This fellow is still transforming? Little Pig looked at the white jade ball floating in the sky and muttered with an envious expression. I don't know what it ate in the far west wilderness. After absorbing so much powerful soul power, it still doesn't show any signs of awakening. Little Pig said with an indescribable envy and jealousy in his heart. This little white ball was really too lucky. Generally speaking, the stronger the strength and the nobler the bloodline of a divine beast, the longer it would take for it to transform. However, Snowball had absorbed the 100 Ghosts banner that Luo Qingtong obtained from Shi Qingqing. The soul power contained in it was extremely powerful and enormous. After all, even if it was a damaged holy tool, the 100 Ghosts banner was just like its name. It contained an unknown amount of dead souls' power. Although it didn't contain the souls of experts above the sage realm, it had plenty of souls below the sage realm. Snowball had absorbed so much soul power, but it still didn't show any signs of awakening. Obviously, the amount of energy it needed to transform this time was too enormous. The soul power contained in the 100 Ghosts banner couldn't satisfy it. It seemed that Luo Qingtong had to continue working hard to find more things that contained soul power if she wanted it to awaken as soon as possible. Whoosh, Luo Qingtong raised her hand and summoned the 100 Ghosts banner. The soul power contained in this damaged holy tool had been completely absorbed by Snowball. It had lost all of its power. Unless it could collect more souls and nourish it again, this holy tool was equivalent to being crippled. Luo Qingtong naturally wouldn't let it be crippled. She would even repair the damage of this holy tool. It would be of great use to her in the future. However, that was a matter for the future. As for now, Luo Qingtong looked at the 100 Ghosts banner that was hanging dejectedly in front of her. A bloody light flickered in her eyes. In the next second, Luo Qingtong saw all of the 100 Ghosts banner structure and material composition, as well as the lingering aura within it. The girl's pupils were as red as blood. They were like extremely bright and dazzling red jade embedded in her white eyes. They were filled with a bewitching and beautiful beauty. Whoosh, being stared at by Luo Qingtong's extremely bewitching blood-red eyes, he felt like his entire body was being seen through. The 100-ghost streamer trembled and subconsciously wanted to run away, but it was firmly bound in place by the aura of the 9-story exquisite pagoda. The 9-layered jewel pagoda was a supreme treasure comparable to the life and death duality sword. The 100 Ghosts banner was immediately suppressed by the 9-layered exquisite pagoda's aura. It was bound in the air and was completely seen through by Luo Qingtong from top to bottom. The Holy Tool spirit banner wanted to cry but had no tears. It was one thing for the girl in front of it to possess a terrifying holy tool. But now, there was a second one. Moreover, this holy tool's main function was to suppress. How could such a terrifying girl appear in such a low-level continent? She should be a peerless genius from an extremely powerful force in the outside world. She looked at the powerful aura floating within and suddenly raised her hand to draw out that strand of aura. The weapon spirit of the 100 Ghosts banner turned pale with fright. That was what it relied on to survive. If the body of the banner was damaged, it could still be repaired. But if that strand of aura that contained the power of the Saint Realm disappeared, it would really become a useless piece of trash like a fire stick. The 100 Ghosts banner struggled desperately to escape from Luo Qingtong's fingers. But with the 9-story exquisite pagoda around, its struggle to escape was futile. Just as the weapon spirit of the 100 Ghosts banner was in despair, Luo Qingtong returned the strand of aura of the Saint Realm that had been drawn away. So it's like this. The girl's eyes flashed with a bloody light, and she smiled happily. Ah? What's like this? What did she do? The weapon spirit of the 100 Ghosts banner was confused, but it had no chance to clear its confusion. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and put it back into her storage ring. Then, the bloody light in her eyes flashed violently. She felt the spiritual energy in the air around her and began to slowly close her eyes. A perfectly constructed spiritual energy pattern appeared in her mind. She even knew how to use the aura of the Saint Realm in it. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and pointed forward. Her finger slowly drew a line in the air. Countless amounts of spirit chi gathered and filled it. Luo Qingtong's finger was very steady as it continued to draw. More and more spiritual energy poured into it. Whoosh, when the last line was formed, the bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes became more and more intense. She pointed her finger at the inscription pattern that had taken shape. In an instant, the inscription pattern shone brightly. Boom! The huge amount of spiritual energy that had gathered was suddenly converted into a strand of power of the Saint Realm, borrowing the spiritual diagram. Bang! As Luo Qingtong waved her hand, the power of the Saint Realm contained in the inscription pattern instantly blasted outward. Rumble! In the sky above the 9-story exquisite pagoda, waves of spiritual chi suddenly exploded. The entire 9-story exquisite pagoda shook slightly. Holy shit! The moment Luo Qingtong made her move, Little Pig already knew what she was going to do, borrowing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to generate the power of the saint stage. This was the technique of a sage expert. It was an attack that could only be performed by a Saint Realm expert. It was an attack that borrowed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but now, Luo Qingtong had done it with a single inscription pattern. This inscription pattern was one of the middle-level inscription techniques recorded in the Immortal Slayer Palace. Little Pig knew about this inscription pattern. This was one of the human inscriptions, but this was an intermediate-level inscription technique. How long has it been since Luo Qingtong started learning inscription techniques? At most, it wouldn't be more than half a year. The inscription master disciples in the Immortal Slayer Palace had to study for several years before they could become a beginner. Those with better talents would need at least a year, not to mention learning intermediate-level inscription techniques. One had to know that after entering the door, one would be a true inscription master. When one walked out, one would enjoy the admiration of countless people. If alchemists, spiritual array masters, and blacksmiths were professions that were above tens of thousands of people, even martial artists and soul cultivators would revere them. Then, inscription masters were a profession that was above them. This was because an inscription master's inscription pattern could be used in almost any situation. If an alchemist could obtain an inscription pattern from an inscription master, the effect of the elixir he refined would be several times better than usual. This was the same for blacksmiths, spiritual array masters, and so on. An inscription master was the only profession that all other professions had to curry favor with. but at the same time, only 1 in 10,000 could become an inscription master. In the past, the Immortal Slayer Palace was extremely powerful and had disciples all over the world. It was known as the #1 Immortal Sect and the #1 Inscription Master Sect. However, there might not even be one inscription master among tens of thousands of people. Not to mention the advanced inscription masters and even more advanced inscription saint masters. Luo Qingtong's talent was too powerful. If the Immortal Slayer Palace was not destroyed, she would definitely be a peerless genius. She would be highly sought after among countless immortal sects and schools. Oh my god! You woman, you actually did such a thing. And you even succeeded. Little Pig already knew what Luo Qingtong was going to do when she asked people to collect the broken saint tools. He didn't expect this woman to actually succeed. This was heaven-defying, heaven-defying. If Tian Mingzi knew this in the underworld, he would be so happy that he would jump out from the underworld. Where could one find a peerless genius like Luo Qingtong? It was hard to find a peerless genius even when the Immortal Slayer Palace's inheritance was complete. Not to mention, after the Immortal Slayer Palace's inheritance was cut off, Luo Qingtong was only a beginner, but she actually succeeded. She became a true inscription master and started to cultivate the intermediate level inscription technique. Oh my god, even the most talented person in the Immortal Slayer Palace couldn't be compared to Luo Qingtong, right? Maybe I can take revenge for that old man Tian Mingzi. Little Pig thought to himself. Meanwhile, Luo Qingtong had already raised her hand and dispersed the spirit borrowing diagram she had drawn. Very good. Her assumption was right. With this soul borrow diagram, Grandfather Luo's strength would increase tremendously. He could use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth even though he wasn't a Sage Realm expert. Although the amount of spiritual energy he could use was limited, it was still a Sage Realm technique. Just a sliver of power was enough to make Old Man Luo look down on most of the powerhouses in the world. In fact, Luo Qingtong could forcibly raise Old Man Luo's strength to the level of a martial spirit, which was close to the level of a saint. However, that kind of strength was unstable. To Elder Luo, it was no different from spoiling a seedling by spoiling it. It was a waste of Elder Luo's talent and potential. It wasn't easy for Luo Qingtong to adjust Old Master Luo's body after his cultivation was crippled, allowing him to have better talent and potential than before. He could continue to advance. How could she cut off his future cultivation path just like that? If he forcefully raised his cultivation, Old Master Luo's strength would be limited in the future. Luo Qingtong naturally wouldn't do that. In that case, he could only seek other ways to increase the old man's strength. It just so happened that when Luo Qingtong entered the 9-layered exquisite pagoda to give Xianxia a copy of the inscription scroll, she saw this spirit borrow diagram. Originally, he wanted to save it for future research and experiments. Now, it just so happened that it came in handy. This spirit borrowing diagram wasn't difficult for Luo Qingtong to draw. After all, she had seen Sage Realm experts in action several times. However, this didn't mean that she had completely succeeded. She still needed to find a suitable sage aura for Elder Luo and infuse it into the spirit borrow diagram. Then, she would draw it on Elder Luo's body. That was why Luo Qingtong had asked the people of the Black Field to search for the broken sage artifacts. She wanted to find a sage aura that was compatible with Elder Luo's and then adjust the spirit borrow diagram. Then, Elder Luo would be able to borrow the power of the sage through the array on his body. This spirit borrow diagram was to use the human body as a weapon and draw inscription patterns on it. Then, through the inscription patterns, one could use the power of heaven and earth to generate the power of the sage. The art of inscription patterns was so profound. It was so powerful, no wonder Tian Mingzi was so arrogant back then. Luo Qingtong practiced the spirit borrow diagram repeatedly in the 9-story exquisite pagoda. She wanted to draw it on Elder Luo's body in one go so that he could use the power of the sage to the greatest extent. It would become his biggest trump card. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Just as Luo Qingtong was focused on drawing the spirit borrow diagram, Feng Wuan had already brought a group of people to the main city of the Black Field. Looking at the huge black city in front of her that looked like a giant beast, Feng Wuan's eyes flashed and became more and more excited. Ming Zun of the Black Field was inside. To be able to cover the sky with one hand and establish an independent city that was completely under his control and that the 4 sacred dynasties couldn't do anything about. The difficulty and power of this was shocking. Feng Yuan didn't know how strong Ming Zun was, but he was definitely the strongest man she had ever seen. It was said that that wasn't his true strength. For some reason, Ming Zun couldn't use his full strength. But even so, that man's strength was already unparalleled. Then, how strong was his true strength? Feng Yuan called herself the chosen one, so the man she was looking for naturally had to be the strongest. Moreover, Ming Zun of the Black Field was indescribably handsome, like a celestial being. This kind of man was naturally the most suitable for her. It didn't matter if he didn't have the same physique as Yu Wenma. To the Blackfield City Lord Mansion. Feng Yuan's figure swept past the path of the underworld outside the Black Domain main city. With a swoosh, he rushed into the Black Domain main city's wide-open city gate. Behind her, a group of subordinates competed to follow her. At the same time, in the Blackfield City Lord Mansion, Luo Qingtong had used up all her mental energy in the 9-story exquisite pagoda before coming out. Then, he washed his hair and changed his clothes. Sitting there, he rubbed the 9 Netherworld Phoenix ring on his left ring finger. Yi Qianren, that man she didn't know what he's doing now. Luo T. Although the other party wasn't by her side, her surroundings were constantly filled with traces of the other party. The protection of the Black Field, the treatment in the main city, that man had given her everything he had. This was the feeling of being protected by someone. Luo Qingtong had been hunted down for so many years in her previous life, but she had never experienced the feeling of being protected by someone like this. That feeling was very subtle. It was as if her entire heart had softened. At this moment, a voice came from outside. The Blackfield powerhouse who came to report had a strange expression on his face. Not for anything else, but the person who came to seek an audience with the Honorable Lord. He said that he had the medicinal herbs that the Honorable Lord needed. These days, the Blackfield main city tried its best to purchase the medicinal herb that Luo Qingtong wanted. They even mobilized their connections in the Blackfield, but they couldn't find any information about that medicinal herb. They did find many medicinal herbs with similar medicinal properties, but Luo Qingtong said that they couldn't be used after looking at them. They were missing the most important medicinal property. Now that someone came to their door with medicinal herbs and specifically asked to see the Honorable Lord, the people in the Blackfield main city were in a difficult position. Because this matter was a complete blunder, the Honorable Lord wasn't even here. Okay, it was Lord Evil Doctor who was here, but they were afraid that if they told the truth, the other party would leave. Therefore, they could only report this matter to Luo Qingtong and see how she would resolve it. Someone wants to see you? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. Is it because of the medicinal herb? Luo Qingtong thought of this in an instant. After all, after she came to the Blackfield main city, she told the other party not to disturb her unless it was about the things she was looking for. She wanted to focus on practicing the spirit borrowing diagram. Yes. The Blackfield powerhouse nodded, then said, but the other party specifically asked to see the Honorable Lord. Lord Evil Doctor, you see, this. Oh? Luo Qingtong got up from the bed and put on a colorful robe. The girl's face was stunningly beautiful. Her long hair, which had just finished bathing, was draped over her shoulders, making her face look even more petite. But the domineering aura in her eyes was very sharp and obvious. Who was the other party? Why did they specifically ask to see Xianxia? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. If the other party was really looking for Xianxia for business, she couldn't go and see them. It was even more impossible for him to use Xianxia's name to agree to anything. After all, that man was so protective of her. She couldn't possibly cheat him on such a matter. Although Xianxia meant that she could do whatever she wanted and not have to worry about so much, she didn't have to. But Luo Qingtong still had a bottom line. She would never let down those who treated her well. It's a person called Heavenly Doctor Sacred Hand. As the Blackfield expert spoke, he carefully looked at Luo Qingtong's expression. He didn't know if she knew this person called the Heavenly Doctor Sage Hand. The other party's reputation had risen recently. Furthermore, with the Blackfield's ability to gather information, the expert from the Blackfield who came to report naturally knew about the rumors circulating outside, saying that Evil Dr. Ghost Eye's ability was not as strong as Heavenly Doctor Sage Hand's. There were even some Holy Dynasty influences that wanted to see Luo Qingtong. After obtaining the help of the heavenly doctor's sage hand, they directly spread rumors that Luo Qingtong was hiding her head and showing her tail, fishing for fame and compliments. The pills that she took out for auction, they didn't know if she refined them herself. After all, Luo Qingtong had shown her age several times. She obviously didn't look like someone who could refine pills. The alchemists of the True Spill continent had all reached the pinnacle of alchemy before they comprehended and sublimated. In contrast, Luo Qingtong's age was really too young. In addition, she basically didn't show her face, nor did she accept the goodwill of any influence. Those influences were looking for her everywhere, but they couldn't find her. In their anger, they naturally spread these rumors. Oh? Hearing this, Luo Qingtong's eyebrows shot up. Heavenly medical divine hand? Luo Qingtong chuckled. What a coincidence. She failed to keep the other party in Prince Ning's mansion, but now the other party came to find her, and the other party even asked to see Xianxia. She thought of the other party spreading the rumor that the evil Dr. Ghost I was not as good as the heavenly medical divine hand, and the other party's nickname of using heaven to suppress evil and holy to suppress ghosts. The smile on Luo Qingtong's lips was indescribably evil. Okay. Ask her to wait in the main hall. Remember, don't tell her my identity. She would let the other party think that she was Yi Qianxian. Let's see what kind of tricks the other party could play. Luo Qingtong was looking forward to it. The other party specially came to ask for medicinal herbs because she was going to say something to Yi Qianxian. Thinking that there would be a good show to watch later, Luo Qingtong's lips curled up even higher. She tied up the colorful robe on her body. After dressing up a little, a peerlessly beautiful, androgynous young man appeared in the room. The colorful robe was extremely beautiful, making Luo Qingtong's skin look like cold jade. The evil and enchanting aura was peerless. Luo Qingtong smiled and put the Rakshasa ghost mask on her face. Then, she walked out of the room with Little Pig in her arms. Let's go. Let's go meet that heavenly medical divine hand. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Feng Wan's eyes flashed with surprise and determination when she heard that Ming Zun was willing to see her. As long as she could meet Ming Zun, she could let him know how outstanding she was. That evil Dr. Ghost I might not be able to compare with her. Feng Wan had great confidence in her ability to refine medicine. For so long, she had only suffered losses at the hands of two people. The first time was when the martial emperor subordinate she sent to Dongli State was killed. The other time was now in Prince Ning's mansion. However, the person who attacked her was so skilled in poison. She didn't know where this hidden expert came from. It was normal for him to lose to such a person. But that evil Dr. Ghost Eye, he might not lose to her. The simplest proof was that the poison in Luo Qingtong's eyes had not been completely neutralized. Luo Qingtong's clear eyes turned bloodshot as she recalled the news she had received from her subordinates. Although it looked perfectly fine, Feng Wan knew that the pair of eyes had been crippled. With the impurities, the other party's eyes were no longer pure. That was why she mercifully let him off and didn't send anyone else to kill him. Because it was no longer worth it. Therefore, this evil Dr. Ghost I was definitely not his match. Her medical skills and alchemy skills were no match for his. Thinking of this, Feng Wan's expression became even more joyful. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from behind the screen in the middle of the hall. It seemed that someone had walked in from behind. Hearing the sound, Feng Wan's expression suddenly became serious. She raised her eyes and looked at the screen. A figure was faintly reflected on the screen made of good quality. Are you the one who brought the medicinal herbs to see me? What do you want? The figure stood still behind the screen, and a voice came out from it. Was it Ming Zun of the Black Field? Feng Wan looked at the figure standing behind the screen and was pleasantly surprised. She stood up and bowed to the person behind the screen. Then, she said resolutely, I'm the heavenly holy hand. I brought the medicinal herbs here for no other reason than to be by your side. Feng Wan didn't hide her ambition to replace Luo Qingtong in her words at all. She knew that those in power liked to see their subordinates give up everything for them. Compete with each other. She believed that Ming Zun would agree to her request. Oh? Luo Qingtong, who was behind the screen, was about to laugh when she heard it. She looked through the screen at the white-robed figure standing in front of her. Under the Rakshasa mask, there was a devilish smile full of interest. She was wondering what this heavenly divine doctor wanted to do by asking to see Xianxia. It turned out that she wanted to replace her. Those words were full of ambition. Although there was a hint of reservation and arrogance in them, she could still hear them clearly. Luo Qingtong's interest was piqued, and she decided to play with her a little more. Is that so? You should know that there's already evil Dr. Ghost Eye in the black field. The voice behind the screen sounded, and it was hard to tell whether it was happy or angry. Feng Wan's eyes lit up when she heard it. Not for anything else, but since the other party had answered, it meant that he was already considering it. Otherwise, he wouldn't even answer. Thinking of this, she became even more excited. Her eyes burned as she looked at the figure behind the screen, and she said word by word, as the saying goes, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, a fine lord chooses a general to follow. With the lord's status, he naturally needs to choose the best doctor to accompany him. Although evil Dr. Ghost Eye's reputation is great, she may not be able to compare to me. Could it be that the Lord wants to discard a fine tree and not use it, and choose a rotten piece of wood that's worse than rotten? When Feng Wan said this, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes behind the screen. Fine tree, rotten piece of wood, who was she insinuating? She, evil Dr. Ghost Eye, was a rotten piece of wood that was inferior to her, but this heavenly divine doctor had become a rare divine tree of heaven and earth. In her mind, Little Pig was also making a fuss with a snort. Holy sh*t, this heavenly doctor is too shameless. She wants to step on you to get to the top. Also, listen to what she's saying. If the person standing here is really Yi Qianxian, does that mean that I'm not a wise ruler if I don't choose her? Does that mean that I don't have foresight? Why would I choose a rotten piece of wood over a piece of rotten wood like you? Don't be so shameless. This person's skin was even thicker than the city walls. No, I can't take it anymore. As Little Pig spoke, he jumped out of Luo Qingtong's arms and pushed down the folding screen. She would let the other party see who she was talking about. Bah, shameless to the extreme. Boom. The screen collapsed in front of him. Feng Wan thought that Ming Zun was moved by his words and became angry. She had already guessed that this would be the result when she said those words to provoke him. She had even thought of what she would say to resolve the situation. That man would definitely have a whole new level of respect for her and understand the unparalleled wisdom hidden under her identity. However, just as she was about to resolve Yi Qianxian's anger with a face full of confidence and make him admire her, Feng Wan raised his head and saw Luo Qingtong's Rakshasa ghost face that she had never imagined. Why is it you? Looking at the handsome youth standing in front of him, whose demonic and enchanting aura couldn't be concealed even with the ferocious ghost face, Feng Wan's expression completely froze. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye? Why is it her? Where's Ming Zun? Evil Dr. Gui Tong, you don't have the right to meet me on his behalf. Feng Wan stood up from her seat and looked at Luo Qingtong with resentment. Being treated as a joke for no reason for a long time, Feng Wan's face hidden behind the white jade mask was indescribably embarrassed. She had never been played like this before. This evil Dr. Gui Tong was really too hateful. Feng Wan looked coldly at Luo Qingtong. Before the latter could say anything, the Blackfield expert who accompanied her had already frowned coldly and looked at Feng Wan, whose face was full of resentment. He suddenly reprimanded, impudent. How can you casually question Lord Evil Doctor's qualifications? My lord is not here. All matters in the Blackfield will be decided by Lord Evil Doctor. Who do you think you are to dare to reprimand Lord? That Blackfield expert's expression was unfriendly. Luo Qingtong was their future mistress. How could she allow others to casually reprimand her? Furthermore, this heavenly doctor obviously came with ill intentions and was trying to sow discord outside the screen. She should be glad that it was Lord Evil Dr. Gui Tong who was here. If the Lord was here and heard her words, she would have lost her life long ago. How could the future mistress of the Blackfield allow others to be impudent in front of her? Furthermore, this heavenly doctor was delusional enough to want the Lord to abandon the mistress. That Blackfield expert's reprimand carried a cold attack. Being yelled at by him, Feng Yuan instantly felt as if he had been hit in the head. His entire body was on the verge of collapsing as he took a few steps back. Mistress. The two subordinates on her left and right saw the situation and hurriedly supported her to prevent Feng Yuan from falling to the ground. You people from the Blackfield are too much. How can you casually injure people? One of her subordinates reprimanded harshly. Humph. Insulting Lord Evil Doctor is equivalent to insulting the Lord. I'm already being merciful. If you don't want to suffer physical pain, then tell your master to keep his mouth shut. Don't say anything that will anger us from the Blackfield. The Blackfield powerhouse said coldly. If it weren't for the fact that the other party still had the medicinal herbs that Luo Qingtong wanted, he absolutely wouldn't have acted so lightly. How dare he try to sow discord in front of the Lord and speak ill of Lord Evil Doctor in front of the people from the Blackfield? He was really courting death. You. Feng Wan's two subordinates had ugly expressions. Just as they wanted to say something, Feng Wan raised his hand to stop them. The face hidden under the white jade mask was deathly pale. Feng Wan raised his head to look at the elegant youth standing behind the screen. She never thought that Evil Dr. Ghost I would have such a high status in the Blackfield. The power and love that Ming Zun gave her was actually so great. Was it because of her medical and alchemy skills that were praised by others? If she had known it would be like this, how could she have missed the opportunity? Feng Wan looked at Luo Qingtong and couldn't hide the jealousy in her heart. She looked at Luo Qingtong and said, I don't think what I said just now was wrong. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye, everyone says that your medical skills are unparalleled and your alchemy skills are unparalleled. I don't think so. As she spoke, she arrogantly pushed away the people who were supporting her. She raised her head to look at Luo Qingtong and said, if you're really proud of your strength, then compete with me. If you win, I'll give you the Heavenly Water Jade Heart Lotus in my hands. If you lose, you'll admit that you're not as good as me and leave the Blackfield and Ming Zun. How about it? Do you dare to compete with me? Feng Wan's eyes were gloomy and cold. At this time, she also saw that the Heavenly Water Jade Heart Lotus was what Luo Qingtong wanted. Since that was the case, she would take this opportunity to destroy Evil Dr. Ghost Eye's reputation. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes at Feng Wan. The little pig in her mind was already throwing a tantrum. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and agree to her request. Crush her to death. F***ck. This Heavenly Doctor's words are too arrogant. Where did she get the face to do that? Is her reputation comparable to yours? Compared to you, she's not even worth a fart. Who gave her the confidence? She actually wants to compete with you in medical skills and medicine refining skills? She doesn't even know that the person who almost tortured her into a dog in the King Ning estate was you. No, I get angry when I see her face. Hurry up and slap her face. Hurry up and slap her face. Luo Qingtong ignored it. She pressed down on its pink and round body and looked at Feng Wan. Not interested. She turned around to leave as she spoke. If you want to sell the Heavenly Water Jade Heart Lotus, then sell it. If you don't want to sell it, then take it back yourself. I don't care. What? Little Pig almost jumped up in Luo Qingtong's arms. It shouted in disbelief in Luo Qingtong's mind, are you serious? You're going to let this Heavenly Doctor go just like that? Besides, don't you really need that Heavenly Water Jade Heart Lotus? It's such a good opportunity. Why don't you go? Slap her face. Then you can win that Heavenly Water Jade Heart Lotus. What a good opportunity. Even if I don't compete with her, I can still get that Heavenly Water Jade Heart Lotus. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent, but a cold glint flashed through her eyes. She's not worthy of me betting for her. She wants me to bet with Xianxia. Is there something wrong with this Heavenly Doctor's brain? Even if I don't compete with her, I have countless ways to get that Heavenly Water Jade Heart Lotus. Why must I compete with her, just to slap her face? Luo Qingtong sneered in disdain. If the other party hadn't made a prompt decision in Prince Ning's mansion, who knew what would happen to him now? How dare he suggest to compete with her? He even dared to ask her to leave Xianxia. Luo Qingtong was too lazy to pay attention to the other party. However, Feng Wan didn't think so. When she saw that Luo Qingtong didn't accept her challenge, she thought that she was afraid of her. She immediately said coldly, Evil Dr. Gui Tong, are you afraid? Afraid of losing to me? If that's the case, then you should leave the Blackfield immediately. Leave Ming Zun. A person without ability is not qualified to stay by his side. Feng Wan said proudly. Luo Qingtong didn't even dare to accept her challenge, which meant that the other party didn't have the confidence to win. If that was the case, what right did he have to stay in the black field and stay by Ming Zun's side? She, the heavenly doctor, was the one who had the right to stay in the black field and enjoy her current glory. Hearing the arrogance and disdain hidden in Feng Yuan's words, Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. She was just about to turn around and leave when she suddenly stopped. Some people the more you ignore them, the more they jump around. Luo Qingtong coldly narrowed her eyes and looked at Feng Yuan's figure hidden in the white robe. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. As long as you can take out something that is worthy of Ming Zun's identity in the black field, I will compete with you. Otherwise, who are you mocking with a heavenly water jade heart lotus? Humph. Feng Yuan looked at Luo Qingtong and sneered. This evil Dr. Gui Tong didn't have any more tricks, right? She wanted to use this method to shut her mouth. Unfortunately, she really had such a treasure in her hands. Thinking of the thing she had in her hands, Feng Yuan clenched her teeth. She couldn't trap the wolf without risking the child. The other party was clearly looking for an excuse. She definitely couldn't let her run away. Swoosh, a palm-sized cauldron instantly appeared in her hand. Then, she raised her hand and the cauldron instantly grew with the wind. In an instant, it turned into a huge cauldron that was more than 10 meters tall and covered in a diagram of the sun, moon, and stars. The cauldron emitted an ancient and boundless aura. It was obvious that it wasn't an ordinary item. Even with Luo Qingtong's eyesight, she couldn't see through its level for a moment. At this moment, Little Pig's voice suddenly rang out. Square immortal cauldron. He exclaimed in Luo Qingtong's mind. Then, he hurriedly said, quick, quick, quick. Hurry up and agree. I didn't expect that the square immortal cauldron that had disappeared for a long time would appear here. This is a good treasure. This heavenly doctor seems to have obtained a great opportunity. She has the heavenly water jade heart lotus and the square immortal cauldron. She definitely doesn't know how precious this cauldron is. Master, hurry up and agree. In the future, you won't have to worry about the cauldron exploding when you refine pills. Moreover, there are some things hidden inside that are beneficial to you and that man. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Little Pig's voice was indescribably anxious. It was as if the square immortal cauldron would grow legs and run away if he spoke slower. In fact, this cauldron was someone else's. Square immortal cauldron? Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. She looked at the huge cauldron and was about to ask for more details when she heard Feng Yuan's voice. This cauldron is a peerless treasured cauldron that I obtained by chance. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye, aren't you an alchemist? I bet this cauldron with the heavenly water jade heart lotus. It should be enough for you to compete with me, right? After all, this cauldron is a priceless treasure to an alchemist. As Feng Yuan spoke, he looked at Luo Qingtong with a mocking expression. Her heart was actually pained when she took out the square immortal cauldron. However, she was certain that Luo Qingtong was just looking for an excuse to ask her to take out a sufficient price. Thus, she endured the pain and took it out. As long as he could force the other party to compete with him, then defeat Luo Qingtong in front of everyone. This cauldron was still his. Feng Yuan was full of confidence. All right. Luo Qingtong looked at the cauldron and immediately stopped being pretentious. The treasure was right in front of her, yet the other party kept begging her to take it. If she didn't make a move now, she would be letting the other party down. Lord Evil Doctor. Upon hearing Luo Qingtong's agreement, the Blackfield powerhouse, who had originally heaved a sigh of relief because of Luo Qingtong's refusal, was shocked. My Lord Evil Doctor. Why did you agree? This was gambling with a High Lord. If the High Lord found out, the Blackfield expert's face instantly turned bitter. Lord Evil Doctor, you don't have to pay attention to this kind of person. If he had known earlier, he would have directly sent the other party vomiting blood with a single blow. Who would have thought that the other party would say something like that? She actually wanted the Lord Evil Doctor to compete with her. If she lost, she would have to leave the Blackfield and the High Lord. How could this be? If the High Lord knew, he would explode at any moment. The Blackfield expert hurriedly tried to stop her. Feng Yuan listened to the other party's words and instantly clenched her teeth in anger. When she defeated the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, these people in the Blackfield would know who they should curry favor with. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye, let's go out and compete. She looked at Luo Qingtong and said coldly. She wanted Luo Qingtong to lose her reputation in front of everyone in the Blackfield. this proved that the other party, the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, was simply inferior to her. Alright. Luo Qingtong looked at her and instantly understood her plan. Since the other party wanted to become famous so much, then she would help her. In the Blackfield main city, in the central arena of the Bloody Arena. The Bloody Arena in the Blackfield main city could not be compared to the Bloody Arena in the Blackfield subcity of the Eastern Fence Nation. There were countless experts in the Great Chu Sacred Dynasty. There were many people who came to compete in the Bloody Arena in the Blackfield main city. As for the central arena, it was the most central arena in the Black Region main city. The fighting ring here was not something that ordinary people could enter. Only the battles between Saint Realm experts would be held in this arena. At this moment, the people in the Blackfield main city saw that the huge defensive shield that covered the central arena in the center of the main city had opened. Rumble. As the light of the huge defensive shield opened, the people in the entire Blackfield main city were in an uproar. Did you see that? The defensive shield of the central arena has opened. Wow. Were there Sage Realm experts who were going to fight here? It must be. Otherwise, the defensive shield of the main city's central arena would not open for no reason. I'm so excited to be able to see a battle between Saint Realm experts. Let's go. Let's go and see. In an instant, countless figures suddenly flew into the air and rushed to the central arena from all directions in the Blackfield main city. However, when they arrived there, the people realized that it was not the battle between Saint Realm experts that they had imagined. In the central arena, there were two people standing on the left and right. One of them was wearing a white robe and a blank jade-white mask. When the snow-white robe fluttered, there was a faint feeling of floating immortality. The other person was dressed in red. His long robe fluttered in the wind, and he wore a ferocious and evil Rakshasa ghost mask. That terrifying face and that gorgeous robe formed a strong contrast. Just standing there, she was a synonym for absolute enchanting and evil charm. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye. The moment they saw Luo Qingtong, those who flew to the central arena instantly cried out in surprise. Most of them had only vaguely heard of Luo Qingtong's name. He knew that when she appeared, she was wearing a black cloak and a Rakshasa ghost mask. But today, when they saw Luo Qingtong dressed in a colorful robe, they still recognized this youth who didn't often appear in front of others, but who had almost set off a frenzy of pursuit across the entire continent, even though he was wearing a red robe. Oh my God! It was said that anyone who saw the evil Dr. Ghost Eye would be able to recognize him at a glance. I didn't believe it before. A powerhouse from the east muttered to himself. Am I the only one who is sighing? Is evil Dr. Ghost Eye really that young? Young man. He was really just a teenager. To think that I never believed him and thought that he was an old man. These were the words of a powerhouse who had rushed over from the west. All around the stage, there were all kinds of discussions about the nefarious Dr. Ghost pupil. Almost everyone recognized Luo Qingtong's identity in an instant. Even if there were some who didn't recognize her occasionally, they recognized her true identity with the help of the people around them. Ah, that's not right. What is the Blackfield main city doing by opening the central arena? Who is the person opposite evil Dr. Ghost Eye? With such a voice, everyone's eyes finally moved away from Luo Qingtong and fell on Feng Yuan. The latter had long been the focus of attention, yet she had been forgotten by everyone. She was so irritated that she clenched her teeth. Everyone was talking about evil Dr. Ghost Eye, but they didn't care about her at all. Were these people all blind? How could she not compare to evil Dr. Ghost Eye? Feng Yuan's eyes were ice cold. He looked at Luo Qingtong with increasingly resentful eyes. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Let's carry out this competition according to the orthodox competition between alchemists. How about it? This way, whoever loses will have no way to deny it. The orthodox competition between alchemists was a best-of-3 competition. Moreover, it had a fixed format. Feng Yuan proposed this competition because he didn't want Luo Qingtong to have an easy time. He wanted to humiliate her. At the same time, he wanted her to have no excuse. He wanted to humiliate Luo Qingtong in front of countless people in the Black Field. He wanted everyone to see just how big the gap between them was. Okay. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She could see through Feng Yuan's little thoughts at a glance. Since the other party wasn't willing to be released so quickly, and wanted to slowly accept the humiliation, she was naturally willing to fulfill her wish. Good. Feng Yuan looked at Luo Qingtong with cold eyes. The first competition will be the two of us. We will each refine a bottle of medicinal liquid, and then we will have the other party tell us the composition of each other's medicinal liquid. Whoever tells us everything first will win. Okay. Luo Qingtong nodded. Then let's begin. Feng Yuan sneered. She had great confidence in her alchemy skills. At the same time, she was born in the Great Yong dynasty. In the Truspill continent, besides a few rare treasures, what kind of medicinal herbs had she not seen? And evil Dr. Ghost I was only an alchemist from the Eastern Fence Nation's Black Field. It was rumored that she might be a direct descendant of some powerful family, or someone from that place. But Feng Yuan didn't think so. If Luo Qingtong was really from that place, how could she have such a weak cultivation? How could they rise from a low-level Blackfield city like Dongli country? She felt that the other party was just a person who had inexplicably obtained a fortuitous encounter. The biggest weakness of such a person was his shallow knowledge and lack of foundation. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan smiled coldly, raised his hand and set up a barrier around himself, and began to refine medicine. Shua. At the same time, Luo Qingtong also placed her own aura around her. She didn't need to use too much strength. In this central arena, the defensive barrier enveloping it would naturally prevent others from seeing through her aura and clearly seeing her refining process and medicinal ingredients. That heavenly doctor's background seems to be quite extraordinary. Within the Truspill continent, there was nothing that this person didn't recognize. What are you going to do? Little Pig looked at Luo Qingtong. You can't lose. That square immortal furnace. Enough. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and pinched Little Pig's nose. Don't worry. When have you ever seen me do something that I'm not confident in? She definitely won't win. Even if it weren't for the square immortal furnace, she still wouldn't let her win. Otherwise, where would she put her face as evil Dr. Ghost Eye? Not to mention, this person wanted her to leave Xianxia and replace him with her own identity. Thinking that this person might covet Xianxia, Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with killing intent. No one could touch the man she fancied. They look like they're going to refine pills. Looking at Luo Qingtong and Feng Yuan's actions, the surrounding crowd then realized that the two of them were going to compete in refining pills. Instantly, the crowd around them boiled with excitement. I heard that evil Dr. Ghost Eye's medical skills are unparalleled and his refining skills are astonishing. Moreover, he's already an alchemist. I didn't expect that he would be competing in refining pills with someone else here. This time, we're really in for a treat. That's right. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye's battle is even more exciting than a battle between sage state experts. No wonder the Blackfield main city would open the central arena. That's right. I wonder who's the one competing in refining pills with her. He's actually so daring to challenge Lord Evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Doesn't he know Lord's name? I know this. I heard that he's called Heavenly Dr. Divine Hand. He claims that his refining skills aren't any worse than evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Recently, he's been very active in the Holy Dynasty and is highly sought after by many forces. TSK. So it's a name that he's bragging about. What's there to be proud of? There are many alchemists who have been bragged about by those forces. How many of them can do what Lord Evil Doctor is doing? That's right. He's overestimating himself to challenge Lord Evil Dr. Ghost Eye. One must know that Lord Evil Doctor's reputation has spread all the way from the lower countries to here. There's no need to doubt his strength. Who knows how much of the flattery from those large forces are exaggerating? That's right. A group of people discussed animatedly. These voices passed through the defensive barrier of the central arena and into Feng Yuan's ears. Instantly, she was so angry that she was about to explode. She knew that evil Dr. Ghost Eye's reputation in the Black Field and the mainland was very big, but she didn't expect it to be to this extent. She had challenged the other party and these people actually said that she was overestimating herself. Were they that confident in evil Dr. Ghost Eye's strength? Humph. After this competition, these people will know that their words are a slap in the face. Feng Yuan's expression was icy cold. In the next second, stalks of rare medicinal herbs appeared in front of her. Looking at these herbs, Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold but proud light. Then, he began to refine the medicine. This time, she had come prepared. In these 3 matches, she must make evil Dr. Gui Tong lose miserably. When she began to refine the medicine, Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with a bloody light. She had also begun to refine the medicine. It was just that the medicinal herbs she had chosen were truly indescribable. Little Pig stared dumbfoundedly at the medicinal ingredients in her hands. His pig face instantly distorted to the point that it was unbearable to look at. My master. My ancestor. You're using these drugs to compete with her? Is there something wrong with your brain? Did you become stupid from chatting with me just now? I told you to win, not to lose. Little Pig's round and chubby body looked like it was about to jump up. Was this woman crazy? She actually used these medicines to compete with that heavenly doctor. Wasn't it obvious that he wanted to give the other party a chance to win? Master, no, ancestor. Can you stop messing around? Although it's a best of 3 match, it doesn't matter if you lose 1 match. But what if the other party turns the tables around? Little Pig was about to explode when he saw Luo Qingtong's actions. Rest assured my ass, Little Pig's face twitched as he looked at the bottle of medicinal liquid in her hand. There was no other reason. The medicinal liquid that Luo Qingtong used to refine was the lowest grade of medicinal herbs that were so low grade that they could be found all over the streets of low-grade countries. They were as inconspicuous as weeds, only the most ordinary and common medicine halls would purchase some of those medicinal herbs. Because the consumption of low-grade medicinal herbs was large, even if they were like weeds, it was sometimes too late to pluck them. Luo Qingtong actually used the medicinal liquid refined from these medicinal herbs to compete with the heavenly divine doctor. Wasn't this the same as delivering food to the heavenly divine doctor? That kind of medicinal liquid, even an ordinary person who had never cultivated before would be able to tell the medicinal ingredients in it, and could even refine 1 or 2. To be precise, it was similar to those medicines used to treat injuries. Little Pig almost fainted as he looked at the medicinal liquid. What the hell? It's so simple. Even a pig can say it out smoothly. What the hell is this woman doing? Just. As it was thinking this, on the other side, Feng Yuan had already finished refining the medicinal liquid and removed the protection around its body. I'm done. She proudly looked in Luo Qingtong's direction. The latter also removed the protection around her. I'm done too. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. The 2 of them handed over their respective medicinal liquids to the people of the Black Field. They also wrote down the names of the medicinal herbs needed to refine the medicinal liquid and handed them over to the people of the Black Field. Among them, there were many alchemists from the Black Field's main city. The Black Field's main city wasn't like the other Black Field subcities. Other than the alchemists cultivated by the Black Field, there were many alchemists from other forces. When these people heard that evil physician Ghost I was going to compete with the heavenly divine doctor, they immediately rushed over. First, they were there to act as referees. Second, they wanted to observe the battle between the 2. After all, Luo Qingtong and Feng Yuan's alchemy skills were above theirs. Ordinary heavenly alchemists couldn't be compared to them. Especially evil physician Ghost Eye, who was already an alchemist at such a young age. It was even more admirable, however, when those pharmacists received the medicinal liquid that Luo Qingtong handed over and the medicinal liquid formula that she wrote down, everyone's expressions instantly became incomparably strange. Their faces twitched as they looked at Luo Qingtong and then at the formula. They didn't know how to express their feelings. This Lord Evil Dr. Ghost I was truly too unconventional in playing his cards. Looking at their expressions, Feng Yuan's face darkened. Could it be that the medicinal liquid refined by the evil Dr. Gui Tong was extremely precious? Rare in the world? Was that why they had such expressions? That's right, the Black Field has plenty of resources. The amount of medicinal herbs that evil Dr. Gui Tong could obtain was not inferior to hers. However, the only thing she had that was better than Luo Qingtong was that she had seen all kinds of rare medicinal herbs since she was young. In this aspect, evil physician Gui Tong was definitely inferior to her. Even if there were Blackfield's resources to make up for it in the later stages. Her knowledge of medicinal herbs might not be as much as his. As Feng Yuan thought so, he immediately set his mind at ease. The 2 people's medicinal liquids were exchanged. Luo Qingtong's medicinal liquid was delivered in front of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's medicinal liquid was delivered in front of Luo Qingtong. The two of you each say the medicinal ingredients in the medicinal liquid. Whoever finishes first wins. As the Blackfields people spoke, they took out the names of the medicinal herbs that Luo Qingtong and Feng Yuan, the two of them, refined and covered it with a red cloth. Feng Yuan was brimming with confidence. She looked at the bottle of medicinal liquid that had been delivered to her. She opened it and prepared to sniff out the medicinal liquid's composition. She did not believe that the medicinal liquid refined by Luo Qingtong would be able to stop her. In this world, there were no rare medicinal ingredients that she did not know. However, when she opened the bottle, she was completely dumbfounded. What is this? Feng Yuan looked at the bottle of medicinal liquid that was presented in front of him in shock. Was this a medicinal liquid? The spirit qi contained in it was extremely thin. Not only that, but the medicinal energy contained within was weak and heterogeneous. Feng Yuan had lived for so long, but she had never seen such a heterogeneous and weak medicinal energy. This was a bottle of medicinal liquid? How could there be such a trashy medicinal liquid? Feng Yuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. She had grown up in a wealthy family. She had seen from a young age that even a strand of grass contained more spiritual energy than this medicinal liquid. At this moment, looking at this bottle of medicinal liquid in front of her, she was completely at a loss. The first princess of the Great Yuan dynasty had never seen the cheap medicinal ingredients of the lowest-ranked countries. Not to mention this kind of low-grade medicinal liquid that ordinary people could use for no reason. She had never even touched it before. In an instant, Feng Yuan's brain crashed. She looked at the bottle of medicinal liquid in front of her, her mind completely blank. On the other side, Luo Qingtong had already begun to leisurely speak of the medicinal ingredients in the bottle of medicinal liquid refined by Feng Yuan. Her speaking speed was extremely slow, stopping as she thought. It was as if she was waiting for Feng Yuan to catch up. However, no matter how much Feng Yuan racked her brains, she did not have the slightest impression of those cheap and low-grade medicinal ingredients. Her complexion was extremely unsightly. If it were not for that blank jade-white mask covering her face, it was likely that everyone around the central stage would be able to see her unsightly and ashen complexion. Wow! It can't be? What's the matter with this divine heavenly doctor? She can't even recognize such a simple medicinal liquid? I know all about it. That's right. What heavenly doctor divine hands? Blowing his own trumpet was shameless. You can't even recognize such a simple medicinal liquid. I think I should be the heavenly holy doctor. Haha. That's right. Even with our eyes closed, we can tell the ingredients of this medicinal liquid. What a joke. Heavenly medical sagehand. Lord Evil Dr. Gui Tong is obviously giving her a handicap, but she still can't win. I can't. I'm dying of laughter. This heavenly doctor wasn't here to compete, right? Is she here to be funny? There was a burst of laughter from below. Everyone looked at Feng Yuan on the stage as if they were watching a joke. He's even a heavenly doctor, not being able to identify the medicinal ingredients of such a simple medicinal liquid. It was really laughable. Just where did this heavenly doctor divine hand come from? Feng Yuan's expression was unspeakably ugly. Under the unsightly appearance, there was also an unbearable embarrassment. She boasted that her medical skills and medicine refining skills were not inferior to Luo Qingtong. In the end, she was crushed by the other party in such a manner in the first round. If she said that her speed was slower than Luo Qingtong, losing this round would still be alright. At least it would prove that her strength was not inferior to Luo Qingtong. It was just that her luck was slightly worse. She was one step behind, but now, she could not even name a single medicinal ingredient. But Luo Qingtong was neither hurried nor slow as she named one medicinal ingredient after another. This kind of crushing made Feng Yuan feel extremely humiliated in her heart. Haha. She can't say it out loud? Seeing this scene, Little Pig almost laughed himself to death. He thought Luo Qingtong was going to lose for sure. He thought Luo Qingtong was going to give the heavenly divine doctor a chance to win, and then crush him in the next 2 rounds. Little did he expect that the heavenly divine doctor couldn't say the ingredients of the low-grade medicinal liquid Luo Qingtong refined. Little Pig rolled around in Luo Qingtong's sleeve as he watched the heavenly divine doctor's sullen expression and the mocking laughter around him. Was there anything more face-slapping than this? Oh my god, Luo Qingtong's skill is simply amazing. Did you do it on purpose? How did you know she couldn't recognize it? Little Pig couldn't stop laughing. At the same time, he was full of admiration for Luo Qingtong. This face-slapping method was simply too ruthless. Other people would only slap the face, but Luo Qingtong's face-slapping was like a wheel rolling around. She used the cheapest and lowest grade medicinal liquid to slap the face. Everyone knew about it, but that heavenly divine doctor didn't know about it. She slapped the heavenly divine doctor's face until it was swollen. The heavenly divine doctor claimed that Luo Qingtong's alchemy skills were inferior to hers. The more arrogant the heavenly divine doctor was, the more ruthless the face-slapping was. Simply amazing. Luo Qingtong was going to ascend to heaven. Luo Qingtong smiled but didn't say anything. That heavenly divine doctor was obviously from a prestigious family. She was extremely arrogant and condescending, and even spoke in an arrogant and bossy manner. How could she know about the low-grade medicinal liquid that even ordinary people could refine, not to mention the ingredients used to refine the medicinal liquid? Most likely, when she first started to practice refining medicinal liquids, she started with precious medicinal herbs that ordinary people couldn't obtain, right? She directly skipped the refining steps of ordinary apprentice alchemists. This was the heavenly divine doctor's strong point, but it was also the heavenly divine doctor's weak point. I told you, she can't win. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. As she spoke, a blood-red light flashed in her eyes. Not only did she want the other party to be unable to win, she wanted to completely crush him. He wanted the other party to remember this humiliation the moment he heard his name. The heavenly doctor's ability to refine medicine was stronger than the evil doctor's ghost eye. That was impossible. It was just a joke. Evil, doctor, ghost, eye. When Luo Qingtong said the name of another medicinal herb, Feng Wan, who was almost driven mad by the ridicule of the surrounding people, finally exploded. She gritted her teeth and looked at Luo Qingtong. Don't be so smug. So what if you used such an opportunistic method to win this round? I'll crush you in the next 2 rounds. As she spoke, she turned around and faced the Blackfields people and the pharmacists on the stage. I admit defeat for this round. Let's move on to the next round. When Feng Wan said this, his voice was trembling. She was too angry. She didn't expect this evil Dr. Ghost Eye to be so cunning. He actually used this kind of trashy medicinal liquid that only low-level martial artists and ordinary people could use for her to identify. Feng Wan was the #1 princess of the Great Yong dynasty. She was also the #1 genius and a natural pharmacist. When had she ever touched this kind of trashy medicinal liquid? It was fine if she couldn't identify it, but she was also ridiculed by others who questioned her strength as a heavenly doctor. When had Feng Wan suffered such ridicule and humiliation? Moreover, she had previously said that her refining ability was stronger than Luo Qingtong. At this moment, all of these words were thrown back at her with a slap in the face. Feng Wan was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She directly admitted defeat for this round, so as to avoid suffering such ridicule and humiliation. In the next round, she wanted these people to know her true strength. Alright, the first round, evil Dr. Gui Tong wins. Following Feng Wan's admission of defeat, the people at the Blackfield side directly announced that Luo Qingtong had won this round. Hua! Lord Evil Dr. Gui Tong wins. Indeed, Lord Evil Doctor's strength is the strongest. A miraculous doctor who rose from nothing. Lord Evil Dr. Gui Tong's true strength is not something that ordinary people can compare to, okay? Moreover, she is also an alchemist. If she didn't refine medicine to the extreme, how could she possibly refine pills? This heavenly doctor really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. That's right. You see that she admitted defeat just like that, and she even said that Lord Evil Dr. Gui Tong relied on opportunistic methods to win. These words are really shameless. That's right. It's clearly her own foundation that is not solid enough. She can't even recognize the composition of this kind of low-level and simple medicinal liquid, and she still dares to say that it's Lord Evil Dr. Gui Tong's fault. This ability to make a false accusation is also amazing. A group of people were discussing animatedly below the stage, looking down on Feng Wan's words very much. If she lost, then she lost. She couldn't recognize the medicinal ingredients, and she still blamed Lord Evil Dr. Gui Tong. You couldn't even catch the questions that others gave you, and you still have the face to say it. If they encountered this kind of situation, they would have long plunged their heads into the ground, wishing that they could bury themselves in a pile of soil. Okay, really too shameless. The group of people was very disdainful in their hearts. When Feng Yuan heard these words, she was so angry that she clenched her silver teeth tightly. What did these blind trash know? If evil Dr. Gui Tong didn't rely on this opportunistic method, she wouldn't have been able to win the first round at all. Okay, she was just a person who only knew how to use unorthodox methods. In this round, she would let them see what a true genius alchemist was. Swish. Feng Yuan raised her hand and took back her bottle of medicinal liquid. She looked coldly at Luo Qingtong and said with a sneer, "This second round is competing on the effects of the medicinal liquid. Let's see who can maximize the effects of the medicinal liquid." Evil physician Gui Tong, in order to take advantage of the situation, you purposely concocted the most inferior and trashiest medicinal liquid. Let's see how much more effective this medicinal liquid can be. As she spoke, she smiled coldly and ordered someone to bring a martial artist up. That cultivator was a peak martial emperor. His face was deathly pale, as if he had taken some kind of poison or had some kind of injury on his body. Feng Yuan looked at the other party and said, "This person's internal organs were hit by an extremely insidious palm strike. If there is no treatment, his entire body will rot and turn into a pool of blood and die. The medicinal liquid in my hand can treat the injuries in his body. Watch carefully." As she spoke, she directly handed the medicinal liquid in her hand to that person and coldly said, "Drink it with the vinegar." The man trembled as he took the bottle of liquid medicine from her and drank it together with the vinegar that was served by the Blackfield people. Shwa. As soon as the medicinal liquid entered his mouth, his pale face began to slowly turn rosy. As soon as that person opened his mouth, he immediately felt that his voice had become full of energy. The pain in his internal organs also disappeared. He tried to shoot out a burst of energy. That burst of energy exploded on the stage. The attack power is very formidable, it didn't weaken the slightest bit. My injuries are healed? That martial artist doesn't dare to believe his eyes. His injuries were extremely serious, it was almost impossible to save him. That palm was practically going to shatter his internal organs. His opponent's medicinal liquid was able to cure him. That martial artist became extremely excited. Before he could kneel down to thank Feng Yuan, a mysterious and proud smile suddenly appeared on the latter's face. "It's not over yet," along with Feng Yuan's voice. Sounding out, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. That martial artist who was kneeling on the ground and was about to thank Feng Yuan suddenly exploded into a bloody mist one after another. Countless black auras spread out from the wounds all over his body like vines, spreading all over his body. Those strands of black auras were very thick and solid. At first glance, it looked like countless black earthworms crawling on his body. Feng Yuan narrowed her eyes and sneered. Looking at Luo Qingtong, she raised her head proudly. Ultimate medicine to ultimate poison. Evil Dr. Gui Tong, can you do it? Feng Yuan's heart was full of pride. Her ultimate medicine to ultimate poison was a combination of medicine and poison. The dual attribute reversal was her trump card. She dared to say that in this world, other than those old freaks who had studied alchemy to the peak, no one else would be able to do what she did. She was a natural alchemist and had the talent to become an alchemist. What was evil Dr. Gui Tong? If the ultimate medicine and ultimate poison in Luo Qingtong's eyes was really neutralized by evil Dr. Gui Tong, then the other party would definitely be inferior to her, because that ultimate medicine and ultimate poison was only one of her methods. It couldn't be compared to the ultimate medicine to ultimate poison that she was using now, extreme medicine and extreme poison. It was just that the arrangement of the medicine could be refined into medicine or poison. The final effect of the medicinal liquid was still a kind of medicine poison, but the medicinal liquid that she was refining now was both medicine and poison. Depending on the different ways of taking it, she could make it poison or medicine if she wanted it to be medicine. What could evil Dr. Gui Tong use to compare with her? Medicinal pills, qi. Those medicinal pills that were sold in the Blackfield city of Eastern Fence Country might not be refined by the other party herself. What's more, ordinary medicinal pills couldn't neutralize her ultimate medicine to ultimate poison. Even if evil Dr. Gui Tong was really an alchemist, how high could her alchemy level be? The true inheritance of an alchemist was not in this true spill continent. What evil Dr. Gui Tong knew was only the tip of the iceberg. Feng Yuan was very proud. She proudly looked at Luo Qingtong, her eyes sweeping over everyone present, and said, "Now you know what true strength is? Evil Dr. Gui Tong?" "Huh." Feng Yuan coldly smiled, clearly showing her contempt for Luo Qingtong. There was complete silence all around. If it was just now, her sneer would have caused everyone to attack her and laugh at her for overestimating her own capabilities. However, at this moment, everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at the cultivator who was rolling and screaming on the arena. The poison that erupted from the other party's body was so obvious. It wasn't there just a moment ago. Moreover, his injuries. This competition was supported by the people of the Dark Domain. It was absolutely impossible for the other party to tamper with it. That was to say, the other party had really turned her medicinal liquid into poison after curing that martial artist's injuries. Heavens! This alchemy skill was simply heaven-defying. The other party's reputation as a heavenly doctor was not undeserved. Her alchemy skills were actually so fierce, just as everyone was stunned by Feng Yuan's move. Yi Zichen suddenly spoke. She walked straight to the martial artist who was wailing and rolling on the stage. She raised her hand and handed over the bottle of medicinal liquid in her hand. "Drink it." Seeing Luo Qingtong's actions, Feng Yuan sneered. Her heart was filled with disdain. "Evil Dr. Gui Tong, the medicinal liquid that you refined is the most trashy medicinal liquid. Don't talk about curing my poison, it's not even certain if it will be effective on him. You don't have any other ideas, so you came here to play to the gallery?" Feng Yuan's heart was filled with disdain. She didn't believe that Luo Qingtong could use that bottle of medicinal liquid to cure her poison, only she knew about the fusion and transformation of the medicinal properties. Luo Qingtong definitely couldn't see through it in a short period of time, not to mention using a bottle of trash-like medicinal liquid to detoxify his own poison. Even if Luo Qingtong added the best things into that medicinal liquid, it wouldn't be as effective. After all, the other party's medicinal liquid's grade had already determined that its improvement was limited. Luo Qingtong was bound to lose this round. However, just as her voice fell, that martial artist who had been tortured to the point where his life was worse than death had already grabbed the bottle of medicinal liquid that Luo Qingtong had handed over and drank it in one gulp. He had no other ideas now. He could only use Luo Qingtong as his last life-saving straw. Evil Dr. Gui Tong's medical skills are unparalleled. She will definitely be able to save me. As he thought so, he drank the entire bottle of medicinal liquid in Luo Qingtong's hands without hesitation. "Humph." Feng Yuan sneered. The other party was just struggling on his deathbed. The medicinal liquid that Luo Qingtong refined was of such a low grade. To him, it was just like drinking plain water. When this person died from the poison, he would know how laughable his thoughts were, hoping that evil Dr. Gui Tong would use her low-grade medicinal liquid to save him, more like a dream. However, as Feng Yuan was thinking this, the martialist's body suddenly stopped moving. "Humph, dead." Feng Yuan looked at Luo Qingtong with a happy expression, and sneered, "Evil Dr. Gui Tong, you've lost." Seeing the martial artist's body suddenly stop twitching and rolling on the stage, Feng Yuan raised his head high. "Really? Look again." Luo Qingtong looked at her indifferently. "Humph. No matter how much you look." Feng Yuan's voice suddenly stopped. Her face was filled with shock as she looked at the warrior who suddenly stood up from the ring. The woman's face was flushed red, and her body, which looked like black earthworms crawling all over her body, was no longer there. The wounds all over his body had also completely healed. He was actually fine. "Look. The poison is gone. Oh my God. Evil Dr. Ghostai is indeed the most powerful. This is the ultimate medicine that has been turned into the ultimate poison. She can actually cure it. She's really too powerful." The crowd below the stage had already gone completely crazy when they saw this scene. They were shocked by Feng Yuan's methods before, and now they were shocked when they saw Luo Qingtong cure the poison. Evil Dr. Ghostai was indeed different from the rest. She could even cure this kind of heaven-defying method. In this world, other than those reclusive and rare peerless doctors, who else could be her opponent? The crowd cheered loudly. When Feng Yuan saw this scene, he couldn't believe it. "Impossible. There's no way that bottle of trash medicine of yours can cure my poison." It's true that I didn't cure your poison. As she spoke, she lifted her eyes to look at Feng Yuan, and the smile on her lips was unbridled. I did reverse your poison. As Luo Qingtong's voice fell, the surrounding voices instantly fell silent. What did Lord Evil Dr. Gui Tong say? The crowd below the stage was indescribably shocked. It seems like she said that she reversed the Heavenly Doctor's poison, a warrior murmured. Haha. Are you kidding? Did you hear wrongly? The Heavenly Doctor's hand can turn ultimate medicine into ultimate poison. It's already good enough that Lord Evil Doctor can cure the poison. How is it possible? Before the other warrior could finish his words, his voice was stuck in his throat. He looked at the scene in the arena with a shocked expression. Boom, all of a sudden an extremely powerful medicinal strength erupted from the poisoned martial artist's body. Under the effect of this medicinal power, the warrior's aura instantly soared. Boom. Boom. Boom, as the aura in his body broke through layer by layer. In the next second, with a pop, the aura around his body seemed to have broken out of a cocoon and suddenly soared. Martial Ancestor Realm, that pinnacle martial emperor powerhouse had shockingly risen to the martial ancestor realm under such circumstances. Everyone could clearly see that what that warrior drank was indeed the low-grade medicinal liquid refined by Luo Qingtong, which only had a trace of weak spiritual energy. Therefore, that majestic medicinal power was definitely not the effect of that bottle of low-grade medicinal liquid. Therefore, ultimate poison turned ultimate medicine. The poison that the Heavenly Doctor's hand put in that warrior's body was completely reversed. It turned into a majestic and vast medicinal power, which directly allowed that warrior to benefit from a disaster. His aura soared, and he broke through to the martial ancestor realm. Oh my god! Lord Evil Dr. Gui Tong actually did it. Ultimate medicine turned to poison, then turned to medicine. Oh my god, this is definitely a pinnacle battle between alchemists. And Lord Evil Dr. Gui Tong's move is simply amazing. It's not just amazing, it's simply unprecedented and will never be replicated. Any expert who was slightly knowledgeable about the situation let out a series of exclamations at this moment. Not for other reasons, but Luo Qingtong's skill was clearly superior to his when it came to the transformation of ultimate medicine and ultimate poison. Feng Yuan's transformation was because she was the one who refined the medicine. Naturally, she knew the details and also knew what method to use to reverse it. Don't think that she lifted something heavy in the arena like it was light. Who knew how many times she had practiced it in private, but Luo Qingtong, on the basis of Feng Yuan ultimate medicine to reverse poison from ultimate medicine, what she used was a completely unknown opponent's medicine. In addition, the bottle in her hand was a low-grade medicinal liquid. She completed this kind of reversal. Oh my god, everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. They simply did not know how to react. Feng Yuan was also dumbfounded. Ultimate poison to ultimate medicine evil Feng Luo Feng Ts use a low-grade AT1s. How did she do it? Feng Yuan looked at Luo Qingtong, her eyes filled with disbelief. But this time, she couldn't even utter the word impossible. If Luo Qingtong used that bottle of low-grade medicinal liquid to neutralize her poison, she could still suspect that the other party used other methods. But ultimate poison to ultimate medicine was something that couldn't be resolved even if she used other methods. This was a genuine contest of alchemy skills, and Luo Qingtong completely crushed her. She used extremely precious medicinal herbs and refined medicinal liquid of heaven grade and above. The poison after the reversal was shocking. But Luo Qingtong only used a bottle of low-grade medicinal liquid to reverse her poison. Second round, Evil Dr. Gui Tong wins. A voice announcing Luo Qingtong's victory resounded from the stage. Evil Dr. Gui Tong Darren, how did you manage to use a bottle of low-grade medicinal liquid to reverse the poison? The crowd of pharmacists looked at Luo Qingtong with burning eyes. Luo Qingtong's move was really too powerful. It wasn't something an ordinary person could do. They couldn't even imagine it. They had no idea how Luo Qingtong did it. Luo Qingtong looked at them with a smile that wasn't a smile. It's very simple. As long as you can purify that bottle of low-grade medicinal liquid a second time, it'll be fine. That's to refine medicine on top of the medicinal liquid. Luo Qingtong's bottle of low-grade medicinal liquid looked like it was still the same bottle of low-grade medicinal liquid. In fact, when she handed it to that martial artist, she had already used her eye technique to remove all the impurities inside. With Luo Qingtong's ability, that bottle of low-grade medicinal liquid was only left with a poison that could be compatible with the poison in that martial artist's body. Under such circumstances, when the other party drank that bottle of medicinal liquid, it naturally reacted with the poison in his body, directly reversing and synthesizing a new medicinal liquid. As long as they could see through the poison in the other party's body and remove the medicinal properties in the medicinal liquid, they could also achieve this. However, that wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Remove the medicinal properties? Refine medicine on top of the medicinal liquid? My God! Everyone was already gasping in amazement when they heard this. Not to mention the eyesight needed to see through the poison and medicinal properties in the other party's body, refining medicine on top of the medicinal liquid required a terrifying amount of control over the medicinal properties and the stability of the medicinal liquid. Everyone thought about it and realized that if it was them, they would definitely not be able to do it. They immediately admired Luo Qingtong even more. Feng Yuan also clenched her teeth for a while. She had previously said that Luo Qingtong relied on opportunistic tricks to win the previous round. This time, Luo Qingtong ruthlessly slapped her face back. If this kind of medicinal skill could be said to be opportunistic, then the difficulty of being opportunistic was too great. Moreover, she had originally thought that Luo Qingtong had only refined a bottle of trash medicine in the previous round, so she would definitely lose this round. However, he was ruthlessly and accurately slapped by the other party. How could her medical skills be so amazing? Damn it, if she had known, she would have used that trump card. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and looked at Luo Qingtong. The girl also raised her eyebrows and looked at her. Luo Qingtong was dressed in men's clothing. Standing there, she looked extremely enchanting and charming. She slowly walked in front of Feng Yuan and slightly raised her face covered by the Rakshasa ghost mask. The corners of her lips curled up as she looked at the white-robed man opposite her and said, "Best of 3 wins. Heavenly Divine Doctor, I still have to thank you for going easy on me. It would be impolite for a rotten piece of wood like me to refuse. I will kindly accept your cauldron and heavenly water jade heart lotus." As soon as Luo Qingtong's words came out, Feng Yuan's face instantly flushed red and her blood rushed to her head. Previously, she ran to the city lord's mansion and said in front of Luo Qingtong that she and the other party were rotten wood and good wood. She also said that Luo Qingtong, this rotten piece of wood, was not worthy to stand beside Ming Zun and that she, this good wood, was the most suitable. This time, she was slapped in the face by Luo Qingtong. Not to mention that she lost 2 rounds in a row, she was still crushed. Feng Yuan's heart was filled with hatred and her entire body trembled. What was called humiliation? This was called humiliation, in front of everyone's eyes, in front of everyone's eyes. Not only that, she had also lost 2 treasures, the heavenly water jade heart lotus and the square immortal cauldron. She had personally delivered these 2 items to Luo Qingtong. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan felt a fishy sweetness in her throat, and she was about to vomit blood. She fiercely pinched her palms, looked at Luo Qingtong, and said, "Evil physician Ghost Eye, I want to compete with you again." Previously, she had underestimated her opponent. This time, she would definitely not. That trump card of hers could definitely defeat Luo Qingtong. "I'm not free." Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows, turned around, and prepared to leave. She had already gotten the items, and she had more or less crushed her opponent. She had no time to play house with her opponent. Those 2 items, the heavenly water jade heart lotus and the square immortal cauldron, she had to go back and study them properly. How could she have the time to dawdle with her opponent, if not for the fact that this heavenly doctor had paid a sufficient price previously? Luo Qingtong would not have bothered with her. Evil physician Ghost Eye. Seeing Luo Qingtong turn around and prepare to leave, Feng Yuan gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to break. Since when had she been ignored like this? She would definitely return all the humiliation that the other party had given her in a while. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a stern look. Within it, a faint purplish-green color flashed past. "You and I will compete again. This time, we won't compete in anything else. Let's compete in identifying herbs with a mask, and see who can identify more herbs. How about it?" As she spoke, she looked at Luo Qingtong with a cold smile. "Aren't your medicinal skills unparalleled? Then your ability to identify herbs is definitely above mine. If you win this round, from now on, I will avoid you like the plague when I see you. In the future, I will never step into the black field again, and I will never appear in front of Ming Zun again. When Feng Yuan said this, she was also ruthless. This time, she would definitely be able to defeat Luo Qingtong. She did not believe that she would not be able to defeat her opponent with her extraordinary eyes. Luo Qingtong looked at her and raised her eyebrows. Just as she was about to say something, a voice suddenly entered her ears. Luo Qingtong's expression instantly changed. Not interested. She turned to leave after saying that. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Seeing that she was about to leave, Feng Yuan instantly became anxious. Are you scared? This time, I will definitely beat you. If you have the ability, then accept the challenge. Otherwise, even if you won the previous 2 rounds, I don't think you're better than me. That's your business. Luo Qingtong didn't even bother to look at her. It doesn't matter if you're willing to admit that you're inferior to me. As for me being afraid of you. Luo Qingtong leaped up. Wait till you can do what I just did to turn poison into medicine, then you can talk to me about this. As she spoke, her figure disappeared from the arena. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Feng Yuan's heart was filled with embarrassment. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Luo Qingtong's words were really a slap to her face. She wanted to provoke Luo Qingtong into competing with her in the 3rd round, but Luo Qingtong didn't accept it at all. She directly used the result of the 2nd round to slap her face. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan couldn't do anything about it. If she was able to do what Luo Qingtong did just now, why would she even think of using the 3rd round to make a comeback? This evil Dr. Ghost Eye was really too hateful. She was obviously deliberately humiliating her like this. Feng Yuan's heart was filled with hatred to the extreme. The whispers around her and the mocking and disdainful gazes directed at her made her feel extremely embarrassed. Not only did she fail to slap the face, she was also slapped. This was her current situation. Feng Yuan came to the main city of the Black Field in high spirits, wanting to replace Luo Qingtong. Let's go. She shouted with shame and anger on her face. Sooner or later, she would return all of this humiliation to evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Just you wait. The group of people fled the Black Field main city in a sorry state like a pack of stray dogs. Luo Qingtong, after a few leaps, suddenly appeared at a corner of the wall behind the Black Field main city Lord Mansion. Grandfather, where are you going? Looking at a certain sneaky figure lying on the wall, Luo Qingtong's face was full of helplessness. Ah? Qingtong? Ouch. Luo Leoi, who was lying on the wall and secretly preparing to climb over, suddenly heard Luo Qingtong's cry and was startled. Before he could turn around, he missed a step and fell down from the several meters high wall of the Lord Mansion. Grandfather. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingtong flung her sleeve and hurriedly rushed over to catch Luo Leoi. This prevented him from falling flat on his face. Cough, cough, cough. Qingtong, you're back? Luo Leoi stood at the corner of the wall, his eyes darting left and right, unspeakably guilty. That's right. If I didn't come back, where were you going? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and asked him. She had already taken off the Rakshasa ghost mask on her face, and her long hair was also let down. She casually tied it into a bun on the side, looking playful and cute. In just a moment, Luo Qingtong changed from an androgynous, devilishly charming and peerless youth to an enchanting and beautiful young lady. She held her Rakshasa ghost mask, crossed her arms, and stood there looking at her grandfather with a pair of slanted eyebrows. Just now on the stage, she received a transmission from the Black Field main city Lord Mansion, saying that Luo Leoi seemed to want to secretly leave the Lord Mansion, so she hurriedly rushed back. No. No. Luo Leoi's gaze darted even more. I just want to. Yes, go out for a walk. I just want to go out for a walk. He slapped his thigh and said confidently. Grandpa just wants to go out for a walk. It's so boring. Do you have to make such a big fuss? You almost scared me to death. Is that so? Luo Qingtong looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Climb the wall and go out for a walk? You even brought a package with you? As she spoke, she fixed her gaze on the bag that old Master Luo was carrying. Old Master Luo's face twitched as he looked at the evidence of him running away from home. Yes, I am leaving. Seeing that he couldn't hide it any longer, Grandfather Luo gritted his teeth and squatted on the ground. Qingtong, don't bother about grandfather. This matter, you can't do anything about it. Old Master Luo's voice was muffled. Thinking of the news he had just heard about the Empress Dowager's groom selection in the city lord's mansion, his heart felt stifled. He knew that Luo Qingtong brought him to the Blackfield main city to help him. But he was no longer young, and he didn't have the strength. How could he match her? Even if Luo Qingtong could ask the Blackfield's power to help him, Grandfather Luo's heart wouldn't be able to get over his own hurdle. Not to mention, in short, don't bother about grandfather. Qingtong, you've been running around too much for grandfather's matters. You've even delayed the matters at the holy court of the Empire of Qin. Go back quickly. Grandfather is fine. I'll go out for a walk. Don't think about your grandmother's matters, so there should be no problem. Grandfather Luo's expression was desolate. He really didn't want to implicate his granddaughter and make her busy for him. Okay. Seeing him like this, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes and agreed immediately. She took her Rakshasa mask, turned around and said, "Hey, I've already gotten the complete pill formula and medicinal ingredients for the pill you took before. I wanted to restore Grandpa's youth. And I've also thought of a way to increase your strength. I guarantee that you'll be able to amaze the world. But since you're not willing, then forget it. Grandpa, you can go." She patted her butt and prepared to leave. However, after taking 2 steps, Grandpa Luo jumped to his feet and pulled him back. Qingtong. You, are you telling the truth? Master Luo looked at Luo Qingtong excitedly. You're really. He stuttered for a long time. Really? Luo Qingtong looked at him and nodded, her eyes full of smiles. Grandpa, I've already found the missing ingredient. I'll be able to refine the pill for you soon. Then you'll be able to regain your youth. As for your strength, I have a way to increase it so that you'll be able to use the power of the sage state. Luo Qingtong looked at old Master Luo's shocked face with his mouth agape. She smiled and asked, Grandpa, are you still going to give up? Give up my ass. Master Luo was about to be stunned by his precious granddaughter's words. She could restore his youth and let him use the power of the sage state. Oh my God, if it wasn't for his precious granddaughter who always kept her word, Master Luo wouldn't have believed it, but since it was his granddaughter who said it, Master Luo slapped his thigh. Go. Let's go back. Qingtong, how much time do you need to refine the pill? And what about increasing my strength? How do you do it? Can I make it in time for your grandmother's Empress Dowager's groom selection? He dragged Luo Qingtong back to the city lord's manor, his heart filled with indescribable excitement. He could become younger, and he could possess strength. Xianxia, wait for me to marry you. I'll do everything I can to stand by your side. I'll make it in time. Grandpa, you should rest well and conserve your energy. Luo Qingtong looked at old Master Luo's excited face and smiled. Then, she said, when I help you increase your strength, the effect will be the best. All right. Luo Qingtong's words were more effective than anything else to Grandfather Luo. Hearing this, he immediately went back to his room. He swore that if his granddaughter didn't call him, he wouldn't come out and jump around. After sending old Master Luo away, Luo Qingtong's eyes turned cold and the smile on her face faded. What's going on? She looked to the side and asked, did something happen to Empress Dowager Xianxia of Great Chu? Otherwise, his grandfather would not have been so disheartened and wanted to sneak away. Sir, there's news from the Great Yong Sacred Dynasty. After hearing that Empress Dowager Xianxia of Great Chu is looking for a husband, the 7th Prince of Great Yong has publicly expressed his love for her and is willing to give up all the honor and power in the Great Yong Sacred Dynasty to go to the Great Chu Sacred Dynasty to ask for Empress Dowager Xianxia's hand in marriage. At the place where Luo Qingtong was looking at, a figure of a strong man from the Black region appeared. Grandpa must have heard this news, so he left. Great Yong Sacred Dynasty? Her index finger tapped on the Rakshasa ghost mask in her hand. This was interesting. She had just found out that Princess Feng Yuan of the Great Yong Dynasty was the one who had plotted against the original owner of this body. Now, the 7th Prince of the Great Yong Dynasty was coming to steal her grandmother. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. Give me the information on the 7th prince of the Great Yong dynasty. Also, see who else accompanied him to the Great Chu sacred dynasty. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She wanted to see if Princess Feng Yuan of the Great Yong dynasty would come or not. If she came, she wanted to meet the first princess of the Great Yong dynasty, the first genius. Yes. Hearing this, the expert of the Black Field disappeared in front of Luo Qingtong. At the same time, Feng Yuan returned to the residence in the city where she had been hiding. Looking at the white robe and mask she had taken off, she could no longer hold back the violent anger in her heart. With a bang, she raised her hand and swept the pile of things, including everything on her table, to the ground. Crackle! There was a crisp sound of shattering. The group of maidservants and guards who followed Feng Yuan did not even dare to make a sound. They all lay motionless on the ground, waiting for Feng Yuan's anger to pass. Rumble! Feng Yuan raised her hand and directly flipped the square table in front of her to the ground. The table fiercely smashed into a maidservant who was kneeling on the ground. The latter let out a muffled groan, forcibly withstanding the violent force, not daring to cry out in pain even a little bit. Feng Yuan's eyes were red. Standing in the midst of the mess, she looked like an evil spirit who had crawled out of hell. She panted, thinking of the humiliation she had suffered in the main city of the Black Field today. She clenched her fists so tightly that she almost broke her finger bones. At this moment, she seemed to feel something and raised her hand to let everyone in the room leave. Master. After everyone left, Feng Yuan respectfully bowed his head and called out. A wisp of green smoke suddenly appeared in front of her. That wisp of green smoke suddenly transformed into a faintly discernible human silhouette in midair. Yes. The green smoke replied in a low voice, then said, "Where's my square immortal cauldron? Take it out, Master has found a way to open the first layer. Perhaps it will allow you to break through the limits of an alchemist earlier and become an alchemist." Before he could finish, Feng Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Square immortal cauldron. Master, Feng Yuan clenched his teeth, unable to speak. His heart was filled with extreme regret. If she had known that her master had a way to open the four-sided immortal furnace and help her become an alchemist, she definitely wouldn't have used the four-sided immortal furnace as a stake. But now, the square immortal cauldron had fallen into the hands of the evil doctor. Ghost Eye. Feng Yuan's fingernails dug deep into his flesh when he thought about how he had not only lost a person but also a treasure. What's wrong with you? Where's the four-sided immortal furnace? The wisp of green smoke also felt that something was wrong with her mood. Immediately, the smoke rolled and shouted sternly. Before Feng Yuan could finish speaking, the wisp of smoke had already searched her entire body, but it did not find any trace of the four-sided immortal furnace. Then, the smoke transformed into a large palm and slapped her hard, causing her to fall to the ground. Bastard! Do you know what kind of treasure that square immortal furnace is? When I gave it to you, I told you to take good care of it and not make any mistakes. The treasure within that square immortal furnace is extremely precious. I went through innumerable hardships to obtain it, and my soul almost scattered. Otherwise, how could I have fallen to such a low-level continent? How could you lose it? You deserve to die. As that wisp of blue smoke spoke, it instantly slapped towards her. That aura was wild and furious, not holding back at all. If Feng Yuan were to be struck by this slap, even if she didn't die she would be severely wounded. It could be seen just how furious the other party was. Master! Seeing this slap, Feng Yuan's heart chilled. She quickly shouted out, I didn't lose that square immortal furnace. It was stolen by someone else. She clenched her teeth, twisting the truth and saying, the other party is an alchemist in the Black Field that no one dares to approach. I am not her match. She saw the square immortal furnace and forcefully stole it away. Master, give me some time. I will definitely take that square immortal furnace back. As Feng Yuan spoke to her, she fiercely clenched her teeth. Losing to Luo Qingtong this time was the greatest shame of her life. Not only had she been humiliated and crushed in front of everyone, but she had also lost her treasure. She thought about how she had always wanted to break through to become an alchemist, but the square immortal furnace could actually help her become one. She felt a burst of regret in her heart. Black Field, alchemist? Hearing Feng Yuan's words, that wisp of blue smoke instantly stopped. She's actually someone from the Black Field? As that wisp of blue smoke spoke of the Black Field, there was a deep dread in her voice. Feng Yuan lowered her head, her eyes dark and gloomy. Just like this wisp of blue smoke disdained everything in the True Spill continent. However, towards the Black Field, dark supremacy, she was extremely afraid of the Black Field. With such fear, how could Feng Yuan not have suspicions? The strength of Ming Zun in the Black Field was definitely beyond her imagination. That was why Feng Yuan was so obsessed with Xianxia. Otherwise, with her arrogance, why would she be so persistent with a man who spoke so bluntly to her and didn't even want to meet her? Yes. Master, the other party is highly valued by the Black Field's underworld supremacy. He has a revered status in the Black Field. I was truly powerless and was unable to protect the square immortal cauldron. Please forgive me, Master. Humph. Since he's from the Black Field, then forget it. The wisp of green smoke snorted coldly when he heard this. Then, he said, fortunately, the things inside the divine cauldron are not things that ordinary people can obtain. Even if they fall into the other party's hands, it won't be a big deal. But you still have to get that divine cauldron back as soon as possible. Don't disappoint me again. Yes. Master, please rest assured. Feng Yuan lowered his eyes and said. Seeing the wisp of green smoke disappear in front of him, Feng Yuan slowly stood up with his hand on his chest. He raised his hand to wipe off the bloodstains on the side of his lips. His eyes were filled with a sinister light. Evil Dr. Gui Tong. How long until 7th Imperial Uncle and the others arrive? She transmitted her voice to the person outside the door. The 7th Imperial Uncle and the others have already traveled day and night. They should arrive at the Great Chu sacred capital within 3 to 5 days. The guard outside the door said respectfully. Very good. Let them move faster. She must have the Great Chu sacred dynasty in her hands. When the two dynasties merged, she would have the opportunity and bargaining chips to settle the score with evil Dr. Gui Tong. Evil Dr. Gui Tong, don't think that just because you have the Black Field's underworld supremacy protecting you, I can't do anything to you. That square immortal cauldron, I must get it back. The things you took from me and the humiliation you gave me, I will definitely return them all. While Feng Yuan was inwardly cursing in his heart, Luo Qingtong had already brought Little Pig to the depths of the mountains outside the Black Field main city. This place should be about done. Luo Qingtong looked around. She had come out to concoct pills. According to the records she had read before, this youthful rejuvenation pill was already considered an immortal pill. Luo Qingtong didn't know what grade of pill it was in this strange world. Thinking of the tribulation lightning she had attracted when she first started concocting pills, Luo Qingtong felt that it was necessary for her to find a secluded place to concoct pills. As for the Blackfield main city Lord Mansion, although it was safe, it was too big of a target. Moreover, people die for wealth, and birds die for food. Although the Blackfield's deterrence was great, it couldn't withstand the temptation of greed. If someone really wanted to take the risk, the Blackfield main city Lord Mansion wouldn't be safe. After all, who knew how many hidden experts there were in the Blackfield main city? Luo Qingtong had found the heavenly water jade heart lotus for her grandfather, so she naturally wouldn't allow any mistakes to occur during this concoction. Therefore, after some consideration, she came to the mountain range outside the Blackfield main city. The mountains here were stacked on top of each other. Luo Qingtong's eyes flickered with blood-red light. Soon, she found a suitable place for concocting pills. Luo Qingtong set up a formation in the surroundings. Then, she raised her hand and took out the square immortal cauldron. Whoosh, the square immortal cauldron shrank in Luo Qingtong's palm. It was only the size of a palm. However, when it was placed on the ground, it instantly grew with the wind. With a whoosh, it became dozens of meters tall. The ancient and boundless aura around it spread out in all directions as it grew. What's the origin of this immortal cauldron? Luo Qingtong looked at Little Pig and asked. This fellow had been asking her to take down the divine cauldron ever since the cauldron appeared. He seemed to be very familiar with it. You don't know this, but legend has it that this divine cauldron is a treasure left behind by a divine king. The treasure left behind by that divine king is inside, Little Pig said mysteriously. And that's not the most important thing. Most importantly, it was said that this treasure contained clues related to the God King's inheritance and treasure trove. But after so many years, no one has found it. So you know how precious this divine cauldron is? That heavenly doctor definitely doesn't know how precious this divine cauldron is. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't compare this divine cauldron with you. Little Pig chuckled mischievously as he spoke. Everyone has gone crazy searching for this thing outside. I never thought that it would appear in the true Spill continent. You're lucky to have met someone who doesn't know what's good for you. If that heavenly doctor knew that this divine cauldron was such a treasure, yet she gave it to you herself, I wonder how much blood she would vomit. Who told her to be so arrogant? Now she was a fool, wasn't she? Little Pig was amused as he thought about this. He had been angry at that heavenly doctor's provocation. But now, he wished that there would be more fools like her, who would complain about having too many treasures. Divine King's treasure? Luo Qingtong looked at the square immortal cauldron, her eyes flashing. Her eyes instantly turned as red as blood. Eye technique activated. In this blood red, Luo Qingtong saw that there were 3 layers underneath the square immortal cauldron. However, those things and the interlayers were filled with a dense energy. Luo Qingtong couldn't see it clearly at all. She had only activated her eye technique for a while before she felt a piercing pain in her head. The light in her eyes dimmed in an instant. There are indeed things inside, but I'm not strong enough to take them out for the time being. Let's wait until later, Luo Qingtong said as she deactivated her eye technique. After a while, her eyes returned to normal. We're not in a hurry anyway. The divine cauldron is already in our hands. When your strength increases in the future, we can take those things out. Little Pig said, even if we take them out now, you might not be able to use them. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes slightly. Let's refine pills first. As she spoke, she raised her hand and set up one array formation after another around her. Following her movements, one array formation after another took shape. First layer array, second layer array, third layer array. Sixth layer array, Luo Qingtong set up the strongest array she could and let Little Pig stand guard at the side. Then, she began to refine pills. With this square immortal cauldron, Luo Qingtong no longer had to worry about the cauldron exploding. She only had to pay attention to the changes in the medicinal power. Because she only had one stock of heavenly water jade heart lotus, Luo Qingtong was very careful when refining pills. Swoosh, she activated the eye technique in her eyes and stared at the huge cauldron at all times. Following the changes in the medicinal power of each ball, her hands' movements constantly changed. Stock after stock of medicinal herbs were purified into medicinal liquid by her and thrown into the square immortal cauldron to undergo a second fusion. Streams of rich heaven and earth energy were absorbed into the square immortal cauldron. As the time for Luo Qingtong's elixir refinement progressed, dark clouds started to gather in the sky. Those dark clouds shrouded the valley she was in layer by layer. The dark clouds pressed down on the city, threatening to destroy it. A storm was coming. As for the other places, it was cloudless. What's going on? Near the mountain range, many people looked at this scene in amazement. At this moment, on a mountainside not far from the canyon where Luo Qingtong was refining pills, a handsome youth bathed in blood suddenly emerged from behind a huge rock. The man's face was gorgeous, and he had both the feminine charm of a woman and the masculine aura of a man. He had a pair of sword-like eyebrows that were slanted upwards. They were obviously extremely robust, but the corners of his eyes were filled with a beautiful color. There was a mole under the corner of her eye, which made her even more charming. What's that? His blood-stained fingers were propped up on the boulder. His aura fluctuated between strong and weak. His breathing was sometimes heavy and sometimes weak. Anyone could see that he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The birth of a treasure? Or something else? Looking at the scene of the black clouds pressing down on the city, the light in Yu Huang's eyes kept changing. In the next second, he suddenly gritted his teeth and rushed toward the area covered by the black clouds. No matter what it was very likely to be his only chance of survival in his current situation. Rumble. As Luo Qingtong continued to add medicinal power into the cauldron, the heaven and earth energy contained in the square immortal cauldron was already extremely large. As for the black clouds in the sky, they were hanging lower and lower. Holy sh*t. Where did this woman find this pill recipe? This tribulation cloud is so scary. Little Pig stared dumbfoundedly at the incomparably thick black clouds in the sky that were about to press down on their heads. Even when Luo Qingtong refined the Spirit Awakening pill for the first time, such a terrifying tribulation cloud didn't appear. At that time, the tribulation cloud only appeared after her pill had taken shape. Now, the pill hadn't even taken shape, but it was already gathering. He didn't know if that woman would be able to withstand it. However, with the life and death Yin Yang sword, she should be fine, right? It's best if she's fine. Little Pig hadn't recovered his strength from the last time he revealed himself. If something happened to Luo Qingtong now, it would be troublesome. If he forced himself to reveal himself, he might suck her dry and severely damage her foundation. While Little Pig was thinking, Luo Qingtong raised her hand and threw the last drop of heavenly jade heart lotus medicinal liquid into the cauldron. Because she didn't need to worry about the cauldron exploding, Luo Qingtong refined all the medicinal ingredients she used this time. This way, a successful pill would have a higher retention rate of medicinal efficacy and better effects. Luo Qingtong naturally used all her strength to refine the pill for Luo Qingtong's grandfather. Swoosh, she threw the last drop of medicinal liquid in her hand forward. With a boom, the entire square immortal cauldron trembled slightly. In the next second, a 5-colored aura suddenly spread out from the cauldron. Then, more and more 5-colored aura suddenly rushed out and condensed above the cauldron. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy in the cauldron suddenly contracted. Under the effect of some mysterious heaven and earth law, it changed the medicinal properties of the balls of medicinal efficacy and fused them together to form an even more powerful medicinal effect. Immortal Qi. Oh my God! Little Pig was completely dumbfounded as he looked at the 5-colored light above the cauldron. He knew Luo Qingtong's pill was definitely not ordinary, but immortal Qi, it was too terrifying. This woman really didn't play her cards according to the rules. Who could refine an immortal pill at her level? Even if she was using a divine cauldron, it would be the same. At most, it would have a higher retention rate, a stronger effect, and a higher success rate. But this immortal pill, the fusion of medicinal properties was extremely complex and terrifying. How did Luo Qingtong do it? Little Pig had always thought that as Luo Qingtong's cultivation increased, her frightening ability would weaken. She wouldn't be able to scare him so much that his little heart would beat wildly again. But looking at it now, it was nothing. This woman was always so perverted and terrifying. Fortunately, her strength was still weak. Otherwise, wouldn't she be swept away in minutes? It had never seen such a perverted and terrifying woman. His talent was as if he was born for cultivation. Luo Qingtong had no time to pay attention to Little Pig. The amount of heaven and earth energy gathered in the 4-sided immortal cauldron had reached a terrifying level. If this was not a 4-sided immortal cauldron, it would have exploded again. Luo Qingtong focused all her attention on the 4-sided immortal cauldron. She paid close attention to the fusion of medicinal efficacy and the situation of the heaven and earth energy pouring into it. At this time, she couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise, this huge ball of medicinal efficacy would be wasted. Rumble. The clouds in the sky were getting lower and lower. The rumbling sound inside was getting louder and clearer. This is? Yu Huang was shocked as he looked at the girl sitting cross-legged on the opposite side of the mountain wall. In front of her was a huge cauldron that was constantly emitting multicolored aura. Immortal aura? This young girl, she's concocting pills? The dark clouds in the sky were caused by her refining the immortal spiritual pills? Yu Huang was shocked. The girl seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old. Her face was like a peach blossom, and her beauty could topple cities. Her red dress was extremely enchanting. Sitting cross-legged and surrounded by the immortal aura emitted by the cauldron, she was like a goddess that descended from the 9 heavens. Even though Yu Huang had seen all kinds of enchanting and charming women, he was still shocked by Luo Qingtong's beauty. Humph. The moment Yu Huang broke in, Luo Qingtong immediately sensed him. She didn't expect him to be able to ignore the array she set up and directly break in. Luo Qingtong could not find the time to do so and immediately shouted. Little Pig also reacted when he heard Luo Qingtong's shout. He rushed toward Yu Huang, who broke in. He didn't know how this person avoided Luo Qingtong's array and broke in. but Luo Qingtong was at the crucial moment of refining pills. She absolutely couldn't be disturbed, especially when this pill was refined by Luo Qingtong for Luo Qingtong's grandfather to consume. Little Pig didn't dare to imagine the consequences if she was disturbed and failed at the last step. Luo Qingtong didn't flip out easily, but once she did, it was indescribably terrifying. Bang! Little Pig's forehoofs stomped on the ground. His pink body instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed toward Yu Huang. Wait! Seeing Little Pig rushing over, Yu Huang was startled and wanted to say something. Just at this moment, there was a boom. The array that Luo Qingtong had set up in the canyon was triggered. There's an array here. He's inside. Blast this formation open. Voices could be heard from outside. Luo Qingtong's brows furrowed slightly as her gaze swept past the area enveloped by the formation. Immediately, she saw numerous figures surrounding the canyon. Those people were obviously together. Each and every one of them had an extremely powerful aura. Each and every one of them was above the martial emperor level. Were these people chasing after this man? Luo Qingtong's eyes swept over the bloodstains on Yu Huang's body. Right at this moment, get out of my way. A voice suddenly came from outside. In the next second, boom! A majestic sound rang out, and in an instant, the entire valley shook. Saint Realm Expert. Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed as she felt the boundless aura. Her gaze coldly swept over Yu Huang's direction, then her gaze fixed on the entrance of the canyon. There, a hole had been torn in the array she had set up. A group of people barged in. Haha! Yu Huang, you can't run away, right? The group of people's voices were extremely arrogant, especially the mustached man at the front. He had a complacent expression on his face. His long and narrow eyes were like a snake as he stared at the gorgeous young man bathed in blood. Immortal pill. Seeing the cauldron in front of Luo Qingtong emitting a colorful aura, the mustached man was surprised at first, but then he was overjoyed. Haha! I didn't expect to meet a genius alchemist here, and she's even refining an immortal pill. The mustached man's face was full of greed. Immortal pill, this was a legendary medicinal pill. In the entire Truespill continent, there weren't many alchemy grandmasters that could refine such a pill, at least, he had never heard of such a thing. Who would have thought that chasing after Yu Huang to this dark cloud-covered place would actually be able to bump into such a genius alchemist? This young girl was obviously a natural alchemist. At such a young age, she was actually able to refine such a pill. Moreover, she was able to refine such an immortal pill. He was afraid that even evil Dr. Ghost Eye, who was highly sought after in the Black Field, didn't have such strength. He didn't expect to run into her. Yu Huang, I didn't expect that before you died, you would bring me such a great opportunity. Haha. This alchemist, along with the immortal pill she refined, I want it all. The mustached man waved his hand and barked out coldly, you guys are in charge of killing him. Today, the future overlord of the 3 islands and 7 lands will fall here. As he spoke, he laughed and rushed towards Luo Qingtong. Little beauty. He looked at the fairy-like young girl sitting in front of the cauldron, his face filled with unspeakable pride and lust. From now on, you'll follow me. I want the pill, and I also want the person. Luo Qingtong looked at the mustached man's figure rushing towards her, a bloody light flashing in her eyes. It had been a long time since someone dared to say such death-seeking words in front of her. The last person who dared to look at her with such eyes, their bones had already turned to ashes, right? Luo Qingtong coldly looked at the mustached man's sage realm fluctuations, then suddenly sent a sound transmission to Yu Huang. With your injuries, how many breaths of time can you last? Luo Qingtong's voice was faint, without a trace of anxiety or panic. It was as if the man with the handlebar mustache wasn't targeting her, and as if what she was facing wasn't a crisis at all. However, Yu Huang knew that with the young girl's current age and talent, if she was captured by the people in front of him, she would definitely be imprisoned until she died. She would be reduced to a forbidden puppet, living a fate worse than death. 100 breaths. Yu Huang calculated for a moment. With his current weakened heart meridians, and his heavily injured appearance, he could at most stop the other party for 100 breaths. However, if you give me the immortal pills in your cauldron, I can kill them all. Yu Huang gently caressed the mole at the corner of his eye, his eyes were shining as he looked at Luo Qingtong's direction. His enchanting face was filled with a domineering aura. I don't need a single breath. As long as he could cure the old illness in his heart meridian, killing these people would not take more than a breath. Yu Huang's lips carried a smile, enchanting and charming. But his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. If he didn't have an old illness, how could he be taken advantage of by a group of jumping clowns, and forced into a desperate situation? As long as he could recover, these people would all die, including those who betrayed him. The pills I refined are useless for the injury in your heart meridian, you don't have to think about it. Seeing through Yu Huang's thoughts, Luo Qingtong's voice was faint. Good. Yu Huang's eyes were burning. He wouldn't believe Luo Qingtong's words if it was any other time. After all, how could a girl who was only a martial king save him from a group of martial spirit realm and a sage realm expert? Not to mention him, even she herself would find it hard to save herself. But at this moment, Yu Huang wanted to believe the girl in front of him, so what if she was lying to him? Anyway, he was already a person who was about to die. If he could prevent these people from getting what they wanted before he died, he would lose a genius alchemist and an immortal-grade elixir. Why not? As Yu Huang thought of this, the smile on his face became even more devilish. But the light in his eyes became even colder. Boom! He raised his hand and pointed at a certain point in his heart. In an instant, his aura exploded again. His aura, which was originally so weak that it was flickering between light and darkness, completely exploded at this moment. In the next second, his figure was like a butterfly's wings. His sleeves fluttered as he rushed toward the mustached man who was rushing toward Luo Qingtong. Your opponent is me. As he spoke, Yu Huang's figure had already blocked in front of the mustached man. Boom! His purple robe was soaked in blood, which made him look devilish. With a swoosh, he opened his sleeves and his aura was like a wave. In an instant, he blocked the mustached man's path. Humph! Yu Huang, you're already an arrow at the end of its flight. How long can you last by forcefully increasing your strength with a forbidden technique? After 100 breaths, you'll die a more miserable death. Being blocked by him, the man with the handlebar mustache was furious. He raised his hand and attacked him. Rumble! In the sky, one after another, violent and terrifying auras exploded. The two's auras collided, and there was a momentum that surpassed the thunder and lightning in the sky. Under such circumstances, Little Pig's figure also jumped up and rushed toward the martial spirit realm experts who were rushing toward Yu Huang. Little Pig's body was small, but its speed was as fast as lightning. Together with Yu Huang's attack, it forcefully stalled the opponent. Rumble! Explosions rang out one after another in the sky. Luo Qingtong was completely focused on the square immortal cauldron in front of her. The medicinal power inside was boundless and had already reached its peak. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, dozens of breaths, boom! Boom, one after another, the power of heaven and earth poured down. The fusion of the medicinal powers inside was also becoming more and more intense. In the next second, boom! After an incomparably loud explosion, the entire four-sided immortal cauldron shook. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, clouds began to move in all directions, streaks of 5-colored chi gathered above the square immortal cauldron's cauldron. Above it, a giant auspicious immortal beast was formed, elixir chi into spirit, the immortal pill was formed. At the same time, rumble, the black clouds that had almost reached the ground were rolling violently. Inside, bolts of lightning that were thicker than an adult's thigh were brewing. Immortal pills. Seeing the immortal beast emerge from the four-sided immortal cauldron, the mustached man revealed a greedy and pleasantly surprised smile. I didn't expect her to actually succeed in refining it. Haha. This immortal pill is mine. As he spoke, the aura around his body exploded. In the next second, bang, Yu Huang, who was originally relying on the last bit of his aura and strength to forcefully gather his strength, could no longer hold on and spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! His figure smashed heavily onto the ground. At the same time, the man with the handlebar mustache had already rushed into Luo Qingtong. Haha! Immortal elixir! Looking at the 5-colored aura that was continuously emitted from the cauldron, the man with the handlebar mustache was extremely pleased. Hurry up and leave. Yu Huang gritted his teeth and spat out blood as he shouted coldly. His beautiful and enchanting face, which was as pretty as a woman's, was filled with anxiety. The girl's strength was only at the martial king realm and was not a match for the sage realm. Her talent was outstanding and her strength was not obvious. Once she was caught by the other party, she would definitely have a miserable ending. Yu Huang was not a person who had tender feelings for the fairer sex, but for some reason, looking at the girl in front of him, he did not want her to become someone else's exclusive property, or rather, such a charming girl should not be reduced to someone else's exclusive property. Hurry up and leave. He struggled to get up from the ground, but just as he got up halfway, he fell back down with a loud bang. The injuries on his body were too severe. Just now, he had forcefully stimulated his acupoints and used a forbidden technique. The fact that he was not dead now was already proof of his strength. Boom. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes as she watched the man with the handlebar mustache rush towards her. The sage realm aura rippling from the other party's body was shocking. If it was any other time, she might have avoided the sharp edge. But now, Luo Qingtong raised her head to look at the huge dragon snake lightning dancing in the sky. The moment the man with the handlebar mustache rushed over, she opened the lid of the square immortal cauldron. Rumble. The dense immortal spiritual energy that was originally bound in the square immortal cauldron instantly surged out. In the sky, the Piltao tribulation lightning that had sensed the aura of the immortal elixir but could not pinpoint its exact location suddenly descended. Those violent lightning bolts that were thicker than an adult's arm danced wildly, boom boom boom. Piltao tribulation lightning. Looking at the thick lightning bolts that were like dragons and snakes in the sky, and feeling the violent power of the laws of heaven and earth that was dispersing from them, the man with the handlebar mustache's expression changed drastically. What was going on? When he had rushed over, he hadn't felt the tribulation lightning. He had thought that the immortal elixir refined by the young girl had no tribulation lightning for some reason. Why did he suddenly fall down? However, even as he watched the tribulation lightning descend, the mustached man did not retreat at all. Immortal spiritual pills were hard to come by, and this young girl who could refine them was even harder to come by. He had said that if he wanted the pill, he also wanted the person. He could still withstand 2 strikes of this tribulation lightning. He absolutely could not let the person and the medicinal pill escape. With that in mind, he didn't retreat. Instead, he sped up and rushed towards Luo Qingtong. Little beauty, come with me. He looked at Luo Qingtong with a lewd smile. While grabbing the elixir with one hand, he also grabbed Luo Qingtong with the other hand. Sure. Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with a bloody light as she watched his perverted hand coming for her. In the next second, she slowly broke into a smile. That smile on her lips was peerless, enchanting, and absolutely moving. I'll go with you. The smile on Luo Qingtong's lips was beautiful. She raised her eyebrows at the mustached man. Then, with a flip of her lily-white hand, the youthful rejuvenation elixir was grasped in her hand. What? The man with the handlebar mustache grabbed nothing but air, and before he could recover from his shock, the man with the handlebar mustache grabbed the air. Instantly, a black and white long blade appeared in Luo Qingtong's hand as she flew towards the Piltao tribulation lightning. The life and death sword. Rumble. As the life and death sword appeared, the terrifying bolts of lightning were instantly absorbed by the life and death sword in Luo Qingtong's hand. Buzz. The divine runes on the life and death sword in Luo Qingtong's hand lit up. In an instant, terrifying power circulated on the sword. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. She looked down at the shocked man with the handlebar mustache below. She raised the life and death sword in her hand and waved it. The first move of the heaven-conquering art, seizing heaven's fortune. Boom. As Luo Qingtong launched this attack. In an instant, the sky changed color and the wind and clouds surged. The black clouds in the sky surged violently. In the next second, a sword light cut through the sky like the breaking of dawn or the waves of the sea. From the edge of the horizon, a world-shocking strike came from afar. Rumble. The entire sky was almost split into 2 halves by the sword. The black clouds in the sky were suddenly split apart. Above the sky, traces of the blue sky and the white sun appeared. The sun shone down from the thick clouds. That ray of sword light seemed to have brushed against the sunlight as it heavily cleaved onto the mustached man's body. Its momentum was vast and its form was turbulent. it was as vast as the sun, breaking through the sky. This was the heaven-conquering art. Ah! The sword light from the life and death sword, which had absorbed the power of the heavenly Tao Pill thunder, was even more powerful than the sword light that Luo Qingtong had produced when she had absorbed Yi Qianxian's power. The man with the handlebar mustache did not expect that a girl in the martial king realm, who was like an aunt to him, would launch such a powerful and terrifying attack. In just an instant, his body was sliced into two by the sword light. Half of his face was still filled with surprise, while the other half was filled with horror. These two emotions were intertwined on his face. In the next second, his body fell heavily to the ground, and there was no more sound coming from him. The experts in the martial spirit realm that he had brought with him had been chopped into ashes by this sword light. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. Her blood-red eyes flickered as she floated to the ground. At this moment. Be careful. Yu Huang's voice suddenly sounded. He's a soul cultivator who cultivates the power of Yin soul. As he spoke, an illusory figure suddenly appeared on the corpse of the man with a mustache. Instantly, it charged towards Luo Qingtong with a ferocious expression. Bitch! You destroyed my body. I want to imprison you and ravage you every day. 10,000 man wheel. The face of the man with the handlebar mustache twisted as he screamed and rushed toward Luo Qingtong. A soul cultivator who cultivated the power of Yin's soul could keep his consciousness intact after death and become a ghost cultivator. However, his saint realm cultivation would be destroyed. Most importantly, he would lose his body. Unless he had a heaven-defying opportunity to enter the ghost god realm and regain his body, he would never be able to transcend. At this moment, the man with the handlebar mustache hated Luo Qingtong to death. A dignified sage realm expert was killed by a martial king realm expert. No one would believe it if they heard about it. However, it just so happened, if he knew this slut had such a method, he would have killed this slut the moment he barged in without caring about Yu Huang, who was about to die. The mustached man thought resentfully as he rushed toward Luo Qingtong with a shriek. Although he didn't have the strength of a sage realm expert, his Yin soul energy wasn't any weaker than before. Other than the fact that he couldn't use the energy of heaven and earth, his strength was the same as before. The Pill Dao tribulation lightning that Luo Qingtong borrowed had already dissipated. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky had already dispersed. Currently, her cultivation was only at the martial emperor realm. F***ck. This bastard is actually an expert who specializes in Yin soul energy. This is going to be troublesome. The moment Luo Qingtong succeeded in refining the pill, Little Pig quickly hid to the side to watch the show. He knew Luo Qingtong's temperament. She always kept her word. She said she wanted to save that man, which meant she had a way to deal with these people. However, he didn't expect Luo Qingtong to be so powerful. She actually thought of using the Pill Dao tribulation lightning to deal with that sage realm expert. Luo Qingtong dared to use the life and death dual polarity sword that was engraved with God's runes. Otherwise, she would have been struck to death by the Pill Dao tribulation lightning. However, the effect was pretty good. It was just that the mustached man actually cultivated Yin soul force on top of that, which really caught him off guard. Little Pig's heart was burning with anxiety, and he instantly rushed towards Luo Qingtong's side. No, even if I have to force myself to appear, I can't let anything happen to Luo Qingtong. As he ran toward Luo Qingtong, his body emitted a burst of light. An inverted pentagram pattern appeared on his little pink butt. Just as the pentagram pattern was about to appear on Luo Qingtong's forehead, there was a boom. A snow-white long tail suddenly emerged from the void around Luo Qingtong and coiled around the mustached man's soul that was rushing toward Luo Qingtong. Boom! Before the man with the handlebar mustache could react, his body was instantly bound to the spot. I forgot about that little white ball. Little Pig looked at this scene and suddenly used his little hoof to slap his head. What Snowball, golden flowing fire fox, soul-devouring beast, it was currently in the midst of a metamorphosis, and would not reject anything that possessed soul power, especially soul bodies that contained powerful soul power. No matter how powerful that mustached man's soul, it was still a soul, wasn't to snowball to eat to die. Snowball, snowball, snowballs, snowballs, little, snowball, saw. The mustached man's soul was shocked. He felt that his body was no longer under his control. That long milky white tail firmly bound him. Even though it wasn't very strong, he couldn't break free. I've met my nemesis. The mustached man's face instantly turned ashen. He never imagined that Luo Qingtong would use the power of the Piltao heavenly lightning to kill him while he was still alive. Even after he died, he still couldn't escape the fate of death. Feeling the devouring power emitted by the long tail and the trembling feeling as if he had met his natural enemy, the mustached man's face was filled with despair. He was a dignified sage realm expert. How could he die in such a sullen manner? He couldn't even keep his soul. Swish! With a fierce tug of that long tail, that mustached man's soul instantly disappeared on the spot, sucked into the void. His soul had been destroyed, his soul had truly been destroyed. Ah! That mustached man's voice was mournful. I won't let you off. Slut, I've already sent your image back to the sect through a soul technique. Just wait for our blood moon sect's revenge. We'll definitely make you suffer a horrible death. Ah! His miserable shriek disappeared on the spot, and soon, not a single sound was heard. Through the connection in her mind, Luo Qingtong could clearly see that the mustached man's soul was directly dragged into the 9-layer exquisite pagoda by the sleeping Snowball. With a smack, it was eaten clean, and after absorbing his soul power, Snowball quietly grew a little. Very clearly, that mustached man's soul had completely turned into fertilizer for Snowball's growth. Blood Moon Sect, withdrawing her consciousness from the 9-layer exquisite pagoda, Luo Qingtong slightly raised her eyebrows. In her mind, she didn't have any knowledge about this sect. The other party shouldn't be from the 4 great sacred dynasties. Then, could they be from another region? Luo Qingtong pondered in her heart. At this moment, Yu Huang, who was lying on the ground, suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. In an instant, the wounds all over his body burst open, and blood flowed out. But after 100 breaths of time, the forbidden technique in his body backfired, and his previous injuries exploded. At this moment, he was on the verge of death. Bang! His body fell to the ground, and in an instant, he lost consciousness. He's still breathing. Luo Qingtong swept over, probing his aura, and raised her hand to feed him a bottle of medicinal liquid. Then, after thinking for a moment, she narrowed her eyes, and with a flicker of blood-red light, she saw through his heart veins. Yu Huang's heart veins had old injuries. She didn't know when he got injured, but at this moment, the 2 heart veins were completely glued together. With such injuries, it was no wonder that he was unable to display his full strength. Luo Qingtong thought of the scene where he was seriously injured but still stopped the mustached man and the group of martial spirit realm experts. She immediately raised her eyebrows. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The mustached man probably thought that this man was dead for sure, so he dared to shout for revenge before he died. Luo Qingtong looked indifferent. Revenge? Alright, she would give him a chance to take revenge, but it was not for them, it was for this man. If this man was fine, would the Blood Moon sect still have the time to find trouble with her? Luo Qingtong raised her hand and fed Yu Huang a bottle of life-saving medicine. He waited until all the wounds on his body had healed and his aura had stabilized. She immediately took out a dagger and slit open his chest. She began to treat the injury on his heart meridian. Luo Qingtong began to peel off Yu Huang's 2 arteries. This man usually drank a lot of medicinal liquid, but this kind of injury had to be removed directly. No amount of medicinal liquid would be of any use. But how many people dared to perform this kind of surgery, not to mention, it involved the heart meridian. The slightest carelessness would cause the heart meridian to break, and it would be a death sentence. Alright, let's go. After spending almost 2 hours, Luo Qingtong finally peeled off Yu Huang's 2 arteries. Empress Dowager Xianxia. Above the main hall, a group of people greeted Empress Dowager Xianxia. Great Yong's 7th Prince. Looking at the arrogant middle-aged man at the front, Empress Dowager Xianxia's voice was cold. 7th Prince has come from afar and must be very tired. Please rest early. The ambition in the other party's eyes was obvious. She was disgusted and did not want to talk to him. However, what's there to be tired about? Coming here to marry the Empress Dowager? Looking at Empress Dowager Xianxia in the main hall, the 7th Prince of Yong heard the meaning in her words. The light in his eyes was cold. "B***tch, I gave you face, but you didn't want it," he sneered and said slowly, it's the Empress Dowager who works day and night for state affairs. This prince really can't bear it. But it doesn't matter. It won't be long before this prince can share the Empress Dowager's worries. At that time, the Empress Dowager won't have to work so hard. As soon as his words came out, the expressions of everyone in the main hall changed. Impudent. Seventh Prince, what do you mean by this? Above the main hall, the officials were indignant. The other party's words clearly wanted to encroach on the throne of Great Chu. His words were so obvious. So open and aboveboard, he really didn't put Great Chu in his eyes at all. Humph. Is there anything wrong with what this prince said? Great Yong's seventh prince looked at them coldly and said proudly, in the future, as the Empress Dowager's husband, this prince naturally can't bear to see this prince's wife so tired. These things will naturally be taken care of by this prince on her behalf. What's wrong? When he said this, Empress Dowager Xianxia's voice had already sounded coldly. Great Yong's seventh prince really doesn't need to worry so much. The groom selection hasn't started yet. My husband may not be you. It's still too early for you to say these words. Great Yong's ambition was obvious. Even if Empress Dowager Xianxia randomly chose someone from the empire's family, she would not let them succeed. However, Empress Dowager's words are wrong. Great Yong's seventh prince's expression was cold. This prince admires the Empress Dowager wholeheartedly. The world knows that I even gave up my title in Great Yong dynasty. This prince believes that everyone is willing to fulfill my wish. Seeing this prince's deep affection, they will definitely not compete with this prince again. So. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Empress Dowager Xianxia and the ministers of Great Chu. He sneered, Empress Dowager, be prepared that you can only choose this king. Haha. As he spoke, he laughed loudly and led the crowd away. Your Majesty. Looking at his back as he left, all the courtiers looked anxious as they all looked at Empress Dowager Xianxia. Great Yong's seventh prince's words clearly had a deeper meaning. Clearly, he was determined to win the Great Chu this time. What to do? Empress Dowager, why don't we send out the army and directly? A general said at this moment. Then, under Empress Dowager Xianxia's gaze, he quietly lost his voice. Empress Dowager Xianxia closed her eyes slightly. Sending out a large army would naturally solve the problem once and for all. However, Great Yong's seventh prince had been killed here by Great Chu's army. This would inevitably cause Great Yong to mobilize its troops. Wouldn't that give Great Yong an excuse to attack? Great Yong's seventh prince dared to be so arrogant and speak such arrogant words in this hall. Wasn't he relying on the fact that they couldn't do anything to him, not to mention sending out a large army? Even if they sent out experts, they couldn't kill him. Otherwise, Great Yong would immediately mobilize its troops. Empress Dowager Xianxia had already received the battle report from the border. Great Yong's army had already begun to assemble. Just after Great Yong's seventh prince moved, it went without saying who they were targeting. Therefore, Great Yong's seventh prince couldn't be killed. Thinking of this, Empress Dowager Xianxia's heart was filled with hatred. It's all because of that bastard Prince Ning. The other party is going all out. Now I don't know what to do. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't. Old Master Luo's figure appeared in Empress Dowager Xianxia's heart. That day, after she ordered people to send Old Master Luo and Luo Qingtong away, she couldn't bear to abandon them and quietly chased after them. But in the end, she didn't catch up. She didn't know where they went. Empress Dowager Xianxia secretly checked the surrounding roads, but she didn't get any news of them. Perhaps they were completely disheartened and left here with a new face. With her granddaughter's ability, this was indeed very likely. Thinking of this, Empress Dowager Xianxia suddenly felt sad. This was good, they didn't need to be involved in this dispute, and she would also have no more worries. Empress Dowager Xianxia pursed her lips. Prepare for the worst. If there's really nothing we can do, I will sacrifice myself. The foundation of Great Chu must not fall into our hands, let alone Great Yong's hands. Without her, the Empress Dowager, Great Yong's conspiracy this time naturally couldn't succeed. Empress Dowager, you can't. When the courtiers heard this, they were shocked and hurriedly called out. Empress Dowager, you must not have this idea. If you don't stay in the palace, how can we protect the young emperor? Empress Dowager. You can't. Yes. Empress Dowager. If you're not here, the foundation of Great Chu is no different from being destroyed. Great Yang's conspiracy failed this time, there will definitely be a next time. Without you, how can we live? Empress Dowager. A group of people knelt on the ground, crying and begging. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Empress Dowager Yan. She closed her eyes slightly, looking tired. She didn't want to do this. But if she didn't do this, Great Chu might not be able to escape this time, let alone next time. The disaster of stealing the country, she had received great kindness from the late emperor, so she must not let Great Chu's foundation be destroyed in her own hands. At the same time, in the sacred capital of Great Chu, where the people of Great Yong's sacred dynasty were staying. 7th Imperial Uncle. As soon as Lord Seven returned to his room, he heard a voice. He raised his head and saw Feng Yuan sitting at the table in the outer room. He was holding a blue and white teapot and was slowly pouring tea. Uncle has returned from the Great Chu Imperial Palace? Feng Yuan tilted his head and looked at the 7th Prince of Great Yong with a faint smile on his face. Haha. Great Yong's 7th Prince laughed heartily as he walked over. That's right, Imperial Uncle just came out of the Great Chu Imperial Palace. Humph. That Empress Dowager Xianxia of the Great Chu dynasty refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This prince personally went to pay her a visit, but she only saw this prince once and wanted to chase me out. Why don't you think about her current situation? How much longer does she think she can stay in the limelight? The 7th Prince of Great Yong coldly stated. Originally, seeing that her looks were not bad, this prince was prepared to spare her life after entering Great Chu. Now, it seems like there's no need for that. Unappreciative thing. He snorted coldly. Great Chu's Empress Dowager Xianxia's scheming ability is not weak. Feng Yuan looked at him with an indifferent expression. If Uncle wants a woman, I will naturally find one for you in the future. What can't you have? Don't keep a disaster like her. These are the purine bodies that I recently found. They are all young girls and are most suitable for you to pluck. You can enjoy them to your heart's content. In addition, I have already made arrangements in the Great Chu Sacred Dynasty. Other than us, all the teams that came to search for a groom have been sniped. It is absolutely impossible for them to rush over. I will wait for the Great Chu Empress Dowager Xianxia to choose you. I must win the Great Chu. Feng Yuan's voice was cold. The 7th Prince of Great Yong laughed and said, with your arrangements, we are naturally foolproof. Just as he was feeling proud, Luo Qingtong's figure had already rushed back to the main city of the Black Field. Grandfather. Luo Qingtong came to Grandfather Luo's room and handed him the pill in her hand. After eating this pill, you can recover your youthful appearance and strength. Grandpa Luo was waiting anxiously in his room. His granddaughter had left for 3 days. He was very anxious, he did not know if the pill could be refined successfully. Rejuvenation, that was not something that could be done by ordinary people. Even if Grandfather Luo did not know anything about pills, he knew that his granddaughter would not refine an ordinary pill. Otherwise, why would she not refine it in the city lord's mansion but go outside? Obviously, she was afraid of being discovered. Grandfather Luo was anxious. He was not only worried about his granddaughter's safety, but also worried that the pill was too heaven-defying and could not be refined. In short, it was not good at all. After sitting for so long, his butt was almost worn out, and walking was almost worn through a layer of skin on the ground. Luo Qingtong finally came back. Girl, are you alright? Seeing Luo Qingtong return, the first thing he did was not to look at the pills, but at Luo Qingtong. After confirming that Luo Qingtong did not suffer any injuries from refining the pill, he immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the pill. I'm fine. Luo Qingtong looked at him and smiled. Grandfather, quickly take this pill. Once the pill is integrated, you can recover your youth. Okay. Grandfather Luo did not say anything and directly swallowed the pill. In an instant, clumps of immortal qi emerged from his body, wrapping him into a large cocoon. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and immediately retreated. Then she had people guard this door to prevent people from inexplicably breaking in and disturbing the integration of the pill in Grandfather Luo's body. This pill was divided into 2 levels. The first was to restore one's appearance, and the second was to restore one's bodily functions. Grandfather Luo's break out of the cocoon. Of course, when he broke out of the cocoon, Luo Qingtong's new. Luo Qingtong, Luo's body, Luo's Luo o, Luo. Luo's Luo o Luo's, Luo o, SSS Luo o S's. S's Luos. Luo's Luo. Empress Dowager. A general bowed and knelt in front of Empress Dowager Xianxia and said in a deep voice, "All the teams have been attacked. It is estimated that they will not be able to reach the holy capital by the time of the competition." The general's expression was very serious. So far, only the Great Yong dynasty's 7th prince and his group had reached the holy capital. This time, Great Yong really wanted to hold Great Chu completely in their hands. They actually used such a sinister plan. Humph. Empress Dowager Xianxi's voice was cold. She closed her eyes slightly. "I know, you can leave. Empress Dowager," the general said with a worried expression. "It's okay." Empress Dowager Xianxi's voice was cold. "Don't worry, I won't give up until the last moment. You don't have to worry that I will kill myself now," she said, her eyes slightly darkening. "I won't be defeated so easily." "Leave." "Yes." The general acknowledged the order and left the room. Looking at his back, Empress Dowager Xianxi's lips twitched slightly, and then she looked out of the window. "Luotong, if I knew it would end like this, I wouldn't have driven you away." At least, before she died, she could see him and her granddaughter again. Empress Dowager Xianxia originally thought that old Master Luo was too impulsive. For the sake of Great Chu, since the Empress Dowager's groom selection was released, and it was done by Ning Wang and the late emperor, she had to do it. At that time, she would pick out an ambitious person who was easy to control and make him a mere figurehead. In this way, the Empress Dowager's groom selection was just an empty talk. She wouldn't marry anyone, nor would she be with anyone else. But Luotong was too impulsive. Even if it was just an empty talk, he might not accept it. That was why she wanted to send him far away. This way, when the dust settled, she could go and find him again. But who would have thought, Great Yong's intervention turned this situation into a dead end for her. Ning Wang's goal was finally achieved. Even if he couldn't get the throne of Great Chu, he would destroy himself. This Great Chu, if not in his hands, would fall into the hands of others. Empress Dowager Xianxia slightly closed her eyes. If she had known, she wouldn't have sent Luotong away. They had been separated for decades, and once they met, the misunderstanding was cleared. In just a few days, they had to be separated again. This time, it was a separation of life and death. They would never meet again. Empress Dowager Xianxia took out the green wooden hairpin that she had always carried with her in her sleeve, and gently moved the tassels on it silently. Time passed day by day. 3 days later. Rumble. In the city lord's mansion of the Blackfield main city, there was a loud explosion. Then, a figure suddenly rushed out from a room in the city lord mansion of the Blackfield main city and floated in the sky. "Haha. Ching Tong. Ching Tong. Come and take a look, Grandpa's strength has increased." "Haha." Grandpa Luo's loud voice resounded in the sky above the Blackfield city lord mansion. However, he could no longer call him Old Master Luo. At this moment, Grandfather Luo's face was resolute and handsome, and his entire body was brimming with an iron-blooded aura. The energy around his body was cleansing. He was already a martial emperor. This time, not only did Old Master Luo return to his youthful appearance, but his bodily functions were also instantly restored to their peak. His original strength of a martial king, under the effect of the enormous medicinal power, directly rose to the level of a martial emperor. In the future, his appearance would be fixed at this moment. Just like Empress Dowager Xianxia, he would never age again. Haha. Grandpa Luo laughed happily. He originally thought that he would have to protect Xianxia with his old and decrepit appearance for the rest of his life. Even if his strength increased in the future, it would be impossible for him to return to his youthful appearance. But he didn't expect that his granddaughter would directly refine such a heaven-defying elixir that completely reversed his fate. At this moment, Luotong could feel that his body was brimming with vitality. "Grandpa!" Luo Qingtong heard the commotion and rushed over. When she saw Old Master Luo laughing in the sky, she immediately laughed. "Grandpa, congratulations!" "Ha ha ha! Congratulations to you!" Grandfather Luo's face was full of joy. Coupled with his handsome and resolute face, there was an inexplicably cute contrast. He landed in front of Luo Qingtong and quickly said, "Qingtong, how is your grandma?" "I'm young again." "Let's go to your grandma." "If we're late, my wife will run away with someone else." Grandfather Luo was anxious and pulled Luo Qingtong away. The latter hurriedly stopped him. "Wait. Don't worry, Grandpa. You're not strong enough." Thinking of the news she received, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. "Don't you want to marry my grandma with your own strength?" Luo Qingtong looked at him and said, "Grandpa, this is a rare opportunity. Empress Dowager is looking for a husband. As long as you can stand out, you can marry my grandma openly." Before she could finish her sentence, Grandpa Luo yelled at her anxiously. All right. You lass, can you stop keeping me in suspense? Hurry up. Tell me, what's the way? Even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, Grandpa will go." Old Master Luo was too anxious just now, so he forgot about it. "But, let's make it clear first. Will this hurt you? If it does, Grandpa won't improve his strength." Grandfather Luo pursed his lips and said, "Anyway, your grandma. I'm fine as long as I can stay by her side. I'm not asking for anything." "Io, what are you doing? Why are you taking off my clothes? I'm young now. Don't look at indecent things, you know?" Grandfather Luo hugged his chest and struggled with all his might. Luo Qingtong was not in a good mood. "Hurry up. With that figure of yours, I saw it when you ran out of the secret passage the last time. Even the scratches on your body were not missed." Grandfather Luo's face turned red. "What do you know, you're just a child." Stop. I'll do it myself." Old Master Luo tugged at his clothes. It took him a lot of effort to regain control. He quickly took off his clothes, then used his clothes to cover half of his upper body and said, "Is this okay?" "Yes." Luo Qingtong almost could not hold back her laughter when she saw Old Master Luo like this. "That's enough." She pulled Old Master Luo back to his room. "Grandpa, bear with the pain." As Luo Qingtong spoke, she used her hand as a pen and poked an acupoint on Old Master Luo's back. Following the drawing method of the soul map, streaks of blood-red light shot out from her eyes and slowly drew along Old Master Luo's meridians. Every time he moved, Old Master Luo felt as if a tendon was being pulled out of his body. Following Luo Qingtong's drawing, the power of heaven and earth and the surroundings all gathered towards her. The so-called borrowing spirit diagram was to use the human body as a refining tool and draw lines of inscription patterns on it. It would allow the human body to borrow the power of heaven and earth like a sacred weapon. This was the power of the sacred state. Luo Qingtong couldn't raise Old Master Luo's strength infinitely, let alone raise his strength from the martial king realm to the sacred state in an instant. However, by using the soul map, Luo Qingtong could temporarily grant Old Master Luo the power of the sacred state. This was the power of an inscription master. Buzz, Luo Qingtong's fingers kept moving on Old Master Luo's back. The energy required for the middle-level inscription technique was incomparable to that of the low-level inscription technique. Fortunately, Luo Qingtong's strength had reached the middle-level martial king realm. During this period of time, her strength had increased to a certain extent because she had studied the damaged sage state celestial artifacts. From the middle-level martial king realm, she had reached the advanced martial king realm. At the same time, she had also filled the 1,000-year soul luring wood with energy. After all, she had used the power of the heaven and earth tribulation thunder to kill a group of martial spirit realm cultivators. Under such circumstances, the heart of the 1,000-year soul luring wood was naturally filled with energy. Buzz, streams of energy were channeled into the inscription lines on Old Master Luo's back. As more and more inscription lines were drawn, the inscription pattern became more and more complete. Swoosh, as the last line in Luo Qingtong's hand landed and connected with the first inscription line, the inscription pattern on Old Master Luo's back was completely formed. Boom, traces of the sage state's energy were generated and flowed into the soul borrowing diagram on Old Master Luo's back. With this trace of the sage state's energy, old Master Luo could use it to activate the power of heaven and earth in the air. Luo Qingtong's strength was still weak. What she had drawn was the lowest level of the soul-borrowing diagram, which was only equivalent to the strength of a beginner sage state expert. When her strength increased in the future, she would be able to draw more powerful soul-borrowing diagrams. At that time, it could be a trump card in her hands. Moreover, there were more advanced inscription techniques above the soul-borrowing diagram. All of this made Luo Qingtong very surprised and interested. Inscription techniques were rarer than anything she had ever come into contact with. She could not imagine how the powerful Immortal Slayer Palace had been destroyed. And how powerful was the person who had destroyed them. That old man Tian Mingzi had really brought her a lot of trouble. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched slightly. Fortunately, as long as there was a sufficient price, she was not afraid of trouble. Boom! As Luo Qingtong completed her actions, old man Luo immediately immersed himself in the fusion of power brought about by the borrowing spirit diagram. He still needed to master that strand of Saint Realm power. That way, he wouldn't be flustered when he used it in the future. The method to use it was engraved in the soul borrow diagram. The moment Luo Qingtong finished drawing it, it was integrated into grandfather Luo's mind. Boom! Boom! In old Master Luo's mind, he practiced countless ways to use the power of the sacred state. As he closed his eyes and began to comprehend these methods, the day of the Empress Dowager's groom selection that Prince Ning had released in the Great Chu dynasty arrived. In order to not give Empress Dowager Xianxia too much time to prepare and make a comeback, when Ning Wang released the news, he set the time to half a month later. Now, it was time. The seventh prince of Yong immediately led Feng Yuan and a group of people from the Great Yong sacred dynasty into the Chu imperial palace. Empress Dowager Xianxia. Looking at the woman sitting under the eaves of the main hall under the jade pavilion, the seventh prince of Yong's expression was proud. That pair of long and narrow eyes were indescribably teasing and complacent. I've said it before. Today, you can only choose me. He raised his head and looked at Empress Dowager Xianxia with a superior expression. It's not time yet. Why are you so anxious? Empress Dowager Xianxia clenched her fists under her sleeves. Her beautiful fingers were clenched into a ball. She didn't know what she was waiting for. Previously, he had received news that all the marriage teams had been stopped outside. What's more, with the current arrogance of Great Yong's seventh prince, they must have arranged a lot of people outside the holy capital to prevent any marriage teams from entering the holy capital. This was a game between the two sacred dynasties. The Great Yong sacred dynasty was unprepared. Even if Empress Dowager Xianxia sent an army to help, it would be too late. Great Yong's seventh prince didn't need to stop those people for long. As long as they could delay until today, Empress Dowager Xianxia would have no choice but to marry him, the only candidate. Otherwise, they would be fooling the world. The Great Yong sacred dynasty could still send troops in the name of Empress Dowager Xianxia. Empress Dowager Xianxia couldn't advance or retreat. Whether she advanced or retreated, it was the Great Yong sacred dynasty's victory. The only way to resolve this crisis was to die and prove one's resolve with death. When Prince Ning released the news, he must have thought of this. He wanted to take revenge on Empress Dowager Xianxia and Great Chu. If Empress Dowager Xianxia didn't die, Great Chu would be robbed. That bastard. Empress Dowager Xianxia's eyes were cold to the extreme, and her heart was full of hatred. Humph. Since the Empress Dowager still wants to struggle, then this prince will wait with the Empress Dowager. Let's see who can stop this prince in the end. Great Yong's seventh prince sneered. He was confident in his niece's ability. Feng Yuan showed an extremely monstrous talent at the age of 12. In the Great Yong sacred dynasty, she, as the first princess, had already ruled with the emperor. In the Great Yong sacred dynasty, all the political affairs and important decisions were made by her. That royal brother of his listened to everything she said. As for the members of the imperial family and the officials, they all respected her. With his niece's ability, the position of Great Yong's empress was no longer enough to attract her. The emperor of 4 dynasties, the #1 genius of True Spill continent, that was what she pursued. She wanted the world of Great Chu. With layers of arrangements, she would succeed. At this time, Great Yong's 7th prince still didn't know that his niece had failed once. He almost died in Prince Ning's mansion of Great Chu. If he knew, he wouldn't be so confident. Rumble. In the main city of the Black Field, Elder Luo's power had reached its peak. With a boom, the aura around his body exploded. In an instant, with the soul-borrowing diagram on his back as the center, a wave of extremely vast and boundless power of the world gathered from all directions in the sky. The power of the Saint Realm borrowed the power of heaven and earth. At this moment, Old Master Luo, a martial emperor, was able to borrow the power of the law of heaven and earth, just like a saint. Oh my God! In Luo Qingtong's arms, Little Pig raised his head and looked at the scene. False saint expert, Luo Qingtong, this perverted woman, she was only a martial king, he was actually able to create a false saint realm expert. It had never seen such an abnormal inscription master. That old man Tian Mingzi should be closing his eyes now that he's dead. At the final moment of his dissipation, he was able to find such an awesome and abnormal successor. Other people might not be able to find such a rare genius even if they searched for their entire lives. A person like her was born to be an overlord, a woman destined to stand at the pinnacle of this world. No wonder this woman was so arrogant and domineering when it first met her. A woman with such talent and ability would be a coward if she was timid and overcautious. Okay, a true powerhouse would not lower his head even when he was at a disadvantage. Otherwise, what was the point of having such talent and ability? What was the point of becoming stronger? Lower your head once, lower your head again and again. A true powerhouse would face adversity head-on and fight for survival. They would not lower their heads when they were in trouble. The so-called rice light and the dim light was all bullshit. If one didn't have the heart to fight to the death in the face of the strong, if one didn't have the heart to rise from the brink of death, if one didn't have the unyielding heart to laugh proudly at the world and look down on all directions, if one didn't have the unyielding heart to even the heavens, how could one become an expert? Even if one became stronger, they would only be a slightly stronger coward. Wasn't the reason why Little Pig chose Luo Qingtong as its contracted master because she was unrestrained in the face of adversity. A coward was not worthy to be its master, even if it was only a sealed pink pig. However, its true form was something that even the 4 seas and 8 wastelands feared. It's done. Luo Qingtong nodded in satisfaction as she looked at the energy flowing around Grandfather Luo. Borrowing the sliver of Saint State power from the spirit map would not harm Old Man Luo's cultivation base at all. With the spirit diagram, Grandfather Luo could temporarily possess the power of Sage Realm without forcefully increasing his strength or damaging his foundation. It was enough to deal with the Empress Dowager's groom selection. She wanted her grandfather to marry her grandmother in a grand manner to make up for their biggest regret. Luo Qingtong knew that the thing Grandfather Luo regretted the most in his life was being trapped in the mountains for trusting his brothers. When he finally broke out of the encirclement, he found out that his wife and son were being persecuted. He saved his son but lost his lover forever. Grandfather Luo had never stepped out of the eastern fence in his life. He even entrusted his hot-bloodedness and heroism to the army and didn't even care about the Luo family. Wasn't it because she was engaged to the empire and her parents were no longer around? It was because of this that he no longer cared about his family and didn't even care about his family. Otherwise, with Old Master Luo's past glory, how could the Luo family be in such dire straits? Luo Qingtong was going to make up for this regret. Luo Qingtong had said before that she would give her grandfather the best. Haha. Grandpa Luo's joyful voice resounded in the sky. Even at this moment, he still felt like he was dreaming. His youth, his strength, all of it made her feel like she was in a dream. Old Master Luo was overjoyed. He was so happy that he was about to cry. He finally had the chance to make up for the regrets of the past and get back the lover that he had failed to save. Qingtong, go. Let's go pick up your grandmother. He laughed heartily as he landed in front of Luo Qingtong. Wrong, I'm going to marry her. Luo Qingtong looked at him and smiled. Grandpa, are you ready? Let's go and marry Grandma again. Let her name be crowned with your surname, let her live up to her name of being the Marquis of the Eastern Fence Country. Haha. Yes. Let's go and marry her. Tears glistened in Grandfather Luo's eyes. Let's go. His long-cherished wish of many years was solved in one day. All right, let's go. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she raised her hand and released her spirit boat flying ship. During this period of time, Luo Qingtong didn't stay idle while Grandfather Luo was fusing with the Sage Realm energy. At this moment, the flying boat was decorated in red and green, and it looked like a marriage proposal. The flying boat was filled with the betrothal gifts that Luo Qingtong prepared for grandfather Luo. This time, she swore to let her grandfather marry her grandmother in a grand manner. "Grandfather, let's go." Luo Qingtong smiled at grandfather Luo. "All right," grandfather Luo said as he laughed heartily. He flicked his sleeves and jumped onto the flying boat. "Congratulations, grandfather Luo." In the Blackfield City Lord Mansion, a group of experts was already waiting for orders. Dozens of flying boats rose into the air and guarded Luo Qingtong's flying boat. Cough cough. "Qingtong, isn't this a little too grand?" Old Master Luo's heart trembled as he looked at the spirit boats and flying boats around him. These were all spirit boats and flying ships. Even the imperial family of the empire might not be able to own a flying boat. Only the big forces and aristocratic families in the Holy Dynasty could own one. Grandfather Luo was very happy that his granddaughter made such a grand scene and used the flying boats of the Blackfield to make herself look good. He naturally liked the grand scene, but he was afraid that his granddaughter would owe the Blackfield too much and it would be difficult for her to repay them. After all, even if they were business partners, they still had to settle accounts clearly. Although his granddaughter was the evil Dr. Ghost Eye and had a revered status in the Blackfield, she still had to pay a corresponding price for using the Blackfield's forces. Thinking of this, grandfather Luo's heart was suddenly filled with indescribable worries. He quickly wanted his granddaughter to not be so busy. If Little Pig knew what he was thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes. What kind of price did Luo Qingtong have to pay to use the Blackfield's forces? That man could not wait to present the entire Blackfield to her. He was afraid that if she did not use it, she would not be able to live up to her title as the future mistress of the Blackfield. This old man was still worried about her. "No, Grandpa, let's go." Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. If he didn't do that, he might not even be able to enter the city gates of the Great Chu holy capital. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes as she thought of the news she had received. Buzz, with a thought, the entire spirit ship rose into the air and flew out of the main city of the Blackfield. "Look! Many spirit boats and flying ships have appeared from the direction of the city lord's mansion." "Yes. It seems to be heading in the direction of the holy capital of the Great Chu. What's going on? Is the Blackfield going to war with the Great Chu sacred dynasty?" Seeing this scene, everyone in the main city of the Blackfield was dumbfounded. But soon, someone saw the red and green decorations on Luo Qingtong's spirit ship and immediately shouted, "It's a marriage proposal fleet." "Ah. I know, it's a marriage proposal fleet from the Great Chu Empress Dowager Xianxia." "Oh my god. Such a big move, so many fleet guards in the Blackfield, who is it?" Everyone looked at Luo Qingtong's spirit ship and saw that there was no sign of the Blackfield on it. Just who was it that could make the Black Domain main city dispatch so many spirit boats and airship guards? Generally, the big forces and aristocratic families in the sacred dynasty would not have such a posture, right? While everyone in the Blackfield was surprised, in the Great Chu Imperial Palace. "Empress Dowager Xianxia, there's only 15 minutes left. Do you still want to continue struggling?" Don't worry. No one will come. This king will be the only one left here," he said with a face full of confidence. "Everything is unknown until the last moment. It's not time yet. Great Yong's 7th prince, it's too early for you to be happy." Empress Dowager Xianxia gritted her teeth. Although she was unwilling to admit defeat, under her sleeves, her fingertips and fingernails were all broken. Was there really no other way? Rumble. Outside the holy capital of the Great Chu sacred dynasty. Luo Qingtong's spirit ship had just entered the border of the holy capital when it was immediately attacked. Rumble. One by one, well-trained experts rushed out from the border of the holy capital and rushed toward Luo Qingtong's spirit ship. "Stop them. Don't let them enter the holy capital of the Great Chu sacred dynasty." Those people shouted fiercely. However, before they could finish their words, their leaping figures instantly froze in midair. Rumble. One by one, the figures of spirit ships rushed out from behind Luo Qingtong's spirit ship. The dense and sharp black pattern on it and the many powerful auras that radiated from it caused the expressions of the group of experts, who had come to attack, to change drastically. Blackfield. It's the people of the Blackfield. These are the spirit ships of the Blackfield. After Luo Qingtong's spirit ship, the black spirit ships appeared one after another. In an instant, the experts of the Great Yong sacred dynasty who came to attack turned ashen. Oh my god, there were so many spirit boats and flying ships. Did the entire Black Domain main city turn out in full force? Could it be that the city lord of the Black Field wants to marry Empress Dowager Xianxia? But even the city lord of the Black Field could not mobilize such a large force of the Black Field, right? Moreover, they looked at the figures that suddenly appeared and floated above the numerous spirit ships of the Black Field. In an instant, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, trembling uncontrollably. Saint Realm Expert. There were so many Saint Realm experts. Oh my god, what was going on? The experts of the Great Yong dynasty, who had been clamoring to attack Luo Qingtong and the others and prevent them from entering the holy capital of the Empire of Qin, froze. In such a situation, who was besieging who? Who was attacking who? Their eyes were filled with shock as they stood in midair, looking at the huge fleet of spirit boats in front of them as they unfolded one after another. With an icy gaze, Luo Qingtong stood atop her spirit boat. Looking at the dumbfounded Great Yong experts in front of her, she suddenly raised her hand and waved. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Intercept them and prevent them from entering the holy capital of Great Chu, then, none of them would be spared. She wanted to see who could stop her from letting her grandfather marry her grandmother. Continue forward. Leaving a portion of the Blackfield spirit boats to be responsible for eliminating these ambushers, Luo Qingtong continued to steer the spirit boat forward. Numerous Black Domain spirit boats and flying ships were following them from all directions. Rumble. The fleet approached the glorious and majestic city of the holy capital of Great Chu. Not long after Luo Qingtong led the fleet out of the Black Field, a spirit boat suddenly appeared above the city lord's residence in the Black Field. Lord. Yes. Where is she? Yi Qianxian's gaze swept across the entire city lord's mansion. Using his divine sense, he did not find Luo Qingtong's figure. Lord Evil Doctor has just led the old master to the Chu dynasty's holy capital. A Blackfield expert said respectfully, and then told him everything that had happened during this period of time. At the same time, in the Chu dynasty's imperial palace. Watching the last grain of sand fall, the seventh prince of Yong suddenly stood up, looked at Empress Dowager Xianxia in front of him, and laughed loudly. It's time. Empress Dowager Xianxia, announce it. I am your husband. The only candidate for the Empress Dowager's groom selection this time. His face was full of complacency and ridicule. Empress Dowager Xianxia looked at the expression on his face, and the hand under her sleeve clenched a short dagger. Luo Tong, in this life, we will never meet again. She suddenly clenched her 5 fingers. However, at this moment, rumble, outside the outer wall of the imperial city, a loud rumble of spirit ships suddenly sounded. Soon after, an extremely loud and clear voice suddenly resounded from outside, like the sound of stormy waves and thunder drums. It was mixed in with the loud rumbling noises and suddenly transmitted into the room. Eastern border country's Marquis Luo Tong has come to marry the Chu dynasty's Empress Dowager Xianxia. The moment the last word landed, the last grain of sand also completely fell to the bottom of the hourglass below. Rumble. In the Chu dynasty's holy capital, the red and green spirit ships led the way, and dozens of black spirit ships guarded on the left and right, rushing down from the outside in a line, leaping across the sky. Look! It's the Blackfield spirit ships. My god! It's actually the Blackfield spirit ships. Who is this eastern border country's Marquis Luo Tong, to be able to invite people from the Blackfield to protect him? Looking at this situation, I'm afraid the Blackfield spirit ships in the Blackfield's main city of the Chu dynasty have all come out. In the Chu dynasty's holy capital, everyone was shocked when they saw the fleet rushing in from the outside. Eastern border country. I don't seem to have heard of it. Which commandery of which holy dynasty, or was it an extremely powerful empire that was about to be promoted to a commandery? When the other party reported his name, did he miss the word D? However, there were also people who slapped their heads. I've heard of this eastern border country. Last time, when a certain immortal sect relic appeared in the sacred dynasty of the Empire of Qin, it caused a great uproar. The eastern border country is nearby. Yeah. Now that you mention it, I remember it too. But, in the vicinity of the immortal sex ruins, everything is inferior countries. As soon as that person's voice rang out, the surroundings instantly fell silent. Are you kidding me? Low-tier country? After a long while, someone finally spoke up dryly. That's impossible, right? Yes. How is it possible for an inferior country to have such wealth? The group of people looked at the domineering fleet that was soaring across the sky and fell silent. Low-class country, a marquis had actually come to propose marriage to the Empress Dowager of the Great Chu sacred dynasty. Furthermore, they had even invited the people of the Black Field to escort them. Why did this sound so much like a fantasy story? But at this moment, this fantasy story had just happened in front of them, in the Chu dynasty's imperial palace. Hearing the thunderous sound outside, the dagger in Xianxi's hand fell to the ground with a clang. Luo Tong? She looked surprised, happy, and worried. She looked in disbelief at the main gate of the Chu dynasty's imperial palace. How was this possible, Luo Tong? She must have heard wrongly. Just as Empress Dowager Xianxia was thinking this, the ministers beside her cried out in surprise. Great, Empress Dowager! Someone has finally appeared. In this way, they would have room to turn this situation around. The faces of the ministers were filled with joy. The sudden burst of hope after despair made them look forward to the person who was about to appear. No matter who the other party was, to be able to appear at this time, they must have some ability. This time, they might really be able to survive the disaster. Yes. Empress Dowager Xianxia was stunned. Was she really not dreaming? Just as Empress Dowager Xianxia was stunned, Feng Yuan, who was sitting next to the 7th Prince of Yong, suddenly frowned and his eyes turned cold. The Marquis of the Eastern Border Kingdom, the Luo family of the Eastern Border Kingdom, did she hear it wrong? Feng Yuan looked outside the palace coldly, almost thinking that he was hallucinating. For Feng Yuan, the Luo family of the Eastern Border Kingdom was like an unkillable bug that kept jumping around. It was fine that they were not destroyed by the imperial family of Tianyu before, but now they even jumped in front of him. A lowly family of a lowly country actually dared to propose marriage to Empress Dowager Xianxia of the Great Chu sacred dynasty, who gave them the courage and confidence. No wonder his people did not stop them. No one would have thought that they would be so overconfident. However, just as Feng Yuan thought so, rumble, outside the main gate of the Great Chu imperial palace in the distance, an extremely powerful fleet of spirit ships swept over. Rumble. Under the orders of the ministers of the Great Chu imperial palace, the defensive formation above the Great Chu imperial palace was completely opened, letting this huge fleet in. Under normal circumstances, this was absolutely impossible, but at this time, the people of the Great Chu were eager to slap the faces of the 7th Prince of Yong and the others, so they naturally went all out to build momentum for Luo Qingtong and the others. Rumble. The fleet stopped at the most central square of the Great Chu imperial palace. The row of pitch-black spirit ships and the obvious black region symbol on them caused everyone's faces to change in shock. Great Chu was naturally overjoyed. As for the 7th Prince of Yong, his face suddenly sank. Feng Yuan, in particular, looked at the fleet with a gloomy and cold gaze. What was going on? How could the Luo family of the Eastern Fence Line be able to invite people from the Black Field to protect them? These Black Field spirit ships were emanating energy waves. Clearly, they had come from the main city. Almost all of them were Earth-grade spaceships. How could the people of the Luo clan of the Eastern Fence Line be qualified? He was actually able to mobilize the power of the Black Field's main city, Evil Dr. Ghost Eye. She suddenly remembered that her subordinates had reported to her that Evil Dr. Ghost Eye seemed to have some relationship with the Luo clan. Luo Qingtong's eyes, which were blinded by his poison, were cured by the Evil Dr. Ghost Eye, and the person who had injured him from a distance should also be the Evil Dr. Ghost Eye. However, did Ming Zun of the Black Field really dote on her so much? For a mere Luo clan, a Luo clan that only had some relationship with her, he actually did not hesitate to mobilize the power of the Black Field's main city? As Feng Yuan thought about it, the nails on his hands clenched tightly into his palms. Her heart was filled with unspeakable jealousy and hatred. That pair of eyes instantly stared at the red and green spirit ship, and when she looked over, everyone's gazes also landed on that spirit ship. They all wanted to see who exactly had arrived at this time. And just as everyone's attention was on them, with a click, the door on that spirit ship opened. Dong! That person's figure landed on the square in the palace. He was dressed in a dark blue robe, outlining his iron-blooded and domineering aura. Old Master Luo's face was filled with excitement as he looked at the beautiful woman who was sitting under the canopy of the luxurious building in front of him. I'm here to marry you," he said resolutely. That pair of affectionate eyes looked at Empress Dowager Xianxia. After decades, he finally had the opportunity to stand in front of the woman he loved most and say such words. Old Master Luo originally thought that he would miss Xianxia in this lifetime. Just like that time when he killed his way out of the beast tied deep in the mountains, he only had time to see a corner of her clothes slide down the cliff in front of his eyes. In this life, he did not owe his family, nor did he owe anyone. He only owed her one sentence: he did not let her down in this life. "I'm here to pick you up." Impudent. Old Master Luo's voice came out, and in an instant, Great Yong's seventh prince shouted angrily. His plan was ruined, and the person who came seemed to have an old relationship with Empress Dowager Xianxia. Great Yong's seventh prince, who had long regarded Empress Dowager Xianxia as his exclusive property, instantly had a déjà vu of being cuckolded. Looking at Old Master Luo standing on the square of the main hall, his face was angry. "You're just a marquis from an inferior country. Who gave you the guts to say such things to the Empress Dowager of the Sacred Dynasty? What qualifications do you have to come and propose? Do you have the ability to compete with this prince? A mere marquis of an inferior country?" Great Yong's seventh prince's words immediately caused the expressions of many Great Chu officials present to change. They did not care if Old Master Luo had an old relationship with Empress Dowager Xianxia, as long as he could stop Great Yong's conspiracy. What's more, it would be better if he really had an old relationship with Empress Dowager Xianxia. After all, it was naturally better to choose a person who had an affair with the Empress Dowager than to choose the seventh prince who was eyeing Great Chu covetously. But a marquis of an inferior country, could he stop Great Yong's conspiracy? This was what the officials of Great Chu were worried about. They had put all their hopes on Old Master Luo. Now that they heard Great Yong's seventh prince's words, they were shocked and instantly turned cold. A marquis from an inferior country, the other party's strength might not even be as strong as a bodyguard of the seventh prince of Yong. How could they stop the seventh prince of Great Yong's conspiracy? After all, since they were asking for the Empress Dowager's hand in marriage, they naturally had to compete, regardless of family background or financial resources. Grandfather Luo was clearly no match for Great Yong's seventh prince. All of Empress Dowager Xianxia's attention was on Old Master Luo. She looked at the valiant figure standing on the square. She almost used up all the strength in her body to restrain herself from immediately getting up and flying over. At this moment, hearing Great Yong's seventh prince's words, her complexion changed as she looked worriedly at Grandfather Luo. At this moment, a faint and leisurely voice suddenly sounded from the red and green spirit ship. "Then what does Great Yong's seventh prince feel is qualified to compete with you?" As this voice rang out, a figure slowly appeared at the entrance of the spirit ship. Luo Qingtong looked indifferent. With her hands behind her back, she waved her sleeves and slowly walked down from the spirit ship. Everyone looked at the figure walking down from the airship. In an instant, everyone fell silent. The young girl's face was like a hibiscus, her skin was smooth and creamy, and her pair of elegant eyebrows were like the flowers of the distant mountains. Under a light touch, it was a breathtaking charm. Her nose was slightly pointed, her eyebrows were creamy, and her cheeks were rosy. The hint of a smile on his lips revealed a devilish aura, absolutely charming and domineering, that graceful and leisurely posture, that peerless beauty. Everyone's gaze involuntarily looked at Luo Qingtong, and then at Feng Yuan. They were not inferior in the slightest. In fact, Luo Qingtong's posture and appearance were slightly better than Feng Yuan's. If they didn't know that Feng Yuan was the princess of the Great Yong dynasty, they would have mistakenly thought that Luo Qingtong was the peerless and graceful princess that could only be raised under the majestic Great Yong dynasty. After all, her appearance and bearing were not inferior in the slightest. Low-level small country, everyone couldn't help but recall the words of the Great Yong's seventh prince just now, and they were suddenly filled with doubts. Was this pair of grandfather and granddaughter really from a marquis household in a low-level small country? Could a lowly family from such a lowly country really raise such a graceful, noble, and gorgeous young lady? Everyone's gaze was fixed on Luo Qingtong, and from time to time, they would look at Feng Yuan. Looking at these gazes, the latter was indescribably angry. However, Feng Yuan didn't expect Luo Qingtong to be so outstanding. Looking at the young girl walking down from the airship, she couldn't help but admit that Luo Qingtong's aura was not something that the legitimate daughter of a marquis household in a low-level small country could possess. She would believe it even if the other party was the princess of the Great Yong dynasty. The Luo family's Qingtong was actually such a beautiful young girl, then why did the royal family of Tianyu dislike her so much? Feng Yuan had never seen Luo Qingtong before, and had only heard of her existence from others. He knew that she was Yu Wenma's fiancée, but neither he nor Tianyu's royal family liked her. She had thought that the other party was merely the first daughter of an ordinary marquis, and the kind that was especially unpresentable. She couldn't even compare to the young ladies of the empire's great clans. But who would have thought that the other party was actually so magnificent? Even if no one said it, their eyes clearly told Feng Yuan that she had been suppressed. He had been suppressed by a young girl from a low-level family that came from a low-level family from a low-level country. Feng Yuan's eyes were cold. She looked at Luo Qingtong, who was standing in front of grandfather Luo, and said coldly, "Luo Qingtong? Miss Luo? This doesn't seem to be a place where you can interrupt, right?" When she said this, she coldly raised her head and looked at Luo Qingtong with an aloof gaze. "Your grandfather, as Empress Dowager Xianxi's pursuer, has the qualifications to talk to us. But who are you to stand here and talk to us? This highness is the first princess of the Great Yong dynasty, and my uncle is the seventh prince of Great Yong. What kind of identity and confidence do you have to dare to stand in front of us and talk to us? Before you ask, kneel down and greet us." Saying this, she coldly flicked her sleeves and looked at Luo Qingtong. So what if she was extraordinarily beautiful and had an extraordinary temperament? Since he had overpowered her, she would overpower him again. With the other party's identity, what could she use to compare with her? Evil Dr. Ghost. I was able to invite people from the Black Domain to support her. Could it be that he could give her a more prominent identity than his? F***ck. In Luo Qingtong's sleeves, Little Pig was about to jump through them. What did this woman say? She wants you to kneel before her? Damn it, Luo Qingtong had never even knelt before Yi Qianxian. Okay, now this princess of Great Yong wanted her to kneel. How shameless was she? Those from Blackfield who came with Luo Qingtong and didn't show up in the spiritual boat also had a slight change in expression. Luo Qingtong was their future mistress. How could she kneel before others? Not to mention that Feng Yuan was only the princess of Great Yong. Even if the emperor of Great Yong came in person, he didn't have the qualifications. The other party was really too arrogant. Immediately, those from Blackfield had a burst of cold anger on their faces. They suddenly jumped and were about to fly out. However, at this moment, the voice of Empress Dowager Xianxia, who had been silent all this time, suddenly sounded. "Who said she doesn't have the qualifications to talk to you?" Empress Dowager Xianxia's figure suddenly stood up from the luxurious carriage. The arrival of Luo Qingtong and grandfather Luo gave her the greatest strength to persevere. At this moment, the Empress Dowager, who rose from the throne with insignificant qualifications and protected the bloodline of the late Emperor of Great Chu, was full of vigor. Pass on this Empress's decree. Qingtong of the Marquis' residence of the Easternly nation, Feng Shumin, intelligent and thoughtful. She has won my heart. I am happy at first sight. From now on, she will be conferred as the Princess of Great Chu and will enjoy the honor of being the princess of the first wife. Empress Dowager Yin. She didn't seize a personal matter for herself because of the position of Empress Dowager of Great Chu, but today, she was going to be selfish for once. If she watched her granddaughter being forced to kneel in front of her, she didn't deserve to be a grandmother, she didn't deserve to be the Empress Dowager of Great Chu. She would like to see who dared to humiliate her granddaughter in front of her. Empress Dowager Xianxia. Hearing Empress Dowager Xianxia publicly supporting Luo Qingtong, it was clear that she was deliberately opposing the Great Yong sacred dynasty. Great Yong's seventh prince's face was filled with anger. From his point of view, Empress Dowager Xianxia's temporary bestowal of Luo Qingtong as the Princess of Great Chu was clearly an excuse to slap Great Yong's face. But he didn't expect that Empress Dowager Xianxia just wanted to protect her granddaughter from being bullied. Feng Yuan also believed that Empress Dowager Xianxia was deliberately slapping Great Yong's face, but to help Luo Qingtong, she looked at Empress Dowager Xianxia, who stood up with a stern expression, and smiled faintly. Empress Dowager Xianxia, have you forgotten something? Feng Yuan slowly stood up from his seat. The embroidered gown slid down the table in front of her. This Imperial Highness is not only Great Yong's first Imperial Princess, but also an Imperial Princess with the title of Holy. With the addition of Great Yong's Imperial fate, my status is honorable and noble, surpassing all the Imperial descendants of the 4 great sacred dynasties. Even if Luo Qingtong is the Princess of Great Chu, she still has to kneel and salute me when she sees this Imperial Highness. In front of this Imperial Highness, she has no right to not kneel. Feng Yuan's voice was cold. Even if Empress Dowager Xianxia obstructed her today, she still wanted Luo Qingtong to kneel and kowtow to her. He wanted her to humiliate her elegance in front of him. No one could suppress her in front of her. This Luo Qingtong was no exception. Princess Feng Yuan, you. Empress Dowager Xianxia was furious. Bestowing the title of Holy was only possible after praying to heaven and opening a temple. Even if she immediately bestowed the title of Holy on Luo Qingtong now, it would have no effect. Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed at this moment. She looked at Feng Yuan and was about to speak. What if I say that she is qualified? As this voice rang out, in an instant, a figure appeared in front of the crowd. Yi Qianming was dressed in silver and had black hair. His incomparably handsome face was hidden under a dark golden mask. That pair of extremely cold eyes stared coldly at Feng Yuan in front of him. The ice-cold light that shot out from those eyes caused Feng Yuan's entire body to feel a chill. Blackfield Mingzun, when they saw Yi Qianming's figure appear, everyone present was shocked. This Blackfield Mingzun almost never appeared in front of others. Those who could see him were all the top experts of the 4 sacred dynasties. Ordinary Saint Realm experts were not qualified to meet him, let alone other people. Many people in the Great Chu Imperial Palace had heard of his name, but they had never seen Mingzun in person. This included the 7th Prince of Great Yong. At this moment, everyone looked at Yi Qianming, who suddenly appeared with shock in their eyes. And the one who was even more shocked was Feng Yuan. This first princess of the Great Yong sacred dynasty was completely humiliated by Yi Qianming's words. She was in a very sorry state. That's right. She was the first princess of Great Yong and the one who was conferred the title of sage. Her status was comparable to half of a sage emperor, but so what? No matter how noble and respected her status was, could it be compared to Yi Qianming, Blackfield Mingzun, the first master of the True Spill continent? Except for a few old monsters, no one could be compared to Yi Qianming. A man's words were like gold and jade. If he said that Luo Qingtong had the qualifications not to kneel, then Luo Qingtong had the qualifications. She didn't need any title. She didn't need any title, just based on that one sentence of his, it was enough. All of Feng Yuan's pride and reliance were completely shattered by Yi Qianming at this moment. If Mingzun says there is, then there is. Feng Yuan clenched her silver teeth tightly. Her lips, which were pampered and maintained extremely well, were about to bleed from being bitten. Why? Feng Yuan was so jealous that he almost went crazy. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianming, afraid that the latter would see the hatred and murderous intent in her eyes. Why was Luo Qingtong protected by Yi Qianming? In the Black Field, Mingzun had never appeared in front of others. No matter how much she begged, it was difficult for her to meet him, but at this moment, she easily saw him, because of Luo Qingtong and evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Thinking of these two people, Feng Yuan clenched his teeth. These two people had humiliated her to the extreme. Not only did evil Dr. Gui Tong steal Mingzun's favor, he even ruined her reputation as a heavenly doctor. She had ruined one of her good moves, and now, because of the Luo family's matter, the other party invited Mingzun to support Luo Qingtong. To Feng Yuan, she didn't put Luo Qingtong in her eyes at all. Even though she had been rejected by Yuan Ma in a roundabout way because of her, she had only casually sent a subordinate, who was even a martial royal realm expert. To her, he wasn't even comparable to the handyman by her side, and she had sent such a person because she had heard that Luo Qingtong had a pair of strange eyes. But now, the other party had ruined her good plans. Not only that, but she had also received the protection of Mingzun in the Black Field. That was something that she couldn't even ask for. Luo Qingtong looked at Yi Qianming, who suddenly appeared in surprise. She didn't know when this man came back. Luo Qingtong felt a burst of joy in her heart. She didn't notice that when she saw Yi Qianming appear, her eyes lit up. Yi Qianming noticed it. When he saw Luo Qingtong's gaze on him, his mood immediately brightened. This woman also missed him and was looking forward to his return. Thinking of this, he didn't feel so depressed when he heard that she had agreed to a bet with others and said that she would leave him if she lost. He walked towards Luo Qingtong. At this moment, Feng Wan's voice suddenly sounded again. But Ming Zun, if you protect Great Chu like this, aren't you breaking the agreement between the Black Field and the 4 great sacred dynasties? There was an agreement between the Black Field and the 4 great sacred dynasties. The 4 great sacred dynasties couldn't interfere with the matters of the Black Field and the Black Field couldn't interfere with the matters of the 4 great sacred dynasties. After all, Ming Zun of the Black Field was too powerful. No matter which side he sided with, it wasn't a good thing for others. At this moment, Yi Qianming spoke out to protect Luo Qingtong, but Feng Wan misinterpreted it as helping the Great Chu dynasty. After all, Empress Dowager Yan Shi had just conferred Luo Qingtong as the Princess of Great Chu. Naturally, if Yi Qianming helped Luo Qingtong, it was also helping Great Chu. Originally, this kneel and not kneel was just a tit-for-tat between Feng Wan and Luo Qingtong. Now, with Feng Wan's words, it was directly raised to a fight between the sacred dynasties. Yi Qianming helping Luo Qingtong was breaking the rules. Hearing this, Yi Qianming's footsteps suddenly stopped. Behind him, Bei Qing and Feng Yu both frowned and looked at Feng Wan. What was the matter with this Princess Feng Wan? Her master had already spoken, yet she was still so unforgiving. These words were clearly trying to use the agreement between the Black Field and the 4 great sacred dynasties to force Mistress to give in, so that she could continue to use her status to suppress the evil doctor, but she didn't know that the evil doctor was her master's only bottom line and reverse scale. Yi Qianming stared coldly at Feng Wan. You want to follow the rules? His voice was cold. Good. In that case, I'll give the Great Yong sacred dynasty a rule. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve. In an instant, with a boom, an incomparably vast aura of power that far exceeded the Saint Realm exploded from the depths of the Great Chu Imperial Palace. Feng Wan's arrogant expression, which had been waiting for Yi Qianming to give in, instantly changed when he sensed this aura. This is, her heart suddenly trembled. Transcendent Saint. It was another level above the Saint Realm. They were the true powerhouses who stood at the peak of the 4 great sacred dynasties. There were only a few such powerhouses in the 4 sacred dynasties. And there was one in each of the 4 great sacred dynasties. It was extremely difficult to alarm such powerhouses. They basically didn't care about the outside world anymore, and they wouldn't care about ordinary things at all. It was the same for the transcendent saints of the 4 great sacred dynasties. Unless it was a matter of life and death, they basically wouldn't appear. Otherwise, how could Feng Wan and the others dare to openly plot to seize the throne of the Great Chu Empire? It was because the Transcendent Saint was in seclusion, and the Empress Dowager was in charge of the Great Chu Empire. They used the matter of becoming the Empress Dowager's husband to seize the throne of the Great Chu Empire. Once they successfully controlled the Great Chu Empire, even if the other party's powerhouses beyond the Saint Realm appeared, they wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, Great Yong also had transcendent saints. Feeling the vast and majestic aura, Feng Wan's complexion changed from green to white. She wanted to force Yi Qianming to give in so that he couldn't help Luo Qingtong and the others. But she didn't expect that he would directly call out the transcendent saint of Great Chu. In such a situation, she and the others, before she finished thinking, the 7th Prince of Great Yong on the other side had already turned pale and leaned towards her in a panic. Yuan, you're in big trouble. Although he had always been a little afraid of this niece, the 7th Prince of Great Yong couldn't help but reprimand her. Why did she have to go against that Luo Qingtong? Why did she have to make others kneel? Even when Ming Zun of the Blackfield spoke, she still didn't forgive. This was great. If the Transcendent Saint of Great Chu came out and knew what they were going to do to Great Chu, why are you panicking? Feng Wan also panicked for a moment, but she soon calmed down. We're here to participate in the Empress Dowager's groom selection. Who can do anything to us? This time, the Empress Dowager's groom selection wasn't done by them. The people of Great Chu couldn't blame them, as long as they insisted that they had no other intentions. So what if the other party knew that their motives weren't pure? The only pity was that they couldn't use this to force Ming Zun to give in, that Luo Qingtong escaped. Thinking of this, Feng Wan suddenly gritted her teeth. Ming Zun was so protective of the other party to this extent, That evil Dr. Ghost Eye had such a great influence on him. All of this should have been hers. If she had shown her medical skills earlier and gained Ming Zun's appreciation, she would be the one who was protected and spoiled. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan felt a burst of hatred. When the aura exploded, Luo Qingtong was also a little stunned. There was actually such a strong person hidden in the imperial palace of Great Chu. Then how could he be forced to this extent by the people of Great Yong? Do you think it's so easy to alarm such an expert? Little Pig saw through her thoughts and rolled his eyes. Moreover, this is the Empress Dowager's search for a groom, not a large-scale attack by Great Yong. If it wasn't for Yi Qianming, this expert wouldn't have been alarmed. This kind of powerhouse is the one who stabilizes the fate of the nation. I won't make a move for no reason. Luo Qingtong nodded her head in understanding. I see. As she spoke, her expression suddenly changed. It was a good thing that Yi Qianming called out this person. Otherwise, when her grandfather and grandmother got married, this expert would suddenly appear. Great Yong's seventh prince had Great Yong's backing. Naturally, he wasn't afraid, but if she wasn't by Grandpa's side, wouldn't that be bad? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong rejoiced. Then she thought, did Yi Qianming come here just for this? Otherwise, with this man's temperament, he would definitely be impatient to get involved in these matters. Even if he came back, he would definitely wait for her in the Black Field. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong couldn't help but look at Yi Qianming. The man's expression was indifferent. After alarming the transcendent saint of Great Chu, his gaze fell on Luo Qingtong. Or it could be said that since he appeared, his gaze had always been on Luo Qingtong. At this moment, when he saw the girl looking at him, the light in her eyes flashed, and he immediately understood. Humph, he snorted softly. This woman was smart and cunning and didn't misunderstand him. Otherwise, he would definitely settle this account with her when he returned. Previously, she used him as a bet. Even if he wasn't angry, he wouldn't let her off so easily. The aura from the depths of the Great Chu Imperial Palace flew up quickly, and in an instant, appeared above the square. What's going on? Who alarmed me? The transcendent saint from the Great Chu Imperial Palace floated above the square, and his sharp eagle eyes instantly scanned the entire place. Anyone who was swept by his eyes felt as if they had been pierced by a needle. Those with slightly lower cultivation felt that the gaze was like a sharp blade, piercing their hearts and making them feel suffocated. It was as if they were about to die under this gaze. In fact, it was indeed so. The transcendent saint's sharp gaze could kill, and his aura was like a rainbow. This kind of expert had already reached the point where he could mobilize the power of heaven and earth with just a thought, and instantly kill weaker cultivators. What they cultivated was already on another level of power. Great Ancestor. When they saw the transcendent saint appear, everyone from the Great Chu Imperial Palace knelt down and greeted him. The transcendent saint did not pay attention to them. Because he had already seen Yi Qianxian. Ming Zun. Seeing the silver-clothed black-haired man standing there, the transcendent saint's expression was slightly surprised, and then it quickly turned to vigilance and doubt. You woke me up? I remember that we have an agreement with you. We acknowledge the existence of the Black Field, and you are not to attack the four sacred dynasties. Why have you appeared in the Great Chu Imperial Palace? Thinking that Yi Qianxian had come to cause trouble, the transcendent saint's aura instantly changed, and he looked at Yi Qianxian with a wary gaze. I have no interest in your Great Chu Imperial Palace. Yi Qianxian's voice was cold. I just don't want to break the rules. Your Great Chu Imperial Palace's matters, settle it yourselves. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeves and looked at Feng Yu beside him. The latter understood and stood up with a smile to explain, Great Ancestor, don't misunderstand. Your Empress Dowager is looking for a husband, and we, people from the Black Field, have also come to participate. We were afraid that people would say that we broke the agreement, so we woke you up. As he spoke, he glanced at the slightly pale Feng Yuan and sneered in his heart. She actually wanted to force her master to give in. This Princess Feng Yuan really thought too highly of herself. Did she think that she was the evil doctor? In this world, other than Lord Evil Doctor, he had never seen anyone else who could make his master suffer. Groom selection? What marriage? Hearing Feng Yu's words, that transcendent saint instantly frowned. He looked at the people of Great Chu. Finally, the officials of Great Chu found a chance to speak. Immediately, they knelt down and cried, telling all the things that Prince Ning had done. Had it not been for Xianxia deliberately alerting a transcendent saint, these courtiers would never have been able to see him in their entire lives, not to mention complaining to the other party about Ning Wang's actions. In fact, King Ning's actions were enough to sentence him to death. But because he was a direct descendant of the Great Chu imperial palace and was a prince, the courtiers could not do anything to him without solid evidence to prove that he was harmful to Great Chu. At most, they could only imprison him. This was also the reason why King Ning was so unscrupulous. Firstly, he did not rebel, and secondly, he did not plot to rebel, he only created an opportunity for others to have the opportunity to overturn the Great Chu Empire. With the previous emperor's edict as a guarantee, what was he afraid of? Who could do anything to him? Bastard! Nonsense! How dare you tarnish the sacred name of our Chu royal family? The Empress Dowager's groom selection, wasn't that putting their Chu empire on the chopping board, waiting for others to take it? What's more, how could their Chu empire have such a scandal as the Empress Dowager's groom selection? The person who came up with this idea not only had sinister intentions, but also made their Chu royal family the laughingstock of the world. The transcendent saint's face was furious, and he directly raised his hand. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged above the entire Chu imperial palace. Countless forces of heaven and earth gathered, converging into an incomparably huge palm in an instant, and swept towards the Prince Ning's residence in the holy capital of Chu. In the Prince Ning's residence, Prince Ning was lying on the bed in his room, recuperating. Hearing the endless reports from his subordinates, he learned that the 7th Prince of Yong and others had entered the Chu imperial palace to force him to abdicate. He was very proud in his heart, and he smiled coldly. Empress Dowager Yin, she also had such a day. That bitch made him the laughingstock of the entire Chu and even the world. Then he would let her have a taste of this. The feeling of being forced didn't feel good, right? She wanted to help his imperial brother protect this empire, but he wouldn't let her. She wanted to protect this empire. Fine, she could just die. Without her, the Empress Dowager Yin, wouldn't Great Yong's conspiracy not succeed? Thinking of this, Prince Ning smiled sinisterly. At this moment, rumble. Above the sky, there was a sudden sound of thunder. Prince Ning was proud in his heart, but when he heard this, he frowned. He just saw that the weather outside was fine. Why did thunder suddenly appear? Just as he was about to ask the guards outside what was going on, he heard a burst of panicked voices outside. Hand! Hand! Heaven's might! Quick! Run! Those voices were panicked and frightened. Before Prince Ning could react, there was a boom, and the main courtyard pavilion he was in was instantly overturned. Rumble! The sound of explosions rang out. Prince Ning was still lying on the bed, and when he looked up, he saw a huge palm carrying a majestic force, grabbing towards him. Ah! Who? How dare you attack me in the holy capital of Chu? Ah! Don't you know that I am the Prince of Chu? A direct descendant of the Chu royal family. You! Prince Ning screamed and yelled at the same time. He was grabbed by the giant hand and was instantly dragged to the top of the Chu imperial palace's sacrificial ceremony square. All the bones in his body were almost crushed into powder. Just as he was about to curse at the person who had captured him, his voice suddenly stopped. On the square, a group of people looked at him indifferently, coldly, or gloatingly. As for the figure sitting in the middle, whose entire body was brimming with powerful and terrifying power, his face instantly turned pale. Grand Uncle. How could this be? How could this be? Granduncle Huang was supposed to be in seclusion, so why would he appear here? This was a transcendent saint. At the thought of what he had done, Prince Ning's face turned pale. The teeth in his mouth were also chattering. Imperial Granduncle, he desperately wanted to explain, but that transcendent saint didn't care about him at all. Humph. I don't have a royal descendant like you. You actually dared to tarnish the reputation of my Chu imperial family and invite a wolf into the house. Your death is not enough to be regretted. Rumble. In the sky, the huge hand that was grabbing Lord Ning suddenly clenched as the transcendent saint moved. Ah! Prince Ning's scream was incomparably mournful. His flesh, blood, and bones were all crushed into pieces by that pinch. Blood drifted down from the sky. The transcendent saint's expression was cold as he clenched his fist. blood refinement. Along with his voice, Prince Ning's shattered flesh and blood were all wrapped up by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the next second, streaks of blood-colored aura were extracted from Prince Ning's flesh and blood, converging into a drop of crimson blood. At the same time, blood-curdling screams came from Prince Ning's residence. Then, countless tiny bloodline auras flew out and merged into the drop of blood in the Great Chu Palace. Feeling the powerful and vast aura in the drop of blood, Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and asked Little Pig in her mind, "What's that?" "Prince Ning's blood, but that's not right. The power contained in this drop of blood is extremely powerful. Even Prince Ning's strength isn't that strong. How did he refine such a powerful drop of blood?" "It's the imperial bloodline in his body. This transcendent saint from the Great Chu imperial family is refining the power of the imperial bloodline in his body," Little Pig explained to Luo Qingtong. "Those who have surpassed the saint realm can pass on their power through their bloodline. The 4 sacred dynasties were able to stand tall in the eastern region and rule over countless powerful countries because of their bloodline. They have many experts among them, as many as the clouds. If it weren't for the fact that Great Yong was the one who forced Great Chu, ordinary people wouldn't have any ideas about them. However, there is a limit to the power of the bloodline. As time passes, if there are no more experts who have surpassed the saint realm, the bloodline will gradually disappear," Little Pig explained to Luo Qingtong. "Oh." Luo Qingtong nodded. "So that's how it is." She suddenly thought of Yi Qianxian's heavenly veins physique. That man's strength is definitely beyond the saint realm. No wonder those people on his side would stuff him with beauties every day. It didn't matter how many of them died. It was no wonder that such a powerful man would act like he had never touched a woman before. Luo Qingtong couldn't help but laugh when she thought of the first time Yi Qianxian saw her, and the angry look on his face when she deliberately tried to get close to him. Boom! After the bloodline was refined, the transcendent saint waved his hand and summoned the drop of blood into his hand. Then he said coldly, "Don't worry, it's too late. King Ning's lineage is hereby stripped of their status as a direct descendant of the Great Chu imperial family and reduced to commoners. From now on, you can no longer consider yourself as a disciple of the imperial family of the Darchu dynasty." This transcendent sage's words directly pushed everyone from King Ning's mansion to the bottom of the valley. After doing all this, his gaze immediately shifted to Great Yong's 7th prince and grandfather Luo. "Humph." He snorted with a cold expression and was about to order the Empress Dowager's groom selection to be annulled. At this moment, Feng Wan's voice sounded. "Ancestor of Great Chu, since King Ning has been executed and the Great Chu imperial family has been cleaned up, shouldn't we continue with the Empress Dowager's groom selection?" Feng Wan's complexion was pale. However, she still gritted her teeth and endured the pressure of the transcendent saint to say these words. Feng Wan was not reconciled. She was just one step away. This transcendent saint could not guard the Chu imperial family forever. As long as imperial uncle could become the Empress Dowager's husband, she would have a way to control the Chu imperial family. Ning Wang was dead. In the future, the Chu imperial family would be Empress Dowager Xianxi's world. There would almost be no more opportunities like this in the future. She could not let go of this opportunity. Looking at her, Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed. She also wanted to stop that transcendent saint's decision, but since Feng Wan had made a move, then she would just watch the show. After all, this kind of action that drew hatred was not easy to do. Luo Qingtong looked at Feng Wan's pale face and her tottering figure under the transcendent saint's pressure. When this matter was successful, she would thank her on behalf of grandfather and grandmother. Impossible. That transcendent saint looked at Feng Wan coldly. In the history of the imperial family, there has never been a precedent of the Empress Dowager remarrying. It is even more impossible for the Empress Dowager to choose a husband. This matter was all caused by Ning Wang, that scum of the Chu imperial family. My Chu imperial family does not recognize this Empress Dowager's marriage. As he spoke, he directly pressed down on Feng Wan. Yuan Great Yong's 7th prince and others were frightened by this pressure and hurriedly came to pull Feng Wan, but she waved them away. Feng Wan had a stomach full of anger, and the ambition that had died before it even started. How could she let it go? If she left now, then Luo Qingtong and evil Dr. Ghost Eye would benefit. Feng Wan's cold gaze swept across Luo Tong. The other party clearly had an affair with Empress Dowager Xianxia. If she left, with Ming Zun's strength, who knew if the Chu imperial family would agree to them being together in the end, Feng Yuan would never allow such a thing to happen. She would never let Luo Qingtong and evil Dr. Ghost get what they wanted. Chu imperial ancestor. Feng Yuan said coldly, the Empress Dowager's marriage was announced by your Chu imperial family. I don't care about the reason, since your Chu imperial family has released such news. Imperial family's imperial family. Now, you're saying that the Empress Dowager's groom selection is invalid. Are you deliberately fooling the world? Imperial family. The dignified imperial family of the Chu dynasty is so untrustworthy, casually deceiving everyone? Imperial family. Imperial family. Imperial emperoress. If this transcendent saint from Great Chu insisted on cancelling the Empress Dowager's groom selection, Great Yong would have an excuse to send troops to Great Chu. This little girl, what a sinister mind. He was actually so determined to obtain Great Chu. The transcendent saint from Great Chu was so angry that his eyes were burning. He wished he could slap Feng Yuan to death with his sleeves, but he couldn't. The other party was Great Yong's wholly conferred princess. Unless he wanted to start a war with Great Yong, he absolutely could not touch her, and with Great Chu's current situation, it was obviously not suitable for them to clash with Great Yong, the second strongest of the four great sacred dynasties in China. Isn't Great Yong being too overbearing? Her expression was indifferent as she stepped on Feng Yuan's words with a smile. Great Chu's ancestor might not want to cancel the Empress Dowager's groom search. Perhaps he just looks down on Great Yong's people. That's why he said such words. Don't tell me that Great Yong's people will also fly into a rage out of humiliation? Only you are allowed to come for the groom search, and others are not allowed to look down on you? There's no such thing as coercion in business, let alone a groom search. That's right. Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, the transcendent saint from Great Chu seemed to have found a way out and followed her words. I indeed look down on Great Yong's people. That's why I deliberately said that. As he spoke, his gaze swept coldly across Great Yong's seventh prince. In reality, to this transcendent saint from Great Chu, no matter who came from Great Yong, he would not let that person become the Empress Dowager's husband, otherwise, wouldn't he be inviting a wolf into the house? Just as Feng Yuan thought, he could not always guard Great Chu's imperial family. If that was the case, he would not have to wait for Great Yong to steal the country. If his cultivation regressed, would he still need to wait for Great Yong to steal the country? They would be able to fight their way in openly. Therefore, even if this Empress Dowager's groom search was to end, he could not let Great Yong's people succeed. Thinking of this, the transcendent saint from Great Chu's gaze immediately landed on Xianxia. Ming Zun, didn't you say that your people from Blackfield also came to participate in the groom search? If it was someone from Blackfield, he could be at ease. This transcendent saint from Great Chu was originally unwilling to continue holding the Empress Dowager's groom search. It was too shameful for the imperial family. However, Feng Yuan was aggressive and was obviously determined to win. Under such circumstances, he naturally could not give Great Yong's people an excuse or opportunity. However, if he wanted to continue, he had to find someone he could be at ease with. In this world, who could contend against Great Yong and make him feel completely at ease that Great Chu's throne would not be stolen? Naturally, it was the Blackfield. With Ming Zun's strength, even if he coveted the throne of Great Chu, he didn't need to resort to such underhanded means. Not to mention, with the other party's temperament, he didn't even care about treasures that appeared in the world, so why would he scheme to seize the throne of Great Chu? With that thought in mind, the transcendent saint from the Great Chu glanced at Bei Qing and Feng Yu. There were only the two of them standing by Yi Qianqian's side. The other experts of the Blackfield were all in the spirit ship. Ahem, exalted ancestor, it's not us. It's this. Luo Tong. Feng Yu and Bei Qing quickly clarified and pointed at Old Master Luo. Of course, he couldn't call him Old Master now. Both of them directly called out their names. Him? The transcendent saint from Great Chu looked at Elder Luo suspiciously. There was no other reason. The other party's strength was simply too weak. With such strength, how could he win against the Great Yong sacred dynasty? The transcendent saint from the Great Chu sacred dynasty felt depressed. At this moment, Yi Qianxian spoke. He can win. He believed that woman would definitely not participate in the Empress Dowager's groom search without confidence. Since she dared to bring old Master Luo, it proved that she was already confident of winning. Although he didn't know what she would do, Xianxia believed in Luo Qingtong. That woman was always able to give him a different kind of joy and surprise. Alright. Since Yi Qianming had said so, the transcendent saint of the Great Chu sacred dynasty could only believe it. In fact, he had no choice. Unless he was willing to be forced by the great Yong people and give in. But that was impossible, therefore, he could only place his hopes on old Master Luo. He only hoped that he could win like what Ming Zun said. The transcendent saint of the Great Chu thought and suddenly said, Luo Tong, right? As long as you can win this time, I will confer you the title of Empress Dowager of the Great Chu and marry Empress Dowager Xianxia. At the same time, I will confer your granddaughter the title of Princess Saint. Do your best. Yes. Old Master Luo was very excited. He did not expect that he could be recognized by the Great Chu sacred dynasty's royal family. This transcendent saint of the Great Chu sacred dynasty's royal family had spoken. Basically, there would be no obstacles to his marriage with Empress Dowager Xianxia. In the future, he could always be with Xianxia. Thinking of this, his heart was suddenly filled with fighting spirit. Imperial granduncle, you can rest assured. Grandpa Luo was so happy that he directly called the transcendent saint by the wrong way. Cough. Luo Qingtong could not help but cough softly. My grandfather, take it easy, don't be too excited and accidentally offend him. However, the transcendent saint of the Great Chu sacred dynasty snorted coldly and did not say anything. Although the Empress Dowager's remarriage was a scandal of the royal family, it was nothing compared to protecting the Great Chu sacred dynasty. Moreover, the other party was from the Black Field and had Ming Zun as his guarantor. For the Great Chu sacred dynasty, it was not a bad thing. Therefore, the transcendent saint of the Great Chu sacred dynasty immediately turned a blind eye to old Master Luo's slip of the tongue. Otherwise, what could he do? He still had to rely on the other party to defeat the great Yong people. Moreover, Ming Zun was watching from the side. Could it be that he had to slap his face? Did he think that the Great Chu sacred dynasty had stood for long enough and wanted to change dynasties? However, Empress Dowager Xianxia looked nervous. When she saw that the transcendent saint did not intend to pursue the matter, she was relieved. On the contrary, Luo Qingtong was not anxious at all. With Yi Qianming around, she was not worried that anything would happen to her grandfather. Luo Qingtong herself didn't notice that she, who had always felt insecure, would unconsciously relax when Yi Qianming was around. She, who had always been the one to shoulder the burden when the sky fell, finally had a moment where she could rely on someone else. Humph. You overestimate yourself. Seeing Grandfather Luo excitedly agree to the transcendent saint's words, Great Yong's seventh prince had a sneer on his face. At this moment, he had already extricated himself from the fear of the transcendent saint. His niece was right. So what if the other party knew that they had ill intentions? The Empress Dowager's groom selection was arranged by Prince Ning. It had nothing to do with them. As long as they insisted on this point, even a transcendent sage would not be able to do anything to them. Moreover, this was indeed their best opportunity. This Luotong was just a marquis from an inferior country. Who knew what kind of luck he had to have in order to reach the martial emperor realm? The difference between them was like heaven and earth, not to mention that he went all out. Even if he gave him a handicap, he would not be able to win. Great Yong's seventh prince sneered and unconsciously said these words. Hearing this, Luo Qingtong immediately raised her eyebrows. Is that so? Since Great Yong's seventh prince is so confident, then please give him a handicap. Fine, I'll concede. Do you think this prince doesn't dare? The seventh prince of Yong glared at Luo Qingtong coldly. Do you think you can win by using words against me? So what if I concede to them? The difference between the martial emperor realm and the sage realm is like heaven and earth. Furthermore, I was born in the Great Yong dynasty. My strength is not comparable to an ordinary sage realm cultivator. What can they use to compete with me? Thinking of this, the seventh prince immediately said, This prince will concede to you using both hands and feet. Before he could finish his words, Feng Luan's cold voice suddenly rang out. I can concede to you using both hands and feet, but my seventh imperial uncle has paid such a huge price. If there are any accidents in the competition later, you can't blame Great Yong. Don't you think so? After all, life and death are all fated. As soon as she said that, the expressions of the people around her changed. Feng Wan's words were clearly murderous and wanted to kill Grandfather Luo. With her words, even if the seventh prince killed Grandfather Luo in the competition later, he would have an excuse. Hearing this, the seventh prince of Yong reacted and immediately said, "That's right. Since this prince has restricted my strength, if I accidentally use too much strength in the competition later, it won't be this prince's fault." As he said this, the murderous intent on his face was revealed without a doubt. My niece still knows how to use the other party's words to suppress us. The other party wants to take advantage of me. Sure, exchange it with your life. The seventh prince of Yong smiled malevolently. All right. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. Since that's the case, let's make a life and death agreement. To prevent anyone from going back on their word. What else could Luo Qingtong say when someone voluntarily came to seek death? Naturally, she would help them. Originally, she was still thinking of how to deal with these people from Great Yong, but now, she didn't need to think anymore. The other party came to her on their own accord. Later, she would let this first princess and first genius from Great Yong know what it meant to lift a rock and smash one's own foot. All right. Hearing Luo Qingtong's answer, Feng Wan sneered. She was afraid that they would go back on their words and not restrict their strength. It was a pity that people from low-level countries were people from low-level countries. They were ignorant. Even if Imperial Uncle's whole body was tied, her grandfather couldn't beat him. He was just asking for humiliation. Later, she would ask the royal uncle to humiliate her grandfather. Then, he would be tortured to death in front of her. As Feng Wan thought, he suddenly, Luo Qingtong, Luan Luo. During this process, Yi Qianming had been sitting steadily and had people stop Empress Dowager Xianxi's desperate actions. He believed that the woman wouldn't do anything that she wasn't confident in. He also believed that she wouldn't joke around with her grandfather's life. Did that mean that she really had a plan? Yi Qianming raised his eyebrows slightly. It allowed a martial emperor to defeat a sage realm expert. He had to admit that Luo Qingtong had piqued his curiosity. Shua. Old Master Luo signed the life and death agreement in front of him boldly. For Empress Dowager Xianxi, not to mention a life and death agreement, he would even dare to go through a mountain of swords and a sea of flames. What's more, he still had the soul-borrowing diagram drawn by his granddaughter. Thinking of the powerful force he once felt, Old Master Luo clenched his fists. Boom! Old Master Luo's figure landed directly on the high platform. Humph! Idiot, you can't wait to die. Great Yong's seventh prince sneered, and with a leap, he also appeared on the high platform in the square. Swoosh! As the two figures appeared on the high platform, the transcendent saint of the Great Chu sacred dynasty also raised his hand. A powerful defensive light instantly shrouded the high platform. This defensive light would only disappear if one of the two died. And when the transcendent saint of the Great Chu sacred dynasty made his move, Yi Qianxian also looked up indifferently. Swoosh! A ray of light instantly swept out from the man's sleeve. It split into two in mid-air, and instantly tied up Great Yong's seventh prince's hands and feet. Since the other party had signed a life and death agreement with Old Master Luo, Yi Qianxian naturally would not give him any chance to break free and cheat. Under the restraint of his aura, Great Yong's seventh prince's hands and feet seemed to be glued together, and could not be separated. Seeing this scene, the transcendent saint of the Great Chu sacred dynasty suddenly smiled. He originally wanted to ask Ming Zun to make a move. After all, he did not trust the people of the Great Yong sacred dynasty. Of course, the other party did not trust him either. Therefore, he could only ask Ming Zun to make a move. He did not expect that the other party had already made a move without waiting for him to speak. It seemed that Luo Tong was indeed from the Black Field, and was highly valued by Ming Zun. Otherwise, why would a dignified underworld venerable lower himself to do such a thing? This thought made the transcendent saint of the Great Chu sacred dynasty a little more confident in Old Master Luo. After all, if Ming Zun valued someone so highly, there must be something extraordinary about him, right? But he did not know that the other party valued someone else. Seeing Yi Qianxian's move, Luo Qingtong's eyes were smiling. This man actually made a move personally. It was really a waste of talent, but with him making a move, Great Yong's seventh prince could forget about breaking free. He could only wait to be beaten up by his grandfather on the stage. Feng Wan's gaze also abruptly froze. His hands under his sleeves could not help but abruptly tighten. She didn't expect Xianxia to take care of such a small matter himself. A dignified underworld venerable was paying too much attention to this small Luo family. Just because of evil Dr. Ghost Eye, wasn't he spoiling her too much? Feng Yuan felt another burst of jealousy and hatred. He couldn't get what he longed for, but it was easily grasped by another person. And that person had once defeated and humiliated her on the spot. This made Feng Yuan even more depressed and resentful. Seventh Imperial Uncle, don't kill Luo Tong so easily. Torture him for me. She transmitted her voice to the 7th Prince of Great Yong, gritting her teeth tightly. Evil Dr. Gui Tong wanted to protect the Luo family and help him win the Empress Dowager's groom selection. She would not let him do as he wished. Yuaner, don't worry. This Luo Tong ruined our plans. Even if you didn't say it, I wouldn't let him die so easily. Great Yong's 7th Prince transmitted his voice back coldly. His hands and feet were bound, but he was not completely defenseless. It was just that he could not use some cultivation methods and martial techniques, but with his strength that had just entered the Saint Realm, what cultivation methods and martial techniques did he need to use against a martial emperor? He could easily beat the other party into a dog. Let the competition begin. The voice of the transcendent saint of the Great Chu sacred dynasty rang out. In an instant, the 7th Prince of Great Yong sneered. In an instant, his entire body flew up and rushed straight towards Old Master Luo. Now, he was going to beat this man from an inferior country who dared to snatch his woman and spoil his plans in front of everyone. Let me give you a handicap. Humph, even if I give you a handicap, my strength is enough to beat you to a pulp. The 7th Prince of Great Yong's face was extremely ferocious. He sneered at Old Master Luo in front of him. With a boom, the power around him exploded. The vast and majestic power of heaven and earth gathered from all directions in an instant. The so-called Saint Realm expert had cultivated his martial arts to the extreme and had transcended mortality to become a saint. A Saint Realm expert could use his own strength to attract the help of the power of heaven and earth. He could also command the spiritual power of heaven and earth and plunder the spiritual power of those who were weaker than him. In other words, when facing a Saint Realm expert, an expert below the Saint Realm would not be able to absorb any power from the surroundings. When the power in his body was exhausted, he would completely become an empty shell. He would have a powerful cultivation but would not be able to use it. This was the terrifying part of a Saint Realm expert. Of course, there were many times when they wouldn't even be able to wait until their strength was exhausted before they were killed by the terrifying might of a Saint Realm expert. Rumble. As the power around the 7th Prince of Great Yong gathered, the spiritual power of heaven and earth in all directions moved strangely. All of it turned into the power of the 7th Prince of Great Yong and suppressed Old Master Luo. Luo Tong. Seeing this scene, Empress Dowager Yin she could not help but worry in her heart and stood up immediately. At this time, she did not care whether she would anger the transcendent saint of the Great Chu sacred dynasty. No one knew Luo Tong's strength better than her. This man, before she chased him away, was only a martial emperor. She did not know what method he had used to directly raise his strength to the martial emperor level. After jumping so many levels, no one knew how much foundation he had damaged. It was very likely that his life was ruined. It was impossible for him to make any further progress on the path of martial arts. Under these circumstances, how could he contend against Great Yong's 7th Prince, who had just entered the Saint Realm? The difference between the martial emperor realm and the Saint Realm was 2 whole realms. Even if Great Yong's 7th Prince's hands and feet were bound, he still possessed the strength of someone who had just entered the Sage Realm. Thinking of this, Empress Dowager Yin she's heart instantly felt a sharp pain. She clenched the dagger in her hand. Suddenly, he made up his mind. That was, if Luo Tong died here, then she would not commit suicide. She would marry Great Yong's 7th Prince and then find an opportunity to perish together with him. She had already done all she could for the Great Chu. However, she felt that she owed Luo Tong too much, thinking of how she had always been angry with him because of the past, brooding over what had happened back then and treating him coldly. The tears in Empress Dowager Yin she's eyes continued to flow down. If she had known that this day would come, she would have treated him well. The two of them were in perfect harmony. Luo Tong. She got up recklessly and was about to rush to the place where the high platform was. At this moment, there was a boom, followed by Old Master Luo's loud and sonorous voice in an instant. As Old Master Luo's voice rang out, everyone's eyes instantly focused on him. Then, except for Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianxian, everyone's expression changed drastically. Oh my god! Boom! In an instant, the seats of the many courtiers of the Great Chu were flipped over by them. Everyone looked at the scene on the high platform in shock. Some people were even flipped over by their own seats and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Everyone's face was filled with shock and stupefaction. The scene in front of them was really beyond their common sense. On the high platform, around Old Master Luo, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was gathering. The power of the sage state, oh my god, everyone looked at this scene with their mouths agape. This was not King scientific at all. Was this really not a hallucination? Everyone looked at the aura of power around Old Master Luo in shock. Martial Emperor Realm. Martial Emperor Realm. Martial Emperor Realm, what the *ck, but who could tell them what the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that was gathering around him was? Could it be that Great Yang's 7th prince felt that it was too boring for him, a sage state expert, to fight a martial emperor realm expert, so he deliberately gave some of the spiritual energy to him so that he could fight himself? What nonsense! They could tell that the spiritual energy around him was completely different from the one gathered by Great Yang's 7th prince. It was obvious that Old Master Luo had gathered the spiritual energy himself. So who could tell them? How the hell did he do it? This was like seeing a ghost. If a martial emperor realm expert could gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and use the power of the sage state, then what was the use of those sage state experts? This was simply impossible, but the reality in front of them told them that such an impossible thing had really happened. What the *ck? Beiqing and Fengyu were also stunned. Like Yi Qianxian, they had guessed that the evil doctor must have a backup plan. That was why they dared to bring Old Master Luo to the groom selection. But what the *ck, this backup plan was too frightening. A martial emperor realm expert had the power of a sage state expert. How were those saint realm experts supposed to live? More importantly, those experts who had reached the martial emperor realm, those experts who had reached the martial emperor realm and above would all go crazy. After all, who wouldn't want to have the power of a sage state expert in advance? And those powerful forces and clans would probably go crazy as well. After all, with such a method, their families would have many experts who were comparable to the sage state experts. Damn it, this could completely reshuffle the power balance of the continent. After all, how terrifying the power of a sage state expert was. If a family suddenly had many experts, Beiqing and Fengyu shuddered at the thought. Oh my god, the evil doctor, this was amazing. He had pierced through the heavens. He stared unblinkingly at the young girl below the stage who was as beautiful as a flower. Such a slender and weak body, yet it often hid an ability that made him feel incomparably surprised and astonished. Eyes, every time. She was like a huge treasure, tempting him to dig deeper, but he could never get enough of her. This was the woman he loved. Buzz. As Yi Qianxian's sleeves fluttered. In an instant, a huge wave of power emanated from his body. In an instant, it suppressed everyone. Boom. Following the explosion of power from Yi Qianxian's body, the various gazes in the area instantly froze. Especially the transcendent saint of the Great Chu sacred dynasty sitting next to Yi Qianxian. His eyes lit up when he saw the surging aura around Old Master Luo. When he felt the aura exploding from Yi Qianxian's body, his sparkling eyes instantly froze. Almost instantly, everyone reacted. Luo Tong was from the Black Field, so the fact that he possessed the power of the Saint Realm, which defied common sense, was something the Dark Domain did for him. Could it even be related to the Black Field's Ming Zun? Thinking of this, the dark thoughts in everyone's hearts that had yet to breed were instantly annihilated. If it was related to the Black Field's Ming Zun, then no matter how good and coveted this method was, it was not something they could covet. The transcendent saint of the Great Chu sacred dynasty also secretly lamented in his heart. If it were not for the Black Field and not related to Ming Zun, he would definitely do anything to obtain the method that could allow a martial emperor to possess the power of the Saint Realm. But now, he shook his head. But soon, he was happy again. Not for anything else, but because Luo Tong was proposing to Empress Dowager Yanxi. In other words, Luo Tong would be considered half a member of the royal family in the future. Under such circumstances, the royal family of the Great Chu sacred dynasty still had an advantage over others. After all, Others might not be able to get this method from Mingzun, but they could take a detour from Luo Tong. Thinking of this, the transcendent saint of the Great Chu sacred dynasty immediately calculated that after Luo Tong's proposal was successful, he must try his best to win over Luo Tong and befriend him so that Luo Tong would be of the same mind as the royal family. This was a great blessing for the royal family of the Great Chu sacred dynasty. While the transcendent saints of the Great Chu sacred dynasty were overjoyed by this, Feng Yuan's palm broke all of his fingernails with a snap. Her hands were dripping with blood. Who would have thought that the Blackfield Underworld Venerable would actually do this for evil Dr. Ghost Eye? A method that could allow a martial emperor to possess the strength of a sage expert. How precious was that secret method, for the sake of the Luo clan's people, for the sake of their successful marriage proposal. Mingzun didn't hesitate to reveal such a secret technique and let everyone know. As Feng Yuan thought about it, the jealousy in his heart was about to go crazy. On the high platform, Great Yang's seventh prince looked at the lingering power of the saint realm around Grandfather Luo's body, and his heart was filled with shock. This is impossible. The power of Saint Stage? The aura in your body is clearly that of a martial emperor. The other party's strength was pitifully weak. How could he use the power of the saint stage and draw upon the power of heaven and earth? When Great Yang's seventh prince saw this scene, he nearly went crazy. No one would be able to accept the fact that a bug and a piece of trash that they thought they could easily crush had suddenly transformed into an expert that was almost as strong as them. This is impossible. The seventh prince of Great Yong shouted sternly. You must be using an illusion to confuse me. This prince will not be confused by you. However, before he could finish his words, Grandfather Luo had already launched his attack on the other side. Is that so? Then you should personally experience whether this is an illusion or reality. In an instant, the attack surged towards Great Yong's seventh prince like a tidal wave. Sensing the undoubtedly frightening power within, Great Yong's seventh prince's complexion turned ugly. He was about to dodge when he suddenly realized that he was too shocked to move against Old Master Luo. He had forgotten about it and stopped in his tracks. He was now a ready-made target. At such a close distance, the seventh prince had no way of dodging. He wanted to extend his hands to block and defend. But his hands and feet were all tied up. Could he break free from the power of the Black Field, Mingzun? Even if the seventh prince used all his strength, it was still impossible. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant to be caught in a trap of one's own making. Bang! That attack landed heavily on his body with a boom. In an instant, the seventh prince of Great Yong was swatted away like a fly. One had to know that the spirit borrowing diagram that Luo Qingtong drew for Old Master Luo was equivalent to someone who had just entered the sage realm. It was similar to his strength. But don't forget, in order to show how powerful he was and that he could defeat Old Master Luo in a matter of minutes, he directly said that he would give up his hands and feet. Now that his hands and feet were tied up, and the spiritual energy that Old Master Luo was borrowing was not weaker than his. This time, the seventh prince of Yong was in for a tragedy. Bang! His body slammed into the light that enveloped the stage. Then, he was bounced back by the vast and majestic power and landed heavily on the ground. Not only did he fail to show off, he was also struck by lightning. That was the seventh prince of Yong. You. The seventh prince of Yong struggled to get up from the stage. Before he could even finish his sentence, Old Master Luo appeared beside him. There was a time limit to the spiritual energy that the spirit borrowing diagram could borrow. With Luo Qingtong's strength, the spirit borrowing diagram that she drew could only last for 15 minutes at most. Hence, Grandfather Luo remembered his granddaughter's words. Without further ado, he stepped forward and started the fight. It was a pity that Great Yong's seventh prince did not even have the chance to say a single harsh word. In an instant, he was sent flying back and forth on the stage by Grandfather Luo like a sandbag. Looking at his miserable state, the crowd no longer doubted that Old Master Luo was a saint. At the same time, he was filled with sympathy for Great Yong's seventh prince. He wasn't as unlucky as him. You're a martial emperor-level expert, yet you can easily crush trash. Unfortunately, the husky had turned into a Tibetan mastiff and tortured himself into a dog. Who do you think would have thought that something like this would happen? Who would have thought that a martial emperor would have the strength of a saint realm expert? The seventh prince of Great Yong had truly been tricked to death. Moreover, He had even signed a life and death agreement with the other party. Thinking of this, everyone felt that they were being cheated. Previously, he had thought that Great Yong's seventh prince was too treacherous and that Luo Zongye was doomed. Looking at it now, it was clear that the seventh prince of Yong had buried himself in a pit. How could this only be described as miserable? However, although they were lamenting, the people of Great Chu were still extremely happy. After all, they were happier than anyone else to be able to see the people of Great Yong being tortured. They had let the other party be so arrogant and complacent. They even dared to dream of encroaching on the throne of Great Chu. They would be tortured to death. As for the people of Great Yong, their faces were already pale. Your Highness? They looked at Feng Yuan with pale faces. With a boom, Great Yong's seventh prince was viciously smashed into the defensive barrier on the side of Great Yong's army with an extremely distorted posture. The light pillar that shrouded the high platform was splattered with blood. The seventh prince of Yong, who had just been showing off in front of Great Chu, Empress Dowager Xianxia and the others, scolding Old Master Luo for overestimating himself and thinking that he was a trash from an inferior country, was now smashed into the light pillar like a dead dog. His twisted and mangled face faced Great Yong's army. Soon after, he breathed his last. The seventh prince of Yong was dead. In the Empress Dowager's groom selection, the Marquis Luo Tong from the inferior country of Dongli defeated the seventh prince of the Yong sacred dynasty and won. This result was like a resounding slap to the face of Great Yong's army. Especially Feng Yuan's face. She had previously asked the seventh prince to torture Old Master Luo so that he would not die so easily. Who knew that the one who would be tortured like a dog in the end was the seventh prince of Yong? The more confident she was before, the more she would be slapped in the face this time. Her previous ambition had completely turned into a joke now. What was even worse was that she was the one who proposed this life and death duel. She wanted to torture Old Master Luo to death so that she could vent her anger on him. She did not want to send the seventh prince of Yong directly into the pit. If not for her proposal, the seventh prince of Yong might have lost, but he might not have died. After all, the transcendent saints of the Great Chu sacred dynasty would not watch the seventh prince of Yong die in the Great Chu sacred capital and cause trouble for Great Yong. However, Feng Yuan was full of confidence and directly handed the knife to the other party, allowing the other party to kill the seventh prince of Yong openly without any worries. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's throat suddenly tasted blood. She boasted that her plans were flawless and she was incomparably smart. At the age of 12, she began to control her father and the Yong court. However, this was the first time she had been tricked by her own schemes to such an extent. She had directly tricked her seventh uncle to death. Pooh! A mouthful of blood surged to Feng Yuan's throat, but she forcefully swallowed it back down. She couldn't lose her composure in front of Xianxia and Luo Qingtong. He let them see his sorry state, especially Luo Qingtong. This woman, if it wasn't for her grandfather, how could his plan have failed? And that evil Dr. Ghost Eye, if she hadn't helped the Luo clan and invited Ming Zun to help, how could he have miscalculated? Feng Yuan felt a burst of hatred in his heart. Buzz. Following the death of Great Yong's seventh prince, the defensive barrier covering the stage began to dissipate. Haha. Qingtong, Grandpa won. Grandpa Luo stood in the middle of the stage and laughed at Luo Qingtong. There was an indescribable joy in his heart. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would be able to defeat a saint stage powerhouse as a martial emperor. That feeling was simply too awesome. His granddaughter was simply too powerful. No wonder her subordinates were always clamoring about how she was a reincarnated immortal. In Grandpa Luo's opinion, even a reincarnated immortal wouldn't be as powerful as his granddaughter. Humph. Looking at Grandpa Luo's happy face, Feng Yuan's expression became even colder. Let's go. She stood up abruptly and appeared on the stage in a flash. She raised her hand and grabbed the corpse of Great Yong's seventh prince. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of Great Yong's seventh prince's corpse even faster than her. He raised his hand and grabbed the corpse. Then, he disappeared in a flash. Sumeru spatial artifact. Seeing the other party's actions, Feng Yuan fiercely clenched his teeth and looked at the beautiful girl standing in front of him with jealousy and coldness. Luo Qingtong. Looks like the evil Dr. Ghost Eye treats you well. How could a mere daughter of a marquis from an inferior country possess something like a Sumeru spatial artifact? Obviously, it must have been given to her by the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. And where did the evil Dr. Ghost Eye come from? Obviously, it came from the Black Field. It was given to her by Ming Zun. After all, a Sumeru spatial artifact that could store a corpse was not an ordinary Sumeru spatial artifact. The four great sacred dynasties had very few of them. Other than Ming Zun, where else could the evil Dr. Gosta get it? This Luo Qingtong was really lucky. Thinking like this, Feng Yuan looked at Luo Qingtong as if poisoned. "Return my uncle's corpse," she said coldly. Like the Prince of Ning, the seventh Prince of Yong also had the bloodline power of the Yong royal family. If this bloodline power was collected, it could create another genius of the royal family. This was the reason why the transcendent saint of the Chu sacred dynasty deprived the Prince of Ning of his bloodline power after he executed him. This kind of bloodline power could help warriors advance and comprehend realms better. After all, it inherited the cultivation experience and techniques of experts above the saint realm. Possessing the power of these bloodlines was equivalent to temporarily opening up a cultivation path that led to experts above the saint realm. Of course, after reaching the saint realm, everything depended on the warrior himself. This bloodline power could not help, but even so, this bloodline power was powerful enough. Moreover, the seventh Prince of Yong had already reached the saint realm and was a direct descendant of Yong. The bloodline power in his body was not ordinary. Luo Qingtong knew the benefits of this bloodline. Naturally, she was unwilling to let go of Great Yong's seventh prince's corpse. Moreover, the people of Great Yong had come aggressively and humiliated her grandmother. They were even delusional enough to lay their hands on her grandfather. Would it be alright if Great Yong's seventh prince died? Luo Qingtong expressed that there was no such thing. "My apologies, Princess Feng." 1. The life and death agreement states that life and death are determined by the heavens. After ascending the stage, everything will be at the mercy of the other party. It's written in black and white. You won't deny it, will you? Luo Qingtong looked at Feng Yuan, who had a cold expression on his face. The smile on his lips was indescribably evil. Since Great Yong's seventh prince is dead, then his corpse should naturally be handled by us. As for how to deal with it, I believe that your Great Yong doesn't need to concern yourself with it. You. Feng Yuan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. This was indeed written in the life and death agreement. But it was deliberately written in order to better torture grandfather Luo. They were only talking about the punishment on the stage. When did they say that they were going to punish the corpses as well? But at that time, she did want to let seventh imperial uncle torture grandfather Luo to death and then let him torture his corpse. But she did not expect that Luo Qingtong would use this against her. Luo Qingtong, don't go too far. Feng Yuan's voice was cold. Great Yong's seventh prince's corpse contained a large amount of bloodline power, which was very important to the Yong royal family. Even if the corpse was to be lost outside, without Great Yong's secret method, it was impossible to extract the bloodline power from it. But losing this bloodline power was also a great loss to the Yong royal family. The Great Yong sacred dynasty would never allow such a thing to happen. So, the Great Yong sacred dynasty is not going to abide by the rules of the life and death agreement that you just made? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and looked at Feng Yuan. But this is not up to your Great Yong sacred dynasty, right? This life and death agreement was signed under the witness of the Black Field's Ming Zun and the Chu royal family's Saint Transcendence. I'm afraid your Yong royal family is not qualified to break it. That's right. The Saint Transcendence of the Great Chu sacred dynasty could not wait to see the people of the Great Yong sacred dynasty suffer. Luo Qingtong's refusal to release the corpse of the seventh Marquis of Yong did not benefit him in any way, but he was happy to see the Great Yong dynasty lose the bloodline power of a Saint realm cultivator. Princess Feng Yuan, this life and death agreement was proposed by you, and it was you who wanted to sign it. Now you are going back on your words. Are you treating me and Ming Zun as nothing? When the Saint Transcendence of the Great Chu sacred dynasty said this, he finally vented his anger of being forced by Feng Yuan to continue the Empress Dowager's groom selection. He said coldly, not to mention you, even if the Saint Transcendence of your Great Yong sacred dynasty came, I'm afraid they would not dare to say this in front of me and Ming Zun. His words made Feng Yuan bite her lips for a while. Her expression was ugly. She looked at the Saint Transcendence of the Great Chu sacred dynasty, and then looked at Xianxia, who was sitting there with an indifferent expression and did not even lift his head. She suddenly gritted her teeth and said, I must bring the corpse of seventh uncle back. As she spoke, she turned to Luo Qingtong and said, Luo Qingtong, I won't say much to you. Let's have a match. Do you dare? Feng Yuan stood proudly on the high platform, raised his head and said, I will suppress my strength to the same level as you, let's have a match. If you lose, you have to return seventh uncle's corpse to me. If I lose, then from now on, our great young imperial family will never utter a word about seventh imperial uncle. Not only that, I can also promise on behalf of Great Yong that we will not offend Great Chu for the next 10 years. As soon as Feng Yuan spoke, the expression of the transcendent saint from the Great Chu changed. Within 10 years, they would not invade Great Chu. This promise was a little heavy. If he had 10 years, the new emperor of Great Chu would be able to slowly grow up. Empress Dowager Xianxi's eyes also narrowed. Great Yong's covetous eyes on Great Chu had always been a hidden danger in her heart. Now that Feng Yuan made such a promise, with her title of Holy Princess, this promise was still valid. Moreover, she had made the promise in front of the Blackfields Mingzun and the transcendent saints of Great Chu. Everyone looked at Luo Qingtong. The eyes of the people of Great Chu were full of anticipation. The lips of the transcendent saint from the Great Chu sacred dynasty also twitched. However, he did not speak in the end. After all, Feng Yuan's strength was not weak. Even if he suppressed his strength, he was at the same level as Luo Qingtong. What's more, Feng Yuan was the first princess of the Great Yong sacred dynasty, the first genius. When she was at Luo Qingtong's level of strength, she could kill people of the same level in seconds. Now that she had suppressed her cultivation, her strength was only higher than before. Under such circumstances, unless Luo Qingtong was a genius even more amazing than Feng Yuan. Otherwise, even if Luo Qingtong agreed to compete with her, she would not win. Thinking of this, the transcendent saint of the Great Chu suddenly shook his head. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's voice sounded. Okay. Luo Qingtong looked at Feng Yuan in front of her with a playful expression. Lower her strength to fight with her. She was worried that she would not have a chance to teach the first princess of the Great Yong sacred dynasty, the first genius. She did not expect that the other party would send the opportunity to her. It also came with a promise to not invade the Great Chu for 10 years. This was a gift she gave to the Great Chu sacred dynasty on behalf of her grandfather. After all, the previous emperor of the Great Chu saved her grandmother. This was a thank you gift for that year. I'll compete with you in this round. Humph. Feng Yuan sneered. She knew that Luo Qingtong would agree. After all, her grandfather was about to marry the Empress Dowager Xianxia of the Great Chu. How could she not express anything? She deliberately promised not to invade the Great Chu for 10 years, and she really took the bait. However, this promise of his was not something that could be won by just anyone. Feng Yuan's expression was proud. Luo Qingtong thought too highly of herself. She would know the difference between her and her in a while. She was determined to get the corpse of the 7th imperial uncle. She would definitely get it back. As for Luo Qingtong, she also wanted her to be humiliated in front of everyone and lose all her face. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan suddenly said coldly, then let's fight. As she spoke, her strength and aura dropped to the same level as Luo Qingtong. At this moment, Xianxia spoke. I feel that this is still not enough. As he spoke, he raised his hand and a ray of light enveloped the platform where Luo Qingtong and Feng Yuan were. In just an instant, Feng Yuan felt his body suddenly sink, as if he was bound by something. It was clear that the barrier of light that Yi Qianren had conjured had shrouded her and also restricted the strength of her body. The physical strength of the martial spirit realm and the martial king realm were not on the same level. Every time a martial artist's strength increased, the strength of their body would be strengthened accordingly. A truly powerful high-level powerhouse, even if they didn't use any strength, might not be able to move a low-level powerhouse just by standing there. At this moment, Yi Qianxian had suppressed Feng Yuan's physical strength to the same level as Luo Qingtong's. Now, the only advantage that Feng Yuan had over Luo Qingtong was the comprehension and application of strength and techniques. Luo Qingtong looked at Yi Qianxian with a smile in her eyes. This man was really afraid that she would suffer a loss. However, with Feng Yuan's previous physical strength, Luo Qingtong was prepared to end the battle quickly. But now, Luo Qingtong's lips curled up, looking indescribably evil and enchanting. At this moment, with a bang, Feng Yuan, who was on the other side, could no longer hold back the jealousy in her heart. She raised her hand and pulled out her weapon. In her hand, she held an extremely shiny black whip. It had a dragon head and fish pattern and was covered with sharp barbs. It looked extremely sharp and cold. This was not the weapon that Feng Yuan was most proficient in, but it was the most vicious weapon in her hands. Luo Qingtong, are you ready? If you're ready, let's start. Feng Yuan said coldly. In the next second, with a swoosh, she rushed towards Luo Qingtong. Today, she was going to use this long whip to whip Luo Qingtong until she was drenched in blood. Boom! Feng Yuan's attack was ruthless. Almost at the same time she moved, the long whip was like a poisonous dragon coming out of its cave. With a swoosh, it flew towards Luo Qingtong. Bang! Seeing the long whip coming towards her, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. In an instant, her figure moved. She stepped to the side and dodged. Rumble! Feng Yuan's long whip flew past Luo Qingtong's figure and directly hit the place where she was standing. In the blink of an eye, the gold and wood tiles there exploded with a loud bang. In the next second, Feng Yuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Her gaze swept towards the place where Luo Qingtong was dodging. She raised her hand and whipped, rumble. Following the movement of her hand, in the blink of an eye, the long whip that was like a long nail fiercely embedded in the marble floor suddenly burst out like a poisonous dragon from the marble floor. In the blink of an eye, that barb ripped across the floor. The floor tiles, which were several meters thick, were instantly shattered, dust flew all over the sky. Feng Yuan's white robe flew out from within. In the blink of an eye, that long whip was like a dancing dragon and fiercely lashing towards Luo Qingtong. Bang! Luo Qingtong, dressed in a voluptuous red dress, stood there as if she was stunning the years. The wind and thunder sword in her hand was impressively unsheathed. Clang! A metallic sound rang out. In the blink of an eye, countless sounds of wind and thunder seemed to come from that metallic sound. In the blink of an eye, the long whip and the wind and thunder sword collided. It was like a giant beast meeting a divine weapon. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the two figures were entangled together. As the black whip danced wildly, the wind and thunder swords formed an impenetrable defense. Luo Qingtong's figure was entangled with Feng Yuan's. The two of them were actually evenly matched. What? Seeing this scene, everyone below the stage was in disbelief. The people from Great Yong and Great Chu were stunned. Especially that transcendent saint from the Great Chu sacred dynasty. He originally thought that Luo Qingtong would definitely lose against Feng Yuan. After all, Feng Yuan's true strength was a martial spirit realm expert. What kind of concept was the martial spirit realm? He was about to transcend mortality and enter sainthood. Entering the saint realm, but at this moment, Feng Yuan suppressed his own strength. Under the situation where his comprehension of the realm and the use of strength and skills were higher than Luo Qingtong, he was actually unable to do anything to Luo Qingtong? Didn't this mean that Luo Qingtong's talent and strength was much stronger than Feng Yuan, the first princess of the Great Yong sacred dynasty, the first genius? Oh my god, such a genius was actually from an inferior marquise household. She was actually so unknown. If she was in any of the four sacred dynasties, they would have worshipped her like an ancestor long ago. What did the inheritance of the family and the continuation of martial arts rely on? The family's genius, the more genius disciples there were, the stronger their strength, and the more prosperous the family and power would be. A genius like Luo Qingtong was enough to support a super family in the sacred dynasty. In the future, she would be heavily nurtured. As early as when she started to remember things, she would be sent to the sacred court and become famous. However, this transcendent saint of the Great Chu sacred dynasty did not know this. Although the name Luo Qingtong was unknown, the name of the evil Dr. Ghost Eye had already spread throughout the entire True Spill continent. While the crowd was still in shock, Yi Qianren, who was on the viewing platform, raised his eyebrows slightly. This was not the true strength of this woman. She could kill a martial king when she was a martial master, but she was now evenly matched with Feng Yuan. What was she trying to do? A cat playing with a mouse? Yi Qianxia knew Luo Qingtong's strength. Even if he did not expose the martial skill he had taught her, it was impossible for her to lose to Feng Yuan with her current strength. Moreover, he had also suppressed Feng Yuan's physical strength to the same level as hers. So what was this woman playing at now? Behind him, Bei Qing and Feng Yu were also surprised. However, their surprise was completely different from that of the Great Chu and Great Yong. Strange, why do I feel that the evil doctor is deliberately restraining her strength? Yes. When she was in the Tianyu imperial family, she could already kill a martial emperor in seconds. Even if she did not want to use Master's heaven-conquering art, she should have already beaten Feng Yuan to the ground, right? After all, Feng Yuan's physical strength is only at the level of a martial king. Even if she is a genius with extraordinary talent, and can display the strength of a martial emperor in the martial king realm, she can't be the evil doctor's opponent. That's right. The two of them muttered. Beiqing and Feng Yu were very familiar with Luo Qingtong's abnormality and ferocity. Even if she did not use Yi Qianxian's move, with Luo Qingtong's strength, it would not be a problem to deal with Feng Yuan, whose cultivation was suppressed to the martial king realm. The latter thought that he was a genius and could defeat Luo Qingtong at the same level. In fact, Luo Qingtong was the true abnormality of abnormalities, not to mention the same level. It was normal for her to kill people 2 levels above her. Feng Yuan was a member of Great Yong's imperial family and had access to countless resources. This had forcefully raised her talent from 10 points to 12 points, but Luo Qingtong didn't have anything. She came out from a marquee mansion in an inferior country. Their identities, environments, and the resources they had were completely different. From this, it could be seen that Luo Qingtong's talent was extraordinary. Her strength was abnormal. Beiqing and Feng Yu had seen too much of Luo Qingtong's sword sweeping. Now that they saw her and Feng Yuan fighting each other, the corners of their lips twitched. This doesn't seem like the evil doctor's style. While everyone was surprised and puzzled, Luo Qingtong was dealing with Feng Yuan's moves while carefully observing her moves. Feng Yuan's strength was far above that of a martial king. When she attacked, she would unconsciously use the strength of a martial king, but it would soon be suppressed, and she couldn't use it. In this process of raising and suppressing her strength, Luo Qingtong could see how her strength revolved and transformed. Boom boom boom. The two's figures intertwined. The more Feng Yuan fought, the more frightened and angry she became. Luo Qingtong's talent and strength were beyond her expectations. Her opponent was able to deal with her attacks with ease. Didn't that mean that if they were on the same level, she might not be Luo Qingtong's opponent? Evil Dr. Ghost Eye had crushed her alchemy talent, and now Luo Qingtong had crushed her strength and talent. Feng Yuan was burning with anger. She had always thought of herself as one of the best geniuses in Truespill continent. Besides a few geniuses on the Soaring Dragon list, she had no opponent on the Infant Phoenix list, but now, Luo Qingtong had appeared. Looking at the young girl's figure fluttering like a butterfly's wings, Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with a sinister light. Feng Yuan lashed out with the long whip in her hand. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of whip images appeared in her hand. Under the control of Feng Yuan's movements, the whip shadows flew towards Luo Qingtong like poisonous snakes, dragging long black rays of light. Those rays of light were all the aura of the spiritual power in the surroundings. Feng Yuan's strength was limited to the martial king realm. However, her understanding and knowledge of the use of power were all in the martial spirit realm. Based on the knowledge of this realm, it was enough for her to use a killing move that an ordinary martial king realm expert could not see through. Each of these long whip shadows carried a trace of the spiritual power of heaven and earth that a martial king realm expert could not use or comprehend. Only those at the martial emperor realm and above could use it. But now, Feng Yuan was using it in a battle between martial kings. Although it was only a trace of it, it still made her whip techniques carry a unique and fierce aura. Seeing this scene, the people on Great Chu's side below the stage couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Especially Empress Dowager Xianxia, who could not help but clench her sleeves. That exquisite silk was almost torn to shreds by her. Qingtong. Old Master Luo was also worried. Although his granddaughter was powerful, the opponent was the first princess of the Great Yong dynasty. Old Master Luo also knew that Feng Yuan was extraordinarily powerful, so when he saw this scene, he could not help but feel worried. Behind Yi Qianxian, Beiqing and Feng Yu also frowned. What was the evil doctor doing? If she did not take this seriously, she might lose. Just as everyone was worried, Luo Qingtong was carefully sensing and adjusting the aura in her body. In her mind, Feng Yuan's ascension and descent just now flashed, the transformation of power, and the aura in her body also fluctuated and adjusted. 1 trace, 2 traces, 3 traces. The aura in her body imitated Feng Yuan's aura, and the transformation of power began slowly to a higher level. Rumble. The whip in Feng Yuan's hand was like a long dragon as it rushed towards Luo Qingtong. Above the whip shadow that carried the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, there seemed to be illusory dragon and snake shadows. It was an illusory form blessed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The force used by Feng Yuan had completely surpassed the level of the martial emperor realm. Even though her current strength were only at the martial king realm, even a martial emperor realm powerhouse might not be able to block this attack. Boom boom boom. The illusory dragons rushed towards Luo Qingtong. The high platform seemed to have been dominated by these illusory dragons. The only thing that was airtight were these long illusory dragons. Luo Qingtong's figure was almost invisible. Clear pupil. Just when Grandfather Luo and Empress Dowager Yin she could no longer sit still, an incomparably powerful aura suddenly erupted from the high platform with a bang. Martial Emperor Realm? Everyone's faces were filled with shock and surprise. They did not know why such an aura suddenly erupted from the high platform. Wasn't Princess Feng Yuan's strength already restricted by Ming Zun? Could it be that she could still break through the restriction of Ming Zun's aura and increase her strength to the martial king realm? If that was the case, then Princess Feng Yuan's talent and potential were so powerful that no one could look directly at her. Rumble. On the high platform, the long dragon of whip shadows that filled the sky suddenly surged backwards in the same manner as when it had arrived. Bang! 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 The long dragon whip shadows were smashed into pieces. In midair, the embryonic form of spiritual force that had transformed into an aura quickly vanished into thin air. Under such a scene, Luo Qingtong's figure, which was covered by countless long dragon whip shadows, was revealed. Her red dress fluttered in the wind. Under the cover of the countless broken whip shadows, she looked like a war goddess who had rushed out from the mouths of countless fierce beasts, full of enchanting and domineering aura. What surprised the crowd even more was the aura emitted from her body. The martial royal realm. The aura just now was not emitted by Princess Feng Yuan, but by Luo Qingtong. My god, she directly raised her strength from the martial king realm to the martial royal realm in the battle with Princess Feng Yuan. It wasn't as if no one had ever seen an expert make a breakthrough in the midst of a battle, but no one could be like Luo Qingtong, who calmly broke through the limits of her strength under the pressure of a genius who was far stronger than her. It was known that Princess Feng Yuan's true strength was the martial spirit realm. Even if her strength was limited, she was not someone who could be defeated by an ordinary martial king. When other people were dealing with her, they had already exhausted all their strength and were exhausted, but Luo Qingtong directly broke through to the martial royal realm in the process of fighting with her. Didn't this mean that she did not use her full strength in the battle with Princess Feng Yuan? The crowd suddenly widened their eyes and looked at the scene on the stage in disbelief. Feng Yu and Bei Qing finally understood why Luo Qingtong was so strange before. It turned out that she was using Feng Yuan as a stepping stone to improve her strength. The two of them thought of Feng Yuan's strength being restricted to the martial king realm and immediately understood what Luo Qingtong was doing just now. She was observing and studying the transformation of Princess Feng Yuan's aura in order to improve her strength. Oh my god, that's amazing! My evil doctor. This kind of strength increase method was really going to anger Princess Feng Yuan to death. The latter was indeed infuriated. Rumble. When Feng Yuan attacked Luo Qingtong, the numerous whip shadows were instantly shattered. Countless phantoms of long dragons whined in the sky, transforming into the most primitive embryonic form of spirit energy. Feng Yuan's move was thoroughly broken by Luo Qingtong. She gritted her teeth and was just about to say that Luo Qingtong had violated the rules of the competition when she saw the boundless aura emanating from the young girl's body suddenly withdraw. In the next second, Luo Qingtong's figure flew up. Princess Feng Yuan, you've been attacking all this while. Now, it's my turn. As Luo Qingtong speaks, she directly pulls out the wind and thunder sword in her hand. Only then did the crowd realize that the wind and thunder sword in Luo Qingtong's hand is in a half-unsheathed state. She actually fought against Feng Yuan in this state just now. She actually did not use her weapon all this time. The crowd was shocked and stunned. In the next second, the wind and thunder sword in Luo Qingtong's hand is unsheathed. In an instant, countless thunder-like sounds of the sword, accompanied by innumerable sounds of the wind, resounded. Wind and thunder sword cut. As the voice sounded. Rumble. Countless sounds of thunder and lightning suddenly rang out. Feng Yuan's face was filled with shock. She had just been pushed back by the powerful force of Luo Qingtong's advancement. She had not yet stabilized herself. That long dragon of thunder and lightning suddenly descended from the sky. Rumble. Countless shadows of thunder and lightning transformed into a long dragon of sword light, striking down from the sky. Such a scene was thunderous and shocking. The scene of Feng Yuan besieging Luo Qingtong with countless long dragon whip shadows was completely returned by the latter. The sword light was like a dragon, thundering and buzzing. Luo Qingtong's strength had been suppressed to the level of a martial king. She wielded the wind and thunder sword with her right hand and slashed down. Bang, bang, bang. Feng Yuan's figure was continuously pushed back by the thundering sword light. Under such circumstances, she was in an extremely sorry state. Countless shadows of sword light surrounded her, and the sound of the sword whistling was extremely sharp. Your Highness. Seeing that Feng Yuan's figure was completely enveloped by the thundering sword light, the people from Great Yong could not help but stand up with a bang. However, in front of Xianxia and that transcendent saint from Great Chu, they did not dare to be rash. They could only anxiously look at the high platform. Impossible, Her Highness is the first princess of the Great Yong sacred dynasty, the first genius. Even if she suppressed her strength, it is impossible for her to not be a match for that Luo Qingtong. The other party is only the legitimate daughter of a marquis from a low-ranked country. In terms of resources, talent, and family background, how can she be a match for Her Highness? This move looks like a bluff. Her Highness will definitely be fine. However, when they thought of this, when the long dragon of sword light dissipated, their eyes were filled with shock. Bang! Feng Yuan's figure fiercely smashed onto the floor. She looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong in shock. The move used by her opponent actually carried a trace of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. How was this possible? Only martial arts techniques of the martial emperor level and above could carry a trace of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to assist in the attack. It was because he was originally a martial spirit realm expert that he was able to unleash such an attack. Why did Luo Qingtong do that, even though she had just broken through to the martial emperor stage? The martial emperor stage was not the martial emperor stage. Could it be that when she was still a martial king, she had already grasped a martial emperor's martial skill? How was this possible? After all, even she was only able to master martial emperor level cultivation techniques and martial skills after reaching the martial emperor realm. Feng Yuan bit his lips and looked at Luo Qingtong. She didn't believe that Luo Qingtong's talent was greater than hers. It must be because Ming Zun had given her some help. It was just like how old Master Luo was able to use the power of the Saint realm when he was at the martial emperor realm. That must be it, Feng Yuan thought as he bit his lips. Luo Qingtong, don't be complacent. Let's see how long you can use that secret technique of yours. Feng Yuan remembered that old Master Luo's strength had returned to normal after the battle between him and the 7th Imperial Uncle. In other words, although that secret technique wouldn't harm the body, it definitely wouldn't last for long. With this thought in mind, Feng Yuan's figure instantly rose from the ground. She fiercely wiped the bloodstains from the corner of her lips. Her white robe flew up, and the shadow of the whip in her hand danced like a dragon again, striking towards Luo Qingtong. I don't believe that you can block it forever. Rumble. The long whip was as thick as a child's arm. It waved in the air like a giant python covered with barbs. It roared wildly as it flew towards Luo Qingtong to bite her. Swish. Her figure suddenly leaped into the air. In the next second, she appeared directly in front of Feng Yuan. Boom. Feng Yuan brandished his long whip. Before the illusions of the dragon filling the sky could take shape, they were caught by Luo Qingtong. Just like a poisonous dragon that had just come out of its cave, its vital point was suddenly caught by someone. Rumble. Luo Qingtong's 5 fingers suddenly clenched. In an instant, the long whip shattered inch by inch under the powerful grip of her 5 fingers. Clatter. Like a dragon being dismembered by someone, the long whip in Luo Qingtong's hand was suddenly crushed into a pile of scrap iron. The powerful strength chi directly flew out and followed the long whip. Like a tidal wave, it crashed towards Feng Yuan, who was holding the long whip in her hand. Block? Luo Qingtong's smile was evil and domineering. No, she didn't need to block. Feng Yuan really underestimated her. With her strength suppressed to that of a martial king, she still wants me to block her attack. those martial emperors who were instantly killed by her would probably cry. Even if Feng Yuan was already a rare genius and his strength was suppressed to the martial king realm, he could still use the strength of the martial emperor realm and above. There was absolutely no way for her to block. Luo Qingtong was good at attacking. Boom, boom, boom. The long whip in Feng Yuan's hand shattered inch by inch under Luo Qingtong's movements. She hurriedly let go of her hand, but she was still shocked by the powerful energy transmitted from within and directly flew back. This energy was incomparably solid, without the slightest bit of weakness. Feng Yuan's body was bombarded by this energy, and in an instant, he no longer had the slightest bit of hope. His heart was ice cold. Luo Qingtong's talent and strength were indeed not inferior to his. No, he was even stronger than her. Otherwise, even if Ming Zun had given her the method to use martial skills above the martial emperor realm, her strength would not be so solid. Even though Luo Qingtong had just reached the martial emperor realm, her strength was not weak at all. This only proved that the other party's talent was too strong. As soon as he broke through, he immediately understood the level of power of that realm. That was why her power was so condensed and there wasn't a single gap that could be exploited. This was a girl who was not inferior to her in the slightest, and even more talented than her. Furthermore, the other party was much younger than her. In an instant, Feng Yuan's proud heart felt as if it had been struck by something. She believed that she was the true lady of destiny of this world. Her talent was outstanding, her schemes were outstanding, and she was both intelligent and brave. Almost no other girl could compare to her. But now, Luo Qingtong had completely crushed her. At the same level of strength, Luo Qingtong, the legitimate daughter of a marquis from an inferior country, unexpectedly crushed her. How could Feng Yuan accept this? How could this be? How could she possibly lose to such a lowly person? Before this, Luo Qingtong was still a weak and pitiful person that she could casually kill with a single sentence. She didn't even need to lift a finger to deal with the other party. With just a single sentence, Luo Qingtong was almost killed. That pair of eyes was also blind. Under such circumstances, she was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood by such a person. She was beaten to the point of retreating step by step, and her pride and dignity were all stepped on by the other party. This was impossible, she would never lose. Feng Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. In an instant, Feng Yuan's eyes showed signs of turning purple and green. At this moment, with a boom, an extremely powerful force suddenly rose from within Feng Yuan's body. Feng Yuan's figure had just stabilized in midair, and was about to rush towards Luo Qingtong's location. However, the surge of energy caused her brain to buzz for a moment, and she lost control of her body. Master! Feng Yuan was shocked in his heart when he felt the energy aura that burst out from his body. Shut up! That voice shouted, and then her body uncontrollably rushed down, landing on the ground of the high platform. I admit defeat. Boom! Following Feng Yuan's voice, the attack that Luo Qingtong had been brewing in her hand suddenly exploded beside her. That attack almost brushed past her cheek. The sharp edge even burned the air in the sky. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes at Feng Yuan. Was it her imagination? She seemed to have just seen Feng Yuan's eyes change color. Different pupils? Feng Yuan's eyes actually also have different pupils. Luo Qingtong thought of the secret books related to ocular techniques in the Luo family's secret chamber. Although she knew that ocular technique masters existed in this world, this was the first time Luo Qingtong had met someone with such different pupils. Feng Yuan also had different pupils, so it was no wonder that she would poison the eyes of the original Luo Qingtong. It was obvious that this princess from the Great Yong dynasty did not want anyone to have the same eyes as her. What a pity, Luo Qingtong's eyes drooped. She actually admitted defeat. Otherwise, she would not have let her off so easily, but the future was long. She had plenty of opportunities to slowly play with this princess of Great Yong. It would be very interesting to strip her of her genius halo and noble status bit by bit, right? As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she smiled and put away the attack in her hand. Then, she descended casually. I admit defeat. Feng Yuan's heart was full of humiliation and unwillingness. However, she could not control her body at all, and could only lower her head to admit defeat to Luo Qingtong. She did not know why her master would suddenly appear to stop her, but if she used her different pupils, she would not lose to Luo Qingtong. Thinking that she, the dignified princess of Great Yong, had to lower her head to Luo Qingtong, the legitimate daughter of an inferior marquis from a low-ranked country. Feng Yuan's heart was in turmoil, and she was so ashamed that she wanted to die. Good. Luo Qingtong looked at Feng Yuan, raising her eyebrows and saying, since Princess Feng Yuan has admitted defeat, then sign the letter of agreement. In addition, I will not return the corpse of Great Yong's 7th prince. I ask that Great Yong keep to its word and not use this matter to cause trouble in the future. As Luo Qingtong said this, Feng Yuan felt even more humiliated. I know. She clenched her teeth and squeezed out a sentence. She had lost her imperial uncle's corpse, lost the powerful bloodline of Great Yong's imperial family, and still had to sign a 10-year non-aggression agreement with Great Chu. If it weren't for Feng Yuan's mental fortitude being considered tough, he would have definitely fainted from anger. Her only consolation was that even if Luo Qingtong took her imperial uncle's corpse, she could only destroy it to vent her anger. Without Great Yong's secret technique, the imperial bloodline in her imperial uncle's body would not be stolen or lost. As for the 10-year non-aggression agreement, Great Yong could not invade Great Chu, but could she not do it from other places, the Empire of Qin, Great Qi, and so on? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan suddenly felt a rush of blood in his head. Pa! She angrily threw the letter of credence that had just been signed in front of Luo Qingtong. Then she turned around and said to the people of Great Yong who had rushed in front of her, let's go. The group then left the Chu palace in a sorry state. Feng Yuan and the 7th prince of Great Yong were so arrogant and determined to win before, but now they were in a sorry state. The group of people were like stray dogs, running away with their tails between their legs under the mocking and disdainful gazes of the people of the Chu palace. Your Highness. After Feng Yuan and others left, an attendant of the Chu palace immediately came up to the stage. He picked up the letter of credence that Feng Yuan had thrown on the ground and handed it to Luo Qingtong, saying with a happy expression, congratulations to your Highness on your victory. The expression and voice of the attendant were indescribably respectful and happy. This young miss of a marquis's household from a low-level family in a low-level country was not an ordinary person. Not to mention her talent that was enough to defeat Great Yong's Princess Feng Yuan, she had now won a 10-year contract for Great Yong for Great Chu. She was the benefactor of the entire Chu sacred dynasty, not to mention that she was the princess of Great Chu personally conferred by Empress Dowager Xianxia, and her grandfather would become the emperor of the Chu royal family. In addition, there was the protection of the Black Field, who would dare to slight her for all of these reasons. Therefore, the attendant didn't try to hide his words at all, and directly called out. As his words sounded, the people of Great Chu around also seemed to wake up from a dream and directly shouted. Congratulations to your Highness on your victory. Haha. On the stands, the transcendent saint of the Chu sacred dynasty was very happy. He laughed and said, that's right, congratulations to your Highness on your victory. Haha. Ministers of Great Chu, from now on, Luo Qingtong of the Marquis's household of the Eastern Li Kingdom is the Holy Princess of Great Chu. She will be given the title of Holy and the title of Holy Princess. The transcendent saint of the Great Chu sacred dynasty was extremely happy. Not only had Great Yong's scheme been thwarted, but they had also given Great Chu a 10-year contract of non-aggression. With this agreement, he could continue to cultivate in seclusion with peace of mind. This was all thanks to Luo Qingtong and Luo Tong. He willingly gave her the title of Holy Conferred Princess. When he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. In an instant, a beam of light flew from above the imperial temple of the Great Chu sacred dynasty. With a boom, the 5-colored light entered Luo Qingtong's body. Buzz, above the holy capital of Great Chu, countless holy bells rang in the ancestral shrine as the heavenly altar offered sacrifices to the heavens, announcing to the world that the Great Chu emperor had conferred the title of princess, and the conferment was established. This was a transcendent saint from the Great Chu sacred dynasty. Naturally, it was not as troublesome to confer the title of holy princess as usual. In just an instant, the Great Chu sacred dynasty's edict had spread throughout the holy capital. Great Chu has conferred the title of Holy Princess. His title is Xingning. Following this holy bell edict, the entire holy capital boiled over in an instant. Holy conferred princess? Great Chu has conferred the title of Holy Princess? My God, this movement is a transcendent saint from the Great Chu royal family. I don't know which young genius of the Great Chu royal family it is. I have never heard of a young girl in the Great Chu royal family who is qualified to confer the title of Holy Princess. Could it be a genius from a collateral branch? My God. With the title of Holy, one can enjoy the protection of the Great Chu kingdom. The honor of being a half-emperor. Among the 4 dynasties of the eastern region, one can run amok without kneeling or worshipping when seeing a saint. This royal girl from a collateral branch is likely to soar to the sky. Yes. Cough. Yi Qianming, calm down. In a spacious and gorgeous room, Luo Qingtong was trapped between the man and the bed. One of her hands was pressed against Yi Qianming's chest, and she could feel a burning sensation from her hand. The man's breath seemed to have completely blended with hers. Male pheromones filled the air. Coupled with their current position, one on top of the other, it made the atmosphere even more ambiguous. After Luo Qingtong was conferred the title of Princess Xingning, she handed the letter to Old Master Luo and asked him to give it to the transcendent saint of the Great Chu sacred dynasty. She then prepared to leave the Great Chu imperial palace. However, before she could go far, she was captured by Yi Qianming and brought here. I'm very calm right now. Yi Qianming narrowed his eyes and looked at the unusually obedient and cute girl in front of him. This woman would only be like this when she felt guilty. She usually had an evil and cunning look. Then let me go first? Luo Qingtong's eyes turned slightly. Seeing this man like this, she knew that he must be angry again. But she had been very well behaved recently, she had been busy raising her grandfather's strength when she had nothing to do. She hadn't done anything bad, right? Why was this man like this? Suddenly, Luo Qingtong thought of the bet she had with the heavenly doctor in the Blackfield main city. At that time, she remembered that the other party had asked her to leave this man if she lost. Oh no, this man couldn't be angry because of this, right? Luo Qingtong thought of this and suddenly felt guilty. She knew that this man would be unhappy. At that time, she didn't want to agree to the heavenly doctor's bet. Wasn't it because the temptation of the square immortal cauldron was too great and she was confident that she wouldn't lose? After all, she had already fought with the other party once in the Great Chu imperial palace. If the other party hadn't made a prompt decision, she might not have had the chance to go to the Blackfield main city to find trouble with her. Under such circumstances, the other party had bet with her on the square immortal cauldron. It was completely giving her a treasure. Of course, she couldn't help but agree. Luo Qingtong thought of this and suddenly felt embarrassed. Great, this man came back to settle the score with her. What if I say no? Yi Qianming narrowed his cold eyes and looked at the young girl who had her head lowered. This woman, when others said that they would bet with her and asked her to leave him after she lost, she really agreed. Yi Qianming gritted his teeth as he thought about it. He suddenly bent down and bit the girl's tender and slender neck. Then, he was tempted by the fresh and smooth feeling. In the next second, the light in his eyes instantly darkened. That bite, which was originally filled with anger, also became lighter. It slowly gnawed its way down. Hiss. Luo Qingtong almost jumped up because of Yi Qianming's bite. Then, the man's actions changed. Luo Qingtong froze for a moment before breaking free from Yi Qianming's embrace. Bang! Yi Qianming's eyes were burning. He raised his hand and grabbed the girl who had escaped from his arms, pressing her under his body again. You can't win against me. He looked at the beautiful girl who was like a flower under him and the light in his eyes darkened to the extreme. This time, he didn't want her to escape. Is that so? Luo Qingtong looked at him and suddenly smiled slyly. I don't think so. Luo Qingtong said as she licked her lips. The smile on her lips was abnormally evil and enchanting. In the next second, she moved. Aha! Following Luo Qingtong's movement, Yi Qianming suddenly groaned. Then Luo Qingtong suddenly turned over and sat on him. How is it? I said I can win, right? Luo Qingtong's expression was abnormally enchanting and evil. She placed her right hand under Yi Qianming's lower abdomen. She held the man's huge member in her hand and gently moved it rhythmically. The girl's eyes were curved and the smile on her lips was indescribably evil. I'm right, right? Luo Qingtong leaned over and breathed in Yi Qianming's ear. The expression on her face was demonic and evil to the extreme. Coupled with her peerlessly beautiful face, she was like a demon that bewitched people's hearts. Anyone who saw her would hate that they could not hold her in their hands and take her for themselves. This demon, Yi Qianming gritted his teeth and groaned as he watched Luo Qingtong leave. He didn't expect that Luo Qingtong would use such a method to escape from his hands, so he didn't put up any defenses. In fact, he didn't have any resistance against Luo Qingtong. Not to mention that the other party used such a method to make him lose his resistance. This woman was really thinking of the feeling of his huge member being moved by the other party and then thinking of Luo Qingtong's evil and crimson face. Yi Qianming's heart was burning and his lips were slightly raised. Let's see how long you can hide. That woman would sooner or later face up to her feelings. Swoosh! Luo Qingtong rushed out of the room and rushed out. She found that she was still in the Great Chu Palace. Yi Qianming was so daring that after kidnapping her, he ran to a remote palace in the Great Chu Palace. He wasn't afraid of being discovered, thinking of how she used such a method to take him down. That man would be very angry. Luo Qingtong suddenly coughed softly. She decided to leave for a few days to lie low and wait for that man's anger to subside. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong suddenly thought of the corpse of Great Yong's seventh prince in her hands. It just so happened that she wanted to extract the bloodline power from it. She would take this opportunity to go out and hide for a few days. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong rushed out. She directly returned to her spirit ship and picked up Little Pig, who was thrown there by Yi Qianming. Let's go. As she spoke, she drove the spirit ship out of the Chu imperial palace and left the sacred capital of the Chu dynasty. What's the matter with you? Why are you fleeing? Little Pig looked at her, blinked his little eyes. Wasn't this woman taken away by that man? Why did she come back, and why was she in such a hurry, in front of that man, who would dare to cause trouble for her? Cough, Luo Qingtong coughed softly. She didn't say that she had tricked Yi Qianming again. She only said, didn't you say that you can extract the bloodline power from Great Yong's seventh prince? How do you do it? She didn't think that the bloodline power was so easy to extract. There must be some restrictions. Otherwise, Feng Yuan and the others wouldn't have let it go so easily. They must think that they couldn't extract it. Just throw it into the square immortal cauldron. Little Pig said. That immortal cauldron can refine everything. But it requires a special method to use it. Others may not have a way, but you should have no problem, right? If not, it wouldn't let her snatch the corpse. Yes. Luo Qingtong nodded. She indeed had no problem. Since that's the case, let's go there. Jiaowu Mountain Range, Xianxia Valley. Firstly, there was no one there to disturb Luo Qingtong, making it convenient for her to extract the bloodline power from the seventh prince of Yong. Secondly, grandfather Luo was about to marry Empress Dowager Yanxi. It was impossible for Luo Qingtong not to prepare a congratulatory gift. The Xianxia Valley contained the treasury of the Tianyu royal family that she had placed there. The good stuff inside could be used to refine pills as a congratulatory gift for her grandfather. Thirdly, Yi Qianxian was nowhere to be found, Luo Qingtong thought as she turned the boat around and headed towards Dongli Kingdom. While Luo Qingtong was leaving the holy capital of Great Chu, Feng Yuan and the others, who had fled pathetically, were resting in a city on the border of the Great Yong dynasty. Master. In the luxurious palace, Feng Yuan ordered everyone to retreat. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why did you make me admit defeat?" Just thinking of those things that happened in the Great Chu imperial palace before, Feng Yuan felt unbearably humiliated. She was not supposed to lose. As long as she used her other pupils, Luo Qingtong would not be her match. Why did her master stop her? Let Luo Qingtong be on top of her. Feng Yuan was very unwilling. Humph. You had completely lost your mind at that time. If I let you use your other pupils, you would definitely kill Luo Qingtong. Do you think you will have a chance to survive in front of the Black Fields underworld revered? A voice in her mind scolded angrily. I helped you admit defeat to save you. Do you think you have the ability to escape from the Black Fields underworld revered? If you can do it, I will not stop you. The anger in this voice was not concealed at all. God knows, he was also frightened. With the Black Fields underworld revered covering for Luo Qingtong, if Feng Yuan really killed Luo Qingtong, then they would all die there and be buried with Luo Qingtong. At that time, even he would not be spared. That was why he had rushed out to stop Feng Yuan without caring about anything else. Feng Yuan was speechless. At that time, she did want to kill Luo Qingtong. Why was it that Luo Qingtong and the evil Dr. Ghost Eye could get what she couldn't get? Let's not talk about the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, but what about Luo Qingtong? Just because the Luo family had a relationship with the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, she was able to follow them and obtain the protection of the Blackfields Ming Zun. What did she do to deserve this? What's more, the daughter of the first wife of a low-level family from a low-level country was actually not inferior to her in terms of talent and strength. At that time, Feng Yuan had completely lost his mind after being crushed by someone of the same level. Humph. The voice coldly snorted and said, Feng Yuan, you really disappoint me. You have strange pupils and your talent is extraordinary. In the future, you will surely be an important candidate to fight for the mandate of heaven, or even a man of heaven. In your current situation, do you even have the slightest bit of demeanor of a man of heaven? A mere daughter of a small country, her talent and strength are only a bit better than yours at this stage. As for what will happen in the future, I don't even know. On the road of cultivation, the higher you go, the more difficult it is. That Luo Qingtong might be fierce now, but she might not be so in the future. As for you, you are a peerless proud son of heaven who will soon step into the saint realm. What are you afraid of her for? This is only a competition where one's strength is suppressed. So what if she defeats you? If you have the time to be jealous of her, you might as well think about how to increase your strength and step into the saint realm. You might be able to compete for a transcendence spot. At that time, you will be able to sweep away most of the powerhouses of the True Spill continent. Are you afraid that the Blackfields Ming Zun won't be able to see your excellence? That voice reprimanded harshly. Feng Yuan bit her lips as she listened. Yes, master. I understand. Feng Yuan was truly unwilling to give up. That was why she kept finding trouble with Luo Qingtong and the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Now that she heard her master's words, she seemed to have come to a realization. That's right. No matter how outstanding Luo Qingtong and the evil Dr. Ghost Eye were, they might not be able to compare to her. As long as her strength could continue to increase, would she still be afraid that Ming Zun would not be able to see her? She was really blinded by the fact that Blackfields Ming Zun doted on the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. That was why she did this series of things. It's good that you have come to a realization. That voice said with satisfaction. Remember, you are the possessor of different pupils. In the future, you will definitely be different. There is no need to lower yourself to the level of some petty people. Even if Luo Qingtong and the evil Dr. Ghost Eye's medical skills and talent are better than yours now, they will not be able to compare to you in the future. In the future, you will be the one chosen by the heavens. You will not be on the same path as them. Master, you always talk about the heavens. What is the heavens? What does it have to do with different pupils? Feng Yuan touched her eyes and asked with a gloomy gaze. If she did not know that different pupils were the symbol of the heavens, she would not have decisively destroyed Luo Qingtong's eyes after knowing that she had different pupils. One must know that she was a dignified princess of Great Yong. Why would she go so far as to make things difficult for the legitimate daughter of a marquis of a low-level country? Even if Luo Qingtong was Yu Wenma's fiancé at that time, it was not worth her doing anything. She was only afraid that her different pupils would threaten her. Feng Yuan's gaze had already changed. Her eyes were now purplish-green. That pair of green eyes was actually 70 to 80% similar to the Luo Qingtong of the past. Feng Yuan's eyes were clearly darker, faintly showing signs of transitioning to purple. You don't need to ask about this. In short, you only need to know that different pupils are the symbol of the heavens. When different pupils appear, heaven and earth are born. This is a prophecy of heaven and earth. The voice said. If it wasn't for Feng Yuan's extraordinary pupils and outstanding talent, with his high level of vision and strength, how could he have taken him as a disciple and guided him in his cultivation? In his eyes, this True Spill continent was nothing at all. Master, is there a difference in strength between those with different pupils? Or are they all the same? Feng Yuan asked cautiously. In the past, this wisp of smoke would not tell her these things. Using today's matter as an excuse, he could ask about it. Originally, I didn't want to tell you these things right now. But since you lack confidence, I'll tell you. There is indeed a hierarchy between the different pupils. Your purplish-green eyes can be considered above average. It can be considered a top-notch eye color. The purer the eye color, the more ocular techniques one can learn. The faster one can learn them, and the stronger the power one can unleash. As the voice spoke, Feng Yuan suddenly asked, what if a person is born with all the ocular techniques? That's impossible. Haha. The voice laughed and said, all eye techniques must be cultivated before they can unleash their full power. If there is someone in this world who is born with all the ocular techniques and can use them perfectly, then you don't need to compete for the heavens. However, this is impossible. You don't need to think too much about it. Feng Yuan immediately nodded as the voice spoke. However, in her heart, she felt somewhat uncomfortable because she wasn't the one blessed by the heavens. If only she knew all the ocular techniques from the start, then she wouldn't need to fight for the mandate of heaven and could directly become the mandate of heaven. Although she didn't know what the mandate of heaven represented, from that heavenly prophecy, Feng Yuan could tell how powerful the mandate of heaven was. Heaven and earth would be born when the strange eyes appeared. Everything in the world depended on her to be born. Then wouldn't the mandate of heaven be even more powerful than the heavenly Tao? As Feng Yuan thought about it, she felt even more uncomfortable. Fortunately, although she wasn't that kind of person, no one else was. When the time came to fight for the mandate of heaven, there would still be a place for her. As Feng Yuan thought about it, she felt a bit better. Master, after I return, I will enter the Great Yong Sacred Academy to cultivate. She said to the wisp of smoke. I'm determined to win the 4 regions competition half a year from now. At that time, Luo Qingtong and the evil Dr. Ghost I will be nothing to me. Feng Yuan was brimming with confidence. Moreover, she heard that Luo Qingtong had also entered the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin. As she thought about it, Feng Yuan suddenly sneered. Previously, she had indeed thought wrongly. Why would she be angry with such a person? She didn't know how strong she would be in the future. Moreover, once she entered the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin, there would be many people waiting to receive her. That Yuanma had attracted many peach blossoms. As Feng Yuan thought about it, she immediately ordered people to spread the news that Luo Qingtong was Yuanma's fiancé. Of course, she deliberately concealed the fact that Luo Qingtong had become the sacred princess of Great Chu. She would let those people from the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin deal with her. Yuanma didn't want others to know that he had such a fiancé. How could that be? I will help Luo Qingtong. Let her become famous in the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. As Feng Yuan thought of this, he suddenly smiled gracefully. Come, let's return to Great Yong. Luo Qingtong didn't know that Feng Yuan had spread the news that she was Yuanma's fiancé to the whole Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. But even if she knew, she wouldn't care. He had originally planned to break off the engagement after going to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. Feng Yuan's actions had saved her a lot of trouble, otherwise, no one would know that she was Yuanma's fiancé. If she went to cancel the engagement herself, people would think that she was purposely trying to make her presence known. Luo Qingtong didn't know about Feng Yuan's actions. If she knew, she would definitely thank her. As for enemies, Luo Qingtong wasn't afraid of having too many enemies. It wasn't like she hadn't experienced the days of being the enemy of the entire world. Feng Yuan's methods were completely child's play to her. At this moment, Luo Qingtong was studying the usage of the square immortal cauldron. Using Little Pig, she found out that the square immortal cauldron could not only refine pills, but could also refine all things. It was indeed a divine cauldron. Luo Qingtong thought and directly used her eye technique. The bloody light in her eyes flickered, and she quickly analyzed the effects and usage of the divine cauldron. However, she could only use the lowest level of techniques. With her current strength, she couldn't use the higher level techniques. But this was already enough. After all, the corpse of the 7th prince that she wanted to refine was only in the sage realm. The techniques that Luo Qingtong analyzed were completely enough. Luo Qingtong tried to activate the flames in the square immortal cauldron and quickly determined the method to extract the bloodline power from Great Yong's 7th prince's body and how to use it. Little Pig clicked his tongue as he watched from the side. This perverted woman actually saw through everything. Even a god wouldn't be this powerful. This is a divine cauldron, although she could only use the lowest level of those techniques, but in a situation where he didn't know anything, he knew how to use it after getting it. Those who didn't know would think that she was the one who refined this cauldron. The geniuses of your generation must be very miserable. They would be crushed into ashes, Little Pig said. Then, he added, of course, that man is an exception. That man was already an inhuman genius. In the end, this woman was also an inhuman, these two people just had to be together. How could they let others live? Little Pig observed a moment of silence for the others. Luo Qingtong couldn't be bothered with him. However, when she heard him mention Xianxia, the corner of her lips couldn't help but twitch. Cough. I wonder how much of that man's anger has subsided after these few days, Luo Qingtong pondered for a moment. Then, she looked at the 9 phoenix ring in her hand and wondered if she should use it to check on him. It had been a long time since the last time, and her consciousness had almost recovered. This time, she should be able to go over again. Luo Qingtong asked Little Pig to keep an eye on the spirit ship and prevent it from going off the wrong path. Then, she immersed her consciousness into the 9 phoenix ring. In the city lord's mansion of the Black Field, Xianxia sat in front of a gold-rimmed black wooden table. He was reviewing the accumulated documents in the Black Field. They were waiting for him to come back and sign them. Sensing the vibration of the 10-sided dragon ring on his left ring finger, he narrowed his eyes coldly. However, he didn't do anything. Luo Qingtong had locked him in the palace. Although she had called Beiqing and Fengyu over before she left, Luo Qingtong still had not found him. However, Xianxia gritted his teeth. What was he like at that time? This woman is really. Xianxia took a deep breath and suppressed the bulging veins on his forehead. Ever since he met this woman, the number of times he had been humiliated and angered was 10 times more than before. Pa Ji. Luo Qingtong fell out of the space of consciousness of the 10-sided dragon ring. However, she was experienced this time and turned into a mini loli as soon as she came out. Xianxia. She looked at Xianxia, who had his head buried in the documents, and walked over with her short legs with a smile. Xianxia narrowed his cold eyes and looked straight ahead as if she didn't exist. Xianxia. Luo Qingtong walked back and forth in front of him, swaying back and forth. Xianxia refused to look at her. His face was cold as he went through the documents. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The black weasel hairbrush swept around Luo Qingtong. Xianxia's expression was cold. Because the man was alone, he had already taken off the dark gold mask on his face, revealing his devilishly handsome face that would make men and gods jealous. His long black hair was not tied into a crown, perhaps because it was casual. It just hung slightly to one side and was tied up with a gold and silver hairband. The man at this moment, from the cold and icy Mingzun, looked a little unruly and scholarly. It added some gentleness to him and softened the coldness of his face. The Xianxia now did not look like the ruthless Mingzun of the Black Field who held the power of life and death in his hands. Instead, he looked like a rich young master who lived in luxury. He was elegant, noble, and gentle. Xianxia. Pa. She hugged Xianxia's weasel hairbrush. If you ignore me, I won't let you write. Luo Qingtong hugged the weasel hairbrush with her small arms and legs. Her whole body was plastered to the weasel hairbrush. It looked like a huge doll was hanging on the weasel hairbrush. Xianxia's hand holding the brush paused and he raised his head slightly. Just when Luo Qingtong thought he was going to talk to her, the man raised his other hand, grabbed her by the back of her neck, and lifted her off the weasel hairbrush. I'm not leaving, I'm not leaving. Luo Qingtong hugged the weasel hairbrush and refused to let go. However, how could her small arms and legs be stronger than Xianxia's? In the end, she was pulled out by him. Luo Qingtong saw that she couldn't win against him, so she immediately picked up the document on his desk. She couldn't hold the brush, but she could at least hold the document, right? Let's see how he's going to sign without the document. If he had the ability, he could pull it from her hands. She wouldn't be responsible if he tore it apart. Xianxia looked at her coldly. Just when Luo Qingtong thought he would definitely talk to her this time, Xianxia put down the weasel hairbrush in his hand and strode out with his long legs. Luo Qingtong stood among the pile of documents and saw him get up. She immediately chased after him. Xianxia. She ran with her short legs and called out. She fell with a bang. Just as she was about to hit the door in front of her, a large hand descended from the sky and caught her. Yi Qianxian. Luo Qingtong's eyes curved when she saw the man's cold face. His handsome face didn't hide his cold face at all. She knew that this man couldn't bear to see her get hurt. She hugged Yi Qianxian's large hand and rubbed it twice. Mwah. What was moral integrity? She was now Luo Xiaoqi. She didn't understand moral integrity. Little dolls should be used to act cute. Yi Qianxian looked at her with a cold face. He wanted to shake her off, but he was afraid that she would get hurt because of her small appearance. It wouldn't be good if it affected her body. After all, Luo Qingtong wasn't as strong as he was when he became Little Mingzun. However, if he didn't shake her off, this woman's petite, cute, and obedient appearance really made him unable to harden his heart. If this woman was as obedient as she was when she was in her body, she was cunning. Yi Qianxian's face was cold, and he continued to walk out. His sleeves hung down and covered Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong poked her head out of his sleeve. Master. When Yi Qianxian came out, Bei Qing and Feng Yu bowed to him. They lowered their heads and saw Luo Qingtong under Yi Qianxian's sleeves. Evil, Bei Qing almost screamed when she saw Luo Qingtong. Feng Yu covered her mouth and dragged her away. Didn't this husky see that his master was pretending not to see the evil doctor with a cold face? If he screamed, he would be in trouble later. Feng Yu thought so and dragged Bei Qing away. Before leaving, she didn't forget to report to Yi Qianxian. Master, the meal is ready. It's in the side hall. Bei Qing and I have something to do, so we'll leave first. The two of them ran away. Yi Qianxian looked at their backs and didn't say anything. When he was with Luo Qingtong, he didn't like outsiders. Especially now, Yi Qianxian entered the side hall with a cold face. The meal was already set on the table. There were plates of extremely sumptuous food. Yi Qianxian looked at it indifferently and coldly. He sat down and prepared to eat. Although he wasn't hungry, he didn't want to bother with Luo Qingtong. What are you doing? He gritted his teeth and looked at Luo Qingtong. The latter was lying in his bowl and was even hugging his chopsticks. Why didn't he know that this woman was so shameless? You're finally paying attention to me? When Luo Qingtong heard him talking to her, she immediately got up from the bowl and threw herself into the man's arms. Yi Qianxian, are you not angry anymore? Luo Qingtong blinked and looked at Yi Qianxian. After shrinking, Luo Qingtong raised her head and looked at people. She looked like a beautiful little loli and was very cute. Humph. Yi Qianxian snorted. Before he could say anything, Luo Qingtong had already leaned over and kissed him on the lips. In the end, he even licked it. Don't be angry, okay? She hugged the man's extremely handsome face and nuzzled her face against it. Luo Qingtong was prepared to be shameless to the end. This body was so cute right now. It would be a waste of resources not to use it to soften this man's heart. Yi Qianxian's face was held by her small hands. The little loli's hands were warm and soft to the touch. Especially when this woman was kissing his lips without any integrity. Yi Qianxian's eyes darkened. Did this woman think that he couldn't do anything to her now that she looked like a little loli? He lifted Luo Qingtong from his arms. With a pop, a burst of energy suddenly emerged from his body and rushed into the 10-directional dragon ring on his left ring finger. Through the connection between the Shifang dragon ring and the 9 nether phoenix ring, Luo Qingtong's body suddenly seemed to rush into a power. She opened her eyes slightly. In the next second, her body changed from a little loli back to her normal form. Then Yi Qianxian's body pressed down. Oh. Luo Qingtong raised her head and accepted the man's kiss. In the next second, she retaliated. Their lips and tongues were entangled together, and the entire room was filled with an ambiguous and sweet atmosphere. After the kiss, Luo Qingtong licked her lips and looked at the man in front of her whose eyes were getting darker and colder. She leaned over and kissed the corner of his eyes. Don't be mad. Yi Qianxian looked at her darkly without saying a word. Pa Ji. The power in Luo Qingtong's body didn't last long, and she returned to her little lowly form. She clung to the man's neck and hung from his body. Don't be angry, don't be angry. She rubbed against the man's Adam's apple coquettishly and nibbled on his Adam's apple from time to time. Yi Qianxian was infuriated by her. He raised his hand and pulled her off his body. His voice was hoarse and gloomy. Stop playing with fire. This woman, if she had the ability, why didn't she try flirting with him in her original form? Where are you? Where are you? Yi Qianxian's fingers gently rubbed Luo Qingtong's lips. The girl's lips were pink and delicate, like flower petals. Yi Qianxian's eyes darkened. I'm refining pills for Grandpa outside. Luo Qingtong's eyes turned slightly. She still didn't know if this man's anger had subsided or not. She'd better take it easy, she'd come back when Grandpa got married. Humph, Yi Qianxian snorted softly. He saw through her thoughts and didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, this woman would definitely come back when Grandpa Luo got married. If it wasn't for this, how could he be so calm when this woman ran away after setting her eyes on him? This woman was normally as cunning and evil as a fox, but at the critical moment, she was like a rabbit. However, Yi Qianxian wasn't prepared to force Luo Qingtong. Take your time, one day, this woman would accept his feelings and face her own heart. While Luo Qingtong was rushing towards Heavenly Evil Valley, Yuan Ma was sitting in a simple and spacious courtyard within the Empire of Qin's sacred courtyard. He had just learned from his teacher that his Yuan Ma family had been destroyed, the royal family of Tianyu Empire had been completely annihilated, even the Tianyu Empire had been seized by others. The throne had changed hands, however, he was completely powerless to do anything. His teacher's words resounded in Yuan Ma's mind. I know you are unwilling. You are my most outstanding disciple. Even in the Empire of Qin's sacred courtyard, you are a rare genius seed. Teacher should have told you about the destruction of Tianyu's royal family earlier. But when you came back from the Yuan opening mystic realm, you immediately went into seclusion. It is important for you to increase your strength, but the destruction of Tianyu's royal family is a foregone conclusion. Teacher decided to conceal this matter so as not to disturb your breakthrough. The one who destroyed Tianyu's royal family is an honored guest of the Black Field. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye is one of the most popular figures in the entire Truespill continent. Her medical skills and alchemy skills are amazing. Even the sacred courtyard's alchemy saint master would have to admire the medicinal liquids she refines. Every bottle of medicine that she concocted was perfectly concocted. Extreme realm. Not only that, but she is also an alchemist with the Black Field backing her. I don't know how your royal family offended her, but with the Black Field there is no way for you to take revenge. If you listen to your teacher, then forget about this matter and focus on your cultivation. With the Empire of Qin's sacred courtyard there, the Black Field won't come looking for trouble with you. Wait until your strength increases in the future, then you will have the right to speak. His teacher's words resounded in his mind. But Yuan Ma was unwilling. He had always boasted that he was the pride of the heavens, and that he was not inferior to the disciples of the major forces and families in the Empire of Qin dynasty. As long as he was given the chance, he would definitely soar into the sky. But now, his family had been annihilated and his empire had been seized, but there was nothing he could do. What kind of humiliation was this? Yuan Mo's life in the Tianyu Empire had always been smooth. He was a genius that everyone looked up to. His journey to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin had been smooth sailing as well. Apart from the humiliation he suffered in the subsidy of the Black Field, he hadn't suffered any major setbacks. Thinking of this, Yuan Ma suddenly clenched his fists. That incident in the Black Field was the biggest setback in his smooth sailing life. It was also the biggest humiliation he had ever suffered, and the person who brought him such unbearable humiliation was the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Was it because of this that they attacked the Tianyu Empire? After all, with their identities as disciples of the Holy Academy and the Black Field's intelligence network, it was very easy for them to find out his identity and origin. Was it because the evil Dr. Ghost Eye didn't humiliate him at that time, so he took it out on the royal family of Tianyu? If that was the case, it would explain why the royal father and the others, who were always cautious, suddenly provoked the evil Dr. Ghost Eye and attracted the hatred of the killer clan. What he didn't know was that Tianyu's imperial family was exterminated because they wanted to control Luo Qingtong. They brought this upon themselves. However, the imperial family thought that he was deeply in love with Luo Qingtong, so they deliberately hid this matter from him. Thus, Yuan Ma, who didn't know the truth, misunderstood. Thinking that it might be because of him that they attacked Tianyu's imperial family. Yuan Ma's heart was filled with hatred. He clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. Senior brother. The junior sister looked worriedly at Yuwenma, who was in the pavilion in the courtyard. She said, Senior brother, don't ruin your body. Although evil Dr. Ghost Eye has Blackfield as his backer, it's not like we don't have a chance at revenge. Half a year from now, as long as senior brother can stand out in the Eastern Domain and enter the 4-domain gathering, you'll definitely be recognized by the experts there. At that time, senior brother's strength will increase, and you'll be able to find trouble with evil Dr. Ghost Eye. As she said this, Yuwenma suddenly moved. That's right, although evil Dr. Ghost Eye was protected by Blackfield, as long as his status and strength increased, he would still have a chance at revenge. Most importantly, if he continued to be dispirited because of this, he really wouldn't be able to take revenge. Thinking of this, Yuwenma suddenly made some movements. Little junior sister, you're right. He said in a hoarse voice. I really should pull myself together and work hard to increase my strength. Saying this, he raised his hand and grabbed the pendant hanging around his neck. It was a half-moon-shaped jade pendant. It was completely transparent and embellished with a crescent moon. He didn't know what this jade pendant was made of. At first glance, it didn't look any different from ordinary jade pendants. However, Yuwenma knew that this jade pendant's origin was extraordinary. All these years, if it weren't for this jade pendant, his strength wouldn't have improved so much. His title as the #1 genius of Tianyu Empire came mostly from this jade pendant. Yuwenma was born with a cold illness. It was an illness that came from his mother's womb. When he was just born, he almost died. Even if he was later saved by Luo Qingtong's mother, it was already a great fortune for him to be able to live a healthy life. How could he have more talent and strength than ordinary geniuses? All of this was because of this jade pendant on his body. Back then, when his parents saw Luo Qingtong's mother's extraordinary medical skills, they arranged a marriage between him and Luo Qingtong so that if his cold illness flared up again, there would be someone to save him. After all, he was the only son's father's most. But who would have thought that this marriage zest was S8TTS the #1 geniuses too? Even after he came to the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin, his strength and talent weren't inferior to those geniuses here at all. Everyone said that he was arrogant and thought he wasn't inferior to those geniuses in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. But they didn't know that his arrogance was completely traceable. Luo Qingtong's mother's identity was extraordinary. Thinking of the words he eavesdropped when he was a child, Yuwenma's eyes turned cold. He would definitely carry out his marriage with Luo Qingtong to the end, especially now that the royal family of Tianyu had been destroyed. He had to seize this marriage with Luo Qingtong even more. What did a mere truce-bill continent count for? Even that evil Dr. Ghost Eye was nothing. He would definitely avenge Tianyu's royal family. Even if evil Dr. Ghost Eye had the support of the Blackfield, it would still be the same. But before that, he had to teach the Ling family, who had stolen the throne of Tianyu's royal family, a lesson. Thinking this, Yuwenma sneered. Did they think that just because they followed evil Dr. Ghost Eye, he couldn't touch them? Yes, he couldn't touch them now. He couldn't even stop them from stealing the throne of Tianyu Empire, but he could still teach them a lesson and humiliate them. There were also the Ling family siblings. He heard that they had also entered the Tianyu Branch Academy. Thinking of the news he had obtained, the sneer on Yuwenma's face became even more obvious. As for Luo Qingtong, who had also entered the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy, he didn't care about her at all. Stupid woman, she didn't even know that she was being used as a shield and a sword. Yuwenma absolutely didn't believe that Luo Qingtong could enter the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy as the top student of the Tianyu Branch Academy. He didn't know how many tricks were involved in this exam, and he heard that the Ling family siblings called her boss. He also heard that she had defeated a Sage Realm powerhouse in the Tianyu Branch Academy. This was simply ridiculous. Even a fantasy story wouldn't work like this. The biggest possibility was that the Ling family had been ordered by evil Dr. Ghost Eye to use Luo Qingtong as a shield and a sword to deal with him. Unfortunately, they were wrong. He didn't want to marry anyone other than Luo Qingtong, not because he had deep feelings for her. If they wanted to use that woman to deal with him, then the final result would only be to humiliate themselves. Luo Qingtong had better know her place. Don't be so stupid as to think that she was the only one who could provoke him. Otherwise, besides the marriage, he wouldn't give her any face. If it weren't for her mother's identity, with Luo Qingtong's talent and strength, she wouldn't even have the qualifications to be his concubine. Thinking of this, Yuan Ma coldly ordered someone to call his supporters from the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin over. Many of those people were disciples of great clans in the sacred dynasty of the Empire of Qin. It was impossible for them to change the court's decision. It was even more impossible for him to go against Blackfield and evil Dr. Ghost Eye for him. However, it was still possible for them to make things difficult for the Ling family. As for the Ling siblings, naturally, he would treat them well. Yuan Mo's lips curled into a sneer. Luo Qingtong's consciousness returned to her body after her power was exhausted. Jiaowu Mountain Range, Heavenly Evil Valley. Luo Qingtong steered the spirit boat all the way in without any hindrance. The people of the Heavenly Evil Valley, along with the Luo family's Iron Army, had been sent to the far west desolate region by her, Su Yu. At this moment, the Heavenly Evil Valley was empty. Luo Qingtong went straight to the place where she had placed the treasury of the Tianyu royal family. Setting up a formation, she began to extract the bloodline power from the seventh prince of the Great Yong dynasty. Swoosh! Luo Qingtong threw out the square immortal cauldron. In an instant, the cauldron expanded with the wind. In an instant, it turned into a huge cauldron that was dozens of meters tall. Luo Qingtong pointed her finger, and the seventh prince of Yong's body flew up and was thrown into the cauldron. Boom! Luo Qingtong activated the square immortal cauldron according to the method that she had analyzed with her eye technique. The cauldron instantly changed its appearance. After Luo Qingtong used the analysis method, the bronze cauldron instantly changed its appearance. The color of its body turned silver, and the sun, moon, and stars on it turned into a pattern of fish, insects, and birds. Luo Qingtong looked at this scene in shock. When she practiced these techniques alone, this scene did not appear. This square divine cauldron was really extraordinary. She did not know if that heavenly doctor knew that she had lost to such a treasure. Feng Yuan did not know that Luo Qingtong had activated the true function of the square divine cauldron. However, when the seventh prince's corpse was smelted by the square divine cauldron, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. Although it was only for a moment, it still caused her expression to change. Buzz, Feng Yuan's expression changed. In the holy capital of Great Yong, above the heavenly temple, a wail suddenly sounded. A faintly discernible spiritual energy dragon that ordinary people could not see was occupying the heavenly temple. Its head was held high, and the dragon's body was coiled up as it disappeared into the heavenly temple. Dragon of Destiny. What's going on? The Emperor's dragon aura is wailing. The fate of Great Yong has been stolen. What happened? Following the commotion in the heavenly temple, many experts of Great Yong's royal family were alarmed. The loss of bloodline power was a big deal, not to mention that the fate of Great Yong's royal family represented the fate of Great Yong dynasty. The loss of their bloodline power meant that the fate of Great Yong was also reduced. This fate of Great Yong's royal family was not to be underestimated. It was directly related to the future development and prosperity of the Great Yong dynasty and the royal family. Seeing this dragon of destiny wail, the entire royal family of Great Yong was instantly shaken. As for Feng Yuan, when he saw the dragon of providence that appeared, his expression became extremely unsightly. That was the manifestation of the dragon aura that represented the fate of Great Yong's royal family. At the same time, it was also the symbol of their royal bloodline. Now that it had appeared with a wail, it was obvious that the bloodline power of Great Yong's royal family had been lost. What was going on? Without Great Yong's unique method, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to steal the bloodline power of Great Yong's royal family. Feng Yuan instantly thought of the corpse of the seventh prince of Great Yong. Could it be that the bloodline power in seventh uncle's corpse had been stolen? But how did the other party do it? She gritted her teeth. At this moment, the voice of the green smoke in her body sounded. Looks like I've underestimated that evil Dr. Ghost Eye's ability. That four-sided immortal cauldron fell into her hands, so she must have seen through its usage. Your seventh imperial uncle's corpse must have been refined by her using the square immortal cauldron. What? Feng Yuan fiercely bit his lips. Could it be that it's not just a cauldron for refining pills? No matter how powerful it was, it should only be a cauldron for refining pills. Who told you that it's just a cauldron for alchemy? That wisp of green smoke scolded her. Since it's a divine cauldron, it's naturally not something an ordinary cauldron can compare to. That's why I said earlier that you made a big mistake. However, although she was able to see some of the uses of the divine cauldron, that should be the end of it. Think of a way to get that cauldron back as soon as possible. The things hidden in there are not ordinary things that can be compared to. Yes. Feng Yuan agreed, but the nails in her hand dug into the palm of her hand. That divine cauldron was actually so powerful. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have used that divine cauldron to gamble with the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Now, not only had she lost that divine cauldron, she had also stolen the bloodline power in seventh uncle's body. This matter was so big that even if she was a princess, she would still be punished. Just as Feng Yuan was thinking this, a servant girl hurriedly came to report. Not good. Your Highness, the ancestor is furious and summons you to the palace. A golden draconic aura emerged from the square immortal cauldron in front of her. Mixed with the bloodline aura extracted from the seventh prince's body, it circled around in front of Luo Qingtong. What is this? Luo Qingtong's finger gently wrapped around the golden draconic aura. Haha, this is the Great Yong dynasty's draconic aura, the symbol of a great dynasty's fortune. I didn't expect that this square immortal cauldron would extract a trace of Great Yong's fortune while extracting the bloodline power from the seventh prince's body. That's right. This seventh prince is an important figure in the Great Yong imperial family, and his strength is not weak. The loss of the bloodline power in his body means that the Great Yong imperial family's strength is affected, and their fortune is weakened. Naturally, a trace of the nation's fortune is affected. I didn't expect that this square immortal cauldron would be able to extract that trace of fortune from his body. As expected of the divine king's cauldron. Little Pig was so happy that it jumped on her shoulder. That Princess Feng Yuan will definitely be angered to death. It covered its round and tender belly and said. She must have thought that you wouldn't be able to obtain the bloodline power in the seventh prince's body. Therefore, although she was unwilling to leave, she didn't think too much about it. Now that the Great Yong dynasty's fortune has been lost, she must be regretting it to death. Little Pig was overjoyed. She went for wool but came home shorn. She coveted the throne of Great Chu and wanted to deal with your grandmother. Great, now she's the one being dealt with. Losing this trace of the nation's fortune, the Great Chu imperial family will definitely be furious. That saintly conferred princess will also suffer great misfortune. Hearing his words, Luo Qingtong smiled faintly. She was naturally willing to see her enemy suffer misfortune. In that case, I have to thank that divine heavenly doctor. Luo Qingtong said with a smile. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been able to obtain this divine cauldron, nor would she have been able to extract the bloodline power from the seventh prince's body, let alone this trace of Great Yong's fortune. From the looks of it, this rotten peach blossom that Xianxia had attracted was not really a problem. Luo Qingtong said. She raised her hand and put the golden dragon chi mixed with the bloodline power into her waist ring. When grandfather marries Empress Dowager Xianxia, I'll send this wisp of Great Yong's destiny and this ball of bloodline power as a congratulatory gift. Luo Qingtong wouldn't let anyone look down on old Master Luo. The reason why the latter married Empress Dowager Xianxia was obviously to make up for the regrets and misses of the past few decades. Even if her grandmother wasn't Empress Dowager Xianxia, it would still be the same. However, it was inevitable that some people would think that they had gotten lucky and climbed up the social ladder. Luo Qingtong naturally wouldn't let this happen. On the day of old Master Luo's wedding, she would let the world know that the Luo family did not climb the social ladder of the Chu royal family. Her grandfather was completely worthy of Empress Dowager Xianxia, she was worthy of the title of Great Chu's Empress Dowager. Alright, next, I can refine the pill. Luo Qingtong twisted the appearance of the square immortal cauldron back to the original bronze cauldron with the sun, moon, and star chart. She took out all the good medicinal herbs from the Tianyu imperial family's treasury and began to refine the pill. Luo Qingtong, who had already mastered the low-level inscription technique, could completely utilize the medicinal strength of the medicinal herbs at 200%. The medicinal strength of the refined pill was much richer and purer than before. Oh my god! Little Pig stared at the pills that Luo Qingtong refined with wide eyes. In this world, probably only a perverted woman like you can refine a low-grade pill that can actually display the effects of a middle-grade pill. No other alchemist could compare to Luo Qingtong with her perfect refinement and inscription technique. After all, inscription technique wasn't easy to learn, not to mention other inscription masters. It was already amazing if they could learn inscription technique. How could they also be an alchemist? Only a perverted woman like Luo Qingtong could refine pills and pills perfectly. She also knew how to set up arrays without a teacher. Little Pig didn't know how she did it. She seemed to understand something that others spent decades or even hundreds of years to comprehend with just a glance. This kind of talent was simply terrifying. Little Pig didn't know how a monster like Luo Qingtong could exist in this world. She was simply living to shock people. Swoosh, Luo Qingtong collected all the pills refined in the square mortal cauldron and stored them in a jade bottle. Then, she frowned. She was wrong before. Originally, she thought that the Tianyu imperial family's treasury in the heavenly evil valley was enough for her to refine pills for her grandfather. But now, it seemed that there were too few pills. Luo Qingtong naturally had to spend a lot of money. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to intimidate everyone and change people's impression of Grandfather Luo. Anyway, those pills were for Grandfather Luo and Empress Dowager Xianxia. Luo Qingtong didn't feel any heartache and treated it as a show of filial piety. However, Luo Qingtong had used a lot of the medicinal herbs in the Tianyu imperial family's treasury to increase the strength of the Luo family's army and the heavenly evil valley. She forgot to replenish them. The amount of pills refined was too little. Luo Qingtong thought for a while and then remembered that the Ling family was about to ascend to the throne. She would go to the Tianyu Empire to borrow some medicinal herbs so that she wouldn't have to go to the Black Field. At the same time, she would also give the Ling family a congratulatory gift for their ascension. After all, she was the one who helped him get to his current position. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong packed up the things in the Evil Valley and prepared to go to the capital of the Tianyu Empire. When Luo Qingtong was preparing to go to the Tianyu Empire, in the Lanyue family, Lanyue read a piece of information from the Great Chu and was surprised. This girl from the Luo family is really something. Old Master Yen said with a smile as he looked at the report in his hand. Great Chu's Saint Princess was conferred, and it was the transcendent saint of Great Chu who had personally done it. This was incredible. Moreover, that old Master Luo, the country guarding Marquis of the Eastern Fence Country, had actually become the Empress Dowager of the Great Chu dynasty and had obtained the recognition of the Great Chu dynasty's imperial family. He was about to marry Empress Dowager Xianxia. If he hadn't seen the information with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. That girl from the Luo family was too powerful. He really didn't know how she did it. It was said that Great Yong's men were also present at that time. He was actually defeated by her. Furthermore, she had yet to reveal her identity as the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. That was a rare sight. Old Master Yu's face was full of admiration. If such a girl was born in his family, how wonderful would it be? If Luo Qingtong had achieved such an achievement as the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, Old Master Yu wouldn't have been so surprised and amazed. After all, Luo Qingtong's identity as the evil Dr. Ghost Eye was extremely popular in the Truespill continent and was sought after by many. No matter who heard her, they would have to give her some face, not to mention that she had the entire Black Field as her backer. But in fact, Luo Qingtong had not revealed her identity as the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, nor had she used the strength of the Black Field to force the people of Great Yong to retreat. This method was really heaven-defying. Fortunately, his family was on good terms with the other party. Otherwise, such an enemy would be too terrible. Master Lanyue thought of the unlucky Tianyu imperial family. How could the Yuan clan be so arrogant? They didn't treat such a talented and powerful daughter-in-law well. Instead, they despised her and looked down on her. They belittled the Luo clan and Luo Qingtong to the bone. Finally, after knowing Luo Qingtong's identity as evil Dr. Gui Tong, they even wanted to control her. They really dug their own graves. This was great. Wouldn't the entire clan be destroyed as they went on and on? If Yuan Mo hadn't been in the empire of Qin's Holy Academy, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape. They really had holes in their brains, especially that Yuan Mo. The hole in his brain was too big. He despised such a good daughter-in-law. If he had protected Luo Qingtong a little, the Tianyu imperial family wouldn't have been so excessive. The enmity between Luo Qingtong and the Luo clan and the Tianyu imperial family wouldn't have been so deep. As old Master Lanyue was thinking this, his hand that was stroking his beard suddenly paused. Wait, the Tianyu imperial family and Yuan Mo didn't like her. But he did. His grandson was well versed in both literature and martial arts. He was talented and was from that place. If he could Match him with that girl from the Luo clan. Master Lanyue thought of his grandson's interaction with Luo Qingtong when he came back last time. His eyes lit up and he hurriedly sent someone to write a letter to Lanyue Ju, telling him what had happened to Luo Qingtong recently. In the end, he praised Luo Qingtong greatly. As for Xianxia, in Master Lanyue's view, his protection of Luo Qingtong was completely out of love for her talent. Evil Dr. Gui Tong's identity in the Black Field was a man. How could Ming Zun be tempted by a man? Those who said he was gay were simply nonsense. Moreover, if evil Dr. Ghostai and Ming Zun really had such a relationship, why would the former try so hard to avoid the latter? Those words about evil Dr. Ghost Pupil being Ming Zun's lover were probably said by Ming Zun to protect evil Dr. Ghost Pupil and intimidate others. Thinking of this, Master Lanyue suddenly burst into laughter. Anyway, it would be best if he could matchmake Luo Qingtong and his grandson. Even if he couldn't, it wouldn't matter. Just as Master Lanyue was lost in thought, a servant's report came from outside. Old man, Grand Tutor Jiang of the Empire of Qin Dynasty is here to see you. Imperial Tutor Jiang? Old Master Lanyue looked surprised. This person was one of the pillars of the Empire of Qin's holy dynasty. He had a high position and great power. He was the Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince. He had been a senior official for 3 dynasties. In the future, when the Crown Prince ascended to the throne, he would also be an important official of the country. Why would he appear in the Tianyu Empire and visit him? Suddenly, he remembered that Luo Qingtong had become the holy princess of Great Chu. Could it be because of this matter that Grand Tutor Jiang was on his way to the Luo family of Dongli State to congratulate them and passed by the Tianyu Empire? If that was the case, it would make sense. After all, it was not a trivial matter to confer a holy princess. The Empire of Qin's holy dynasty had to send someone to congratulate them. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that the Empress Dowager's second marriage would damage Great Chu's reputation, and the fact that Luo Qingtong was conferred the title of Holy Princess of Great Chu was not made public, the Empire of Qin's holy dynasty's congratulations would be even grander. Now, only some higher-ups knew about this matter. The Empire of Qin's holy dynasty had already shown enough sincerity and respect by sending Jiang Huai, the Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince. Outside the gates of the Lanyue family's residence, there was a carriage that looked very unremarkable, but was actually a rare treasure. Sitting beside Grand Tutor Jiang was a youth in ordinary clothing. The youth's face was handsome and gentle, and his temperament was like a clear spring, making others feel comfortable and happy. Sitting there, he was like a slender bamboo. His entire body was filled with a scholarly and graceful air. Your Imperial Highness the Crown Prince, there is no need for you to personally go to the Luo household. That Luo Qingtong should not be in the Luo household right now, Grand Tutor Jiang said to the youth beside him. It's fine. I just came out to relax. The youth waved his hand, his voice indescribably gentle and elegant. I didn't expect to see her either. However, I am truly curious about that Luo Qingtong. What kind of girl is she to be able to reach such a level? The youth asked with a light smile. I heard that Feng Yuan also went to the Empress Dowager's groom selection. She didn't gain any advantage over her? The youth smiled with a clear and handsome face. Feng Yuan is Great Yang's #1 princess and genius. She has crushed countless members of our 4 sacred dynasties' imperial families and talented youths. Yet, she was suppressed by Luo Qingtong, a girl from an inferior marquis household? I am truly curious. What kind of charm does such a girl have? At this point, Grand Tutor Jiang smiled and said, if your Imperial Highness really wants to get acquainted with her, then wait until she enters the holy capital of the Empire of Qin. Didn't they say that she has already been admitted to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin? It was only because she had to ask for leave that she didn't go to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin to register. Because of this matter, the entire Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin was in an uproar for a long time. I don't know what she has done to deserve such kindness from the Holy Academy. After all, it is extremely difficult for an ordinary person, even if he is the Crown Prince, to ask for a day off is extremely difficult. Also, I heard that her Tianyu Academy set a new record for all the academies in the Empire of Qin. Out of the 10 people who entered the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, 8 of them were heaven-rank candidates. That's already the highest number of academies. Although some of them are not worthy of the name, to be able to receive such grace from the holy court, I'm afraid this Luo Qingtong is indeed extraordinary. It's said that she's the leader of those heaven-rank candidates. That's right. I've heard of this as well. The Crown Prince of the Empire of Qin said with a smile, that's why I came out with the Grand Tutor after hearing about her deeds. It would be best if we could meet each other. If not, then we can only meet each other in the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin. But at that time I'm afraid it won't be just me who wants to get to know her. At this point, the young man's elegant aura suddenly radiated with a hint of domineering aura. This was the domineering aura of a king that could only be cultivated as a crown prince and crown prince. No matter how elegant a person was, he wasn't a completely harmless little animal. He was a resting tiger pretending to be harmless. Yes. Grand Tutor Jiang seemed to know what the young man was about to say. He nodded and was about to say something when the door to the Lanyue clan opened. He immediately shut his mouth. The young man's aura also retracted, making him look like a personal servant who followed Grand Tutor Jiang. The two of them followed the servants of the Lanyue clan inside. They want us to humiliate the Ling family so that they can't inherit the throne of the Tianyu Empire? The envoy from the Empire of Qin frowned as he read the letter. The one who sent the letter was the eldest son of their clan leader. He was the one who had the most potential in their clan. This letter had the family's seal on it. Obviously, the envoy had gotten the clan's approval. But to humiliate the Ling family so that they couldn't inherit the throne of the Tianyu Empire, the Ling family's ascension to the throne was supported by evil Dr. Gui Tong. When the Tianyu Empire changed hands, the Ling family requested to inherit the throne of the Tianyu Empire. The Empire of Qin had already agreed, after all, it was just an empire. For the Empire of Qin, it didn't matter who ascended to the throne, not to mention the black field behind evil Dr. Gui Tong. The Empire of Qin wouldn't provoke and offend the black field over such a trivial matter, but now, the clan was asking them to humiliate the Ling family. The envoy from the Great Qin Sacred Dynasty was put in a difficult position. At this moment, the person beside him suggested, "My lord, I think the message is asking us to humiliate the Ling family so that they will give up the throne of the Tianyu Empire." The subordinate said, "Think about it." The Empire of Qin gave the Black Field a name and acknowledged their legitimacy to inherit the throne of the Tianyu Empire. That's the grace of the Empire of Qin. But what if the Ling family is arrogant and doesn't take the Empire of Qin seriously? Then this grace will be wasted, won't it? The subordinate said with a sinister smile. We'll do whatever we want when we get there. Whether the Ling family can't stand it and give up or resist, we'll achieve our goal. My lord, I heard that the eldest son of your clan is in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin and has a good relationship with Yuan Ma. You're probably helping him vent his anger. My lord, if you do this well, you won't be punished at all. Instead, you'll be doing a meritorious deed for the clan. At that time, with the support of the clan, my lord's strength and status will definitely rise to another level. The subordinate said respectfully. Hearing that, the envoy narrowed his eyes and laughed. Then, he laughed and said, "That's right." He patted his subordinate's shoulder and said, "You're right. If that's the case, the Sacred Dynasty won't be able to blame anyone. Moreover, he would be able to complete the task assigned to him by his clan, and from then on, he would have a meteoric rise." Wonderful. The envoy clapped his hands. When we enter Tianyu's imperial capital, there's no need to give them any face. Humiliate him to death. Oh right, which Ling clan rose to power by stepping on Yuan clan? The envoy rolled his eyes and immediately came up with an idea. It would be a wonderful thing if he could ruin the Ling family's succession to the throne of the Tianyu Empire and curry favor with young Master Yuan Mo. Thinking of this, the envoy ordered his men to speed up towards the Tianyu Empire. In the imperial palace of the Tianyu Empire, Grandfather Ling was pleasantly surprised to see Luo Qingtong. "Miss Qingtong," he said respectfully. Without Luo Qingtong's permission, he didn't reveal her identity as the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Seeing his actions, a few of the Ling family's juniors present were shocked. Why is grandfather so respectful to her? She looked at Luo Qingtong's beautiful face and a trace of displeasure flashed across her face. Qiao Manling followed her mother back to the Ling family. As the daughter of the Ling family who had married the best, she was very confident in the Ling family. The Qiu family was quite famous in the Blue Moon Commandery of the Empire of Qin Sacred Dynasty. A commandery was a vassal state established in the territories of the princes and princesses of the Empire of Qin Sacred Dynasty. It was also a subordinate of the Empire of Qin Sacred Dynasty and had to pay tribute to the dynasty. However, in terms of strength and status, it was superior to the empire. Qiu Manling was born in the Blue Moon Commandery and was naturally arrogant. If the Ling family hadn't obtained the throne of the Tianyu Empire, she wouldn't have returned to the Ling family. Now that he saw grandfather Ling treating Luo Qingtong so intimately and respectfully, he instantly felt indignant. Even the other party didn't treat her like this. Could it be that her status as the legitimate daughter of the Qiu family in the Blue Moon Commandery couldn't compare to this young girl in front of her? Qiu Manling didn't think the Ling family would be acquainted with the legitimate daughter of a powerful family. After all, it was said that this time, the throne was won by the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. If the Ling family had connections in the Empire of Qin Sacred Dynasty, why would they need the other party's help? Thinking of this, Qiu Manling's expression became even more arrogant and dissatisfied. I don't know either. The Ling family girl she asked shook her head and said, but I heard that she is the legitimate daughter of the Luo family in the Eastern Li country? When she heard the name Qingtong, she had some impression. After all, she was engaged to Yuan Mo. Soon, she remembered Luo Qingtong's identity and immediately told Qiu Manling. When she heard that the other party was only the legitimate daughter of a marquis from an inferior country and was engaged to the former Yuan imperial family of the Tianyu Empire, a trace of disdain flashed across Qiu Manling's face. The people of the Ling family really had no confidence at all. They had to curry favor with such a person. Were they afraid that the other party would cause trouble for them? That's right. After all, they didn't rely on their own strength to destroy the former imperial family. But what was wrong with this Luo Qingtong? The Yuan family was already destroyed and she still came to ask for money. If she was in her shoes, she wouldn't be shameless. Qiu Manling looked at Luo Qingtong with disdain. After grandfather Ling and Luo Qingtong chatted for a while and left, she led a group of Ling family disciples forward. She looked up at Luo Qingtong and said, "May I know where elder sister is from?" Seeing the young masters and young mistresses of the Ling family, you didn't even greet us. You must have an extraordinary background, right? Can you tell us so that we can pay us? She of Qingtong's, Qiu said of the families of the capital of the Qin family S's. Was Qiu's. She clearly knew Luo Qingtong's identity, but she purposely asked. Then, she mentioned her identity and the matter of her greeting. She was pressuring Luo Qingtong. Manling. Hearing her words, the Ling family's young girl beside her hurriedly pulled her back. No matter what the other party's background was, she was still grandfather Ling's guest. It wasn't good for them to target her like this. Luo Qingtong raised her brows and looked at the young girl standing in front of her. The other party was using her status to pressure her. Luo Qingtong found it funny. With her status as a princess of the Great Chu Sacred Dynasty, even if the one standing here was the sage emperor of the Empire of Qin, she didn't need to kneel, bow, or salute. For the sake of the Ling family, Luo Qingtong didn't want to bicker with them. She looked at the group of curious Ling family youths behind Qiu Manling and nodded with a faint smile. Luo Qingtong. These people weren't here to cause trouble for her. Besides, they were Ling Yu and Ling Tianhan's siblings. Luo Qingtong thought for a moment, then took out a few jade bottles and handed them to them. These are the gifts that Tianhan and you were asked me to bring you. After all, they were half a family. Luo Qingtong didn't mind helping Ling Yu and Ling Tianhan out. Moreover, grandfather Ling had just agreed to help her transfer the medicinal ingredients. The Ling family was preparing for the coronation and was very busy. Since old Master Ling was so concerned about her, Luo Qingtong naturally had to return the favor. These jade bottles contained pills that she had refined for the Luo family soldiers and the Heavenly Evil Valley. They were pills that could improve their physique. They weren't very precious to her, but to the outside world, they were priceless. Combined with Luo Qingtong's medicinal liquid, the effects would be greatly enhanced. Taking them over a long period of time would improve one's innate talent. Humph. I wonder what kind of trash these are. Qiu Manling looked at the jade bottles with disdain. With the other party's status as a low-level family from a low-level country, what good things could he bring out? What gifts for Ling Tianhan and Ling Yu? She must be afraid that others would reject her gifts and look bad, so she purposely said that. Qiao Manling's expression became even more disdainful. She wouldn't want these things even if they were given to her. In fact, Luo Qingtong didn't intend to give them to her, she had only prepared a portion for the Ling family disciples. When it was Qiao Manling's turn, there wasn't any left. In any case, this young miss of the Qiao family didn't care about her trash, right? Luo Qingtong's smile was faint. Qiao Manling looked at her and gritted her teeth. She said, Luo Qingtong, I remember your name. Aren't you the legitimate daughter of a marquis from an inferior country that the royal family of Tianyu despises? She sneered at Luo Qingtong. What? Now that the royal family of Tianyu has been destroyed, you have no one to rely on, so you want to rely on the Ling family? Do you think that just because Tianyu's royal family doesn't want you, our Ling clan will? Even if the fifth prince doesn't like you, would cousin Tianhan like you? Let me tell you, stop daydreaming. The moment Qiao Manling said that, Little Pig's voice rang out in Luo Qingtong's mind. Oh my god, I'm so happy. So your backing is the royal family of Tianyu, and now you want to rely on the Ling clan? Ling Tianhan doesn't even like you. Io, I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Oh my god. Even if you gave Ling Tianhan that chance, he wouldn't dare to take a fancy to you. Damn. Also, what the hell was he trying to do with the Ling family? Didn't they see how respectful old Master Ling was just now? Also, Little Pig was laughing so hard that he was about to collapse in Luo Qingtong's sleeve. Tianyu's royal family was destroyed by you. This girl has a bright future in telling jokes. Ah. I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter. Luo Qingtong couldn't help but laugh at Little Pig's words. Qiao Manling was instantly enraged when she saw the smile on her face. The moment she said that, Luo Qingtong's expression turned cold. She couldn't be bothered to argue with her. Did she really think she was afraid of her? Leave the Ling family? She would like to see who would leave the Ling family. Just as Luo Qingtong's expression turned cold, there was a sudden commotion outside. Quick, quick, quick. The envoy from the Empire of Qin is here. He's already in the main hall. Young masters and young ladies, let's hurry to the main hall to welcome him. A group of Ling family servants rushed in from outside, their faces full of joy. They had just received a notice from outside that the envoy from the Empire of Qin was here to announce the decree. This was an important matter that couldn't be delayed. Qiao Manling's face lit up when she heard the servant's words. The envoy from the Empire of Qin was here. As the legitimate daughter of the Qiao family of Blue Moon Commandery, she would naturally be the one to be seated. Even the Ling family didn't have as much influence as she did. How could she not go to such a limelight event? She hurriedly lifted her skirt and was about to leave. However, she didn't forget about Luo Qingtong. Instead, she glanced at her and said, Luo Qingtong, the envoy from the Empire of Qin is here. You should go to the main hall to take a look. See how big the gap between you and the Ling family is. Stop dreaming. Tianyu's royal family had an engagement with her, but the Ling family didn't. If she knew what was good for her, Luo Qingtong would stop pestering her. Otherwise, she would only be humiliating herself when she went to the main hall later. Manling. Hearing Qiao Manling's words, the Ling family disciples immediately voiced their disapproval. Qiao Manling had already gone overboard with her words. Now, she even called Luo Qingtong to the main hall to welcome the envoy from the Empire of Qin. What was she trying to do? To further humiliate Luo Qingtong. She was a guest of the Ling family, a guest of their grandfather. Manling had gone too far. A disciple of the Ling family said to Luo Qingtong, Miss Luo, don't mind it. Just wait here for Grandpa. It's okay. Luo Qingtong said indifferently, let's go together. Just as well. I also want to pay my respects to the elegant bearing of the envoy of the Empire of Qin. She also wanted to see how someone was going to humiliate her, Luo Qingtong said and walked out with Qiao Manling and the others. Except for Luo Qingtong, everyone was excited. Qiao Manling, in particular, was chattering about the various powerful aspects of the Empire of Qin's sacred dynasty and how famous the Qiao clan was in Blue Moon Commandery. As a matter of fact, the Empire of Qin had been divided into countless commanderies. In the Empire of Qin's sacred dynasty, the Blue Moon Commandery could only be considered above average. The Qiao clan was famous in Blue Moon Commandery, but that was only in Blue Moon Commandery. In the empire of Qin's sacred dynasty, they were nothing. However, the disciples of the Ling family did not know that. When they heard Qiu Manling talk about the Blue Moon Commandery and the empire of Qin's sacred dynasty, they were all amazed. To them, the empire of Qin's sacred dynasty was powerful and mysterious. So was the Blue Moon Commandery. Needless to say, the Qiu clan was so famous in Blue Moon Commandery, the group of people whispered excitedly as they walked towards the main hall. Just as they stepped through the door of the side hall and were about to walk to the main hall, a loud bang suddenly came from the front. It was followed by Grandfather Ling's angry voice. "This is impossible. You must be dreaming. Wishful thinking." What was going on? Weren't they receiving the envoys from the Empire of Qin? Why were they so angry? The group of people had a bad feeling. When they entered the side palace, they immediately saw Grandfather Ling and the others furiously confronting Great Qin's envoy and the others in front of them. Grandfather Ling, the envoys from the Empire of Qin were very arrogant. Especially the subordinates of the envoy who spoke. They looked at the Ling family members as if they were looking at a pile of trash. Don't forget how your Ling family got the throne. The imperial family of Tianyu offended evil Dr. Gui Tong, but they didn't offend your Ling family, right? You stepped on their bones to get to the throne. Shouldn't you show some gratitude? The subordinate sneered and raised his head, looking down his nose. Our lord asked you to set up a monument for the Tianyu imperial family. That's doing your Ling clan a favor. It's fine if your Ling family doesn't appreciate it. How dare you yell at us? Old Master Ling, is the Ling family looking down on the sacred dynasty? Don't you want to accept the grace that the holy dynasty has given you? Truly arrogant, conceited, and insufferably arrogant. I think your Ling family doesn't want the throne anymore. Does your Ling family want to be exterminated? The subordinate reprimanded sternly as he spoke. Nonsense. Grandfather Ling was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He pointed at the group of Great Qin envoys and said, "Let's move all the memorial tablets of Tianyu's imperial family to our Ling clan's ancestral hall and worship them as our ancestral tablets." He also asked us to build a bronze statue of Emperor Tianyu in the imperial capital. He also asked us to mourn for the imperial family of Tianyu for 3 years. You're not asking us to erect tombstones for Tianyu's imperial family. You're trampling on the dignity of our Ling clan. I don't care what benefits Yuan Ma gave you to humiliate our Ling family like this. We'd rather die than agree to these conditions. Putting aside how humiliating it was to move the memorial tablets of the Tianyu royal family into the Ling family's ancestral hall, just the bronze statue of the Emperor of Tianyu and the ceremony of filial sons and grandsons for the Tianyu royal family to observe mourning for them, even if the Ling family didn't have to do it for 3 years, as long as they did it for 1 day or 2 hours, they would be admitting to the imperial family of Tianyu. They would inherit the throne and the imperial family of Tianyu. By then, the Ling family would become the laughingstock of the world. Many empires would disdain to interact with them. Who would want to interact with a family that voluntarily admitted to being the imperial family's descendants? Were they shameless? Besides, Tianyu's imperial family was Luo Qingtong. If the Ling family helped Luo Qingtong, they would never do anything for them from the perspective of the Tianyu royal family. Therefore, Grandfather Ling would never agree to these 3 conditions. Don't make up so many excuses. Don't try to slander us. The subordinate snorted coldly. You people from the Ling family are treating the holy dynasty's grace as nothing. You're so stubborn and have no regard for your superiors. You don't deserve to inherit the throne of the Tianyu Empire. I'll report what happened today to the imperial dynasty after we go back. Don't even think about the throne of the Ling family. In addition, he sneered, we'll definitely move the memorial tablets of the Tianyu imperial family into the heavenly temple. The people of your Ling family must also be filial to them for 3 days and 3 nights. If you don't want to, we'll force you. Guards. When the subordinate said this, he was about to order everyone in his team to take action. For the imperial dynasty of the Empire of Qin, even if it was just an ordinary entourage, the strength of the experts in it was enough to crush the Tianyu Empire and the Ling family. Seeing that the martial emperors were about to make a move, the faces of the Ling family's members instantly turned pale. At this moment, the group of boys and girls hurriedly cried out. Wait! As they spoke, they pushed Xiao Manling out. Our Ling family has the legitimate daughter of the Qiu family of Blue Moon Commandery. The Qiu family and our Ling family are in-laws. The group of young men and women of Ling clan were talking to each other. Crying, they turned to Qiu Manling and said, "Manling, please talk to Great Qin's envoy. Tell them not to treat our Ling family like this. Didn't you say that the Qiu family is powerful in Blue Moon Commandery? Manling, help our Ling family." Qiu Manling's face stiffened. She had boasted in front of the Ling family members, but in fact, Blue Moon Commandery was just above average among the many commanderies of the Empire of Qin. The Qiu family was respected in Blue Moon Commandery, but it didn't mean they were respected in the Empire of Qin. If the Blue Moon Commandery's royal family members or her father were here, the envoys might give them some face, but who was she? As expected, the envoys from the Empire of Qin laughed when they heard what the Ling family members said. Blue Moon Commandery? The Qiu family? I've never heard of it. There are so many commanderies in the Empire of Qin. I don't know where the Qiu family came from. As for this Qiu family's first daughter, she's not even a famous genius. Your Ling family is using her to pressure us? What a joke. The group of envoys from the Empire of Qin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although their official position and strength were nothing in the Empire of Qin's holy dynasty, they were not people who could be suppressed by a commandery's family, not to mention that the other party was only the daughter of the first wife of a family. She couldn't even be considered a genius. If it weren't for their family's orders, they might have given the other party some face. But now, he was only humiliating himself. The crowd was filled with disdain. Qiu Manling was even more flustered. She wished that there was a hole in the ground for her to crawl into. She could feel the disbelief in the eyes of the Ling family disciples as they looked at her. She felt an indescribable sense of humiliation. She had shown off too much in front of the Ling family. Who would have thought that these envoys from the Empire of Qin would attack her the moment they arrived? Their Qiu family's bit of strength was simply not enough in front of the other party. Humph. Do it. The envoys snorted coldly. Since the Ling family refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, he would fulfill their wish. They had to accept the offerings of the Tianyu royal family whether they wanted to or not. They would say that the Ling family was arrogant and didn't want to accept the holy dynasty's grace. They were deliberately provoking them. No matter how much the holy dynasty feared the Black Field, they wouldn't tolerate the Ling family's shameful behavior. After all, if the Ling family was able to humiliate the holy dynasty, what would happen to the numerous commanderies, empires, high-class, middle-class, and low-class countries under the holy dynasty of the Empire of Qin? If everyone followed the Ling family's example and humiliated the holy dynasty, what would happen to the holy dynasties? Dignity and dignity, they couldn't make an exception. With that thought in mind, the envoy was filled with pride. So what if he was going to disobey the orders of the sacred dynasty? Would the Ling family be able to sue him in the holy dynasty? Even if they did, would the holy dynasty believe them? Or would they believe them? With that thought in mind, the envoy was about to order his men to attack mercilessly. At this moment, a clear voice rang out from behind the group of young men and women. The people from the Empire of Qin are indeed powerful. Everyone was stunned when they heard the voice. Especially Grandfather Ling. He was so angry that he wanted to fight for his life. When he heard the voice, he seemed to have thought of something and his eyes lit up with hope. How could he forget about that person? Grandfather Ling was too angry just now. These envoys from the Empire of Qin attacked him as soon as they arrived. He was so confused that he forgot that Luo Qingtong was still in the palace, with the young lady of the Luo family, the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. These people from the Empire of Qin wouldn't be able to get away with it. What's more, they were here to support the Tianyu imperial family. Putting everything else aside, Luo Qingtong wanted to destroy the royal family of Tianyu. The Ling family was just taking advantage of this opportunity to take over the throne of the Tianyu Empire. If these people from the Empire of Qin supported the Tianyu imperial family, they would offend no one but Luo Qingtong. With that thought, he immediately looked at Luo Qingtong with a hopeful gaze. Miss Qingtong. With Luo Qingtong around, as long as she revealed her identity as the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, these people from the Empire of Qin wouldn't dare to be too presumptuous. In the end, they would have to hand over the decree obediently. The young men and women of the Ling family were shocked when they saw Luo Qingtong walk out from behind them. This was especially true for Qiu Manling. She looked at the beautiful girl walking past her, and her face was filled with jealousy and mockery. Luo Qingtong is courting death. She has no right to speak in front of the envoys from the Empire of Qin dynasty. Even I, the legitimate daughter of the Qiu family of the Blue Moon Commandery, am looked down upon by the envoys of the great Qin sacred dynasty. What right does she have to stop them? Does she really think that she can convince the great Qin sacred dynasty's envoys to let the Ling family go just because she is reasonable? The young men and family members of the Ling family had Luo Qingtong. They were very grateful that Luo Qingtong spoke up for the Ling family at this time. However, if the people from the Empire of Qin dynasty didn't even give face to Qiu Manling, it was useless for Luo Qingtong to speak up. The young men and women thought so, but they didn't see the surprised look on their parents' faces. Who are you? The envoy from the Empire of Qin dynasty frowned when he saw Luo Qingtong standing in front of the Ling family. You don't have the right to know who I am. Haha. Upon hearing Luo Qingtong's words, the envoy burst into laughter as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Did I hear that right? You want us to leave behind a decree and get out of the Tianyu palace? His face was full of mockery. This young girl who came out of nowhere probably doesn't know what the Empire of Qin dynasty means. Why are there so many ignorant people nowadays? The first daughter of the Blue Moon Commandery's Qiu family came out of nowhere, and now there's this unknown young girl. Alright. Since you want the decree, come and get it yourself. The envoy said as he took out the decree in his hand and raised it high with a sneer on his face. Let's not talk about whether she had the ability to take the decree from him. This decree was imbued with the great Qin sacred dynasty's fate suppression. Without his official aura to remove it, anyone who touched this decree would be suppressed by the fate suppression on it. He wanted to see if the other party dared to come and take this decree, the envoy sneered. How dare this young girl who came out of nowhere say such things? Do it. As he said that, he waved his sleeves coldly. However, just as he said that, Luo Qingtong's figure flashed and instantly broke through the defenses of the people around him and appeared in front of him. You want me to take it myself? Luo Qingtong's face was indifferent and her eyes were full of mischief. Alright, I'll show it to you. This group of people from the Empire of Qin dynasty was not weak. Luo Qingtong did not want to waste time with them. She activated her pupil technique and broke through to the front of the envoy. She raised her hand and grabbed the decree in his hand. Humph. Silly girl, you don't know your place. The envoy from the great Qin sacred dynasty was shocked that someone had broken through the defenses of his subordinates. But soon, he began to laugh coldly. Luo Qingtong actually dared to take the decree in his hand. She was trying to take away the decree of the great Qin sacred dynasty by force. Was this girl crazy? It would be strange if she didn't die from the pressure of the empire's destiny. However, just as the envoy from the great Qin sacred dynasty was thinking about this, his face was instantly filled with shock. He looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Luo Qingtong's hand grabbed the decree in his hand tightly and held it in her hand. This is impossible. The envoy from the Empire of Qin dynasty was shocked when he saw that Luo Qingtong was not sent flying by the pressure of the empire's destiny. In the next second, he came back to his senses and was about to rush forward and take back the decree. However, scram. Luo Qingtong held the decree of the great Qin sacred dynasty and scolded him coldly. Bang! 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 In an instant, the decree in Luo Qingtong's hand shone brightly and sent the envoy from the Empire of Qin dynasty flying. Among them were the subordinates of the Empire of Qin dynasty who were surrounding Luo Qingtong. Ah! Tragic screams rang out one after another. Luo Qingtong was the princess of the great Chu dynasty. She drove the pressure of the empire's destiny on the decree of the Empire of Qin dynasty and sent the group of people from the Empire of Qin dynasty flying. Who was Luo Qingtong, Princess Xingning of the great Chu dynasty, a saint-conferred title, a half-emperor, with the decree of the Empire of Qin's sacred dynasty in her hand. Those envoys of the Empire of Qin's sacred dynasty had to bow their heads to her, no matter how strong they were. They wanted to snatch the decree of the Empire of Qin's holy dynasty from her hands, which meant that they were going against their superiors. Naturally, they would be suppressed by the imperial decree of the Empire of Qin. These people wanted to use the imperial decree to suppress Luo Qingtong, but they didn't expect that Luo Qingtong's status was much higher than theirs. Using the imperial decree of the Empire of Qin's imperial decree as a counterattack, the group of martial emperors were severely injured. That's impossible. The envoy from the Empire of Qin looked at Luo Qingtong with horror in his eyes. Who are you? How could he snatch the decree from his hands and use the pressure of the nation's fate to strike back at him? One had to know that only those with a higher status than him would be able to do this. What was going on? Who was the other party? Grandfather Ling and the others also looked at Luo Qingtong in surprise and shock. Especially Grandfather Ling. He thought that Luo Qingtong had to reveal her identity to stop the people from the Empire of Qin dynasty. This would make the other party hesitate in taking action. However, he did not expect that Luo Qingtong would snatch the decree of the Empire of Qin dynasty from the other party's hands. How did Miss Qingtong do it? As for Qiu Manling, who had previously looked down on Luo Qingtong, she was dumbfounded at this scene. Didn't they say that she was just a daughter of a marquis from an inferior country? How could he be so powerful? Was the decree of the Empire of Qin's sacred dynasty so easily taken away? How could this be something that an inferior marquis's daughter could do? Recalling the disdainful words she had said to the other party, Qiu Manling's expression became even more interesting than when she was humiliated by the envoys of the Empire of Qin's sacred dynasty. It was a sea of red and white, green and purple. After a brief moment of shock, the envoy of the Empire of Qin dynasty came back to his senses. He looked at the Ling family and Luo Qingtong with indescribable anger. Good. Very good. No wonder the Ling family dared to look down on us and ignore the decree of the Empire of Qin dynasty. It turns out that you know an expert and want to seize it by force. The envoy from the Empire of Qin's sacred dynasty was indescribably angry. They were all injured by Luo Qingtong's decree. As the saying goes, not only did you fail to suppress others, you were suppressed instead. Originally, they had planned to humiliate and teach the Ling family a lesson. While completing the mission given by their family, they also wanted to curry favor with Yuan Ma. They didn't expect that they would be taught a lesson instead. However, did the Ling family think that this was enough? They wanted to seize the decree of the Empire of Qin's sacred dynasty. The Ling family was courting death. As for this young girl, he didn't care who she was. Since he dared to steal the decree of the Great Qin sacred dynasty, he had a reason to mobilize the guards of the Great Qin sacred dynasty who came with him to escort the decree and kill him. Thinking of this, the envoy of the Empire of Qin instantly released the signal in his hand. Whoosh! Outside the Tianyu Palace, a group of guards from the Great Qin sacred dynasty, who were made up entirely of martial spirit realm cultivators, suddenly unleashed their auras and charged into the Tianyu Palace. Their duty was to protect the decree and safely deliver it to the Tianyu Imperial Palace. Miss Qingtong. Sensing the terrifying aura coming from the outside, Grandfather Ling and the rest of the elders' faces changed. The group of experts outside was too powerful. Unless Luo Qingtong invited the people from the Black Field to help, they wouldn't be able to stop them. However, the main city of the Black Field in the Tianyu Empire was quite a distance away. Even if Luo Qingtong called them over, they wouldn't be able to arrive so quickly. Miss Qingtong, we'll risk our lives to escort you out. Please leave. Grandfather Ling gritted his teeth. No matter what, Luo Qingtong couldn't be harmed in the Ling family. Otherwise, no one would be able to bear the wrath of the Black Field, and the people of the Great Qin sacred dynasty in front of them had already decided to kill them. Under such circumstances, even if they exposed Luo Qingtong's identity, the other party wouldn't believe them. Under such circumstances, only by risking their lives to escort Luo Qingtong out would the Ling family have a chance to take revenge. Fortunately, Tianhan and Yuer were still in the sacred court, leaving behind a trace of the Ling family's bloodline. With that in mind, Grandfather Ling was ready to risk his life to escort Luo Qingtong out of here. As long as they could leave the Tianyu Imperial Palace and enter the Lanyue family, they would be safe. These people from the Empire of Qin wouldn't dare to enter the Lanyue family's residence to cause trouble. While Grandfather Ling was thinking, Grand Tutor Jiang, who was chatting happily with Grandfather Lanyue and the Lanyue clan, suddenly frowned when he sensed the signal from Tianyu Palace. What's going on? Someone dares to seize the imperial decree by force? The person who could seize the imperial decree and ignore the imperial aura was definitely not weak. Grand Tutor Jiang frowned. It was fine if he didn't know about this. But since he knew, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Thinking of this, he bid farewell to Grandfather Lanyue and headed to the Tianyu Imperial Palace to investigate. If he was not mistaken, this should be the team sent by the Empire of Qing dynasty to the Ling family to deliver the decree of succession. Was there someone targeting them? Elder Lanyue also sensed the many powerful auras erupting from Sky Universe Imperial City. So many martial spirit realm experts? He frowned and immediately thought of the people from the Empire of Qing's sacred dynasty. Thinking of the relationship between Luo Qingtong and the Ling family, he immediately prepared to make a trip there. Let's see what's going on. Grand Tutor Jiang also had the same idea. The group immediately flew towards Sky Universe Imperial Palace. In Tianyu Imperial Palace, Luo Qingtong looked indifferently at the group of guards from the Empire of Qing who had rushed in and said to Grandfather Ling, "All of you, back off." Above the martial spirit realm was the half-saint realm. After comprehending and completely controlling the laws of heaven and earth, one could directly enter the saint realm. Once the two sides started fighting, these people from the Ling family would only be cannon fodder. As for what Grandfather Ling said about resisting with all his might to let her leave, that was just wishful thinking. A martial spirit realm expert, or a group of martial spirit realm experts at that, how could the people of the Ling family block them? However, Luo Qingtong had the decree of the Empire of Qing's sacred dynasty in her hands, so she wasn't afraid of these people. If others snatched the decree of the Empire of Qing's sacred dynasty, they wouldn't be able to trigger the pressure of the nation's fate on it. However, Luo Qingtong was different. She was a sacred princess with the title of sacred. In her hands, the decree of the Empire of Qing's sacred dynasty was her protective talisman. The pressure of the nation's fate on it would definitely protect her dignity as a sacred princess and not allow anyone to violate her. It had nothing to do with which country's sacred princess she was. The envoys from the Empire of Qing would never have thought of this. How could they have known that they would run into Luo Qingtong, the saintly princess, when they came to the Ling family? Luo Qingtong's title as the saintly princess was only known to a few high-ranking officials. People like them had no right to know about it. Rumble. As the guards of the great Qing sacred dynasty stepped through the air, Luo Qingtong's eyes hardened and she leaped into the air. Miss Qingtong. Seeing that Luo Qingtong was about to face the martial spirit realm experts, Master Ling became anxious. He could not allow anything to happen to Luo Qingtong. Right at this time, he suddenly saw Old Man Lanyue's figure flying over from not far away. He was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly called out, "Old Man Lanyue, quick! Come and stop this. The people from the Empire of Qing are going to harm Miss Qingtong." He could not reveal Luo Qingtong's identity in front of so many people. Fortunately, Master Lanyue also knew that Luo Qingtong was the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, so there was no need to hide it. What? Master Lanyue had only come to see why the Ling family was having a conflict with the people from the Empire of Qing. Master Lanyue was shocked when he heard Master Ling's words. Who else could be called Miss Qingtong? It was Luo Qingtong. At the front, the envoys who had summoned the elite guards of the great Qing sacred dynasty to escort the edict heard old Master Ling asking old Master Lanyu for help, and they all laughed coldly. Humph. You want to ask for help? You probably don't know what kind of crime it is to seize a decree by force. Let me tell you, no matter who comes today, this girl will die. Not only that, but your Ling family will also be exterminated. When the other families rise to power, the memorial tablets of the Tianyu imperial family will also be moved into the heavenly temple. The envoy sneered, "This is the consequence of the Ling family's stubbornness." Before he could finish his words, the martial spirit realm experts who had surrounded Luo Qingtong were all sent flying by the pressure of the Empire of Qing's empire. What? Seeing this, the proud voice of the envoy from the Empire of Qing was stuck in his throat. Luo Qingtong had sent so many of them flying, so it was still acceptable, but now, she was facing the elite guards from the Empire of Qing's empire. Although these experts were only in the martial spirit realm, they could easily kill an ordinary sage realm expert. He was actually forced back by the other party. How strong was this girl? Could it be that she had already surpassed the saint realm at such a young age? That was impossible. How could there be such a terrifying genius in the world? Even if there was, it was impossible for her to appear in such a small empire like the Tianyu Empire, not to mention in such an inconspicuous family like the Ling family. If there was such a powerful expert in the Ling family, they wouldn't have to rely on the evil doctor. Ghost-eye to get the throne. As the crowd thought this, their faces were filled with shock and bewilderment as they looked at the peerless beauty standing proudly with the great Qin's decree in her hand. As for the disciples of the Ling family, their faces were filled with shock as they covered their mouths tightly, suppressing the cries of surprise that were coming out of their mouths. This was too terrifying. Luo Qingtong was so powerful, a group of martial spirit realm experts. Xiao Manling, on the other hand, was in a daze. She had even forgotten her shame and humiliation. Luo Qingtong's power was beyond her imagination. Even the children of the Blue Moon Commandery's royal family could not compare to such a charming young lady, let alone her. Was such a person really the legitimate daughter of a marquis from a low-level country? How could this be? How could this be? Xiao Manling screamed in her heart. However, no matter how much she screamed, she could not change the fact in front of her. You. The envoy from the Empire of Qin was completely shocked. However, he quickly regained his composure and gritted his teeth. Don't be so smug. Tell me your name if you dare. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you have some strength. What you stole was the decree of the sacred dynasty. If you know what's good for you, surrender immediately. Otherwise, when the army of the sacred dynasty mobilizes, you won't be able to escape death. The dignity of the sacred dynasty is inviolable. Is that so? You also know that the dignity of the sacred dynasty is inviolable? As soon as the envoy finished speaking, Grand Tutor Zhang's voice suddenly rang out from the other side. He looked at the young lady standing proudly in the middle of the field, his face full of admiration. Luo family's Qing Tong was indeed worthy of her reputation. He did not expect to see her here. When Luo Qingtong used the power of the decree of the Empire of Qin's sacred dynasty to suppress the elite guards of the Empire of Qin's sacred dynasty, Grand Tutor Jiang had already guessed her identity. What's more, Grandfather Ling's words were so loud just now. Miss Qingtong, she had the name of Qingtong and could use the power of the decree of the Empire of Qin's sacred dynasty. Who else could it be other than the legitimate daughter of the Luo family, Luo Qingtong, who had been conferred the title of Princess of the Great Chu sacred dynasty? He had more or less guessed the ins and outs of the matter from the envoy's words and was immediately furious. Who? The envoy from the Empire of Qin's sacred dynasty was about to shout at who dared to interrupt him. However, when he turned around and saw Grand Tutor Jiang, his eyes instantly popped out. Jiang. Jiang. Jiang, he looked at the old man who appeared in front of him in shock. What shocked him even more was the other side of the old man. The side of the old man's side. Who was dressed in ordinary clothes. Crown Prince, the envoy looked like he was about to faint. Grand Tutor Jiang and the Crown Prince, how could these two gods appear in the small capital of the Tianyu Empire? However, the envoy could not be bothered to think of the matter. He looked at Grand Tutor Jiang and hurriedly said, Grand Tutor, listen to me. The Ling family of the Tianyu Empire is so arrogant and disrespectful to us. This girl even snatched the decree of the sacred dynasty that we brought with us. Grand Tutor, the dignity of the holy dynasty cannot be violated. That is. A.B. The envoy was drenched in cold sweat. He did not dare to expose the identity of the Crown Prince of the Empire of Qin, so he could only start with Grand Tutor Jiang. You. Old Master Ling was indignant when he saw the envoy distorting the truth and framing them. However, he was stopped by Old Master Lanyue. Old Master Lanyue shook his head at him and told him to just watch the show. Master Lanyue knew the reason why Grand Tutor Jiang had come here. He had come here for Luo Qingtong. Now, the main character was right in front of him. Oh. You said that they were disrespectful to you, and this young girl even tried to steal the decree of the Empire of Qin? Grand Tutor Jiang said slowly as he looked at the envoy with a cold expression. That's right. Grand Tutor, they are too audacious. They have no respect for the dynasty at all. Hearing the hidden coldness in his words, the envoy hurriedly chimed in. While he heaved a sigh of relief, he also felt extremely proud. If he could complete the mission given by his family and get to know Grand Tutor Jiang and the Crown Prince, that would be great, especially since the Crown Prince was out on a tour. It was the perfect time for them to get close to him. Such an opportunity might not come again in the future. Thinking of this, the envoy's expression became even more indignant. Grand Tutor, such people should be punished severely. Grand Tutor Jiang, please take action and arrest them with your supreme power. Since Grand Tutor Jiang was an important minister of the Empire of Qin and the Crown Prince's Grand Tutor, his strength was naturally not weak. Otherwise, how could he bear the respect of others? His strength was also above the Saint Realm, almost beyond the scope of the Saint Realm. Even in the Empire of Qin, he was one of the few powerhouses who could be compared to him. The envoy asked him to take action for 2 reasons. First, he complimented his strength. Second, he wanted to vent his anger and make Luo Qingtang unable to escape. So what if the other party's strength was tyrannical and could ignore the suppression of the dynasty's fate on the decree? If Grand Tutor Jiang were to make a move, he would be able to easily take back the decree and even beat her to the bottom of the valley. When that time came, he wanted this young girl and the Ling family to regret what they had just done. Old Master Lanue. Hearing his words, Old Master Ling's heart clenched and he could not hold it in any longer. He did not know why Old Master Lanue was still unwilling to speak. The person standing opposite him was Luo Qingtang, the evil physician Ghost Eye. She was in trouble. What should he do? The wrath of the Blackfield's underworld venerable would definitely burn the heavens. However, just as he was panicking, he heard a loud bang. The envoy was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Then, he landed heavily on the ground. Then came Grand Tutor Jiang's furious voice. Arrest? Don't say that Miss Luo was just being disrespectful to you. Even if she wants to humiliate you and kill you, you can only accept it. Seizing the Sacred Dynasty's decree? Could it be that the decree was not given to the Ling family by the Sacred Dynasty? Grand Tutor Jiang's face was filled with anger. Who was Luo Qingtang? Even important ministers like them had to be courteous in front of the great Chu Sacred Princess. Now, these people dared to be impudent in front of the other party and even dared to make a false accusation in front of him. He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Grand Tutor? The envoy was stunned by Grand Tutor Jiang's slap. He spat out blood as he looked at Grand Tutor Jiang and the Crown Prince of the Empire of Qin in confusion. What was going on? Shouldn't Grand Tutor Jiang protect them and the dignity of the Empire of Qin? Why did he slap his own face in front of outsiders? One had to know that they were representing the Holy Dynasty to deliver the imperial edict. The envoy was dumbfounded. He was also certain that Grand Tutor Jiang would help him and the others. That was why he was the first to complain. They were here to represent the face of the Holy Dynasty. Wait. Who was the eldest daughter of the Luo clan? Could it be the girl in front of him? Just as the envoy was thinking, he saw Grand Tutor Jiang. He was a senior official of 3 dynasties and was one of the few experts in the Empire of Qin. He stepped forward and bowed to Luo Qingtang. Miss Qingtang, I'm sorry to have startled you. I will punish this group of people severely and investigate this matter thoroughly. I will give you and the Ling clan an explanation. Grand Tutor Jiang did not call out Luo Qingtang's name. Very few people knew about this matter. It was a secret of the Chu Sacred Dynasty, so there was no need to spread it in front of others. However, Luo Qingtang's prestige as the Chu Sacred Princess was not to be underestimated. In the entire Chu Sacred Dynasty, Empress Dowager Yan Shi and that transcendent saint of the Chu imperial family were her backing. Insulting Luo Qingtang was equivalent to insulting the Chu Sacred Dynasty. What? Seeing Grand Tutor Jiang's actions, everyone present was stunned. The envoy stopped vomiting blood. He looked at the scene in front of him with a shocked and ashen face. He did not know who Luo Qingtang was and what kind of strength she had to be able to make Grand Tutor Jiang treat her with such respect and reverence. After all, this was Grand Tutor Jiang, the Crown Prince's Grand Tutor, an important official of 3 dynasties and one of the rare experts of the Chu Sacred Dynasty. Everyone from the Ling family was completely dumbfounded. Although they did not know Grand Tutor Jiang's identity, they heard the envoy call him Grand Tutor Jiang with such respect and flattery. How could they not know that he was a super expert from the Empire of Qin? He had a high position and power, but now, this person that even the envoy had to treat with respect was bowing deeply to Luo Qingtang and asking for forgiveness. He even said that he would give her and the Ling clan an explanation. The peerless expert and important official of the Empire of Qin said that he would give them an explanation. Qiao Manling's face had already turned ghastly pale. Others might not know who Grand Tutor Jiang was, but how could she not know? An elder of 3 dynasties, an important minister of the Holy Dynasty, Even the Commandery Prince of Blue Moon Commandery had to treat Grand Tutor Jiang as a nephew. He had to be respectful and did not dare to neglect him. Not to mention the Qiu family, for example, her father, the head of the Qiu family, didn't even have the qualifications to meet Grand Tutor Jiang, but now, he was respectfully bowing in front of Luo Qingtong. His attitude was extremely cautious, as if he was facing an emperor. Oh my god, Luo Qingtong, what was her identity? Old Master Ling was also completely stunned. Why would Grand Tutor Jiang be so courteous? He even apologized to Luo Qingtong. Could it be that he also knew Luo Qingtong's true identity, Evil Dr. Ghost Eye? But even if it was the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, he shouldn't have been able to make this old man, who was obviously an important minister of the Holy Dynasty, bow so respectfully and protect him, right? Unless it was the underworld venerable himself. Grandfather Ling didn't know Luo Qingtong's identity. She was now the holy conferred princess of Great Chu. In terms of status, Grand Tutor Jiang indeed had to bow before her. Luo Qingtong looked at Grand Tutor Jiang indifferently and didn't say a word. At this moment, the elegant young man standing behind her spoke. Don't worry, Miss Qingtong. This matter will be thoroughly investigated. As an elder of 3 dynasties, Grand Tutor Jiang will definitely not let you be neglected. Anyone who insults the holy conferred princess will die. Not only that, the family behind her will not be spared either. If Grand Tutor Jiang said that there was still room for negotiation. If the crown prince said so, then they were really finished. Not only were they finished, but their families were also finished. Oh my god, just because of Yu Wenma's words, just to please him, what did they do wrong? Who did they offend this time? This young girl. Even His Highness the Crown Prince's attitude towards her was so good. The envoy, who thought that Grand Tutor Jiang was just standing up for his old friend, rolled his eyes and fainted. As for Luo Qingtong, she finally nodded after receiving the other party's promise. She handed the decree in her hand to the eldest son of the Ling family, Ling Tianhan and Ling Yuer's father. Uncle Ling, go ahead and make the arrangements. With this decree, the Ling family would be justified in inheriting the throne of the Tianyu Empire. All right. Marquis Ling was stunned, but he quickly regained his senses and took the decree in front of Grand Tutor Jiang and the others. He was still rejoicing in his heart. If not for Luo Qingtong, the Ling family would have been in deep trouble. They had thought wrongly before, thinking that with the evil Dr. Ghost Eye behind them, the Empire of Qin would allow them to inherit the throne. They had guessed correctly, but they did not expect that the King of Hell would be easier to deal with than the little demons. The Empire of Qin would not stop them from inheriting the throne of the Tianyu Empire, but the envoy who came to deliver the decree could do something. As long as they were accused of being disrespectful to the Empire of Qin, they could be eradicated in minutes. This way, even if Luo Qingtong pursued the matter, they could find a few scapegoats. It was too scary. Marquis Ling's forehead was covered in cold sweat when he thought of the dangerous situation just now. Their Ling family had almost been humiliated to death, and their entire family had been wiped out. It was all thanks to Miss Qingtong. He was drenched in cold sweat as he took the decree with him and prepared to leave. Just at this moment, the young man behind Grand Tutor Jiang suddenly said, "Wait." Marquis Ling and everyone else's eyes narrowed. His heart skipped a beat as he looked at the young man who had suddenly stepped forward. He didn't know what the other party wanted to do. The latter looked at him with a smile and turned to Grand Tutor Jiang. "Grand Tutor, is the Tianyu Empire about to be promoted to a commandery?" As soon as he said that, everyone in the Ling family was surprised and happy at the same time. This young man's words, what did he mean? They looked at each other in disbelief. The young man said to Grand Tutor Jiang with a smile, "Since the Tianyu Empire is about to be promoted to a commandery, why don't you give them a hand? Recommending them to the sacred dynasty as commanderies can be considered as an apology for this matter." When the young man said this, everyone in the Ling family was so surprised that they almost fainted. In order for an empire to be promoted to a commandery, it would have to have a Saint Realm expert on its side and be conferred a title by the sacred dynasty. Either that, or there was a Saint Realm expert from the Holy Dynasty as a guide, and the other party's status couldn't be low. But now, this young man wanted Grand Tutor Jiang to recommend him to the Tianyu Empire. Once the other party agreed, the Tianyu Empire would be promoted to a Holy Dynasty commandery. This was a great gift. Previously, the royal family of Tianyu had schemed to control Luo Qingtong and use her for their own purposes so that they could be promoted to a commandery. Now, this opportunity was right in front of the Ling family. Okay. Grand Tutor Jiang was stunned for a moment before he realized that the Crown Prince wanted to compensate Luo Qingtong and the Ling family. He immediately agreed. Hearing this, the Ling family was indescribably happy. The royal family of Tianyu had schemed to promote to a commandery, but they had achieved it so easily. Grandfather Ling looked at Luo Qingtong excitedly. He was more far-sighted than the other members of the Ling family. Why would Grand Tutor Jiang help them? Of course, it was because of Luo Qingtong, otherwise, the Ling family would be insignificant compared to the Holy Dynasty. Just look at how arrogant the envoy was when he came to announce the edict. Their Ling family was nothing in the Holy Dynasty. Any small family could easily bully them, but now, the Ling family was going to be promoted to a commandery, even if it was the lowest level commandery. It was because of Luo Qingtong's kindness, otherwise, how could they be promoted to a commandery on their own? Looking at the 1,000 years of history of the royal family of Tianyu, it was clear how difficult it was to be promoted to a commandery. Without social connections and power, it was impossible to achieve. However, Qiao Manling was stupefied. She still couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. It was as unbelievable as the Arabian Nights. Just a moment ago, she was arrogant and superior in front of the Ling family. She was also superior to Luo Qingtong. But now, the Ling family had become the royal family of the Holy Dynasty commandery. Moreover, they were the disciples of Grand Tutor Jiang. Based on this point alone, even if the Tianyu Empire was promoted to the lowest level commandery, its status was much higher than that of a marquis level commandery, and Blue Moon commandery was only a king-level commandery. The Qiu family had to bow and scrape in front of the Ling family, and all this, it was all brought by Luo Qingtong. She had just humiliated this girl in the main hall and questioned her status. How dare she pester the Ling family? Qiu Manling raised her head and looked at the young lady standing on the square. Her expression was indifferent from the start, and her figure was like a beautiful flame that illuminated the surroundings. Qiu Manling's eyes rolled back, and she finally fainted. Before she fainted, she heard a low muffled voice coming from beside her. Oh my God! Just now, Luo Qingtong gave us pills. When the group of Ling family youths saw Luo Qingtong standing in the square, someone suddenly recalled the jade bottle that the latter had given them previously and took it out immediately. After taking a look, they all suppressed their emotions and exclaimed in a low voice. It's an elixir that's. Oh my God! With this pill, my strength will be able to increase a little. Yes. Me too. I've been stuck at the Martial General realm for a long time, but now I should be able to use the power of this pill to break through. The group of people exclaimed in low voices. Hearing these voices, Qiu Manling thought of the jade bottles that she had dismissed as trash. What was inside was actually an elixir. And they were elixirs that could purify one's talent and enhance one's physique? After dealing with the envoys, Luo Qingtong, Elder Lanyue, Grand Tutor Jiang, and the others returned to the main hall of Tianyu Imperial Palace. Elder Ling didn't dare to disturb them, so he asked someone to bring in the tea. Even he didn't enter the hall. It wasn't a place he could stay. Princess Xingning, you're really different from the rest. Grand Tutor Jiang stroked his beard and smiled. I went to the Luo clan to deliver the gifts from the sacred dynasty. I thought I wouldn't have the chance to meet you. I didn't expect you to come back and meet me here. There were no outsiders here, so Grand Tutor Jiang naturally called Luo Qingtong by her title. Ahem. Luo Qingtong coughed softly. If she hadn't tricked Xianxia, she would still be in Chu, in the Black Field. There were plenty of ingredients for refining medicine there. Why would she need to come to the Tianyu Empire to borrow them? But it just so happened that she came back, otherwise, she wouldn't even know if the Ling clan was humiliated or destroyed. How would she explain it to Ling Tianhan and Ling Yu? After all, it was because of her that the Ling clan and the Tianyu Imperial Palace had such a grudge. With that thought, Luo Qingtong's eyes sharpened. I hope Grand Tutor Jiang can give me a perfect explanation for this. I want to know who's behind the envoys, who's behind them, and who's related to them. You and Mo better not have anything to do with this. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. She had thought that since he didn't know about the Tianyu Imperial Palace's persecution of the Luo clan, she would let it go. But if he insisted on avenging the Tianyu Imperial Palace, then don't blame her for completely eliminating him. Don't worry, Princess Xingning. I'll get to the bottom of this. Grand Tutor Jiang said. Then he turned to the young man beside him. Your Highness, what do you think? Of course. How dare you use the name of the Holy Dynasty to commit such atrocities? Such behavior should be severely punished. The young man's face was indifferent. In his words, he didn't say that he wanted to stand up for Luo Qingtong, but the meaning behind his words was clear. These words were extremely clever. Luo Qingtong couldn't help but look at the other party a few more times. Your Highness? Luo Qingtong had guessed that the other party's identity was unusual when he said that he wanted Grand Tutor Jiang to recommend the Tianyu Empire to become the Holy Dynasty commandery. Now, according to Grand Tutor Jiang's words, the other party was actually a member of the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty. To be able to make Grand Tutor Jiang, an elder who had served 3 emperors, address him as Your Highness and act so respectfully, a name suddenly popped into Luo Qingtong's mind, Crown Prince of the Empire of Qin. Sure enough, the other party nodded at her and then said with a smile, Ma Chenyi, Crown Prince of the Empire of Qin. The young man's words were very casual and amiable. Although he introduced himself as the Crown Prince, there was no sense of arrogance. On the contrary, it made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze and very comfortable. Luo Qingtong looked at the young man in surprise. She didn't expect him to really be the Crown Prince of the Empire of Qin. Old Master Lan Yue was also very surprised. He didn't expect the elegant young man beside Grand Tutor Jiang to be the Crown Prince of the Empire of Qin. It was said that the Crown Prince of the Empire of Qin was elegant and gentlemanly. Now it seemed that it was true. I came out with the Grand Tutor to relax. I didn't expect to meet Princess Xingning here. I'm really lucky. Ma Chenyi smiled. He really didn't expect to meet Luo Qingtong here. Logically speaking, she should be in Great Chu now. This encounter was truly a coincidence. Luo Qingtong also smiled. Yes, it's really a coincidence. She just wanted to congratulate the Ling family and take some herbs to refine medicine. Otherwise, she would have returned to Great Chu long ago. She wouldn't have met him here. Just as they were chatting, Grandfather Ling walked in respectfully from outside. Miss Qingtong, these are the herbs you asked for. After Old Master Ling left, he immediately swept through the entire Tianyu royal family and the Ling family's treasures. He sent over all the medicinal herbs that Luo Qingtong needed and could use. Luo Qingtong was the savior of the Ling family this time. If not for Luo Qingtong, the Ling family would have met with disaster. No matter what Luo Qingtong wanted, it wouldn't be too much. Furthermore, she only wanted some herbs. Moreover, Grandfather Ling had just heard about Luo Qingtong's gift from the younger generation. He immediately felt grateful to Luo Qingtong. Perhaps from Luo Qingtong's point of view, she saved the Ling family because of her responsibility. After all, the Ling family only rose to power because she wanted to go against the Tianyu imperial family. That was why they were targeted by Yuan Mo and suffered today's disaster. However, Grandfather Ling could see it clearly. Since the Ling family had such ambitions, they deserved to suffer such a calamity. Otherwise, they could have rejected Luo Qingtong's invitation to go against the Tianyu imperial family. Therefore, Luo Qingtong saved them out of morality and kindness. This was a huge favor to the Ling family. Grandfather Ling had already made up his mind. After this incident, he would immediately write a letter to Ling Tianhan and Ling Yuer, telling them to follow Luo Qingtong's orders regardless of life or death. The Ling family swore to follow Miss Qingtong to death. Princess Xingning needs herbs? Seeing the herbs that Grandfather Ling sent over, Grand Tutor Jiang was slightly surprised. Then, he quickly said, I forgot about this. This is the Sacred Dynasty's gift to Your Highness, to congratulate Your Highness on becoming the Sacred Princess of the Great Chu. He took out a spatial storage ring as he spoke. Under Grandfather Ling's shocked gaze, he handed the spatial ring to Luo Qingtong. There are all kinds of rare herbs and resources inside. Maybe they can help you. At the same time, this spatial artifact is a token of the Empire of Qin. When Grand Tutor Jiang said this, he couldn't help but look a little proud. A Sumeru spatial spirit tool was extremely rare and precious within the Truespill continent. Among the four great Holy Dynasty, the Empire Holy Dynasty was able to produce spatial artifacts. Although it was quite different from the Sumeru spatial spirit tools that had been passed down since ancient times, and the space of the spirit tools was extremely small, only 1 to 2 to 3 square meters. But it was enough for them to be proud. After all, if others wanted such a storage artifact, they could only come to the Empire of Qin Holy Dynasty. Spatial artifact? Grandfather Lanyue was surprised. Is this the masterpiece of your Holy Dynasty's Grandmaster Me? Seeing Grand Tutor Jiang nod, he immediately understood. If this was a Sumeru spatial spiritual artifact, it was no wonder that the people of the Empire of Qin were so generous as to give it to Luo Qingtong. This would not only give them face, but also show the power of the Empire of Qin. But the people of the Empire of Qin probably didn't expect Luo Qingtong to be the evil Dr. Ghost Eye of the Black Field. With how much the Black Field and Ming Zun value her, how could she not have a Sumeru spatial spiritual artifact? Old Master Lanyue thought to himself. However, even if Luo Qingtong had a Sumeru spatial spiritual artifact, it didn't mean that the people around her had one as well. The Empire of Qin was still very smart. While Elder Yan Yu was thinking about this, Elder Ling, who was next to him, was already stunned by what he had heard. Princess Xingning? Luo Qingtong was actually Princess Xingning, the one who had caused a stir recently and had already spread throughout the four great sacred dynasties, the one who had defeated Great Yang's first princess, Princess Feng Luan, and was personally conferred the title of Princess Xingning by the Transcendent Saint of Great Chu. My God, no wonder Luo Qingtong wasn't afraid of the envoys from the Empire of Qin at all. She didn't even reveal her identity as the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, yet those envoys and the Empire of Qin's elite guards were already helpless against her. No wonder Grand Tutor Jiang was so polite and respectful to her. It turned out that Luo Qingtong was Princess Xingning. Master Ling's mouth was wide open. Just as his eyes widened and he didn't know what to say, Luo Qingtong raised her hand and took the Sumeru spatial spiritual artifact. Then, she smiled. She used her spiritual energy to investigate the inside and found that this was a Sumeru spatial spiritual artifact. It was just a fake Sumeru spatial spiritual artifact. That's right, it couldn't even be considered a fake Sumeru spatial spiritual artifact. It could only be called a fake Sumeru spatial spiritual artifact. This Sumeru spatial spirit artifact used a special type of spatial spirit stone to open up a space inside using refining methods. The space opened in this way also had the effect of storing things, but it was very unstable. After being opened and closed for a period of time, the space inside would easily collapse, and the things inside would be lost. It was on a completely different level from the Sumeru spatial spirit tool refined by the inscription masters. However, this was still a good storage method, if one ignored the space factor that could easily collapse. Luo Qingtong thought about it, and her spirit imprinted a circle in it, stabilizing the space. She tossed the contents into her own useless ring, before handing the Sumeru spatial spiritual tool to Grandfather Ling, who was standing beside her, and said, "All right. Grandpa Ling, I'm sorry for what happened today. I haven't given you a gift for the succession of the Ling family. Now that the Tianyu Empire has become a commandery, this space spiritual device is a gift for you." Luo Qingtong accepted the elixir prepared by Grandfather Ling and was prepared to express her gratitude. The Sumeru spatial spiritual device given by the Holy Dynasty of the Empire of Qin was a good gift for her. With Luo Qingtong's current inscription skills, she could easily carve and refine a space storage ring of more than 10 square meters. However, this Sumeru spatial spiritual device given by the Holy Dynasty of the Empire of Qin had a different meaning. With this Sumeru spatial spiritual artifact, the Ling family would not be so helpless when envoys bullied them in the future. What Luo Qingtong gave Old Master Ling was not so much a space ring. Grand Tutor Jiang and the others could see the meaning behind Luo Qingtong's actions, and their opinion of the Ling family increased. To be able to receive Luo Qingtong's protection, the Ling family's misfortune this time was a blessing in disguise. When Grandfather Ling received the Sumeru spatial artifact from Luo Qingtong, he was completely stupefied. Then, he quickly reacted and hurriedly knelt down before Luo Qingtong. He felt that the luckiest thing that had happened to his family in this lifetime was meeting Luo Qingtong and receiving her protection and support. "Thank you, Miss Qingtong. From now on, our Ling family will follow Miss Qingtong without hesitation, even if it means death." We will share honor and disgrace, life and death. He knelt on the ground and swore to Luo Qingtong. The reason why they didn't use the title of Princess Xingning previously was that regardless of whether Luo Qingtong was Princess Xingning or not, they would still follow her to death. Grandfather Ling, quickly get up. Luo Qingtong helped him up. The latter's eyes were brimming with tears. After bidding farewell to Grand Tutor Jiang and the others, he hurriedly left the main hall. He knew what he was doing. There were some things that he might not be able to hear, moreover, he still had to go back and inform the entire family of his loyalty to Luo Qingtong. Xiao Manling's incident could not happen again, their Ling family definitely could not be disrespectful to Luo Qingtong. If such a situation happened again, they would be directly crippled and expelled from the family. Their Ling family did not have such a descendant. If the other party was not convinced and felt that they were not part of the Ling family, fine, don't ever visit our Ling family again. From now on, they would sever all ties and have nothing to do with each other. Thinking this, Grandfather Ling's expression was very cold. Princess Xingning is really clear about gratitude and grudges. She knows how to repay kindness. Ma Qingyi had been watching from the side, his eyes serene. After Grandfather Ling left, he slowly said, I heard that princess obtained the corpse of Great Yong's seventh prince. Furthermore, she has already extracted the power of bloodline and fate from it. I have a spiritual herb here called the seven-leaf blood refining lotus. It has an excellent effect on improving bloodline compatibility and fusion. Take it as a congratulatory gift from me to the princess. As he spoke, he took out a jade box from his bosom. The nearly transparent lid of the jade box reflected a blood-red, fiery spirit lotus. The leaves on it were like fire and blood, looking extremely beautiful and gorgeous. At first glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary spirit medicine. Heaven-rank spirit medicine. Old Master Yan Yu exclaimed. This gift from the Crown Prince of the Empire of Qin was extraordinarily valuable. However, what Luo Qingtong paid attention to was not the grade of the medicine, but the effect of the medicine. It could promote bloodline fusion and increase compatibility. If it was used to refine pills for grandfather, wouldn't it be better and faster for grandfather to absorb the power of bloodline and fate from Great Yong's seventh prince? Luo Qingtong's eyes lit up. Good. Then I thank your highness the crown prince for his gift. Luo Qingtong could find heaven-rank herbs if she wanted, but this heaven-rank herb that could promote bloodline fusion and increase compatibility was not something that Luo Qingtong could find immediately. Ma Qingye's gift could be said to have reached the bottom of her heart. Many thanks, your highness the crown prince. It's fine. I also have a method on how to better absorb and fuse bloodline power. If the princess needs it, you can take it as well. Ma Qingyi smiled as he took out another item in his hand. He was originally a descendant of the Empire of Qin's imperial family, and he was also an outstanding talent. He had already delivered the item to her. How could Luo Qingtong not want it? She put away the seven-leaf blood refining lotus and the technique, then looked at him meaningfully. Your highness, I'll remember this favor. I'll definitely repay it in the future. For Luo Qingtong, she didn't deserve it. Although it was Ma Qingyi who gave it to her, Luo Qingtong still owed him a favor by accepting it. She would definitely find a chance to repay it in the future. Ma Qingyi smiled but didn't say anything. After Luo Qingtong left Tianyu imperial capital with the things and Elder Lan Yue also left, Grand Tutor Jiang looked at Ma Qingyi with a worried expression. Your highness, these two things, the bloodline refinement technique aside, it was something all descendants of the imperial family who inherited the bloodline had. However, the crown prince had spent a lot of effort to obtain the seven-leaf blood refining lotus. For this reason, he had expended a lot of effort and lost a lot of experts to obtain this seven-leaf blood refining lotus. Your highness, that seven-leaf blood refining lotus is extremely important to you. Before Grand Tutor Jiang could finish, Ma Qingyi stopped him. It's fine. I know my own situation very well. Even if I really bring the seven-leaf blood refining lotus to the Black Domain and find the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, I might not be able to last for long. Ma Qingyi lowered his head as he spoke. Through a technique unique to the imperial family of the Empire of Qin, he saw the dragon-shaped providence in his body lying there on the verge of death. Its 2 horns were broken and its 5 claws were useless. It was a sign of death, a dying dragon. As the crown prince of the great Qin Empire, the dragon-shaped destiny that appeared from the power of Xianxia's bloodline actually showed signs of dying. Black lines twined around the dragon-shaped providence, polluting and extracting the power of providence within. The dragon-shaped providence wailed, and its power of providence became thinner and thinner. When this dragon-shaped luck completely fell, it would be the time when Xianxia's true dragon luck would be completely cut off. At that time, he would no longer be the legitimate crown prince of the Empire of Qin, he would be an ordinary descendant of the imperial family. Looking at the dragon of providence, Xianxia's elegant eyes narrowed slightly. He was the one who inherited the strongest bloodline of the imperial family of the Empire of Qin from birth. From the moment he was born, his position as the crown prince was established. He was taught personally by the emperor and assisted by the ministers of the three dynasties. He was proficient in both political and martial arts. He was born to be a ruler. However, in these years, his providence and bloodline power of providence had been constantly draining. The true dragon providence, which had already grown strong, was constantly being devoured. He had searched everywhere, but couldn't find the problem's problem. However, it must have something to do with his good younger brother who suddenly rose to power. Ever since Xianxia's position as the crown prince was confirmed, no one in the imperial family of the Empire of Qin could compete with him. After all, there was only one true dragon. The power of providence from other bloodlines could not be compared to it. However, this situation had completely changed since his good younger brother returned a few years ago. Two dragons fighting, his opponent's providence and bloodline power were not inferior to his. Moreover, his providence had transformed from a flood dragon into a dragon. Over the years, Xianxia's true dragon power had been constantly declining, while the other party had been growing stronger with each passing day. Xianxia would never believe that there was no connection between the two, but he couldn't find out where the problem was. He could only rely on those spiritual medicines that strengthened and stabilized his bloodline power to maintain the vitality of his true dragon power. But this only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. He had to grasp the root cause to completely end this situation. He had followed Grand Tutor Jiang out this time partly for this reason. Luo Qingtong had obtained the corpse of Great Yang's seventh prince and extracted the bloodline power and power of destiny from it, causing Great Yang's destiny to be damaged. This matter could be hidden from others, but it couldn't be hidden from the royal family of the four dynasties, although it was very likely that the Supreme of the Black Field had contributed to this. But since Luo Qingtong was able to invite the Supreme of the Black Field, then befriending her would only be beneficial to Xianxia. He was already in this state, what else could he not lose? If he could invite the Supreme of the Black Field through Luo Qingtong to examine the problem with his bloodline, that would naturally be for the best. If he couldn't, befriending that young girl would be extremely fortunate. Xianxia thought of the moment when he had followed Grand Tutor Jiang into the square of Tianyu Imperial Palace. The young girl stood in the center of the crowd like a flourishing flame, blooming like a dazzling red lotus, absolutely beautiful and domineering, overbearing and domineering. He really didn't expect that the young girl who had been conferred the title of Great Chu's Princess would be so charming. Truly like a jade pearl, shining brightly when closed. He clasped his hands behind his back, his elegant eyes filled with admiration and admiration. Even his gaze couldn't help but stop for such a young girl. That Yuan Mo actually disdained and looked down on her. What kind of eyesight did he have? With Xianxia's education and upbringing, he couldn't say the word blind. But he really did feel that way. If he had such a fiancée, he wouldn't even look at other women. Thinking of what he knew about Yuan Mo in the Empire of Qin Holy Dynasty, Xianxia snorted and said to Grand Tutor Jiang, "Grand Tutor, let's go back." In addition, this time, the envoy came to the Tianyu Empire to deliver the imperial edict, but he disobeyed the imperial edict. This must be thoroughly investigated. Uproot all the aristocratic families and forces that are involved in this matter. Eradicate them all. No matter who comes to plead for leniency, just say that it's an order from me. At this moment, Xianxia's elegant and gentle aura completely retreated, revealing the aura of a high and mighty king. Over the years, because his bloodline power and power of providence had been taken away, he had gradually fallen from grace in the imperial court. But no matter how crouching a dragon was, it was still a dragon. He was the dragon of the Empire of Qin, the future crown prince of the Holy Dynasty. Unless the sage emperor personally issued a decree, his words were irrefutable. No one could stop him, even if the sage emperor personally issued a decree. As long as Xianxia insisted, he could resist it without harming the foundation of the empire. Moreover, Luo Qingtong gave him such a good excuse to act this time, humiliating Great Chu's princess. Let's see if he didn't ruthlessly pull out his good little brother's claws and teeth when he returned this time. How much he could escape would depend on the other party's ability. As for Yuan Mo, Ma Qianye's eyes narrowed slightly. Tell our people to protect them. We don't need to go overboard. We just need to make sure they're fine. Presumably, Luo Qingtong would be very willing to go back and teach those blind people a lesson. He wouldn't interfere in this matter. Moreover, letting Ling Tianhan and the others suffer a little would be beneficial to their growth. Ma Qianyi had learned the way of the emperor since he was young, so he naturally knew what was the best course of action. As for Yuan Ma, he really didn't know what kind of expression he would have when he found out that the fiancé he looked down on so much turned out to be such a precious pearl. What an idiot! Even if such a treasure was in his hands, he would still miss it. Ma Qianyi shook his head and left the Tianyu Empire with Grand Tutor Jiang, returning to the Empire of Qin Holy Dynasty. After all, he had already met Luo Qingtong's people, so there was no need for him to go to the Luo family. After leaving the Tianyu Empire, Luo Qingtong returned to the Heavenly Evil Valley and began to refine the elixir for Grandfather Luo. With the 7-leaf blood refining lotus given by Ma Qianyi and the herbs and the gifts from the Empire of Qin Holy Dynasty, it was more than enough for her to refine the bloodline elixir. After the 7-leaf blood refining lotus was refined into an elixir, its medicinal efficacy would be increased by 200%. In addition to Luo Qingtong's medicine inscription technique, the medicinal efficacy would be even stronger. At that time, Grandfather Luo wouldn't have to worry about the bloodline fusion. Swoosh, Luo Qingtong threw the 7-leaf blood refining lotus and the other herbs into the square immortal cauldron to refine the elixir. This cauldron could automatically control the fire, so Luo Qingtong didn't have to worry about controlling it. Compared to the cauldron she used before, this one was many times better. Luo Qingtong was very grateful to the heavenly doctor who came to find trouble. If the other party could bring a treasure like the square immortal cauldron every time, it wouldn't matter even if he came to find trouble a few more times. She really didn't mind the trouble. Little Pig clicked his tongue in wonder when he saw Luo Qingtong refining the bloodline pill. This 7-leaf blood refining lotus is indeed a rare elixir, and it can improve the fusion and compatibility of bloodline power. It should be useful for the crown prince of the Empire of Qin, right? Why did he give it to you? Little Pig propped up his cheeks and said. He probably has something to ask of me? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. She thought of the scene she saw when Ma Qianyi gave her the medicine. The art of stealing fate, someone was actually plundering Ma Qianyi's fate and bloodline power. No wonder when she saw Ma Qianyi, she felt that there was something wrong with his aura. However, Luo Qingtong didn't want to get involved in the internal disputes of the royal family of the Empire of Qin. This kind of luck-seizing technique could only be done by people of the same bloodline. Ma Qianyi's draconic energy was weak, so someone else's draconic energy was strong. In this kind of battle for the throne, her identity as Luo Qingtong and Great Chu's conferred princess was too sensitive and special. It wasn't good for her to get involved. Luo Qingtong also didn't want to bring trouble to Grandfather Luo and Empress Dowager Xianxia. Moreover, her relationship with Ma Qianyi wasn't close enough for her to expose her identity. Therefore, she didn't treat him at that time. When the time came, she would use the identity of evil Dr. Ghost Eyes to treat him. It could be considered as returning the favor. After all, didn't he give her the medicine for the person behind her who could refine Great Yong's 7th prince's bloodline power? However, he didn't expect that person to be her. Moreover, the 7th prince's bloodline power wasn't extracted by her, but by the square immortal cauldron. Although Luo Qingtong couldn't extract the bloodline power, she still had a way to deal with the art of stealing fate. It could only be said that Ma Qianyi found the right person. Moreover, the way he gave the medicine was quite suitable for her taste. Before Luo Qingtong left, she had already used her mental power to set up a protective barrier around the Ma Qianyi. During this period of time, the other party's power of destiny and bloodline would not be plundered. Luo Qingtong concentrated on refining pills. When she threw the power of destiny and bloodline that she had plundered from Great Yong's 7th prince into the square immortal cauldron and refined it together with the spiritual herbs, the wailing of the dragon of destiny above Great Yong's ancestral temple became even louder. Bang! In Great Yong's imperial palace, Feng Yuan was ruthlessly slapped and instantly fell to the ground. This is all because of you. The Saint Transcendence of Great Yong's imperial family was alarmed, and his hand that was pointing at Feng Yuan was trembling. Great Yong's face had been completely thrown away by this proud descendant of his. Now, Great Yong's Dragon of Destiny was still wailing, if not for the fact that Feng Yuan was the most outstanding member of the imperial family in this generation. This Saint Transcendence of Great Yong's imperial family would have strangled her to death. Only the heavens knew how he felt when he woke up and saw the Dragon of Destiny wailing. This was simply a disgrace to Great Yong. He clearly knew who did it, but he could not find the other party to settle the score. Vile spawn, do you know your wrongs? He looked at Feng Yuan and said furiously. Yuan knows her wrongs. I beg great-grandfather to calm down. Feng Yuan knelt on the ground, her entire face swelled up, and blood continuously flowed from the corner of her lips. That slap from the Saint Transcendence of Great Yong's imperial family had directly broken the corner of her lips. However, Feng Yuan could not make a sound. The fate of the nation was stolen, and her bloodline was lost. It was all her fault, and she had no way to defend herself. Thinking of the person who had caused her to face such a situation and humiliation, Feng Yuan's palm was about to be crushed by her own hands. Luo Qingtong, evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Just you wait. Her heart was filled with hatred. The transcendent saint from Great Yong berated her for half a day and punished her to kneel for several hours before letting her go. However, this was also to make her go back home and reflect on her mistakes. Furthermore, Feng Yuan's saint title had been revoked. Committing such a mistake. Your saint title is temporarily revoked. Since when have your achievements been able to offset your mistakes this time? I'll return this title to you later. The transcendent saint from Great Yong said as he retracted the multicolored light within Feng Yuan's body that represented Great Yong's fate. Feeling the loss of the multicolored light in his body, Feng Yuan felt even more hatred in his heart. She clenched her teeth. Ever since she had taken control of Great Yong's affairs at the age of 12, she had never suffered such a great loss or humiliation. In all of Great Yong, who would not be proud of her, but now, he was being reprimanded and humiliated like this, and even his saint title was being stripped away. As for Luo Qingtong, that girl from an inferior country that she did not care about, she had become the saint princess of Great Chu in one leap. When the two of them meet in the future, the other party's status would be above hers, unless she could reclaim her saint title before that happened. However, how could this be easy? Great Chu had already completely cut off all paths, and they could no longer have any ideas. The only ones left were Great Qi and the Empire of Qin. However, Great Qi was too far away, and only the strongest country, the Empire of Qin, was left. Only by taking action against them would there be a possibility of reclaiming her saint title. But Luo Qingtong was now the holy princess of Great Chu. Feng Yuan couldn't let herself lose to Luo Qingtong. She had already lost to the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. She couldn't be suppressed by Luo Qingtong again. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's eyes were hazy. Before returning to Great Yong, she would never have thought that she would be forced to this point by a person she looked down on. Luo Qingtong, evil Dr. Ghost Eye. These two bitches. Feng Yuan covered his swollen face that was as big as a steamed bun and instantly slammed his palm on the square table in front of him. At this moment, a faintly discernible connection quickly touched her. Feeling the source of the touch, Feng Yuan's expression changed slightly. She raised her hand and set up a boundary around her body. Then she changed her voice with a cold expression and said in a proud and low voice, King Wu of the Empire of Qin, what's the matter? In an extremely luxurious and noble mansion in the holy capital of the Empire of Qin, a young man with a gloomy and arrogant face, after reprimanding the people around him, said discontentedly to the air, the connection between Ma Chenyi and I has been cut off. Heavenly Doctor, didn't you say that this method of seizing fate is absolutely foolproof? No one will find any clues? What's going on now? Mo Chenxuan's expression was very sullen. He had been unable to absorb Ma Chenyi's chi of the true dragon for several days. Could it be that the other party had already sensed something and cut off the connection between the two of them? If so, he had to make plans early. Mo Chenxian was not afraid of anything else, but he was afraid that Ma Chenyi's chi of the true dragon would recover. At that time, wouldn't he be beaten back to his original state? Thinking of this, Mo Chenxuan's eyes were even more gloomy and vicious. This is impossible. Feng Yuan's voice was cold, and the meaning of her words was very arrogant. The method of seizing fate. Only I can use it, and no one can see through it. Even if you can see through it, it's impossible to break it. Otherwise, we would have been discovered when we attacked Ma Qianyi. How is it possible that you are still here safely and have plundered his fate and bloodline power to such an extent? Her words calmed Mo Qianxian down. In fact, he did not believe that Ma Qianyi had broken the luck-seizing technique. If that was the case, the other party would have already made a move on him, but, even if he was seen through, it didn't matter. Mo Qianxian sneered. He looked at the Providence dragon in his body, which had grown to a very powerful level, and his face was full of pride. He had already absorbed almost all of Ma Qianyi's luck and bloodline power, unless Ma Qianyi had the ability to reverse and retrieve the bloodline power and the power of Providence. Otherwise, with the current power of karmic luck and bloodline, he wouldn't be able to withstand Yang Kai's attacks at all. He, Mo Qianxian, would definitely rise to the top. The Empire of Qin would be his sooner or later, but if that was the case, it would be a little troublesome for him to deal with Ma Qianyi. After all, he was the only real dragon in the Empire of Qin, the crown prince of the Holy Dynasty. Even if he was a dying dragon, he was not so easy to deal with. Mo Qianxian only hoped that he could absorb all of karmic luck and bloodline power, so that karmic luck would not be able to turn the situation around and fight back. In this way, he could really sit back and relax. Mo Qianyi had indeed obtained a 7-leaf blood refining lotus recently. Perhaps it was because of the 7-leaf blood refining lotus that he was unable to absorb the power of Providence from his bloodline. However, as long as the art of seizing fate was not broken, the power of the 7-leaf blood lotus would be consumed sooner or later. At that time, wouldn't Ma Qianyi be obedient and let him absorb it? Thinking of this, Mo Qianxian suddenly laughed and cut off the connection with Feng Yuan. Suddenly cut off, Feng Yuan's face turned ugly. But soon, the expression on her face recovered and she sneered. Mo Qianxian was a hidden chess piece that she had arranged in the Empire of Qin. The Empire of Qin was powerful, and the crown prince of the Empire of Qin was born to be the emperor. It was almost unshakable. If Feng Yuan wanted to unify the 4 dynasties, she had to do something to him. Therefore, she found Mo Qianxian and helped him fight for the throne with Ma Qianyi in the name of the Heavenly Doctor. Feng Yuan used her art of seizing fate on Mo Qianxian and Ma Qianyi, so that Mo Qianxian, who had almost no bloodline power, could constantly absorb Ma Qianyi's dragon-shaped fate to grow. Until now, he was the king of martial arts in the Empire of Qin and could compete with Ma Qianyi, the crown prince. This art of seizing fate was something that Feng Yuan could barely do by using her special pupils and the bloodline power of the Great Yang royal family. When she was in Great Yang's imperial family, she had relied on this to suck dry the bloodline power and power of Providence of those who had the ability to be her opponents. That was how she had achieved her current status as Great Yang's #1 imperial princess. In the whole Great Yang, except for her, there was no one else with such outstanding ability, because the bloodline power and the power of Providence of those people had all been absorbed by her. Because of this, she became a stunning talent. Now, she was using the same technique to help Mo Qianxian absorb Ma Qianyi's fate and bloodline power. She did not believe that anyone could see through it and break it. After all, even a transcendent sage wouldn't be able to see through it. Of course, if one's strength was far above this, it was very likely that one would be able to see it clearly. For example, Underworld Paragon. Thinking of Xianxia, Feng Yuan's heart was filled with an indescribable love and hatred. She hated that this man didn't even look at her, otherwise, he would definitely discover that he was more suitable for him than the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. She loved this man's peerless handsomeness and shocking strength. The Empire of Qin, this time I will not let it go. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye, Luo Qingtong, just you wait. Once she controlled the Empire of Qin, she would break through to the saint stage. At that time, she would let everyone know who was the most suitable person to stand beside Ming Zun. Luo Qingtong did not know of Feng Yuan's ambition. She was now wholeheartedly refining the bloodline pill in her hand. Great Yang's fate power entered the cauldron, and a rosy glow shot up to the sky. In an instant, a pill was formed. Luo Qingtong held it in her hand and felt the rich medicinal power surging within. There was even a faint dragon-shaped pattern in it, and he immediately smiled. All right. Success. It's time to go back to Great Chu. Luo Qingtong thought of the man in the black field. She didn't know if his anger had completely dissipated. Luo Qingtong really missed Xianxia. Stroking the 9 phoenix ring in her hand, Luo Qingtong smiled wickedly. Maybe it's time to go back and give that man a surprise. Great Chu, the main city of the Black Field. Xianxia sat on the seat of honor with a cold expression, handling the documents sent from the main city. The low pressure around him was very cold. That woman left for so many days, and she didn't come back. Xianxia's eyes were cold. He thought that after Luo Shaoqi left that day, Luo Qingtong would come back. But he didn't expect that woman to be delayed for so many days, and she didn't come back. With that thought in mind, Xianxia's aura grew colder and colder, causing the experts from the Black Domain who were reporting the news from the main city and the other main cities of the Black Domain to feel like crying. The Lord's aura was getting more and more terrifying. They looked at Beiqing and Fengyu for help. The two of them stood behind Xianxia like door gods, and turned a blind eye to their gazes. What a joke! Who could cure the Lord's cold aura except for the demonic doctor? Unless the demonic doctor came back immediately and appeared in front of the Lord, they could only accept it obediently. These people were considered good, and they could leave after they finished reporting. The people who followed the Lord were the most miserable, weren't they? Just as the two of them were thinking, they suddenly heard a voice reporting from outside. My lord, the demonic doctor sent you a gift. A gift? Yi Qianren raised his head and looked ahead, only to see two experts from the Black region carrying a huge box as they walked in. My lord, this is a gift from the demonic doctor. She asked that only you can open it, one of the Black Field experts said respectfully. Yi Qianren's eyes narrowed as she looked at the huge box. She didn't know what that woman was doing. Could it be that this was the wedding gift she had prepared for Old Master Luo and Empress Dowager Yanxi? Could it be that this woman didn't want to come back? Thinking of this, Yi Qianren's brows furrowed tightly. What else did she say? He looked at the two Black Field experts who carried the box in. The two of them shook their heads and said, no. Sir Evil Doctor only said that he wanted you to open this box personally. He said that it was a special surprise for you. That woman. Yi Qianxian gritted his teeth. It would be a very special surprise if he opened the box and saw a pile of gifts and a note that the woman was not going to come back. With that thought in mind, Yi Qianxian gritted his teeth even harder. That woman, if he had known earlier, he wouldn't have let her go. They should have captured him as soon as possible, so that she wouldn't run away without a trace. Yi Qianxian couldn't be blamed for worrying about personal gains and losses. But in this world, Luo Qingtong was the only woman he could not catch no matter how hard he tried. He had a feeling that if he didn't pay attention, the other party would disappear from his life. In the past, Yi Qianxian might not have cared. After all, he did not need another woman in his life, but now, if there was no Luo Qingtong, Yi Qianxian would definitely go crazy. He looked at the huge box and waved his hand, saying, all of you, leave. Yes. The group of powerhouses from the Dark Domain accepted the order and retreated from the hall. Beiqing and Fengyu tactfully left as well. After all, who knew what the evil doctor had given their master? The two of them were really scared of being tricked. What if the master exploded again? With that thought, they ran faster than rabbits. They were afraid that their master would change his mind and call them back. He raised his hand, swoosh. The lid of the box was suddenly lifted. Then, a figure suddenly rushed out from inside. La la. Yi Qianxian, I'm back. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Luo Qingtong smiled wickedly and hugged the man's neck tightly. Just like when she was still Luo Shaoqi, she hung on him and looked at the man with smiling eyes. In the next second, she kissed the man on the lips. Yi Qianren stood in the middle of the hall and looked at the young girl who had rushed out of the box with a sweet smile on her face. His eyes were so cold that it was terrifying. In the next second, he grabbed the girl's shoulders and lifted her up. Then, he kissed her deeply. Luo Qingtong raised her head and endured the man's intense plundering. Her hands circled around Yi Qianxian's back and felt the scorching heat under the man's robe. The smile in her eyes was indescribably charming. It seems that the Lord missed me a lot. After the kiss, Luo Qingtong licked her lips that were almost swollen from the kiss. Her tender red tongue brushed past her snow-white teeth and crimson lips. It was indescribably evil and enchanting. This seductress, Yi Qianxian looked at Luo Qingtong with dark eyes. He suddenly got up and carried the woman in his arms back to the bedroom. However, he had only taken a few steps when he felt a weight in his arms. He looked down and saw Luo Qingtong nestled in his arms. Her head was drooping and leaning on his chest. Her small hands were holding onto his clothes and she was sleeping soundly. This woman, Yi Qianren fiercely gritted her teeth. However, when her gaze landed on the young girl's sweet sleeping face, her gaze softened. Humph. If only you were so obedient. Yi Qianxian snorted. He lowered his head and caressed the girl's pink, petal-like lips for a moment. Then, he strode back to the bedroom with her in his arms. However, the eagerness and passion from before had calmed down. It's good that this woman is back. As for the other matters, there was no hurry. Yi Qianxian didn't want to admit that the moment Luo Qingtong emerged from the box, his heart was violently moved. It was as if a lost treasure had returned to his embrace. This woman had already become an inseparable part of his life. It was just his return, but it already made him so happy that he almost couldn't control himself. However, this woman was completely different from other women. If he wanted to win her heart completely, he couldn't rush it. Luo Qingtong slept soundly. It had been a long time since she had slept so peacefully and without worry. In the past, she would always maintain a certain level of vigilance when she slept. But this time, she really didn't wake up. She completely lost consciousness in Yi Qianxian's arms. Perhaps it was because she subconsciously felt that Yi Qianxian's side was the safest place. No one could hurt her in front of this man. When Luo Qingtong woke up, she didn't know what time it was. The sky outside was slightly dark, so she couldn't tell whether it was evening or early morning. Luo Qingtong woke up with a yawn. She raised her eyes and saw the handsome face of the man beside her. Yi Qianxian's eyes were slightly closed. Under the faint light by the window, his face looked like a god who had fallen to the mortal world. Noble, handsome, otherworldly, exceptional. However, her face was just close to the man. The latter's tightly shut eyes immediately opened. That pair of eyes that seemed to contain countless swords and blades, incomparably cold and domineering, stared at Luo Qingtong's face. Then, in the next second, those dark sword lights instantly turned into countless flames that were incomparably hot. Bang! Yi Qianxian turned over and got up, pressing Luo Qingtong under his body. Try playing with fire again? The man's voice was indescribably hoarse and deep. Yi Qianxian's eyes were fixed on Luo Qingtong, and there seemed to be countless flames jumping in his eyes. All of the blood-red light and sword qi were burned to ashes. It also turned all his coldness into forbearing passion and heat. This woman really had to be taught a lesson. How much self-control did she think she had to be able to keep her composure in the face of his repeated temptations? Luo Qingtong smiled evilly when she heard this, and was about to say something when she put her arms around the man's neck. At this moment, a voice suddenly came in from outside, and the tone was very anxious. Not good, Lord Evil Doctor, quickly go and take a look. Old Master and Empress Dowager Xianxia are fighting. Pfft. Suddenly hearing such a sentence, Luo Qingtong almost choked on her own saliva. Grandfather and Empress Dowager Xianxia, hadn't their misunderstanding been resolved? How could they fight? Luo Qingtong thought so, and immediately rushed to the Great Chu Imperial Palace. Grandfather! Luo Qingtong rushed to the Empress Dowager's residence and saw Old Master Luo being chased by Empress Dowager Xianxia with a sword. She immediately stepped forward, stopped Empress Dowager Xianxia, and asked, Grandmother, what are you doing? Ask him. Empress Dowager Xianxia's eyes were red, and she pointed her sword at Old Master Luo. Luo Tong, you actually hid the matter of Jinghong from me for so long. If I hadn't found out by myself today, were you going to continue hiding it from me? As soon as she said that, Luo Qingtong immediately knew what was going on. Was it because of her father? Luo Qingtong looked at old man Luo, who looked dejected. It's not that I want to hide it from you, but... But what? Are you afraid that I can't accept the fact that Jinghong is gone? Yes. I can't accept it. Luo Tong, this is how you raised my son for 40 years. You didn't even tell me that he was dead. Not only that, he didn't even set up a memorial tablet for them. Now you still want to continue hiding it from me. Empress Dowager Xianxia was obviously furious. Get lost. I'm not going to hold this wedding. I don't want to see you again. Grandfather Luo panicked when he heard this. Listen to me. I really didn't mean to hide it from you. It's not that I don't want to set up memorial tablets for them. As he spoke, he stomped his foot and gritted his teeth. It's just that they aren't dead yet. Qingtong's parents aren't dead yet. What? Empress Dowager Yin. She was about to leave, but when she heard that, she immediately looked up at Old Master Luo. Luo Qingtong was also surprised. Grandpa, you mean, my parents aren't dead? But if that was the case, then why did everyone say that her parents were dead? If it weren't for the fact that the Luo family didn't have a successor, the second branch wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Luo Xingning wouldn't have any ideas about her. Jing Huanhuan, no, oh. And the royal family of Tianyu. If it weren't for the death of Luo Qingtong's mother, why would they look down on Luo Qingtong and the Luo family? Ai. Old Master Luo sighed heavily. It's a long story, I didn't want to say it, but, AI. He looked at Empress Dowager Yin Shi helplessly. Originally, he wanted to find an opportunity in the future to slowly tell her about it. But Empress Dowager Yin Shi missed her son and went to investigate, which led to today's incident. Old Master Luo sighed even harder as he thought about it. Let's go in and talk. The group of people entered the main hall that was in a mess. Empress Dowager Yin Shi called people to clean up. Now that King Ning was dead, the entire Chu imperial family respected Empress Dowager Yin Shi. When the two fought, no one dared to stop them. When Empress Dowager Yin Shi flew into a rage, all the guards and maids who were responsible for serving the palace were reprimanded and retreated far away. Now that they heard Empress Dowager Yin Shi's summons, they dared to come back and clean up the mess. After everything was cleaned up, Luo Qingtong, Old Master Luo, and Empress Dowager Yin Shi sat together. Old Master Luo told them what happened in the past. Qingtong, your mother isn't an ordinary person. Old Master Luo's words were shocking. You also know that your mother cured you in Mo, right? Because of this, the Tianyu imperial family painstakingly begged for you and Mo to be engaged. At that time, your mother just wanted you to live a better life. That's why she agreed to the Tianyu imperial family's request, but she didn't expect them to be so cruel and unscrupulous. She also didn't expect that your mother and father would leave our Luo family one after another. Old Master Luo sighed. The reason why I told the outside world that your father and mother were dead was because your father told me to. Qingtong, you probably don't know, but your mother was actually an alchemist, and an extremely high-level one at that. She wasn't from our Skyspill continent. When she and your father returned to the Luo family, her strength was almost exhausted. After having you, she did everything she could to protect you. Not long after she cured you in Mo, she received a message from the outside world and left. Your father waited for her in the Luo family. When you were 2 years old, he also left the Luo family, saying that he was going to find her. Before he left, he told me that if he didn't return, I was to tell the outside world that they were dead. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would bring disaster to the Luo family. I wanted to raise Qingtong, so I did as he said. For so many years, there was no news as news. But before your father left, he left behind a jade pendant for you. Old Master Luo continued, he said that the jade pendant is linked to his life. As long as it doesn't break, he'll be fine. As for your mother's piece, it's with you Wenma. Back then, it was left behind as a token of engagement between the two of you. As old Luo took as Luo said Luo Qingtong Luo took Luo it was a translucent jade pendant. If Yuan Ma was here, he would realize that this jade pendant was a pair with the one around his neck. The two crescent-shaped jade pendants were connected from head to tail, forming a perfect circle. Little Luo Tian, the shape of the blood droplets was perfect. This jade pendant was left to you by your father. It is also your and Yuan Mo's engagement token. Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed. She knew about the engagement token between her and Yuan Mo. She had wanted to wait until her engagement with Yuan Mo was completely annulled before retrieving the engagement token. She didn't think that this engagement token would be the treasure that kept the original owner's mother alive. However, Yuan Mo didn't want to cancel the engagement no matter what. Was it related to this engagement token? Luo Qingtong thought, then quickly shook her head. It was for no other reason. At that time, Tianyu's imperial family was powerful. After learning that the original owner's mother had gone missing, they immediately turned hostile. From the looks of it, they could break off the engagement first, and then hide the engagement token. After all, they had given the engagement token. If they hadn't, then they hadn't. Why would they be afraid of what the Luo clan would say? With how UNMO didn't care about the original owner, he would probably agree with this approach, therefore, he was determined not to break off the engagement. There should be other reasons. However, no matter what the reason was, it had nothing to do with Luo Qingtong. Just like how UNMO didn't care about the original owner, Luo Qingtong was the same. When the time came for the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy, UNMO would calmly accept the fact that the engagement was broken off and hand over the engagement token. Otherwise, he would be in for a good time. As Luo Qingtong thought about it, she smiled coldly. At this time, Empress Dowager Xianxi's voice sounded. Then you don't know where Jinghong and the others are? Her face was full of worry. Originally, Empress Dowager Xianxi thought that her beloved son was dead, so she was very angry. Now that her anger was gone, she couldn't help but worry. People outside the realm. Her son was actually related to people outside the realm. No wonder he told Grandfather Luo that they were dead before he left. Her daughter-in-law's identity was extraordinary. Even if she crippled her cultivation to be with her son, she couldn't avoid disaster. That's why she ran away before. Thinking like this, Empress Dowager Xianxi's heart was filled with unspeakable worry. Luo Qingtong also looked at Grandfather Luo. I only know that he went to find his daughter-in-law. However, his daughter-in-law is from outside the realm. It's not easy for her to leave the continent. I also don't know where Jinghong is now. How could Grandfather Luo not be worried? However, he had Luo Qingtong to worry about. His son and daughter-in-law had entrusted their granddaughter to him, so he naturally had to take good care of her. Moreover, going to the outer realm wasn't a simple matter. Grandfather Luo didn't know how much his son had been hiding from him, and where was he going to find him? Is there no other way? Luo Qingtong looked at them and asked. Grandfather, don't you have any information about them? People from the outer realms, even if Luo Qingtong wasn't too familiar with the matters of the Skyspill continent, she still knew that the other side that Xianxia spoke of was similar too. Old Master Luo's words of beyond the mainland confirmed her suspicions. It turned out that the Skyspill continent wasn't the entire world. Outside of it, there was an even wider sky and even more experts. Luo Qingtong thought so, her heart was boiling. I only know that your mother came from a place called Flying Feather. I don't know anything else. Grandpa Luo shook his head. When his daughter-in-law came to the Luo family, other than her medical skills, she had no strength at all. He was afraid of touching her sore spot, so he didn't ask. I know. At this moment, Empress Dowager Xianxi's voice sounded. The land of the hidden world. In the main city of the Black Field, Luo Qingtong frowned as she thought about what Empress Dowager Xianxi had said. The land of the hidden world, even in the Skyspill continent, was an extremely mysterious and powerful place. There are countless powerful hidden sects there. It is said that there is a realm above the Saint Realm. And the place with the most powerhouses that surpass the Saint Realm is the land of the hidden world. The powerhouses there don't often come out, but once they take a liking to you as a disciple, you will be able to step onto the path to heaven. The Yanyu family that you have a relationship with, their young master, Yanyu Ju, was taken in as a disciple by a powerhouse there. Empress Dowager Xianxi said, it is said that that is the only place that connects to the outside world. If you want to go to the outside world, you must first go to the land of the hidden world. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she couldn't help but think of Xianxia. If Xianxia and the others came from the outside world, wouldn't they be very clear about the land of the hidden world? As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she came back to ask Xianxia. However, the man's answer disappointed her. I didn't come in through the land of the hidden world. Xianxia's expression was light. With his strength, if he wanted to enter the Skyspill continent, why would he need to go through the land of the hidden world? Those people in the hidden world had probably never even met him face to face. Why are you asking this? Xianxia looked at her and frowned. With your current strength, it is not suitable for you to go outside the continent. This woman shouldn't do anything stupid. Only those above the Saint Realm had the qualifications to leave the continent. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to withstand the rich and abundant spiritual energy outside. Naturally, Yi Qianren could protect her and walk around outside. However, it was impossible for him to be by Luo Qingtong's side all the time and protect her from the terrifying spiritual energy pressure from the outside world. Therefore, it was best for Luo Qingtong to cultivate to the Saint Realm before leaving the continent. Yes. Luo Qingtong nodded. I know. Hearing the slight nervousness in the man's words, she felt a little amused. Did she look like such a rash person? This man was really nervous about what, however, she didn't know that she had done so many shocking things that Yi Qianxian would inevitably think too much about it. Yes, wait until your strength increases in the future. There's no hurry. Yi Qianxian's eyes darkened as he gently stroked Luo Qingtong's hair. Is there any other way to get to the hidden world? Luo Qingtong looked at him and asked. Yes. Yi Qianxian narrowed his eyes. Half a year later, the 4 great Saint Academies will hold a grand meeting to decide the number 1 in the eastern region. At the same time, you will participate in the 4 regions competition and compete for a spot to enter the hidden world. At that time, the sects in the hidden world will head to the 4 regions to select the disciples they need to replenish their new blood. At that time, it will be the way for people below the Saint Realm to enter the hidden world. Yi Qianxian looked at her and said. Half a year later? Luo Qingtong looked at him and blinked. Wasn't that the date agreed upon by the Grand Dean of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin? When Luo Qingtong had asked for leave, the Grand Dean had agreed with her that no matter where Luo Qingtong was at that time, she had to rush to the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. Could it be because of this? If so, then it was no wonder that the Grand Dean insisted that she rush to the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin at that time. It turned out that it was to have one more trump card. While Luo Qingtong was thinking about this, in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. That voice was filled with anger as it rang out in front of the headmaster of the Grand Qin Sacred Academy. The dean raised his head and saw the figure standing in front of him. He was shocked. Great Elder, you're back? It was the Great Elder of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. Humph. If I hadn't come back, I don't know what you and your master would have done to the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. The Great Elder of the Saint Academy said angrily. Let me ask you. What's the matter with that student called Luo Qingtong? And the group of students she brought with her? It's good enough that some of them can become Xian grade students. Your master even gave them the admission notice of heaven grade students. Isn't this an insult to the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin? What's more infuriating is that Luo Qingtong. She asked for a leave of half a year to a year. What does she think the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin is? Her family's back garden? She can come and go as she pleases? The Great Elder of the Saint Academy was furious. When he first heard the news, he couldn't believe it. He didn't believe that the Grand Dean and his disciple would insult the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin like this. He didn't expect it to be true when he came back to the Saint Academy. How can you and your disciple face the past deans and ancestors of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin? The Great Elder of the Saint Academy was extremely angry. Somewhere in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin, Yuan Ma was drinking tea with a group of people beside him in a pavilion in the courtyard. Senior brother, that's a good move. A disciple of a big family from the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin beside him said indifferently, I've asked the teacher to call the Great Elder back. With the Great Elder's temper, he'll definitely be furious about Luo Qingtong's leave of absence. At that time, he can take this opportunity to drive the Ling siblings out of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. Yes. Another person sitting next to the student of the Empire of Qin said, the Great Elder is a person who upholds the rules of the Empire of Qin. He's very old-fashioned and stubborn. Back then, His Highness King Wu wanted to ask for a leave of absence from the Sacred Academy because of the breakthrough of the dragon energy in his body. It was the first elder who rejected his request. His Highness King Wu is a heaven-defying hero. Even under the suppression of the Crown Prince's true dragon strength, he was still able to rise up in a stunning manner and contend against His Highness. She's highly regarded by the imperial family, and even the Great Elder didn't give her any face. Now that I heard that Luo Qingtong took so many days off, it would be strange if I wasn't angry. Yes. Ling Tianhan and the rest probably thought that by using Luo Qingtong as a shield, senior brother would have some reservations. But I didn't think that Luo Qingtong was nothing to senior brother. Now that they're involved in Luo Qingtong's matter, it's certain that they'll be driven out of the Sacred Academy together. Otherwise, with Ling Tianhan's talent, we'd have to spend a lot of effort to deal with him. Moreover, we might not be able to drive them out of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. The student of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin laughed as he spoke. He said to Yu Wenma, "Senior brother, you're still the best. Haha. You're taking drastic measures to solve the problem once and for all." Ling Tianhan and the rest definitely didn't think that senior brother would have such a move. Yu Wenma listened with a faint smile on his face as he drank his tea. However, his eyes couldn't hide the arrogance and coldness in them. He only found out about the agreement between Luo Qingtong and the Grand Principal by chance. He didn't know how Ling Tianhan and the rest managed to get the Grand Principal to agree to such a thing and grant Luo Qingtong so many days off. But it must have something to do with the evil Dr. Ghost Eye behind them. Since that was the case, he would help them to bring forward the deadline. Did they think that he would care about Luo Qingtong? What was that woman to him? She was just a tool to carry out his marriage contract and help him achieve his ambitions. Since she was so stupid to be used, he would just beat her at her own game. He would use her as a breakthrough point to drive Ling Tianhan and the rest out of the Sage Academy, even if Ling Tianhan was talented. So what if he was driven out of the Sage Academy of the Empire of Qin by the Grand Elder himself? Yu Wenma sneered. Su Jingyue, who was sitting next to him, also looked proud and happy. She had come up with this idea for Yu Wenma. She had wanted to test Yu Wenma's feelings for Luo Qingtong. After all, Yu Wenma had refused to break off the engagement. Su Jingyue admired Yu Wenma and naturally felt uneasy. Now she saw that Yu Wenma didn't care about Luo Qingtong at all and directly used her plan. He didn't care whether Luo Qingtong's future would be ruined after she was driven out of the Sage Academy of the Empire of Qin. Su Jinyue's heart was full of joy. Senior brother really didn't like Luo Qingtong. She thought that the Luo family must have used some despicable means to bind senior brother so that he couldn't break off the engagement. In this way, things would be easy, Su Jinyue thought and smiled proudly and coldly in her heart. After Luo Qingtong was driven out of the Sage Academy of the Empire of Qin, she would ask her parents to take action and let Luo Qingtong know that a man like senior brother couldn't be restrained by the Luo family's means. If she knew what was good for her, she would voluntarily remove the restraints on senior brother and take the initiative to break off the engagement. There would be no more entanglement. Otherwise, Su Jinyue's eyes were full of arrogance and viciousness. Then don't blame her for being rude. Originally, Su Jinyue didn't take Luo Qingtong seriously. After all, how could the legitimate daughter of a marquis of a small inferior country compare to her, Yu Wenma's junior sister, a disciple of the holy court of the Empire of Qin? Even Su Jinyue deliberately asked her parents to give Luo Qingtong a place as a reward for the branch school. He sent Luo Qingtong to Yu Wenma's illustrious Tianyu branch, and let her be abused by those Tianyu branch students who regarded Yu Wenma as a god, a peerless genius. At that time, he would just have to watch the show. Let's see how the first wife's daughter of a marquis from an inferior nation who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth would humiliate herself and realize the huge difference between her and Yu Wenma. Who would have thought that the other party would become the #1 disciple of the Tianyu Academy and come to the Empire of Qin Academy? Wasn't that purely to disgust people? No matter how much Su Jinyue disdained Luo Qingtong and looked down on her, she couldn't ignore the fact that the other party was Yu Wenma's fiancé. In particular, the Ling siblings used Luo Qingtong's name to mock her and Yu Wenma every time they saw her. Thinking of this, Su Jinyue's face was full of anger and resentment. However, it didn't matter. Luo Qingtong would soon be expelled from the holy court of the Empire of Qin. Together with the Ling siblings, when that time came, he would definitely appear in front of them and taunt them as the victor. Let's see who would have the last laugh. In the dean's office, the first elder of the Sacred Academy shouted angrily and ordered the dean of the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin. Now, immediately, expel Luo Qingtong and the students from Tianyu branch from the Saint Academy. The Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin can't tolerate such a famous student. Even among the students of Tianyu branch who entered the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin with Luo Qingtong, there were some talented ones. But the rules and dignity of the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin couldn't be violated. He would expel all of these students, and no one would be spared. It was a warning to others. No. As soon as the first elder of the Sacred Academy finished speaking, an angry shout came from outside the door. When the Grand Dean received the news that the first elder of the Sacred Academy had come back, he immediately knew that something bad had happened and hurried back. Otherwise, with his stupid disciple's temper, he wouldn't be able to stop the first elder of the Sacred Academy from getting angry. What the hell, Husky? Didn't the first elder of the Sacred Academy travel outside to make a breakthrough? Otherwise, the Grand Dean wouldn't have made an agreement with Luo Qingtong to take a vacation of half a year to a year. The first elder of the Sacred Academy was the most stubborn one, and he attached great importance to the rules of the Sacred Academy. The Grand Dean had quarreled with him many times because of these things. Now that he came back to take care of this matter, the Grand Dean suddenly had a headache. But even so, the Grand Dean couldn't give up Luo Qingtong. What a joke! She was the trump card that he had worked so hard to get, not to mention other things, with Luo Qingtong's identity and strength as the evil Dr. Ghost Eyes, who could compete with her in the entire pharmaceutical academy. The only one with potential, Su Xiaoxiao, was cultivated by Luo Qingtong himself. What's more, Luo Qingtong was also an alchemist. What was an alchemist? As long as Luo Qingtong was in charge of the Pharmaceutical Academy of the Sacred Academy, basically, no one in the Eastern region or even the 4 regions could be her match. That was an ironclad victory. Now the first elder of the Sacred Academy wanted to expel her? The Grand Dean wouldn't do it even if he was beaten to death. What's more, the Grand Dean had secretly inquired about what Luo Qingtong had done in the imperial palace of the Great Chu Sacred Dynasty. Luo Qingtong completely crushed Princess Fingyuan's strength and talent at the same cultivation level. If he wanted to push Luo Qingtong out of the Saint Academy, he would be a huge fool. Luo Qingtong's Strength Academies? The first elder of the Sacred Academy, the rules of the Sacred Academy's rules is rules. However, as long as the student has sufficient strength and talent, and it doesn't affect their own cultivation, then what's wrong with taking some leave? The first elder of the Sacred Academy interrupted the Grand Dean angrily. Zhu Yi, you are twisting words and forcing logic. The first elder of the Sacred Academy was furious. He slammed his palm on the desk in front of him, splitting the extremely hard desk into 2 halves in an instant. He said angrily, there was a precedent of this in the Sacred Academy. It was above the legendary dean. That legendary dean's strength was unparalleled. He was the strongest in the history of the Sacred Academy. No one could compare to him. When he was a student, he once took a year's leave. His strength rose from the initial Martial King realm to the peak of the Martial King realm, close to the Martial Royal realm. His strength growth was unparalleled. He didn't lose to the top heaven-grade students of the Sacred Academy. Later, he won the title of Sacred Seed. The first elder of the Saint Academy sneered, don't say I'm heartless. 3 days later, it'll be a 3-month holiday. As long as Luo Qingtong can come back in time and improve her strength by a small level. According to her information, she was at the medium level of the Martial King realm, right? It's ridiculous that a small branch dares to claim that it has such a strong student. The first elder of the Saint Academy sneered and squinted at the highest dean. She was certain that the latter had done something so that the student named Luo Qingtong could have the right to apply for leave. Unfortunately, the highest dean would soon reveal his true colors in front of him. I don't want her to improve her strength too much. As long as she can reach the high level of the Martial King realm, I'll admit that her leave is valid. Otherwise, I'll kick her and the group of people around her out of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. The Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin doesn't accept students who are opportunistic and don't want to learn. They only know how to rely on connections. The first elder of the Saint Academy left the dean's office angrily. Looking at the first elder's back, the dean of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin looked at the highest dean. What do you think? The highest dean was having a headache. He was not afraid that Luo Qingtong's strength could not meet the requirements of the first elder of the Saint Academy. It was known that the girl had taken the opportunity to break through to the Martial Royal realm when she was fighting with Princess Feng Luan in the imperial palace of the Chu Sacred Dynasty. Otherwise, how could the highest dean be so confident to argue with the first elder of the Saint Academy? Of course, he was confident that Luo Qingtong's strength would shock everyone when she came back. At that time, the highest dean could not blame him for granting her so many days of leave. But speaking of which, that girl was really too abnormal. When the highest dean granted Luo Qingtong the days of leave, he did not expect that her strength would improve so rapidly. She improved much faster than those heaven-grade students in the Saint Academy. It would save him the trouble of explaining these vacations in the future. However, he didn't expect that the first elder of the Saint Academy would come back at this time. Moreover, he had been back for a long time. He was furious about Luo Qingtong's leave. It was as if someone had specifically told him about this matter and called him back to make things difficult for him. What made the Grand Dean even more worried was that he didn't know how to contact Luo Qingtong. Would it be more convenient to send the message to Blackfield or to the Great Chu Sacred Dynasty? 3 days was enough to drive someone to death. The first elder of the Sacred Academy didn't want Luo Qingtong to come back at all, so he put forward such a condition. Furthermore, the reason why he said that he wanted to raise his strength was just to diss the Grand Principal and embarrass the latter. He never thought that Luo Qingtong would be able to come back in time. In 3 days, unless Luo Qingtong had the best spiritual ship or happened to be near the holy capital of the Empire of Qin, she would never be able to rush back to the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin in time. However, if Luo Qingtong was near the holy capital of the Empire of Qin, would she still need to ask for leave? As for the best spiritual ship, it was even more impossible. With her identity as the legitimate daughter of a low-level marquis, it was already a great thing. To have a profound level ship, she might not even have one, not to mention a supreme-grade flying boat. The first elder of the Sacred Academy didn't have one himself. How could that student named Luo Qingtong have one? The first elder of the Sacred Academy thought so and was sure that Luo Qingtong would be expelled in 3 days. At that time, even their group of students would be expelled. Immediately send this news to the Blackfield. The Grand Principal thought about it and still felt that it was safer to send it to the Blackfield. With the importance that the Blackfield's Ming Zun attached to that girl, even if that girl ran to some unknown place, the chances of him being able to contact her were higher than ordinary people, although according to the general situation, Luo Qingtong should be in Great Chu at this time. But that girl never played by the rules. The Grand Principal had a headache thinking about it. That girl had better not run off to some unknown place at this time. Otherwise, she would not be able to make it back in time. At that time, it would be troublesome. At the same time, he immediately began to investigate the matter of the great elder of the Holy Court to see who had invited this great Buddha back to slap his face. In the Great Chu Sacred Dynasty, Luo Qingtong still did not know about this. The preparations for Grandfather Luo and Empress Dowager Xianxi's wedding were almost done. This time, it was the Empress Dowager's remarriage. Although she had obtained the consent of the Great Chu imperial family and that transcendent saint, it was not a particularly glorious thing. For the sake of the Great Chu imperial family's face, Empress Dowager Xianxi's wedding was not wantonly arranged. The guests invited were also limited to the major forces and families of the Great Chu Sacred Dynasty. But all the guests who received the invitation were jubilant. Not for anything else, but this time, the Blackfield's Ming Zun had confirmed that he would come to Empress Dowager Xianxi's wedding. And the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, who was popular in the Blackfield and even in the 4 great sacred dynasties, also said that he would bring gifts to congratulate, who knew how many people were secretly happy to be able to see these 2 great Buddhas in their lifetime. Especially the Blackfield's Ming Zun. His power was boundless and his strength was at the peak of perfection, unparalleled. He had single-handedly established the Blackfield, causing the 4 great sacred dynasties to have no choice but to retreat. With such honor, ordinary people would be honored to even hear his name, let alone be able to see him. In the Eastern Domain, those who could see him were all formidable and peerless existences. Only the absolute powerhouses of the Saint Plain would be able to meet him. Now that he said that he would attend Empress Dowager Xianxi's wedding, it naturally attracted people like a flock of ducks. Even if this wedding did not invite everyone, it was already the center of attention. The eyes of the 4 sacred dynasties were all focused on the wedding. Not to mention the other 3 regions. Rumble, countless cannon salutes sounded all around the Chu dynasty's sacred capital. Amidst the waves of cannon salutes, one spirit boat after another poured into the holy capital from all directions. Countless cannons were fired, and on those spirit ships, experts from various forces stood with their hands behind their backs, surrounded by congratulatory gifts. Flags fluttered in the air. Seeing the name of the faction embroidered on it, the surrounding crowd exclaimed from time to time. Each and every one of them was a famous power within the borders of Great Chu, and even outside of Great Chu. some of the superpowers that didn't receive an invitation also sent congratulatory gifts to congratulate Mingzun after learning that he was going to attend the wedding. This was the deterrence that Yi Qianming, a Blackfield Dark Lord, possessed in the Truespill continent. Just a single name, a single sentence, was enough to shake the entire Truespill continent. After receiving the invitation from Old Man Luo, everyone from the Feng family came to the Chu dynasty's sacred capital. Seeing such a lively scene around them and confirming Old Man Luo's name again and again, the group still felt as if they were in a dream. A daughter should be like Luo Qingtong. The Luo family's Qingtong is a natural dragon. The Luo family's old master sighed. Yes. The Luo family's people also sighed. A year ago, who would have thought that the Luo family and Luo family's old master would have such good fortune? Luo Qingtong's rise had really changed their fate and the Luo family's fate. The Luo family's people rushed to the Chu palace. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side of the road. Luo Miao Miao? With this voice, the Luo family's people immediately looked to the side. With this look, their faces immediately turned cold. They saw a young man in a luxurious robe looking at them in surprise. Then his brows furrowed. He looked at the Luo family's people and said very impolitely, "Why are you here? This is the holy capital of Chu, not a place you can come." The man's expression was very impatient. "I don't know how you found your way here. But I already said before that Luo Miao Miao and I were just playing. With my status, how can a trash family like your Luo family be worthy of me? Don't think that you can do anything just because you found your way here. As long as I want, your Luo family can forget about leaving the holy capital of Chu." The man's expression was very arrogant. The Luo family's people were furious when they heard this. This was a scumbag who had once deceived Luo Miao Miao. Back then, after swearing an oath of eternal love and deceiving Luo Miao Miao with flowery words, he lost her in the blink of an eye. He even said in public that he was just playing with Luo Miao Miao. How could the latter's status be worthy of him? Luo Miao Miao was Luo Haoran's cousin. Because of this, she almost killed herself. Who would have thought that the lover she loved so much was such a disgusting person, and because of this, she brought so much humiliation and disgust to the Luo family. When Luo Miao Miao was with him, she didn't know his identity at all, let alone who he was. She fell for him just because of her passion. Who knew that he was such a person? Alright, you Luo family's people, hurry up and get lost. Don't disturb us going to the wedding banquet. If you dare to cause trouble, I won't let you out of the holy capital. The man scolded the family. What right do you have to tell us to scram? We are also here to attend the wedding banquet. The Si family members were furious, especially Si Miao Miao, who was at the end of her patience. Huh. The man looked at them and said with contempt, "You want to attend the wedding banquet in the palace? Ran Miao Miao, are you deliberately trying to cause trouble?" As he spoke, a middle-aged man who was obviously the head of his family walked over. After hearing what happened here, he immediately frowned and said coldly, "What's the point of telling them so much? Just break his legs and throw him out. Don't you know where you are? What kind of family do you think our Hua clan is? How dare you cause trouble here?" As he spoke, he scolded the man, "And you, stop fooling around outside all day long. You want all kinds of trash. Don't you find trash from an inferior country dirty?" When he said that, everyone from the Si clan was so angry that their faces turned pale. They almost wanted to fight with their lives on the line. At this moment, a group of Hua family guards also surrounded them. All of them were emitting the aura of martial emperors. They looked at the Chu clan members as if they were looking at a bunch of corpses. "Grandpa Si, uncles, why are you here?" Luo Qingtong was dressed in red, like a fiery red lotus, standing behind the Si family. She had just come out of the Chu imperial palace. She saw the Si family surrounded by the Hua family's guards and immediately walked over. "Luo girl." Seeing Luo Qingtong, the Si family's faces were filled with joy. Especially the old master of the Si family, he was so excited that he couldn't speak. "Sister Qingtong." When the Si family's juniors saw Luo Qingtong, it was as if they saw their savior. The Hua family had gone too far. Relying on the fact that they were a large family in the holy capital, not only did they toy with Si Miao Miao's feelings, but they also wanted to drive them out of the holy capital. Why? they were also here to attend the imperial palace's banquet. Even if they weren't, the Hua family couldn't be so overbearing and domineering. Sister Qingtong. They bullied us and wanted to break our legs and drive us out of the holy capital. The Xi family's juniors didn't know Luo Qingtong's true identity. But it was true that old Master Luo had become the Grand Duke of the Chu Imperial Palace. Luo Qingtong's status was definitely not low, and she definitely had a certain amount of prestige in the Chu Imperial Palace. They didn't expect Luo Qingtong to be able to do anything to the Hua family, but it would be good enough if she could save them from the humiliation at this moment. The Hua family had really gone too far. They gritted their teeth and recounted what had just happened. Hearing that the other party had cheated on Si Miao's feelings and was afraid that they would cause trouble and wanted to break their legs and throw them out of the Chu Imperial Palace, Luo Qingtong immediately raised her eyebrows. The Hua family? Yes. The Hua family's manager had a face full of pride. When Luo Qingtong appeared just now, he was afraid that they had provoked a disciple of a large faction in the holy capital. Now it seemed that he had no impression of her age and appearance, so she couldn't be a disciple of a large faction in the Chu Imperial Palace. Then she must be from outside, and those factions outside of the Chu that were qualified to send congratulatory gifts were all super factions, and the envoys they sent were mostly Saint Realm experts. This girl definitely couldn't be one of them. They must be from other commanderies and cities of Great Chu. At the thought of this, the Hua clan's head laughed disdainfully. Those outside might be powerful in their commandery, but in front of the forces of the holy capital, they were nothing, especially when their Hua family was following Empress Dowager Xianxia. However, the fact that the Ji family was able to find the holy capital was very likely due to the help of the power behind this young girl. What's more, they wanted to use my family to achieve something. Unfortunately, he wouldn't let them have their way. With this thought in mind, the Hua clan's leader looked at Luo Qingtong with even more disdain and coldness. I don't care what your intentions are. Get out of my sight right now. The disciples of the Hua clan of the holy capital aren't people you can associate with. As soon as he finished speaking, before Luo Qingtong could say anything, the Hua clan disciple next to him looked at Luo Qingtong with a covetous gaze and said, "Of course, if Miss is willing to be with me, it's not a big deal even if I take you and Ji Miao in as my concubine." The Hua clan disciple looked at Luo Qingtong with shining eyes. The latter's face was absolutely beautiful, her temperament languid and domineering, charming and seductive, making his heart itch. If she was willing to be with him, so what if he took Ji Miao in as a concubine? Oh. Luo Qingtong looked at the Hua family disciple with a faint smile. What if I don't want to? Then we may not let you go today. The Hua family disciple had obviously been bewitched by the faint smile on Luo Qingtong's face. She was just a disciple of a foreign force. So what if she was from a certain commandery's royal family, who didn't know about the slightly powerful commandery's royal family and disciples of forces in the Great Chu sacred dynasty? Among them, there was absolutely no figure of this girl. Immediately, the Hua family disciple became lustful. In any case, the holy capital of the Chu dynasty was their territory. Even if they took the girl by force, who could do anything to them? The Hua family disciple said, looking at Luo Qingtong with more and more lustful eyes. The Hua family's manager watched from the side and didn't make a sound. She was just a girl. So what if his nephew played with her? Anyway, with their status in the holy capital, not many forces dared to do anything to them. Shameless. Seeing that the Hua family people were still thinking about Luo Qingtong, the Ran family people became anxious. Do you know who she is? You dare to have ideas about her. Especially Ran Miao, who was even more furious. She couldn't imagine that the person she had taken a fancy to was such a disgusting and immoral person. Haha. I don't care who she is. Our Hua family is the followers of Empress Dowager Xianxia. We are the family under Empress Dowager Xianxia. Now that Empress Dowager Yan and Empress Dowager Yan are married, the latter has the black field behind her. You know the black field, right? There is no one I can't provoke. The disciple of the Hua clan laughed out loud. The Hua family manager also sneered at the side. The Hua family guards around them roared with laughter. With the Hua family's power behind Empress Dowager Xianxia, as long as the latter didn't fall, what did their Hua family have to be afraid of? Ran Miao's words were simply ridiculous. She probably didn't know what a big family in the holy capital meant, hearing his words. The Ran family people's faces turned pale. The Hu family was the family behind Empress Dowager Xianxia, with Empress Dowager Xianxia's support. In that case, wouldn't they be in trouble? Even Luo Qingtong couldn't stop them. After all, she was only Old Master Luo's granddaughter. Even if she recognized Empress Dowager Xianxia as her grandmother, she might not be able to compare to the Hu family. Thinking of this, the Feng family panicked. They didn't know Luo Qingtong's true identity and only thought that they had implicated Luo Qingtong, so they hurriedly said, "Qingtong, leave now. Hu clan, you're shameless. This is between the Si family and the Hu family. Don't drag others into this." "Humph. I told you to scram, but you didn't. Now, all of you can stay here." The Hu clan's disciple sneered and looked at Luo Qingtong with an evil gaze. "Men," he said proudly, "invite this young lady into the Hu family. When I return from the banquet, I will reward you handsomely." A group of Hu family guards obeyed the order and approached Luo Qingtong maliciously. The latter's expression was indifferent as she stood there without moving. "I was still thinking about how to deal with you. Now, I don't need to think about it anymore." Luo Qingtong looked coldly at the group of Hu family people in front of her. "The Hu family doesn't need to stay." "Haha." The Hu family disciple heard this and laughed even more wildly. "You said the Hu family doesn't need to stay? Little girl, who do you think you are?" As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly cried out in surprise. "Your Highness?" Following this voice, a group of people suddenly walked out from behind Luo Qingtong. These people had a vast and ethereal aura. Almost every one of them was above the saint realm. The aura around them was constantly in harmony with the spiritual energy in the surrounding air. What was even more shocking was that they were wearing the uniforms of the officials. "Your Highness, what are you doing here?" The court official of the Chu sacred dynasty who spoke first looked at Luo Qingtong, who was surrounded by the Hu family with the Chu family. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "The Empress Dowager's wedding ceremony is about to begin. Why aren't you accompanying Empress Dowager at this time? And, what's going on? You are from the Hu family?" The court official looked at the Hu family who were confronting Luo Qingtong and the others in surprise. The latter and the others' faces were already numb. "Your Highness, the Empress Dowager." This court official didn't say much, but he clearly explained Luo Qingtong's identity. Other than that young girl who had saved the Great Chu from collapse, thwarted Great Yong's conspiracy, and preserved the Great Chu's throne, who else would be worthy of the respectful salute and the greeting of Your Imperial Highness by the Great Chu imperial family's transcendent sage? There were many princesses in the world, but there was only one person in the entire Chu who could make the court officials bow and bend their knees and call her Your Highness. That was Princess Xingning. She was the holy conferred princess. The faces of the Hu family members instantly turned green. As for the Hu family disciple who was still laughing wildly and asking who Luo Qingtong was and how she dared to say that the Hu family couldn't keep her, he was so shocked that he was speechless, as though his neck was being strangled. His throat made a sound like a rusty machine, and he looked at Luo Qingtong with extreme shock. His face was completely frozen in place. This girl was the holy conferred princess? The holy conferred princess? That Hu clan disciple, who had been incomparably arrogant just a moment ago, was now like a chicken that had its neck choked. The Hu family member who had been watching from the side with a faint sneer on his face and didn't take Luo Qingtong's words seriously also changed his expression. How was this possible? This young girl was actually the legendary princess. The Hu family member's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat, almost wetting his hair. He thought of the words that the Hu family member had just said to Luo Qingtong and almost fainted in an instant. My God, what did the Hu family members do? They wanted to capture the holy conferred princess and make her the exclusive property of the Hu family members. Thinking of Luo Qingtong's words. Just a moment ago, they had treated this sentence as a joke. At this moment, who would treat Luo Qingtong's words as a joke? How is this possible? The Hu family member trembled and said, "The holy conferred princess is so respected. How can she be with such a group of low-level countries?" When he said this, his voice suddenly stopped abruptly. He remembered, when Tai Yao and Princess Xingning entered the holy city to propose, They did say that they were from the Luo family of Dongli country. But in the end, the miracle created by Luo Qingtong and Luo Qingtong was amazing. Everyone only remembered the black field behind them and their powerful strength and talent. They forgot where they were from. Princess Xingning was indeed from Dongli country. And the Chu family was also from Dongli country. That Hu family disciple had already collapsed to the ground, his face filled with indescribable fear and despair. How could he have thought that he would bump into Luo Qingtong, who he could not provoke, when he was just casually bullying a family from a low-level country? Who would have thought that the Ran family, a weak family that he had played with and abandoned, would have Luo Qingtong as their backing? If he had known, he would never have done anything to the Ran family. He would never have had any thoughts about Luo Qingtong, let alone speak rudely to her. He even wanted to worship the Ran family, to be able to be invited to the wedding banquet. The Ran family and the Luo family must have a close relationship, if he had treated Ran Miao Miao well and not humiliated them to death, he might have been able to enter the Hu family and soar to the top. Thinking of this, that Hu family disciple's face was filled with fear, despair, and remorse. Needless to say, the Hu family leader beside him had already knelt on the ground, kowtowing desperately to Luo Qingtong as he begged for mercy. Your Highness, we have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai, please spare our lives. Please spare our lives. Behind that Hu family leader was a group of guards who were just about to capture Luo Qingtong back to the Hu family and make her into the Hu family's exclusive property. At this moment, these people's faces were filled with fear and despair. Their bodies were trembling like rice grains, and each one of them knelt on the ground to beg for mercy, almost knocking their foreheads to the point of bleeding. Your Hu family is powerful, I can't afford to offend you. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent, and she had already released the strength she was about to use. If these officials hadn't come just now, these Hu family members would be dead meat, but now that they were here, there was naturally a better way to deal with these people. Delusional of wanting to control me and make me into the Hu family's exclusive property, your Hu family is very bold. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. Hearing her words, the officials in front of her froze. The Hu family was too bold, anyone who insults the princess will die. Moreover, Luo Qingtong was not an ordinary princess. Behind her was Empress Dowager Xianxia in Blackfield. These people from the Hu clan were really courting death. Princess! Princess, we didn't know it was you. Everyone from the Hu clan wailed. Their hearts were filled with regret and despair. They hated the troublemaker to the core. If he hadn't tried to hurt Luo Qingtong, the Hu family wouldn't have ended up like this. Humiliating the Si family and humiliating the princess were two completely different crimes. The former could still be saved. The latter could not be saved. Your Highness! Your Highness! The members of the Hu clan held in grief, but Luo Qingtong ignored them completely. She directly said to the ministers beside her, from today onwards, the holy capital will no longer have the Hu clan. Just because they didn't know who she was, they could bully her as they pleased. What if she didn't have her current status today? What if she wasn't strong enough to go against the Hu family? Was he going to let them bully and humiliate him? Just saying that they didn't know was enough. Then if she destroyed the Hu family, she could still say that she was careless and heavy-handed. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold, but when she looked at the Si family, they became gentle. She still remembered how the Si family desperately tried to delay the Hu family and let her leave. Grandfather Si, this time you came to the holy capital, don't leave. The Hu family's property will all be inherited by you. All members of the Hu family will be your slaves. This was the first time Luo Qingtong had used her status as Chu's princess to oppress people. Other than the cries and wails of the Hu clan, the ministers of Chu who came together did not make a sound. The dignity of a princess could not be insulted, that was the title of a princess with the word saint in her name. She was the one who inherited the destiny of a nation. Insulting Luo Qingtong was the same as insulting Chu. Luo Qingtong only destroyed the Hu clan and did not kill them, which was already a great kindness. As for the disposal of the Hu clan, it was all Luo Qingtong's decision. If she wanted to give the Hu clan to others, no one could say anything. It was just that in just one day, the power structure of the holy capital had changed again, which was really beyond everyone's expectations. The people of the Ran clan felt like they were in a dream. They were just being humiliated like ants in front of the Hu clan. That scumbag who cheated and abandoned Ran Meow Meow even wanted to break their legs and throw them out of Chu's holy capital in front of everyone. Now, the people of the Hua clan were kneeling in front of them, wailing and begging for mercy, and were about to become their slaves, and they had also jumped from a weak family from Eastern Fence to a big family in Chu's holy capital. The Hua clan of Holy Capital would become the Ran clan of Holy Capital in the future. This series of rapid changes all came from Luo Qingtong. In front of them was a beautiful and graceful girl, Her Highness the Princess. Luo Qingtong was actually a princess of Chu. Looking at the situation, she was not an ordinary princess. Even the ministers of the Holy Capital had to respect her, and the Hua clan of Holy Capital, a big family that was incomparably confident and arrogant, could be destroyed with a word from Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong, what did she do in Chu? How could she have such honor? Luo clan's girl. Old Master Ran's lips twitched. Before he could speak, Luo Qingtong spoke with a smile. Grandpa Ran, you can stay here at ease. You can be my grandfather's companion. He only has you as an old friend. And the Holy Capital has far more resources than the Eastern Hedge. For the sake of the Feng family's future, don't refuse. As for the rest, you don't have to worry so much. Luo Qingtong understood Grandfather Ran's concerns. He was afraid that if they suddenly appeared in the Holy Capital and replaced the Hua clan, they would attract a backlash from the other powers. It would be disadvantageous to her, grandfather, and them. But he didn't know that Empress Dowager Xianxia was her grandmother. Old Master Luo didn't just want to marry Empress Dowager Xianxia. With the two of them, the Feng family was as stable as Mount Tai in Holy Capital. No one would find trouble with them, let alone attack her and her grandfather. Empress Dowager Xianxia would not let such a thing happen. After all, that was the iron-blooded and lofty Empress Dowager Xianxia who was the regent for a dynasty. Thinking of her grandparents, Luo Qingtong smiled. With Luo Qingtong's persuasion, Grandpa Luo no longer insisted. After all, if he wasn't afraid of implicating Luo Qingtong and Grandpa Luo, he wouldn't refuse at all. The Hua clan of the Holy Capital, how much resources was that? It was enough to transform the Feng family from the inside out, not to mention that Luo Qingtong had left many experts of the Hua clan as servants. With the Great Chu sacred dynasty's methods, how could they be afraid of a rebellion? This was really like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Grandpa Luo was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He swore in his heart that from now on, the Feng and Luo clans would live and die together. Luo Qingtong didn't think too much about it. In the beginning, she only wanted to keep the Luo family in the Holy Capital to accompany Grandfather Luo. After all, Grandfather Luo didn't have many old friends, and the Luo family was the only one left. Since the Hua family had jumped out to court death, she would naturally fulfill their wish and save the trouble of making arrangements for the Luo family. After clarifying the Hua family's matter, Luo Qingtong leaped and appeared in a remote area outside the Holy Capital of Great Chu. Now it's time for me to give Grandpa and the others a gift. Luo Qingtong smiled and raised her hand to release her spirit ship. With Luo Qingtong's current status, she could naturally get a better spirit ship. However, Luo Qingtong was already used to the spirit ship. Moreover, Luo Qingtong had drawn many inscription patterns and formations on this spirit ship. Although it looked like an Earth-level spirit ship, in fact, its various functions even surpassed a heaven-level ship. In some aspects, even a heaven-level spirit ship couldn't do it. Therefore, Luo Qingtong didn't change her ship. Let's go. Let's go give Grandpa and Grandma some gifts. After a little disguise, Luo Qingtong put on the sinister and terrifying Rakshasa mask. As the Rakshasa mask was fastened on her face, Luo Qingtong instantly turned into the evil and domineering youth, evil Dr. Ghost Pupil. Swoosh, Luo Qingtong's figure leaped up. Little Pig jumped out of her sleeve with a big red flower hanging in front of his chest. The whole pig was happy. Let's go. Let's go give the gifts. Little Pig jumped onto the spirit ship, and Luo Qingtong waved her hand. Numerous jade bottles and gift boxes flew out from the ring in her hand like an ocean. In an instant, the entire surface of the spirit ship was covered with jade bottles and gift boxes. If someone knew that these jade bottles were filled with medicinal pills, who knew how many people would be frightened? In the True Spill continent, an alchemist wouldn't easily appear. Only an alchemy grandmaster would be able to come up with something as extravagant as Luo Qingtong. So many medicinal pills as a gift to congratulate a newcomer. The most valuable one was the golden jade and glazed box in Luo Qingtong's hand. Inside was a multicolored radiance that filled the air. It was the bloodline pill, bearing the fate of the Great Yong sacred dynasty and the bloodline power of the 7th prince of Great Yong. Luo Qingtong's slender hands were held in Luo Qingtong's slender hands. Along with the activation of the spirit ship, they flew in the direction of the sacred capital of Great Chu. Yi Qianming also said that he wanted to give a gift. I don't know what he is going to give. Don't be suppressed by me. Luo Qingtong thought so, and the smile on her lips was unusually evil and enchanting. There weren't many opportunities to suppress that man. Thinking about it, she was quite excited. Of course, if she could openly suppress that man with her own strength, she would be even more excited. Thinking so, Luo Qingtong suddenly licked her lips. Let's go. The spirit ship flew to somewhere outside the main gate of the sacred capital of Great Chu. There were already people from the Black Field waiting there. Following Luo Qingtong's order, the group immediately steered the flying boat and flew towards the holy capital of the Great Chu dynasty. Boom boom boom. In the imperial palace of Great Chu, seeing Luo Qingtong's fleet coming in and seeing the evil character hanging high above, 12 saluting cannons shot into the sky from all directions of the imperial palace of Great Chu. In the Great Chu imperial palace, Empress Dowager Xianxia and Old Master Luo were receiving guests from various forces. Old Master Luo had never been as glorious and happy as he was today. Not only had he married his lover and fulfilled the regret of so many years, he was even able to stand in the Great Chu dynasty's imperial palace and invite guests from all over to congratulate him. All of this was something he had never dreamed of before. After knowing that Empress Dowager Xianxia had become the Empress Dowager of Great Chu, Old Master Luo only had one wish, and that was to be able to accompany her by her side. It didn't matter how he lived, whether he lived as an enemy or as a eunuch. Even if he was tortured and resented, it was fine as long as he could be by her side. At that time, how could he have thought that he would be able to marry her in the end, and all of this was thanks to Luo Qingtong. At this moment, after Old Master Luo was busy, he suddenly discovered that Luo Qingtong, who was originally by his side, had disappeared. Strange, where did that girl Qingtong go? Old Master Luo was about to send someone to look for Luo Qingtong when he suddenly heard a clamor outside. This clamor, even at this moment when guests were coming and going, was so clear. Just as Old Master Luo was wondering who could make these guests so surprised, he heard the sound of 12 firecrackers above the imperial palace. In an instant, boom boom boom, amidst the violent rumbling, the voices of the Great Chu imperial palace's guards rang out. Welcome, Your Excellency Evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye, that magnificent youth who rose from the Black Field's easternly country's branch city and shook the world in just a few months, shocking the 4 great sacred dynasties and the entire eastern region. Everyone's eyes were focused on the entrance of the Great Chu imperial palace, wanting to see the elegant demeanor of this world-shaking youth. Old Master Luo was stunned, not knowing what his granddaughter was going to do. While he was in a daze, Empress Dowager Xianxia had already hurried over. Let's go, Luo Tong, let's go welcome the guests. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye's name was like thunder in the 4 great sacred dynasties. With his medical skills and alchemy skills, as well as his status in the Black Field, he was already worthy of Empress Dowager Xianxia and Grandfather Luo personally going out to welcome him. Not to mention the fact that Elder Luo was able to successfully marry her was all thanks to this evil Dr. Gui Tong. Empress Dowager Xianxia didn't believe that Ming Zun of the Black Field would help Master Luo and Luo Qingtong for no reason. It must be the work of this evil Dr. Gui Tong. She pulled Old Master Luo and quickly walked out of the hall. The latter did not know whether to laugh or cry. Only then did he remember that he had forgotten to tell Empress Dowager Xianxia about Luo Qingtong's identity. The Queen Regent of Great Chu still didn't know that it was her granddaughter who had come. Old Master Luo pulled Empress Dowager Xianxia back. Just as he was about to say something to her, the sound of a flying spirit boat came from the sky. Many airwaves rolled. As everyone retreated, Luo Qingtong's voice was unusually clear and loud. Entrusted by an old friend, evil Dr. Gui Tong has come to deliver a gift. Congratulations to the Empress Dowager of Great Chu and Empress Dowager Xianxia for your marriage. I wish the two of you a happy and blissful marriage for 100 years and endless blessings. Luo Qingtong said as she waved her hand. Immediately, people from the Black Field came forward and handed the gift list to the ceremonial official. In front of the Great Chu Imperial Palace. Oh my God! Seeing the contents of the gift list, especially the last one, which was the most important. The chanting officer's hand trembled and he almost dropped the gift list in his hand. He tried to calm his mind and began to sing the gift list sent by Luo Qingtong. 100 bottles of mind-clearing elixir. 100 bottles of spirit-condensing elixir. 100 bottles of spirit-understanding elixir. The contents of the gift list were sung one after another, and the chanting officer's face became more and more excited. His voice became louder and louder. Even with the Chu sacred dynasty's deep foundation, they were shocked and excited by the pills and resources that Luo Qingtong had sent over. It was not because of anything else. It was because these elixirs were extremely precious. Even if the Great Chu royal family had some resources, it was almost the same as what Luo Qingtong had sent. In other words, Luo Qingtong's gift list was almost the same as the collection of the Great Chu sacred dynasty's royal family for so many years. Of course, this was talking about elixirs. The people around were also stunned. So many elixirs and resources. The evil Dr. Ghost I was too generous. It was said that the Luo family was very likely to be related to him, so Blackfield and Ming Zun would make a move. They did not expect it to be true, and the resources revealed by the evil Dr. Ghost I were also very frightening. The elixirs and resources revealed by her alone were almost the same as the resources of a sacred dynasty. She was comparable to a country alone, not to mention that she had the support of a huge monster like the Blackfield behind her. Just as the people were shocked, they heard the chanting officer's voice suddenly tremble. Then the voice suddenly became incomparably sharp, as if to pierce the sky and go straight to the clouds. Bloodline elixir, 1. Bloodline elixir, what bloodline elixir? When the people heard this, they were all stunned. They had never heard of the bloodline elixir. What kind of elixir was that? Hearing the name, could it be that after taking this elixir, one could still have the power of the bloodline? How was this possible? The people thought so in their hearts and suddenly could not help but laugh. Only those who had surpassed the Saint realm could inherit the power of the bloodline. Moreover, only the 4 royal families of the 4 great sacred dynasties had the ability to pass down the power of the bloodline from generation to generation. Wait a minute, 4 great sacred dynasties? Bloodline power. As everyone thought this, they immediately thought of Great Yong's 7th prince, who coveted the throne of Great Chu and was killed by grandfather Luo in Great Chu's imperial palace. It was said that after his death, even his corpse was unable to return to Great Yong. It was detained by Luo Qingtong. Could it be? Their gazes were all gathered on Luo Qingtong. The youth's jade-like hands were holding a jade box. That golden jade glass box entered everyone's eyes, causing them to tremble all over. The jade box was filled with multicolored light. Within it, a golden dragon silhouette was faintly discernible. The fate of Great Yong, the power of bloodline. Many people were shocked when they saw the strange phenomenon that appeared in the jade box. The golden dragon silhouette was the symbol and manifestation of the sacred dynasty's fate. The multicolored light was the manifestation of the bloodline power of the sacred dynasty's royal family. The bloodline elixir given by evil Dr. Gui Tong was the power of the bloodline extracted from Great Yong's 7th prince's body. Heavens, evil Dr. Gui Tong actually had such a method? Immediately, everyone looked at the young man standing on top of the spirit ship with an indescribable look of respect and fear. Especially those big families who also had bloodline inheritance, their eyes were filled with indescribable shock as they looked at Luo Qingtong. And even more people looked at the bloodline pill with an indescribable desire in their eyes. This was a bloodline pill condensed from the bloodline power of a Saint realm expert of the imperial family. After taking it, one would immediately possess the bloodline power of the other party. Whether it was the eruption of strength or cultivation comprehension, they would far surpass ordinary people. And those experts who had limited talent and potential and were already stuck in a certain realm could immediately break through the shackles of their talent and continue to push their strength forward after taking this bloodline pill. With this bloodline pill, as long as one was not as stupid as a pig, they would be able to cultivate to the Saint realm in their lifetime. Not to mention that there was a trace of Great Yong's fate in it. With this trace of Great Yong's fate, the fate of one's forces in the future would be much more vigorous than before, and there would be a lot of talents and geniuses. Among the people present, even those big families and forces whose backgrounds were comparable to the imperial family of Great Chu, looked at the bloodline pill with a burning gaze. Old Master Luo and Empress Dowager Xianxia were pleasantly surprised, especially Old Master Luo. Especially Elder Luo. He had never expected that his granddaughter would prepare such a huge gift for him without a word. The bloodline power and a trace of Great Yong's 7th prince's bloodline power, my god, with this bloodline pill, Old Master Luo's position in Great Chu would be as stable as Mount Tai in the future. No one could say that he had climbed the social ladder of Empress Dowager Xianxia. After all, the merit of saving the throne of Great Chu might be forgotten by people one day. But that trace of Great Yong's fate and the bloodline power of Great Yong's 7th prince could not be forgotten. With this trace of Great Yong's fate and bloodline power, Old Master Luo was worthy of Empress Dowager Xianxia. Thank you for the gift, evil Dr. Gui Tong. Even though he was very excited, Old Master Luo still paid attention to not expose his granddaughter's identity in public. After all, as Luo Qingtong created more and more miracles, her identity became more and more eye-catching. Naturally, Elder Luo could see the danger and glory that this represented. Unless Luo Qingtong announced her identity to the public, Grandfather Luo would never reveal her identity to the public. He wanted to protect his granddaughter well so that she wouldn't fall into someone else's trap. Seeing Grandfather Luo's thoughts, Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly under her Rakshasa mask. Her eyes were full of smiles. So this was her grandfather. It was the greatest warmth she had ever felt since she entered this strange world. You're too polite. Luo Qingtong jumped down from the spirit boat and handed the golden jade and glazed box to Grandfather Luo. Then, just as she was about to approach Grandfather Luo, a sudden change occurred. Attack! Along with this cold shout, a cold voice rang out. Among the surrounding guests, many of them rushed towards Luo Qingtong. Among them, there were many powerhouses from the royal families of powerful commanderies. There were also several Saint Realm experts. Evil Dr. Gui Tong, die. And that bloodline pill. Snatch it. Seeing this scene, the eyes of many experts who had come to participate in the wedding banquet flickered. These people were obviously aiming for the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. It was unknown which power had set them up as pawns in the Great Chu. But the biggest possibility was that they were from Great Yong. After all, it was impossible for the Great Yong royal family to not know that the 7th prince's body had been refined and his bloodline had been extracted. Since they knew, they naturally had to think of a way to snatch it back. These people were probably pawns they had set up in the Great Chu. Using so many pawns and connections at once, Great Yong was probably determined to snatch the bloodline pill back. Not only that, they also wanted to kill Luo Qingtong, a person who dared to refine their royal bloodline, as a warning to others. If the bloodline pill was really snatched away, then these people, would they be able to reap the benefits? Just as they were thinking this, a figure suddenly appeared beside Luo Qingtong with a boom. He held Luo Qingtong's slender waist with one hand and pulled her into his embrace. In the next second, the silver-gray robe embroidered with gold suddenly flicked his sleeve. In an instant, it was as if a dragon was swimming in golden light, illuminating the earth. The power that came out from the man's robe was extremely powerful and domineering. Almost with a flick, those experts who had already rushed to Luo Qingtong with sinister sneers, raised their hands to grab the jade box in her hand, or raised their hands to attack her, were all sent flying backwards by the force of this flick. Among them, there were even those Sage Realm experts who had brazenly attacked. They felt that victory was already in their hands this time and were prepared to kill and snatch the bloodline pill jade box in Luo Qingtong's hand in one blow before retreating immediately. At that time, they would be free to roam the world. No matter how powerful the Black Field was, they could just find a secluded and desolate mountain range to hide in. As long as they didn't come out, what could they do to them? However, the beauty of their imaginations was completely shattered by the power of the flick. Ah! The group of people screamed miserably as they flew backwards at a speed faster than when they were rushing towards Luo Qingtong. Those powerhouses below the Saint Realm were directly sent flying in the air by that blow. They screamed as they turned into ashes. Under the strength of that strike, it was not something they could resist. As for the Sage Realm experts, they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Despite using all their strength, they were still unable to stop themselves from flying backwards. Pooh! Rip! In the sky, the sound of the air being torn apart suddenly resounded. Rumble! The Saint Realm experts were sent flying. They collided with countless people and smashed heavily into the pillars and the ground, causing a series of loud noises and screams. Who gave you the guts to lay your hands on her? Following these tragic cries, an incomparably cold voice came from Luo Qingtong. The man held the young man's waist with one hand and pulled him close to him. The young man's slender figure contrasted sharply with the man's sturdiness. Both of them were dressed in enchanting red clothes, which contrasted well with the cold black clothes. When the enchanting young man and the cold and dignified man stood together, it was as if they were one-on-one. Even though everyone knew that they were of the same gender, they couldn't help but feel that the two of them were very compatible. Seeing this scene, many people exclaimed in low voices. Rumors about Luo Qingtong and Xianxia had been circulating among the four great sacred dynasties. It was said that Ming Zun had fallen in love with evil Dr. Gui Tong and did not hesitate to put down his status to pursue her. These were originally just rumors. Some people believed it, while others did not. However, at this moment, when everyone saw the two of them standing side by side, they all believed this rumor without prior consultation. Who could be so close to Ming Zun? And looking at how Xianxia was clearly half-hugging Luo Qingtong, everyone felt that the rumors were not exaggerated at all. With Xianxia's attitude towards Luo Qingtong, it could be said that he loved her talent. But now that he was hugging her in such an open and ambiguous position, it was obvious that this was not something that could be explained by love. Ming Zun really did have the heart to split the peach with evil Dr. Gui Tong. No wonder this supreme of the Black Field had never been close to any woman for so many years. There were only two people by his side to serve him. Everyone looked at Bei Qing and Feng Yu, who had appeared behind Xianxia. The two of them felt their hair stand on end as everyone looked at them meaningfully. They wanted to cry but had no tears. Don't look at us like that, there is nothing between us and Master, the only ones who are not innocent are evil Doctor and Master, the two of them screamed crazily in their hearts, but they did not dare to say it out loud. Ming Zun. Seeing the silver-robed, black-haired man appear, the dark golden mask on his face shone with a cold golden light under the sunlight. The group of sage state experts who had brazenly attacked Luo Qingtong but were sent flying were extremely shocked. Everyone said that Ming Zun was very strong, but no one knew how strong he was. Only now did they know how strong Xianxia was. They had attacked together to kill Luo Qingtong, but Xianxia had easily resolved it. Not only that, with a casual wave of the other party's hand, they were sent flying without any strength to fight back. Strong, too strong, the hearts of the group of people trembled. Almost instantly, they climbed up from the place where they had been smashed, and ran out with all their might. Run! Run! The group of people moved like the wind, each of them desperately using their own life-saving secret techniques. They wanted to escape Xianxia's pursuit under such circumstances. However, the man only glanced at them and said coldly, Bei Qing, Feng Yu. Yes. The two of them stood up and respectfully nodded at Xianxia. Master. Kill them all. Yes. Bei Qing and Feng Yu accepted the order and immediately rushed out. It was only when they made their move that the crowd realized how powerful the two men who had been serving Xianxia were. Bang bang bang. Bei Qing's strength was strong and ferocious. Wherever he went, the sage state experts who wanted to escape with their severely injured bodies screamed as they were cut in half by the heavy sword in his hand. On the other hand, Feng Yu's body was as light as a feather. In an instant, he appeared in front of a sage state expert who wanted to escape. He flipped the folding fan in his hand and instantly took the life of the sage state expert. Boom boom boom. The two of them, one strong and one soft, killed the group of sage state experts who were about to escape in an instant. Seeing this scene, many people who had wanted to take advantage of Luo Qingtong's bloodline elixir turned pale. They secretly rejoiced that they had not taken advantage of the situation to take advantage of it. The power of the Black Fields Hell Venerable was like this, as they thought in their hearts, they all lowered their heads in cold sweat. Xianxia didn't even look at them. He only looked at Empress Dowager Xianxia and Old Master Luo and said, I'll leave these people to you. I'll get people to give you all their information. His words meant that the forces behind these people would absolutely not be able to escape. The Black Domain's intelligence network was powerful enough to find out all 8 generations of their ancestors. Thank you, Hell Venerable. Even if they already knew that Great Yone was behind this, Empress Dowager Xianxia and the others might not be able to find evidence. Now that they heard that Xianxia was going to make a move, they were suddenly pleasantly surprised. Especially Empress Dowager Xianxia, the ugly expression on her face eased. The scene just now was really too thrilling. Those who made a move were all experts from the Great Chu sacred dynasty. If they really succeeded, not only would they lose the bloodline pill, their Great Chu would also suffer heavy losses, and they would also have to face the anger of the Black Field. After all, looking at Xianxia's attitude of protecting Luo Qingtong just now, who would believe that there was no ambiguous relationship between the two? Thinking so, even though Empress Dowager Xianxia's temperament was calm, she was also scared out of cold sweat just now. Not to mention old Master Luo, he almost couldn't restrain himself and rushed up to ask his granddaughter how she was. Fortunately, he still remembered that he couldn't casually expose his granddaughter's identity and had been restraining himself. But his eyes couldn't help but look at Luo Qingtong. People who didn't know would think that he had just married Empress Dowager Xianxia and had taken a fancy to the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Why are you here so soon? Luo Qingtong was held in Xianxia's arms and asked with a smile. She sensed the man's presence the moment he appeared. She stood there motionlessly, waiting for him to appear. As for those experts of the Sage Realm, if they could still hurt her in front of this man, then the Blackfield Hell Venerable would have long been replaced. Luo Qingtong had absolute confidence in this man's strength. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and said, "Those people must have thought that you would appear at the end or at the end." Therefore, when he saw her appear alone with the bloodline pill in her hand, he immediately had evil intentions. He wanted to hit the target with one strike and then immediately escape. It wasn't wrong for them to think that way. If Xianxia wasn't here, Luo Qingtong wouldn't have been able to resist the combined strength of several Sage Realm experts. Unless Little Pig unsealed his strength, but that would instantly suck all of her strength dry and damage her foundation. My lord, thank you. Luo Qingtong looked up at Xianxia with a smile. The Rakshasa ghost mask on her face was sinister and evil. Coupled with the curve of her lips, she had an indescribable evil charm. If you really want to thank me, I'll repay you with my body. Xianxia snorted coldly. Just a word of thanks was enough. Did this woman think that his life-saving grace was so cheap? Luo Qingtong coughed lightly and was about to say something when old Master Luo, who was standing at the side, could not help but step forward and ask, "Evil Dr. Ghost Eye, are you all right?" Meeting Grandfather Luo's concerned eyes, Luo Qingtong's heart felt warm. She immediately nodded and said, "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Grand Yao." She looked at Xianxia and said with a smile, "May I know what gift the Lord has brought for Grand Yao and Empress Dowager Xianxia?" It was inauspicious for something like this to happen at a wedding. Luo Qingtong didn't want her grandparents' wedding to be ruined. With Luo Qingtong's question, everyone's eyes immediately focused on Xianxia. They didn't know what kind of gift this Supreme Blackfield had prepared. The members of the Chu imperial family had already come out to clean up the mess. Xianxia snorted softly and glanced at Luo Qingtong, knowing that she was using him to divert everyone's attention. However, he did come this time to give gifts to Empress Dowager Xianxia and Old Master Luo, so he didn't say anything. Moreover, the young girl was in his arms. Luo Qingtong's slender waist was held in his hands and embraced in his arms. Xianxia's expression didn't show it on his face, but he was very happy in his heart. He turned a blind eye to Luo Qingtong's little thoughts. "Feng Yu," he called in a low voice. His voice was faint and cold. Immediately, the chief protector who was always by his side stepped forward. He respectfully bowed to Old Master Luo and Empress Dowager Xianxia, saying, "Congratulations to choose Empress Dowager Xianxia and Empress Dowager Xianxia for 100 years of blissful marriage. Year after year, forever after, never let each other down." When he said this, he suddenly took a step forward and took out the gift list he had prepared long ago. He raised it high above his head and presented it to Old Master Luo, saying, "This is my master's congratulatory gift to Empress Dowager Xianxia and Empress Dowager Xianxia." The announcer standing beside Old Master Luo hurriedly took the gift list from him. However, he had just opened it and glanced at it when he was instantly dumbfounded. Clack! His hand couldn't hold it steady, and the gift list fell to the ground in an instant. Old Master Luo glanced down and was instantly stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. This gift is too great. Old Master Luo's voice trembled, and his entire body couldn't help but tremble. Feng Yu smiled but didn't say anything. With Old Master Luo's relationship and status with the evil doctor, he should accept this gift. Moreover, this gift was frightening in the eyes of outsiders, but it was nothing to the Black Field. If it weren't for the fact that the identity of the evil doctor had not been exposed yet, his master would have given him an even bigger gift. While Grandfather Luo's voice was trembling, the announcer on the other side hurriedly picked up the gift list and shouted excitedly, "Black Field has sent a gift. 1 Black Field Main City." From now on, the Black Field's main city in the Great Chu Sacred Dynasty has changed hands. Luo Tong, Old Master Luo, is the master of Great Chu Black Field. All the forces of the Black Field's main city stationed in the Great Chu Sacred Dynasty will belong to Elder Luo. Furthermore, as long as Luo Tong is still alive, the forces of the Black Field will not set foot in Great Chu. As the reciter's voice rang out, the entire Great Chu Imperial Palace instantly fell silent. All the forces that had come to attend the wedding banquet looked at the gift list in the hands of the announcer in shock. A gift of a city, that was the main city of the Black Field, overseeing the Great Chu Sacred Dynasty. It was the center of the Black Field's forces in the Great Chu Sacred Dynasty. Not only that, but all the forces in it were also taken over by Grandfather Luo. How powerful was a main city that encompassed the entire Great Chu Sacred Dynasty? Perhaps this main city was enough to make Grandfather Luo and the entire Luo family become a first-rate force in Great Chu, enough to be on equal footing with the royal family. Oh my god, the Black Field's Ming Zun was really amazing when he did not make a move. This was truly a heaven-shaking extravagance, and the people of Great Chu's royal family were even more delighted. All the forces of the Black Field in Great Chu were taken over by Grandfather Luo, and the latter had married Empress Dowager Xianxia. Didn't this mean that this huge force would be a part of the royal family's forces in the future? Everyone looked at the gift list in shock. Empress Dowager Xianxia was also stunned by Yi Qianxian's generous gift. If the Black Field's Ming Zun stood up for Master Luo before because he was giving face to the evil Dr. Gui Tong, then what was this gift all about? If it was because of the evil Dr. Gui Tong, then the other party's face was too big, right? And what was the relationship between the other party and the Luo family? Grandpa Luo was also shocked. He didn't take the rumor seriously at all. The Black Field's Ming Zun took a fancy to his granddaughter. Ha ha ha, that was simply impossible. Like others, Master Luo also thought that it must be because his granddaughter had a partnership with the Black Field, so the Black Field's Ming Zun helped them again and again, but now, it seemed that it didn't make sense. Master Luo's face was full of shock. He looked at Luo Qingtong and then at Yi Qianming, his face full of shock. Luo Qingtong was helpless. She glared at the man in front of her. "Look at how you scared my grandpa." Luo Qingtong originally wanted to find a good opportunity to tell Master Luo. But now, with Yi Qianming's actions, she didn't have to explain so much. If it wasn't for her, how could this man do so much? This gift seemed to be for Master Luo, but in fact, it was to make her feel at ease. With the Black Field's influence in the Chu dynasty, plus the bloodline pill she prepared for Master Luo. Whether it was strength or influence, Master Luo would no longer be looked down upon. No one could say that Master Luo married Empress Dowager Xianxia because he was climbing up the social ladder of the Chu dynasty. No one would say that he married Empress Dowager Xianxia because of the Chu dynasty's royal family. Luo Qingtong wanted Master Luo to live openly in the Chu dynasty. No one dared to talk about his identity. Now, Yi Qianming helped her do it. If the bloodline pill Luo Qingtong gave Master Luo increased his strength, then no one could talk nonsense about it. At the same time, the trace of Great Yong's national destiny made the Chu dynasty's royal family not dare to treat Master Luo too badly. Then Yi Qianming would give old Master Luo the greatest confidence and support. The leader of all the Black Field's forces in the Chu dynasty was enough to be comparable to any big family in the Chu dynasty. At the same time, with this gift from Yi Qianming, everyone knew that the relationship between the Luo family and the Dark Region wasn't shallow. At least, it wasn't something that could be easily touched or ridiculed. After today, everyone from the big forces would know that Grandfather Luo was not to be trifled with. This man was really. Luo Qingtong looked at Yi Qianming with bright eyes. Ever since her previous life, she had always been working hard on her own. Whatever she wanted, she got it through her own efforts. This was the first time someone took the initiative to give her all of his things and let her take whatever she wanted, whether she said it or not, the other party would do the best for her. Luo Qingtong gently covered her heart, feeling the rapid and intense beating inside. She looked at Yi Qianming with eyes that were shining brightly. "Why are you looking at me like this?" Yi Qianming looked straight into Luo Qingtong's eyes. The way the girl looked at him was like a queen looking at her favorite treasure, wanting to completely embed it into her soul. He liked it when this woman looked at him like this, as if she wanted to plunder his entire being and soul. Yi Qianming knew that Luo Qingtong was the same as him deep down. The more the girl looked at him like this, the more she wanted to control him, which meant that she cared about him. "Luo Qingtong, you can't escape." Yi Qianming's lips curled up slightly, and he tightened his grip on Luo Qingtong's slender waist. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would have kissed Luo Qingtong long ago. But even so, he looked at Luo Qingtong with a burning gaze. Their gazes collided in the air, and there was an indescribable affection mixed with an inexplicable contest of strength. "You win this time." Yi Qianming's gift was much bigger than hers. "But, I will have a chance to win against you in the future." At that time, she would press this man under her body. "I'll wait for you." The smile on Yi Qianming's lips became even more intense. The people around him who had never seen him smile before let out a suppressed cry of surprise. Once again, they understood the position of the evil Dr. Ghost Eye in his heart. One must know that this supreme of the Black Field had always been famous for being cold and ruthless. Not to mention laughing, he wouldn't even have the slightest emotional fluctuation. Yi Qianming didn't stay long at the wedding banquet before leaving. His identity was too important, and the atmosphere was too oppressive if he stayed. More importantly, with his identity, he had to sit at the top and enjoy the newlyweds kneeling down to him. How could Yi Qianming let Luo Qingtong's grandfather kneel down to him? He immediately left after giving the gift. But he left Beiqing and Fengyu behind to attend the wedding banquet on his behalf. This was enough to give old Master Luo face, so the people didn't dare to look down on the latter. Luo Qingtong left with him. Then she changed back to Luo Qingtong's identity and returned to the banquet. After all, with her identity, it wouldn't be right if she didn't attend this wedding banquet. The wedding banquet lasted for several hours. Only when dusk had fallen and the sky had set in the west did they leave. As for the bridal chamber, who would dare to disturb the Empress Dowager's bridal chamber? Moreover, they were all leaders of major forces, so such things were not popular. Qingtong, Luo Leoi sent Luo Qingtong all the way out of the Great Chu Imperial Palace. Along the way, he wanted to say something but stopped. Luo Qingtong could see his worries and apprehensions. She couldn't help but laugh. "Well, Grandpa, I know what you want to say. Was it about Yi Qianming?" "Don't worry, I know what to do." Old Master Luo's heart skipped a beat. His granddaughter actually called Ming Zun by his title so casually. Between the two of them, as expected, sigh. Grandpa is old. When Grandfather Luo said this, he remembered that he had already regained his youth. He suddenly felt embarrassed and quickly said, "My heart is old. As for the matter between you and Ming Zun, it's fine as long as you know your limits. Grandpa is just worried about you." The reputation of the Blackfield's Ming Zun was too resounding, and his strength was too strong. Grandfather Luo was worried that his granddaughter would be wronged in the end. When Luo Qingtong heard this, before she could speak, a figure instantly appeared beside her. "There's nothing to worry about. This Zun will not let her suffer any grievances." The man's figure slowly appeared in the night. That voice was exceptionally sonorous and clear. When Luo Qingtong heard this, she immediately turned her head and looked at the man who appeared beside her. Swish, that golden light swept towards Luo Qingtong and was quickly caught in her hand. The girl frowned slightly. This golden light was a message she had specially left for Yin Yang and the others. And it was an enhanced version that she had improved. She had previously told Yin Yang and the others not to use it unless it was an emergency. Could it be that they had encountered something in the main city of the Black Field of the Empire of Qin? Luo Qingtong was thinking when suddenly Bei Qing and Feng Yu appeared beside Yi Qianming. Master. There is a message from the main city of the Black Field. The evil doctor's leave from the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin has encountered some problems. As the two spoke, they looked at Luo Qingtong. Yi Qianming had previously told everyone in the Black Field that anything related to Luo Qingtong was his business. Therefore, as soon as the main city of the Black Field received the message from the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, they immediately passed it on. The Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. She opened the message in her hand and read it. It also said that Luo Qingtong should hurry back to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin as soon as possible. After reading the content, Luo Qingtong frowned. The Great Elder of the Holy Academy? He wants me to rush back within 3 days and increase my strength by 1 level. Otherwise, he will expel me and Ling Tianhan from the Holy Academy? What is the background of this Great Elder of the Holy Academy? Luo Qingtong's expression turned serious. Her leave was approved by the Grand Dean. And looking at the situation, even the Grand Dean couldn't stop him. Yi Qianming also learned the ins and outs of the matter from Bei Qing and Feng Yu. He immediately said, he is the Great Elder of the Holy Academy's Elders Guild. If he speaks, all the Elders Guild will agree. The Grand Principal is indeed unable to turn the tide by himself. However, it said that some time ago, he went out to travel because he had comprehended something in his cultivation. He won't be back for a year. When Yi Qianming said this, Luo Qingtong suddenly remembered the agreement she made with the Grand Principal. The other party also asked her to come back after a year. Could it be that it wasn't just because of that grand event? Was it because of the Great Elder of the Saint Academy? As Luo Qingtong was thinking, Feng Yu's voice rang out. This Grand Elder of the Sacred Academy is very stubborn and inflexible. They were the most protective of traditions and rules. We've investigated it. It seems that someone deliberately contacted the first Elder of the Sacred Academy and called him back from his travels. Hearing this, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. You mean, someone deliberately made things difficult and called back the first Elder who was not supposed to be in the Saint Academy? They want me and Ling Tianhan to be expelled from the Saint Academy? We can't rule out this possibility. Feng Yu said. He looked at Luo Qingtong and said, we found out that the person who contacted the first Elder of the Saint Academy is most likely Yu Wenma's teacher, the great teacher of the Soul Academy. And the reason should be to avenge Yu Wenma for the destruction of the Yu family. Feng Yu lowered his head and reported. The more he spoke, the more he felt Yi Qianming's gaze on him. But he had to bite the bullet and continue. He doesn't dare to target you, so he must want to vent his anger on the Ling siblings. Through your absence for so many days, he kicked the Ling siblings and the people of the Tianyu Branch Academy out. After all, Ling Tianhan's talent is not weak. At this point, Feng Yu lowered her head completely. UNMO, this name instantly made Luo Qingtong's eyes turn cold. She was prepared to go back to the Empire of Qin's Sacred Academy and ask him to break off the engagement. But she didn't expect the other party to be so restless. She hadn't done anything yet and he made a move first, especially when he didn't know that she was the evil Dr. Gui Tong. He only knew that she was Luo Qingtong, but he didn't hesitate to sacrifice her in order to take revenge on the Ling siblings. He didn't care that she was his fiancée at all. Luo Qingtong really felt sorry for the original owner. Let's go back. Yuan Mo wanted to take revenge on the Yuan family, right? She wanted to see who would take revenge on whom. The Luo family and the original owner's debt. She would settle it with him one by one. Luo Qingtong originally wanted to break off the engagement, but since Yuan Mo wasn't willing, they could play slowly. Time is too tight, your spirit boat won't be able to make it in time. Yi Qianming's expression was indifferent. He wasn't wrong. The news came from the Empire of Qin's Sacred Academy and was taken over by the Black Field. It had already been a day or two since they received the news. Even if Luo Qingtong was on the best spirit boat, it was absolutely impossible for her to rush from the Great Chu Sacred Academy to the Empire of Qin Sacred Academy. The distance between the two sacred academies was more than thousands of mountains and rivers. When he said this, Luo Qingtong instantly realized the problem. This was troublesome, she frowned. Since the great elder of the Sacred Academy was so stubborn, then if she didn't arrive on time, Ling Tianhan and the others would definitely be stripped of their heaven-grade status and driven out of the Empire of Qin's Sacred Academy. At that time, even if he rushed back later, he was afraid that it would be of no use. Luo Qingtong thought of this and frowned. At this time, Yi Qianming's voice sounded. "Hold me tight." Luo Qingtong heard this and unconsciously hugged him tightly. In the next second, Yi Qianming waved his sleeve and with a bang, the space in front of him collapsed. In an instant, Luo Qingtong's vision turned black. Then, the two of them disappeared from the spot. At the same time, in the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin. Bang! Little Overlord Yuan slammed his fist on the table in front of him. Damn it! Yuan Mo and the others have gone too far. They had heard that the first elder of the Sacred Academy had ordered Luo Qingtong to come back within 3 days. Otherwise, her leave would be cancelled and all of them would be driven out of the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin. Little Tyrant Yuan and the others weren't afraid of being kicked out. After all, they were able to enter the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin because of Luo Qingtong. But Luo Qingtong, boss, she mustn't be chased out. The Empire of Qin's Holy Academy was the best academy in the Empire of Qin's Holy Dynasty. There were so many resources here, and they were so good that they were much better than those clans outside. Not only that, there were many strong people here who taught all kinds of knowledge. It was much better than learning on their own outside. They had only been here for a while, but they could clearly feel that their strength had improved. If Boss was here, wouldn't her strength increase be even more terrifying? But all of this was about to be destroyed by Yuan Mo and the others. Thinking of the arrogant and humiliating faces of Yuan Mo and the others in front of them, Little Tyrant Yuan and the others all gritted their teeth. Big brother and I will kneel and beg for mercy in front of Yuan Mo. No matter how they humiliate us, we won't fight back. As long as they ask the first elder of the Sacred Academy to cancel this decision. Ling Yuer gritted her teeth. As the eldest daughter of Duke Ling, Ling Yuer was arrogant. But now, she was willing to let this arrogance be trampled on. If they had known that Yuan Ma and the others would use such unscrupulous means to deal with them, they would have bowed their heads no matter how unwilling they were. Luo Qingtong gave them a new life, saved their family, and gave the Ling family a path to heaven. If they caused Luo Qingtong to be unable to study at the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin and lose the best opportunity to cultivate, how could they face the Ling family? Yes. Ling Tianhan also clenched his fists and said in a low voice. All of this started because of us siblings. Let's go and beg Yuan Ma and the others to let Qingtong go. As he spoke, he walked out with his sword. Just as he stood up, Yuan Little Tyrant pressed him down. Are you stupid? Yuan Little Tyrant glared at them. What's the use of begging them now? They won't let you go. Not to mention now, they wouldn't even let you go before. Didn't you hear what that bastard Yuan Ma said? He wants to kick us out of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. Then, he can crush us to death at any time. Not only will they cut off our path to cultivation, they can also torture us to death. Even if you go and beg them, they won't stop after torturing you. Why do you want to be humiliated by them? If boss knows, she definitely won't agree. Sima Qi nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, Yuan Hu is right. It's useless for you to beg them like this. You're just asking to be humiliated. As he was talking, Su Xiaoxiao's timid voice sounded next to him. I'll go and beg the pharmacist. Her eyes were red, as if she had just cried, but her voice was unusually firm. Boss's strength isn't something they can imagine. She will definitely become stronger in the outside world. First Elder's 3-day agreement isn't fair. Boss isn't even within the borders of the Empire of Qin. How could she make it back in time? I'll go ask the pharmacist and ask him to plead with the Great Elder. It doesn't matter if we're kicked out, but boss must not be expelled. Su Xiaoxiao had already gained a firm foothold in the pharmaceutical courtyard. She listened to Luo Qingtong's advice and took a different path. Her alchemy talent was completely developed. As of now, the number of medicinal liquids that could be mixed and stacked together had already reached more than 10. The instructors of the Pharmaceutical Institute all regarded her as a genius and cherished her greatly. Even the great teacher of the Medicine Institute had proposed to take her in as his last disciple. That was an existence at the level of a saint alchemist, and he was currently breaking through to become an alchemist. Su Xiaoxiao refused. In her eyes, only Luo Qingtong, the girl who awakened her talent and rescued her from the path of trash, was her companion and mentor. She would not accept the teachings of others. Because in her eyes, no one else could compare to Luo Qingtong. Those instructors who regarded her as a peerless genius hadn't seen how powerful Boss was. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't think so. However, at this time, for Luo Qingtong, Su Xiaoxiao was willing to go to the pharmacist and ask him to help speak to the great elder of the Sacred Institute so that Luo Qingtong wouldn't be expelled. It's useless. Sima Qi shook his head silently. The great elder has the Sacred Institute's Council of Elders behind him. The pharmacist is already doing his best to protect you. There's no way he can protect Boss. This time, the great elder clearly wanted to make an example out of him. This time, it wasn't just Yu Wenma who wanted to use this opportunity to deal with them. The Sacred Ancestors' Council of Elders also wanted to use this opportunity to weaken the strength of the Grand Dean's faction. Unless Boss hurried back, this was a dead end. A group of people barged in from the outside. What are you doing? Little Tyrant Yuan and the others turned around and saw the group of people barging in. Their faces immediately turned cold. What are we doing? The leader of the group of people who barged in looked indifferent. He suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, "Of course we're chasing you out." That's right. Another person in green standing next to that person snorted and said, "You and who, other than Su Xiaoxiao and Sima Qi, the rest of you don't have the right to stay in the Heavenly Hall. Especially you, Ling Tianhan. Cripples should have been kicked out of the Heavenly Hall long ago. If you guys somehow managed to get close to the Grand Dean, you wouldn't have the right to set foot in the Heavenly Hall." That's right. As soon as that person spoke, another person also said coldly, "We've long wanted to chase you guys out for tarnishing the Heavenly Hall's reputation. If others saw you guys, they would think that the people of the Heavenly Hall of the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin are trash and useless. You're really letting any Tom, Dick, and Harry into the Heavenly Hall. The Grand Dean is indeed old and useless." As soon as the other party said this, Little Tyrant Yuan and the others' faces changed instantly. How dare you speak ill of the Grand Dean? The Grand Dean had always protected them and Luo Qingtong. He also tried his best to deal with them during the 3-day agreement. However, when the Grand Elder returned, the Elders Guild immediately made things difficult. With the Academy's rules, the Grand Dean could do nothing. He was also seriously questioned because of this matter, saying that the Grand Dean's faction was a joke of the Sacred Academy. They didn't deserve to be the Dean, they wanted to impeach them. They wanted to abolish the Dean and Grand Dean's duties. Little Tyrant Yuan and the others knew about this. Therefore, it wasn't that the Grand Dean was unwilling to help them, but that someone wanted to use this matter to bring down the Dean and the others. Little Tyrant Yuan and the others were furious when they heard the other party speak ill of the Grand Dean in public. The other party definitely saw that the Grand Dean and the others were about to lose power. That was why they were so unscrupulous. Don't talk so much nonsense with them. They probably think that the Grand Dean can save them. Unfortunately, the leader sneered. Throw all their belongings out. Chase him out of the Heavenly Hall. After noon tomorrow, if Luo Qingtong can't make it back in time, we'll kick them all out. Xiao Feng. Don't go too far. Little Tyrant Yuan and the others were enraged. Too much? In any case, all of you are going to be kicked out of the Holy Court. What's wrong with that? The leader, Xiao Feng, sneered. They were a group of people from the Heavenly Palace of the Sacred Academy who followed Yu Wenma's lead. These people were all disciples of the major clans of the Empire of Qin dynasty. He wasn't the most favored in the family, but he wasn't weak either. When they heard Little Overlord Yuan and the others' words, they all laughed loudly. Ling Tianhan, do you really think you can turn the tide? Unless that Luo Qingtong can travel through time and space, it's impossible for her to make it back in time. Just wait to be driven out of the Empire of Qin. Swoosh. While Xiao Feng and the others were ridiculing Little Tyrant Yuan and the others, in the city lord mansion of the Black Field of the Empire of Qin, a thunderous roar tore through the sky. tearing the void and crossing with your body? Luo Qingtong's eyes sparkled as she looked at the man who was hugging her. Yi Qianming's strength was beyond her imagination. Just how strong was this man? No wonder he said that he didn't need to pass through the hidden world when he came from the outer realm. Yi Qianming's expression was indifferent. With his current strength, he needed to save up for a long time before he could use this move. And after using it this time, he would need to wait for a long time before he could use it again. The main reason was that his strength had not recovered yet. If he had his previous strength, he could tear the void at will and ignore the continent's barriers and rules. The world's laws and the true Spill continent could not restrain him at all. He didn't need to use the power of the Blackfield City Lord Mansion as a medium to cross the void like now. Go, we are already in the Empire of Qin. One day is enough for you to reach the holy court of the Empire of Qin from here. He let go of the girl in his arms. Luo Qingtong nodded and then looked at him with some worry. Are you okay? The man took her through the void. She didn't know if he used too much power and damaged his meridians. I'm fine. Yi Qianming shook his head lightly. There is an array in the Blackfield City Lord Mansion that I specially drew. It can sense my power and receive it. Luo Qingtong heard him say this and immediately looked around. Sure enough, she sensed many array patterns that had just dissipated. With such a huge power as a guide, Yi Qianming should be fine. Luo Qingtong's heart calmed down. Okay. Then I'll go first. Luo Qingtong said, and her lips curled up. She raised her head and kissed the man's lips. Then in the next second, her figure flashed and instantly swept out like a gust of wind and butterfly wings. Her voice was like a silver bell. This is a thank you gift. Touching the marks on his lips, he felt the soft and moist touch of Luo Qingtong's lips on his own. The color in Yi Qianming's eyes deepened. But soon, the expression in his eyes turned cold. Shua. He raised his hand, and a golden light appeared in his hand. This was a message that had suddenly flown over when he was passing through the void with Luo Qingtong. The Lord of the Southern region has come bearing gifts. My lord, please return quickly. As Yi Qianming raised his hand, the information in the golden light was instantly revealed. Lord of the Southern region, Yi Qianming's eyes narrowed. He raised his hand and crushed the golden light. With a wave of his body, he disappeared from the main city of the Black Field of the Empire of Qin without alerting anyone. Whoosh, Luo Qingtong rushed out of the Castellan's mansion in the main city of the Empire of Qin. She was still in the disguise of the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Even if the people of the Black Field of the Empire of Qin didn't know how Luo Qingtong appeared in their Castellan's mansion, they didn't dare to stop this person who was placed at the top of their lord's heart. Luo Qingtong smoothly left the Castellan's mansion in the main city of the Empire of Qin. After thinking for a while, she rushed to the place where Yan Yang and the others were. She wanted to ask Yan Yang about the situation in the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, and at the same time, restore her original identity there. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching to leave the city in the disguise of the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Luo Qingtong knew that as more and more abilities were revealed in her identity, more and more major forces were looking for her, hoping that she would be alone. With the Black Field, these people didn't dare to touch her openly, but it didn't mean that they wouldn't do it secretly. Swish, Luo Qingtong's figure rushes towards the place where Yan Yang and the rest are. Before Yan Yang came to the Black Field's main city of the Empire of Qin, she told her where the place is. Luo Qingtong's figure quickly appears in front of that huge building. That place is located in the center of the Black Field's main city of the Empire of Qin. There are people coming and going all around, all of whom are here to buy elixirs and medicinal liquids. Luo Qingtong will provide Yan Yang with a batch of medicinal liquids every once in a while, and it depends on whether she is willing to accept the elixirs or not. If she is willing to accept the elixirs, she will let the people of the Black Field give it to Yan Yang after refining it. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Seeing Luo Qingtong's figure appear, there is a burst of low cries from all around. Master. Seeing Luo Qingtong appear, the battle slave experts who are responsible for guarding the shop are pleasantly surprised. A group of people is walking into the shop. At this moment, a burst of noise suddenly comes from the front of the shop. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Along with these rough voices, a group of fully armed soldiers with incomparably cold auras suddenly passed through the shop opened by Xianxia and the rest. Humph! What evil Dr. Ghost Eye's medicinal liquids, what unparalleled medical skills. The medicinal liquids sold in our Martial King's shop are not inferior to this at all. What evil doctor name, it's just a bluff. That's right. Get out of the way, a group of people who don't know what is good and what is bad. They are really blind. A large group of soldiers swaggered through the shop. A battle slave expert looks and immediately says angrily, "These bastards, it's starting again." The other people also have a burst of anger on their faces. Luo Qingtong looks and asks, "What's going on?" It was obvious that those soldiers were here to deal with him. Or it could be said that they are targeting Xianxia and the rest. "Master, you don't know. After we came to the Empire of Qin's Black Field, the Empire of Qin's King Wu also started selling medicinal liquids in the Black Field. It's not far from the left side of our shop." A battle slave expert raised his hand and pointed at a majestic and splendid building not far away. Their shops aren't inferior to ours, and the medicinal liquids they sell are also similar. Ever since they started selling medicinal liquids, soldiers from the army would often come to cause trouble, saying that your medicinal liquids can't compare to the medicinal liquids bought from their shops. When the battle slave expert said this, he was extremely angry. These soldiers were clearly using their master's reputation as a stepping stone to climb up the ranks. They were trying to increase the reputation of their shop's medicinal liquid. It was simply infuriating, however, they didn't come to cause trouble. They only said disgusting things outside, and the Black Field couldn't do anything about it. Coming here a few times a day, it was really disgusting. King Wu of the Empire of Qin? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. No matter how she looked at it, the other party seemed to be deliberately competing with Xianxia and the rest. And it was in a way that trampled on her reputation. Was it a coincidence, or, Luo Qingtong slightly squints her eyes. At this moment, Xianxia and the rest came out to greet her. "Master." Luo Qingtong looks at the group of stewards behind her and raises her eyebrows. "Are you discussing something? If it's very important, don't worry about me. I'll wait outside for a while." "It's fine." Xianxia shakes her head and lets the group of stewards leave first. "It's about King Wu of the Empire of Qin. I haven't figured it out yet." Xianxia says and then asks, "Master, are you here for the matter of the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin?" If this was just a legitimate business competition, Luo Qingtong naturally wouldn't care about him. But if he was deliberately targeting her and the forces under her command, just as Luo Qingtong's eyes slightly narrow, Xianxia spits out a name that she didn't expect. "I can't find out the specifics. I only know that it was refined by a person called Heavenly Doctor Divine Hand. I previously heard from people in the Black Field that this Heavenly Doctor Divine Hand provoked you in the Black Field's main city of the Great Chu dynasty? He lost to you in a competition of medicinal skills?" Xianxia oversaw the main city of the Black Field's main city of the Empire of Qin. Luo Qingtong's status in the Black Field wasn't ordinary, so naturally, she was more well-informed than the average person. She quickly found out about what happened in the main city of the Black Field of the Great Chu dynasty. "Yes." Luo Qingtong lightly nodded her head. "That's right. So she's the person behind King Wu of the Empire of Qin? No wonder the other party would go against us." After figuring out the reason, Luo Qingtong's fingers suddenly stopped tapping on the table. "The next time King Wu of the Empire of Qin's people come to make trouble, don't think of any other way. I didn't give you that platinum token just for show. And I didn't ask you to use it for any convenience in the main city of the Black Field of the Empire of Qin. The next time you encounter such a thing, directly take out the platinum token and chase all those people who said those disgusting words in front of our shop out of the main city of the Black Field of the Empire of Qin. If they don't want to leave, directly break their legs and throw them out. At the same time, forever ban their right to come to the Black Field." Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. She, the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, was never a person who was easy to bully. Others might have scruples about their reputation, and under the circumstances where King Wu of the Empire of Qin's people didn't directly cause trouble, it wasn't good for them to make a move. But what was she afraid of? The Empire of Qin's King Wu's men came in batches. She wanted to see just how many men the empire of Qin's King Wu had that she could beat. If he has the ability, then he should bring out all the troops of the empire of Qin, but I'm afraid he doesn't have that ability, not to mention, the empire of Qin's Black Field was the place where the major forces of the empire of Qin traded and obtained resources. Only in this neutral city that was under the jurisdiction of Underworld Zune and had absolute deterrence and fairness, would those big forces and big families dare to do those big transactions that involved huge amounts of money and precious resources. The empire of Qin's King Wu's army had been banned from entering the main city of the Black Field. The empire of Qin's King Wu's army had been overthrown. She wanted to see how long he, the king of martial arts of the empire of Qin, could cover the sky with one hand and run amok. Yes. Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, Yan Yang hurriedly responded happily. She had just gathered everyone to discuss for a long time, but they still couldn't come up with a good way to deal with the empire of Qin's King Wu. After all, the other party's influence in the empire of Qin's holy dynasty wasn't weak. When the crown prince was depressed, he was like the sun in the sky. In the future, the empire of Qin's crown prince might be this person. In the situation where the other party didn't directly cause trouble, even if Yan Yang had Luo Qingtong's platinum token in her hands, it wouldn't be good for Luo Qingtong to directly make such an enemy. In particular, she was afraid that others would say that they used the platinum token to do whatever they wanted, and she was afraid that it would bring trouble to Luo Qingtong. But now, it seemed that Luo Qingtong wasn't afraid at all. Following such a domineering master, Yan Yang only felt an indescribable exaltation in her heart. Yan Yang was indeed clever. Her methods were superb. She quickly thought of a way to carry out Luo Qingtong's orders better. Tomorrow, I will invite the main city of the empire of Qin's Black Field to come as guests. At that time, I will invite the people of the empire of Qin's King of Wu to come and abuse us. The rest will naturally be decided by the people of the Black Field and the empire of Qin. After Yan Yang finished speaking, Luo Qingtong immediately glanced at her. What a good plan to kill with a borrowed knife. If the people of the empire of Qin's King of Wu really fell into this pit, they really wouldn't be able to climb up. At that time, they could only obediently come and apologize. Moreover, Luo Qingtong's side could refuse to accept it. She would first tidy up the people of the empire of Qin's King of Wu. At that time, when the king of the empire of Qin appeared, she would properly tidy up the other side. Not only was she in the right, but she also vented her anger. Such a clever mind. She could see through it with just a little bit. Who knows what family Yan Yang was from? Luo Qingtong didn't think that ordinary people in the marketplace could have such superb skills and communication skills. She and Chu Lingfang, that blockhead's identity was definitely not ordinary. However, this had nothing to do with Luo Qingtong. As long as they were loyal to her, she would protect them. In the future, if they wanted to take revenge, they would take revenge. If they didn't want to take revenge, they would live under her wings. As long as they were loyal to her, she would naturally give them stability. As for their private matters, Luo Qingtong wouldn't ask anything. Who didn't have their own secrets? Luo Qingtong nodded. Okay. We will do as you say. If you encounter such a situation in the future, you can make your own arrangements. You don't need to worry about me. If you really feel that it's hard to choose, just send me a message. Also, Luo Qingtong's hands were lightly clasped together. Her 10 fingers were intertwined, and her fingers were lightly tapping the back of her hand. Pay attention to any news about this heavenly doctor at all times. If there's even the slightest bit of news, let me know. This person had repeatedly clashed with Luo Qingtong. What happened in the Great Chu Imperial Palace could still be considered an accident. However, the main city of the Black region in the Great Chu dynasty was obviously here for her. Moreover, she seemed to have improper thoughts about Xianxia. This time, he appeared in the empire of Qin's holy dynasty and stood behind King Wu of the empire of Qin. Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed slightly. For some reason, she thought of King Ning of the Great Chu sacred dynasty. The latter had also used the hands of the heavenly doctor to poison Empress Dowager Xianxia of Great Chu. If it wasn't for Luo Qingtong going to find old man Luo at that time, Empress Dowager Xianxia would have been plotted against. At that time, the Great Chu dynasty could only be controlled by King Ning, and now, the empire of Qin's King Wu and the crown prince were fighting for the throne. Behind this, there was also the figure of this heavenly doctor. This matter couldn't help but be thought-provoking. Luo Qingtong thought of when she met Crown Prince Ma Chenyu before. The latter's body had the aura of a dying dragon, the technique of seizing luck. It couldn't be this heavenly doctor's doing, right? If this was the case, she would have to become enemies with her again. After all, the Crown Prince had given her medicine before, and that bloodline power fusion technique was enough to make Luo Qingtong take action for him. If this heavenly doctor was behind this, Luo Qingtong would have to confront her again. Thinking so, the corners of Luo Qingtong's lips suddenly curled up. Yes. Yan Yang nodded. Now, tell me about the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy. What's going on? Who sent you the news? The Grand Dean? Yes, Yan Yang nodded and told Luo Qingtong everything that happened in the Saint Institute of the Empire of Qin. She had received a message from the Grand Dean. Since she was in the Empire of Qin, it was very convenient for her to gather information. In less than 15 minutes, Luo Qingtong knew everything. She also knew about Su Xiaoxiao and Yuanhu's situation in the Saint Institute of the Empire of Qin. She left in a hurry and didn't ask Bei Qing and Feng Yu about it. So, the Grand Elder of the Saint Institute was really invited back by someone? Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. Bei Qing and Feng Yu were right. Yes. That's what the Grand Dean said. He also said that this time, someone is not only targeting you, but also targeting them, Yan Yang said. Master, if you don't come back on time, there's nothing he can do. Okay. I got it. After getting the answer she wanted, Luo Qingtong stood up. I'm going back to the Saint Institute of the Empire of Qin right now. I'll see who dares to touch a hair on my people. I'll make Yuanhu and the others pay back for all the grievances they suffered in the Saint Institute of the Empire of Qin. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. She wouldn't let anyone around her suffer for nothing. Yuanhu and the others weren't qualified to be heaven-grade students. But among them, except for Ling Tianhan, almost all of them had just entered the school and could be admitted to the Great Qin Sacred Academy immediately. Just this point alone showed that their potential and qualifications were not inferior to the heaven-grade students of the Saint Institute of the Empire of Qin. The elders only looked at people with old-fashioned eyes. They only saw that Yuanhu and the others' qualifications were not obvious at the moment. How could they see that they were hiding their strength? It was like a junior high student jumping to Peking University or Tsinghua University. How could you say that he was not as good as the top students of Peking University or Tsinghua University? It was ridiculous. There was also the first elder of the Holy Institute. He wanted her to return within 3 days and raise her strength by 1 level before he would acknowledge her leave, otherwise, she and Yuanhu would be kicked out of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. This was clearly done on purpose. She didn't think that she would be able to make it back in time. Tomorrow, she would let them know what a true genius was. Heaven stage. Students from the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy? They were all T. Did they really think that she cared about the resources and treatment of a heaven stage student? Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. After changing her clothes, she rushed out of the back door and rushed towards the saint capital of the Empire of Qin. At the same time, in the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin, Yuanhu and the others were eventually kicked out by the Heavenly Palace. A group of people stood at the entrance of the Sky Hall's dormitory and were being pointed at by passers-by. Look, it's just a group of people. Other than that Su Xiaoxiao and Sima Ju who have some talent, the others are trash who might not even be able to enter the Earth stage. I heard that there are 2 who might not even be able to enter the profound stage, but they shamelessly went through the back door and entered our heavenly palace. The most shameless one is their so-called boss, Luo Qingtong. Not only did she go through the back door, she even took an inch and wanted a mile. She took a few months of leave and still hasn't returned. Don't you think it's disgusting? A group of people pointed at Yuanhu and the others, causing them to be furious. You're talking nonsense. Our boss is the most powerful. She didn't go through the back door. Little tyrant Yuan was the first to be unable to take it and shouted angrily. Do you really think no one knows who Luo Qingtong is? Su Jingyue sneered and walked over with a group of people. She didn't even look at little tyrant Yuan and the others. She's just a daughter of an inferior country. Even if she has some strength and talent, she's nothing more than that. How dare you brag about her so much? Do you really think that senior brother will give you a way out just because she's here? Stop joking. Xianxia looked very proud and pleased. Senior brother didn't break off the engagement with her just because he pitied her. Who knows what means she used to make senior brother unable to break off the engagement with her. However, as a woman, Luo Qingtong is extremely stupid. She actually helped you deal with senior brother. Does she think that by doing this, senior martial brother will look at her? Speaking of this, Xianxia sneered. However, it's useless. Senior brother doesn't like her. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the support of evil Dr. Ghost Eye. This is the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, not the Black Field. As she spoke, she immediately led a group of people and proudly walked past little Overlord Yuan and the others. Lu Long, you will replace them as Heaven Stage students in the future. This is the decision and recommendation of the Dragon Regiment of the Heavenly Palace. It has been approved by the Elders Guild and no one can doubt it. Those who doubt it can go to the Dragon Regiment to argue. See if you have the ability to do so. Hearing Xianxia's words, Ling Tianhan, who had been lowering his head in shame and guilt, suddenly raised his head. Lu Long. His gaze was fixed on the other party. It was this person who had joined forces with others to break his right hand after he entered the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. He knew the injury of his hand like the back of his hand. He knew where the injury on his right hand was the deepest. Even if it was healed, it wasn't as strong as the other parts of his hand. Ling Tianhan still remembered the sneer that Lu Long had when he broke his hand and told him that he was the one who came up with the idea of breaking his right hand to restrict the strength of the Ling family. Ling Tianhan, don't think that just because the Ling family has the support of the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, you can rest easy. So what if you become the new royal family of the Tianyu Empire? The fifth prince has already set his sights on the Empire of Qin. He would even become an important figure under His Highness King Wu. When I graduate from the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin in the future, the Empire of Tianyu can never compare with me. What's more, if the fifth prince is able to stand out in the grand meeting half a year later, even evil Dr. Ghost Eye won't be able to do anything to him. Your Ling family should just wait for his revenge obediently. Today's move is just an appetizer. Lu Long's words flashed through Ling Tianhan's mind, and he almost lost control and rushed over. The latter looked at him and sneered, "What? Ling Tianhan, you're not convinced?" Unfortunately, what can you do even if you're not convinced? After tomorrow, you and that Luo Qingtong will be kicked out of the house. I'd like to see how pathetic you are then. It's a pity that Luo Qingtong. She betrayed us and helped others to deal with the fifth prince. If she were here, we would teach her a lesson. As the group of people spoke, they laughed loudly and proudly walked away in front of Ling Tianhan and the others. Looking at their departing backs, Yuan Hu and the others clenched their fists tightly. These bastards. Once Yuan Mo's revenge was launched, it would cause a huge commotion. Yuan Hu and the others didn't have the strength to fight back. They had just entered the sacred academy of the Empire of Qin to cultivate for a while. He couldn't compare to Yuan Ma's influence and strength in the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. Yuan Hu and the others clenched their fists tightly. It's all because we're too useless. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't have had to endure such humiliation. Furthermore, they had implicated Luo Qingtong and made her the target of ridicule. If they were strong enough and could directly enter the top 100 of the Soaring Dragon list, they wouldn't be afraid of Yuan Mo and the others. No matter how much the Grand Elder of the Sacred Academy valued tradition and rules, he wouldn't order them to drop out. They could even have the right to talk to the mentors of the Sacred Institute like the Heavenly Palace's Dragon Group. Yuan Hu and the others gritted their teeth as they thought about it. He was still not strong enough. He had really lost face for boss. If the boss was here, Yuan Ma and the others wouldn't have any room to be arrogant. "Boss, where are you? Have you heard the news?" Could he make it back in time? The group of people bit their lips so hard that they bled. They clenched their fists tightly and pinched their fingers hard. There was an indescribable pain and suffering in his heart. There was both hatred and helplessness towards their own lack of strength, as well as worry and fear towards Luo Qingtong. If boss really didn't know about the news and couldn't rush back, thinking of the nasty words and arrogance that Yuan Ma and the others would say when the time came, the group was infuriated. At the same time, Luo Qingtong was also rushing towards the holy capital of the Empire of Qin at an extremely fast speed. Your Highness, do you want to protect Ling Tianhan and the others? In the holy capital of the Empire of Qin, a group of people gathered around Ma Chenyi in the Crown Prince's eastern palace, where the Crown Prince of the Empire of Qin lived. They looked at the dragon of the Empire of Qin. These people were all heaven-grade students from the Heavenly Hall of the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin. Every one of them could be ranked in the top 100 of the heaven ranking of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. At this moment, they were all looking at the young man in front of them who was like a clear spring, quietly waiting for his decision. We'll see tomorrow, the elegant young man said slowly. This bet is no longer just about Yu Wenma wanting to make a move against the Ling siblings. It is also a battle between the elders of the Sacred Academy and the Grand Supreme Dean's faction. At the same time, his expression was indifferent. It's also because of the fight between me and Mo Qianxian. As Ma Chenyi said this, his eyes narrowed slightly. The cold light that was faintly discernible within them did not reveal itself. Most of the elders in the academy supported Mo Qianxian. As for the Grand Supreme Dean's faction, they supported him. Although the first elder of the Sacred Academy didn't support anyone, he still abided by tradition. Now it was obvious that he was being used as a weapon to attack the Grand Supreme Dean. After the Grand Supreme Dean was defeated, the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin would be completely under the control of the elders of the Sacred Academy. At that time, many students in the Sacred Academy would become Mo Qianxuan's followers. As the king of martial arts of the Empire of Qin, what did Mo Qianxian lack the most after his rise? Connections and power, and a background that was enough to compete with him. Once he controlled the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin, all of these would no longer be a problem. Those students who graduated from the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin were all outstanding figures in the Sacred Dynasty. Except for a few peerless geniuses, all the powerhouses and ministers in the Empire of Qin came from the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. If Mo Qianxian controlled the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin, his power and foundation would be able to compete with Ma Chenyi. Therefore, it was no longer a question of whether Ma Chenyi could protect Ling Tianhan and the others. The question was that the Elders Association would definitely not allow him to protect them. If he had to protect them, there was only one way. That was, the Grand Dean had to take the blame and resign, admitting that he had made a mistake this time. In the future, he would not interfere with anything in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. At the same time, as the disciple of the Grand Dean, the Dean had to accept some punishment. However, in this way, the Grand Dean's power would completely collapse in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. Without the Grand Dean, the Dean and the others could not withstand the pressure from the Elders Association. Therefore, Ma Chenyi could not make up his mind at all. The best way is that Luo Qingtong can come back smoothly. It would be best if she could win the bet. In this case, they could suppress the Elders Association of the Saint Academy. However, Ma Chenyi did not know whether Luo Qingtong could do it. After all, 3 days was really too short. If he guessed right, she should have gone back to the Chu after leaving the Empire of Tianyu. In such a short time, even if she received the news immediately, how could she come back immediately? Just as Ma Chenyi was thinking about this, he suddenly received a message. After reading that piece of news, Mo Chenyi's elegant eyes suddenly burst out with an incomparably strong light. Afternoon tomorrow, if Luo Qingtong can't come back in time, try your best to protect her and the people around her. At all costs. He said in a low voice and crushed the message. It was sent by the Grand Supreme Dean. The message said that if Luo Qingtong couldn't make it back in time, he would lower his head to the Elders Guild and admit his mistake. He would protect the qualifications of Luo Qingtong and the people around her and ask Ma Chenyi for help. The Grand Principal actually had to make such a choice. He would rather lose his reputation in order to protect Luo Qingtong and the others. It must be known that with the prestige of the Grand Principal, even if Luo Qingtong couldn't make it back in time, no one could do anything to him. At most, some of his rights would be reduced. Now, he made such a choice because he wanted to exchange the Grand Supreme Dean's bloodline for Luo Qingtong and the others to stay in the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. Ma Chenyi's estimation of Luo Qingtong was already high enough, but he didn't expect that the Grand Dean would be willing to make such a sacrifice for Luo Qingtong. Was that gorgeous and wanton girl really worth the Grand Dean's sacrifice? Ma Chingyi remembered the scene he saw in the imperial palace of the Empire of Tianyu. The girl was dressed in red, dazzling and domineering. Perhaps, she was really worth the Grand Supreme Dean using his bloodline to exchange for her? What? Your Highness? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Then, after knowing that this was the Grand Supreme Dean's decision, they suddenly fell silent. But their hearts were entangled with strong doubts. They didn't know what kind of ability Luo Qingtong and the others had that was worth the Grand Supreme Dean doing this. It must be known that this meant that the Grand Supreme Dean's bloodline was completely abolished. Under such circumstances, the Grand Supreme Dean still wanted to protect Luo Qingtong and the others. Everyone thought so. Their hearts were filled with doubt and dissatisfaction. Soon, the next day arrived. It was also the last day of the 3-day agreement. If Luo Qingtong couldn't come back after noon, she would be expelled from the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin, along with the other students who came from the Tianyu Academy. First Elder was sure that Luo Qingtong couldn't come back. He wanted to let the students of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin know that the rules of the Saint Academy couldn't be violated, so he called all the students here. Almost all the students of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin gathered in the square of the Saint Academy, except for those who went out to practice and those who were in seclusion. Yuanhu and the others stood in the center of the square. First Elder led the members of the Saint Academy and stood not far in front of them. The Grand Dean led the Dean of the Saint Academy and the others to the left of Yuanhu and the others. The other places were filled with the students of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. Yuan Mo, Su Jinyue, and the others stood not far from First Elder and the others. Yuan Mo was accompanied by Lu Long and the others, as well as some disciples of the Saint Dynasty of the Empire of Qin. Seeing Yuanhu and the others standing in the center of the square, he sneered. They deserve it. We will avenge the royal family of Tianyu. Today's battle is just the beginning. They won't know what despair is until they are expelled from the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. Yuan Mo's face was cold. He looked at the man beside him and said, "Haven't you found out the reason? Why did the Crown Prince suddenly help the Ling family? Why did they go to the Empire of Tianyu?" Yuan Mo said with a gloomy face. He had sent people to deal with the Ling family. He thought it would be easy, but he didn't expect that the Ling family would be uprooted. Not only that, but King Wu's forces were also involved. He got the news that the envoys offended the Princess of Chu. What a joke! How could those people be so stupid as to offend the Princess of Chu? It seemed that the Crown Prince was purposely punishing the envoys, but Yuan Mo was more concerned about why the Crown Prince would suddenly attack. How could it appear in the Tianyu Empire? It said that the Crown Prince went out with the Grand Tutor for a walk and happened to pass by the Tianyu Empire. He saw them doing things in the name of the Holy Dynasty. The Grand Tutor is going to the Tianyu Empire to congratulate the newly crowned Princess of Great Chu. That person said. Ridiculous. Yuan Ma's voice was cold. What country is near the Tianyu Empire? How could a princess of the Great Chu appear in a place like the lower, middle, and upper tier countries? This is clearly just an excuse. Yuan Ma's eyes were clouded. If he guessed correctly, the Crown Prince and the others were coming for him. Or perhaps, they were aiming for the Martial King Palace behind him. The Ling family was lucky to have been promoted to a commandery by the Crown Prince. But so what? The Crown Prince was already at the end of his rope. Sooner or later, King Wu would become the ruler of the Empire of Qin. At that time, he would have plenty of opportunities to slowly play with the Ling family. It was just a commandery. When he stood out in that grand meeting, not to mention a commandery, even the 4 holy dynasties would have to treat him with respect. At that time, he would definitely avenge the Tianyu imperial family. He wouldn't even let that evil Dr. Ghost Eye go. On the other side, the corner of the Grand Supreme Dean's mouth twitched as he looked at the sun that was gradually rising above his head. "AI, Luo Qingtong, you little evil doctor, you've really screwed me over. Didn't I tell you not to take so many days off? Why was I so soft-hearted? Great, now I've screwed myself over. Girl, if you come back in the future, you'll have to work hard for me. Otherwise, I'll take the blame and resign unjustly." The Grand Supreme Dean muttered in his heart as he looked at the sky above his head, feeling a burst of apprehension. He didn't know if that little girl had received the news. Could she come back on time? Just as he was suffering in his heart, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly stepped forward and knelt on the ground, saying, "Grand Supreme Dean, instructors, I'm willing to use my chance to stay in exchange for Luo Qingtong to stay. Please don't expel her." The sun above her head was almost at its highest point. Su Xiaoxiao was about to cry. "I won't stay in the holy court of the Empire of Qin. I'll use my quota and opportunity in exchange for Luo Qingtong to stay. Instructors, please promise me." Sima Ju didn't say anything and also took the initiative to stand up. His 10,000 poisons body was very important in the martial arts academy. Like Su Xiaoxiao, he was considered a genius seed in each academy and was very cherished. This time, regarding the expulsion of Luo Qingtong and the people around her, the great teachers of their respective academies had fought hard to protect them. But now, they took the initiative to ask to give up the chance to stay in order to let Luo Qingtong stay. "Boss, stay. Let's go." Sima Ju's words were very concise. The young man's face was like an elf. Originally, he had an untainted temperament. Coupled with the cold aura that kept people thousands of miles away that he had cultivated over the years, he was more like a person who walked out of a painting. Only when he talked about Luo Qingtong did he have a trace of human aura. "Su Xiaoxiao isn't enough. Add me in, change." "Nonsense." As soon as his words left his mouth, the two great masters of the Martial Arts Institute and the Pharmaceutical Institute immediately rebuked him. The two of them were saved by him and the others with great difficulty. What was he trying to do? Did they want all their efforts to go to waste? The two of them looked furious. Just as they were about to say something, the first elder of the Sacred Academy's cold voice rang out. "Sure. Threatening me with this? Do you really think that the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin has no more geniuses without you?" The great elder looked at Su Xiaoxiao and Sima Ju with an unkind expression. If it weren't for the fact that these two people had some redeeming qualities, and were considered to be the best of the best among the heaven-grade students, he wouldn't have agreed to let them stay. Now, they actually wanted to threaten him with the opportunity to stay behind? Luo Qingtong has seriously violated the rules of the Holy Academy by asking for leave for so many days. No mercy is allowed. The first elder of the Sacred Academy said coldly. He looked at Su Xiaoxiao and Sima Ju and said, "Since you want to accompany her so much, then let's go together." No one is allowed to plead for them anymore. As soon as Luo Wu arrives, Luo Qingtong and the people around her will all be kicked out of the Sacred Academy. The first elder of the Sacred Academy shouted with a cold face. "Huh." In the direction of Yu Wenma and the others, Su Jingyue sneered at once. However, they would rather not stay in the Saint Academy than let Luo Qingtong stay. "Senior brother, they are deliberately trying to disgust you," Su Jingyue said to Yu Wenma. "Humph." Yu Wenma's voice was cold. "That stupid woman?" Yu Wenma's face was full of disdain. He had no feelings for Luo Qingtong before, but now, after what happened to the siblings of the Ling family, he was extremely disgusted by Luo Qingtong. That woman is almost 16 years old, right? His heart was cold. I should find a chance to marry her and then lock her up in a place. Then it doesn't matter what she becomes. As long as he married Luo Qingtong and activated the engagement token, what did Luo Qingtong become in the end have anything to do with him? She was just a woman with mediocre talent and strength, and was stupid enough to be used against him. If it weren't for the fact that the engagement was beneficial to him, he wouldn't have cared about her at all. It was ridiculous that the woman did all kinds of things and even got involved with the people of the Ling family. Thinking of this, Yu Wenma's heart was full of disgust. At the same time, the sun was high in the sky. It's noon. Hearing this, the people in the square were in an uproar. "Humph." The first elder of the Saint Academy said coldly. He snorted and raised his voice. "In the history of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin, there has never been a student who acted so recklessly. Luo Qingtong of the Tianyu branch doesn't care about the rules of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. After entering the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin, she didn't register for the Saint Academy this time. Not only that, but she also asked for leave for many days. The Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin can't afford to have such an arrogant student who doesn't want to study." As for Su Xiaoxiao, Yuan Hu, Sima Ju, Ling Tianhan, Ling Yuer, Ling Tianchen, and Si Wenhao, who saw her as their boss, they also disrespected the rules of the Great Qin Academy. Now I announce that the students of the Tianyu branch who entered the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin and Luo Qingtong are expelled from the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. Before he finished his words, the Grand Dean's voice came from the other side. Wait. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward. All right, all of this is, it's my. Before he could finish his words, there was a sudden bang. A loud explosion came from outside. This sound was unusually loud and ear-piercing. In the next second, the voice of the guards of the Great Qin Sacred Academy suddenly rang out. Who? How dare you trespass the Empire of Qin? Hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the square changed. How dare someone trespass the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin? Did they want to die? Everyone looked at the Grand Elder and the Grand Dean. Everyone here was a powerhouse who had surpassed the Sage Realm. Even if the people of the Black Field came to break into the Saint Academy, as long as Ming Zun didn't come in person, they wouldn't be able to stop them. While everyone was thinking about this, the Grand Elder on the other side was furious. Bastard! How dare anyone come to the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin and behave atrociously? I'd like to see who on earth is. Before he could finish his sentence, a few figures suddenly flew towards the crowd with a loud bang. The next second, these people fell in front of the Grand Elder and the other people of the Saint Academy. There was a burst of wailing everywhere. These people were the guards outside the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. After these people smashed into the ground, a clear and loud sound rang out from not far away. End of chapter 868. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.